Jisho found himself becoming the tragic villain boss in the novel. Does the hero of the novel have an invincible golden finger? Is the heroine of the novel the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Will there be no chance of survival in my future? Ding. The God-level sign-in system awakens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the 9 stars and being awarded the Divine Heart and Bone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the 8-star reward, the Immortal Devouring Magic Skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the 8-star reward, the Daluo Sword Embryo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in with 10 stars and being rewarded with the transformation method. Several years later, Jisho looked at the gods and Buddhas crawling at his feet. He smiled and said, I am the Emperor of Heaven, who is in favor and who is against. Chapter 1, Traveling Through Fantasy, Signing in at the Womb. Where is this? Jisho woke up from his trance. He opened his eyes and looked at the extremely unfamiliar environment around him. It seems like chaos here, and you can't see your hand in front of you, but I could feel as if I was immersed in a warm ocean. The warm sea water soaked my body, and my whole body was filled with an extremely soft and warm feeling, etc. Why have my hands become so small? Oh my god. Why do I have a band around my belly button? Jisho's mind was racing. Finally he came to a conclusion. I traveled through time. Moreover, he actually traveled through time and space and became an unborn baby in the womb. Call. Jisho took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Let's start reviewing what exactly happened. As I recall, I read a fantasy novel titled The Unparalleled Immortal Emperor. A white light suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Then came here. My thoughts just came here. A light screen character interface suddenly appeared in front of Jisho's eyes. Name, Jisho, age, 0 years old, identity, the eldest son of the first warlord family of the Northern Xia dynasty, life status, not yet born, cultivation, none, kung fu, none, essence of destiny, 0 points, fate level, black soul destroying. Carefully check your character interface. Jisho immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that I had traveled to the world of the fantasy novel, The Unparalleled Immortal Emperor. Moreover, his identity turned out to be the biggest villain boss in this fantasy world in the future, the one with the same name and surname as himself, the demon god Jisho. Of course, that's not the point. If Jisho remembered correctly, the point is that the fate of this big villain boss was extremely tragic. He was even once called the representative of B aesthetics in the online literature world. He is also the most tragic villain in the online literature world. The setting of the villain boss in the novel is a crazy, Yandere, lovelorn guy. The stand-in jumped off the building and became a masochist. Before becoming the villain boss, Jisho was a young master of a military mansion who looked at flowers in a strange way, dressed in fine clothes and rode a horse. Unfortunately, afterwards his family was destroyed, his parents died tragically, his profound skills were abolished, and finally he was thrown into the most terrifying ancient abyss on the continent. After suffering the pain of being eaten by thousands of demons for a whole 1,000 years, he returned from the abyss and grew step by step to become the most terrifying villain boss. The devil sits in the middle, and the gods stand on both sides. Ruling the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, worshipped by all races, and all the immortal emperors in the heavens bow down to serve as ministers. And the novel is about the male protagonist, a bastard from a fairy sect, who has awakened a powerful golden finger, and the immortal emperor heroine who was reborn from the peak period when the demon king Jisho ruled all races and returned to the world 10,000 years ago. The two of them teamed up to strangle the demon king Jisho before he could grow up and save the future world. On your wedding night, nailed into the divine nail. Dig out the heart and pick out the bones, stain the sky with blood. The yin and yang are separated, and the demon god dies. The light of righteousness shines upon all living beings. Jisho recalled the plot in the novel. I couldn't help but think that if all these things happened to me, I would be terribly disappointed. If you say you want to cross over, then cross over. How come I ended up traveling through time and space and became such a villain boss who was miserable in the early stages but a mad villain in the later stages? Wait until you are born. Although he would be the richest and most powerful young master of the military mansion in the entire Xia dynasty, but the problem is that in the near future, not only will his profound skills be abolished, but his family will also be destroyed, even more, being thrown into the abyss and being torn into pieces by the devils for a whole 1,000 years. Not only that, there is actually a chosen male protagonist who has awakened the golden finger. And the heroine who was reborn from a world 10,000 years in the future also wanted to destroy herself. Future, the family is broken up? Digging out the heart and removing the bones? blood-stained sky? This is too miserable. When Jishio thought of this, he suddenly felt unwell. The evil star, the future is destined to be dark, there is not the slightest hope. Perhaps it is because of this reason that the level of my own destiny is pure black, soul-destroying. This is simply the ultimate beginning of the collapse of the world. Just when he was extremely helpless, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the sign-in system. Host, would you like to sign in here? Hear this. Jishio was shocked. System. Sign-in system. It is said that he had read at least 800 novels before he traveled through time. Nature knows what the emergence of the system means. Golden Finger. This is something that can help you change your destiny. Call. Jishio took a deep breath and answered without hesitation. System. Sign in. Chapter 2. A heaven-defying reward. Become a villain from today. System. Sign in. As soon as the words fell, Jishio heard a very pleasant system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and received the 9-star reward, God's Heart Demon Bone. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and received an 8-star reward, Immortal Devouring Magic Skill. Boom! At the moment when the system sound fell, Jishio only felt that an incomparable strange power was gathering in his heart, then it exploded like fireworks, the chaotic energy surges, and the fairy river is turbulent. The brilliant light pours down upon every part of his body. A heart as bright as a star is beating vigorously, emitting supreme immortal flames. Suddenly, Jishio felt as if he was standing above the heaven and could overlook all living beings throughout the ages. Demons, immortals, everything is just passing clouds. At the end of time, there is only one person left who is invincible for all eternity. He has a divine heart and devilish bones, a divine comprehension, and unparalleled potential for cultivation. The power in the 3 killing realms is unrivaled throughout the ages. Rating: 9-star Supreme Bloodline. The 3 killing realms of God's Heart and Demonic Bones. Demons coming, God's ban, and immortal ashes. Demon coming, demonic flames are burning, bloody eyes appear on the other side. The demon god has descended, and the combat power is increased exponentially, capable of killing enemies across up to 8 small realms. Awakening conditions: 10,000 life essence. Divine taboo, taboo of God, the body and soul break through the shackles of heaven and obtain forbidden qualitative changes. It is a combat realm that only the ancient emperors are qualified to enter according to legend. Awakening conditions: 100,000 life essence. Xianjin, a level of killing that defies the heavens, with unknown power. Awakening conditions: 1 million life essence. The immortal devouring magic art is the #1 method of body refining in the magic world. It is also an extraordinary magic art that can devour the essence of others to improve one's cultivation. Rating: 8-star Extraordinary Magic Skills. He carefully read the introduction of the Divine Heart Demon Bone and the Immortal Devouring Demonic Art that he had obtained. Jishio couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Divine Heart and Demonic Bones are the ceiling-level physiques in novels. This is also the ultimate Taoist body after the bloodline of the novel's main villain, the demon god Jishio evolved. Among them, the 3 killing realms with heaven-defying power are so powerful that even the gods and immortals who are high above them cannot. They are all pure and terrifying weapons that transcend cognition, just like nuclear weapons. Let's talk about the Immortal Devouring Demonic Art. If Jishio remembered correctly, this magic skill is the ultimate mysterious skill that the villain boss realized in despair after being thrown into the eternal abyss and suffering from the torment of thousands of demons for 1,000 years. It was with this profound skill that Jishio gradually grew into the slaughtering demon god that made all the gods and immortals tremble. Let's just say, not yet born. He obtained 2 full-level configurations that only the ultimate villain has. The 2 poles are reversed, and the collapse of the sky has become a perfect start. Jishio was very surprised and thought about it, and finally felt a lot more relaxed. Now that the reward has arrived. So the first thing to do now is, we should make good use of the excellent training environment of the mother's womb to practice the immortal devouring demonic art. This will help my body and meridians to be tempered and strengthened. Make sure that no accidents can hinder my birth in a few months. After I come to this world, I will consider how to awaken the killing realm. Jishio thought quietly and quickly prepared the next survival strategy. He remembered that in the original novel, he was the only son of the Ji family. He is also the only heir to the Ji family military mansion in the future. Therefore, many important figures in the Northern Xia dynasty did not want to be born, including the extremely powerful emperor who was now sitting in the Kyoto Imperial Palace. Ji Shioli had figured out the clues and started to make plans in his mind. Start practicing from the womb. In the future, I will not be cannon fodder, and I will not be a victim. I must not let the tragic fate described in the original novel happen to me. Whether it's an enemy in this world or an enemy in the future, whoever comes, will be killed. From now on, I will be the decisive villain boss. The thought stops here. Ji Shio rubbed his hands and stretched his little feet excitedly, swallowing immortal demonic art. Get ready to start practicing. Your predetermined fate in the novel will change from now on. Beishia Dynasty. The moonlight is bright, it is late autumn, and red maple leaves are flying in Kyoto. The Ji family's military headquarters was under tight security. The entire military headquarters was guarded tightly by well-trained guards wearing armor, the magnificent. Pavilions and towers appear in the mist of late autumn. The sound of running water under the bridge is rustling. Precious fish swim in a pool of spring water, creating rippling green waves. In the small stone pavilion, a beautiful and graceful woman in a simple palace skirt sat on a stone bench and gently scattered fish food into the pond with her bare hands. Under the moonlight, her dignified and beautiful face was full of tenderness. Next to her stood a tall, sturdy and heroic man. The man stared at his wife and her slightly bulging belly nervously with his eyes wide open. He was afraid that his wife might move too fast and get hurt, which might cause problems for the baby in her belly. This man is the current head of the Ji family in Kyoto, and also the iron-blooded general who commands an army of 800,000 of the northern Xia dynasty, Ji Xiao. The beautiful woman is Ji Xiao's wife and the daughter of the president of the Beixia Royal Academy of Cultivation, Lin Ru. Lady, slow down. Don't get out of the way. Ji Xiao spoke with great concern. Husband, don't worry. My child and I are not that fragile. Lin Ru smiled, and at this moment, she suddenly frowned. A trace of pain appeared on her beautiful face, and her bare hands covered her lower abdomen. Lady, what's wrong with you? Ji Xiao was frightened when he saw this and hurried forward to help. A pair of tiger eyes looked his wife up and down nervously, fearing that something unexpected might have happened. Fine. This little guy kicked me. Lin Rusu stroked her belly very gently and smiled helplessly. Ha! I see. Ji Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's right. Husband, have you decided on a name for this little guy? Lin Ru tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes shining with stars as she looked at Ji Xiao very tenderly. Ji Xiao nodded, then smiled and said, Ma'am, I've already thought about it. If it's a girl, just call her Ji Qiu. If it's a boy, just call him Ji Xiu. Chapter 3, Training in the Womb. The strongest king in history is about to be born. In the womb. Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile knowingly when he heard the sounds from outside. In the original novel, his father Ji Xiao and mother Lin Ru both doted on him, the young master of the Ji family. They even wished they could give the whole world to themselves. Even later, the entire family was wiped out. They also chose to sacrifice their lives without hesitation so that they could have a chance to survive. It can be said that they are the best parents in the world. For myself, they really love it. Think of this. Ji Xiu's heart couldn't help but be a little disturbed. Before he traveled through time, he had lost the love and care of his parents. So my heart feels unusually warm at this moment. At the same time, there is also a greater sense of urgency. The tragedy of my future self. A family tragedy. I won't let that happen. Since I have come to this world, then naturally, I have to protect myself and my family for the rest of my life. Ji Xiu made up his mind secretly, then he began to prepare for his practice. In the early and middle stages of the novel, the realm of cultivation is divided into foundation building, chi refining, life soil, star gathering, king level, saint level, legend, hidden god, and emperor level, and now is the best environment and the best time to build the foundation. In the mother's womb, there is the purest innate energy in the world. Once I am born, there will never be such pure innate energy for me to absorb again. Therefore, building a foundation here is undoubtedly the best choice. Do what you say. Ji Xiu raised his little hand and lightly touched his brow. Clang. The stars are shining brightly. Strange magic patterns were drawn out one after another. Afterwards, the starlight and magic patterns formed a strange light array. Immediately afterwards, the light array sank into Ji Xiu's small body that had just taken shape. The first level of the immortal devouring demonic art is to temper the meridians and forge them into divine level meridians. What is the potential of a cultivator? What is his combat power, and how far can he go on the path of cultivation in the future? Whether the meridians are strong and tough plays a decisive role. Ji Xiu thought silently. If you complete the first level of the immortal devouring demonic art, then from now on, the amount of true energy that his meridians can accommodate and the speed at which it runs will be dozens of times that of an ordinary practitioner. It is no exaggeration to say that if successful, one can forge a divine meridian. Then, I will be able to easily defeat dozens of practitioners of the same level in the future. Let's get started. Ji Xiu murmured to himself then, according to the operating path of the first level of the immortal demon swallowing art in his mind, he began to guide the purest innate energy here to temper his meridians. Clank! 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 Ji Xiu put his two little hands together, and blazing starlight burst out. Mysterious magic patterns flow in the tiny veins. From then on, his meridians began the first and most powerful transformation in history. The day passed quickly. This time, the innate chi has completed a large circulation in Ji Xiu's meridians, although it was only a cycle of 1 week. Ji Xiu already felt physically and mentally exhausted, but what surprised him was, my meridians seem to be stronger and wider, and, the most important point, after a day of practice, I now have the ability to observe the meridians in my body. At a glance, what Ji Xiu could see was that there were some magical starlight twinkling in his own weak and thin meridians. There were also mysterious magic patterns and more starlight that were merging with his meridians like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea. Good. This is exactly the effect we want. Ji Xiu exclaimed excitedly. He quickly suppressed his excitement, and continued to use his innate energy and the immortal devouring demonic art to temper his meridians. He knew very well that this was just the beginning. Only when the quantity changes into a qualitative change, that will be the time when the first level of the immortal devouring demonic art is completed, and it will also be the day when the god-level meridians are forged. Before I was born. Refine your divine meridians. The cultivation must reach the perfection of foundation building. Ji Xiu secretly set a small goal for himself. You must know that on the Tianshan continent, even a top genius with extraordinary cultivation talent that only appears once in a million years starts practicing at the age of 3. It will take at least 3 years to complete the foundation building, but for Ji Xiu, a few short months in the womb are more than enough. Because he originally possessed a ceiling-level bloodline and physique, which was called the Divine Heart and Dao Bone, plus, he has the blessing of the 8-star extraordinary martial arts, the immortal devouring demon art, and, being in the womb, the only perfect environment in the world for spiritual practice, the right time, the right place, and the right people, 3 blessings. Ji Xiu had every confidence that he could achieve perfection in foundation building before he was born, and this is not just an ordinary perfection in foundation building. That will be the most perfect foundation building achievement in the true sense in history, no doubt about it. There is no age in the belly, and the years pass by without knowing the years. Ji Xiu didn't know how much time he spent in his mother's belly. He works hard every day to absorb the innate energy to forge his own god-level meridians. One day, the innate chi automatically stops absorbing. Ji Xiu suddenly opened his eyes as if awakened by fate. Look inward at the meridians. I saw that every meridian in my body was shining, starlight within. It's like miracle, and they are arranged perfectly matching the layout of the heavenly path. Not only that, the magic patterns on the meridians have all disappeared, as if they have perfectly merged with his own meridians. This moment, Ji Xiu couldn't help but let out a long breath and chuckled. The foundation is built to perfection. The most perfect foundation building in history has been achieved. In addition, my most terrifying god-level meridians have also been successfully forged. Comfortable, yes, at this moment, Ji Xiu's meridians have become supreme god-level meridians. His cultivation had even reached the great perfection of foundation building. You must know that many cultivators in the Tianshan continent may not be able to reach the state of great perfection in foundation building even if they spend their entire lives, but before Ji Xiu was born, he was already a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, and also forged the most powerful divine meridians in history. If this news gets out, not to mention the Tianshan continent even. If he is a descendant of the gods in the upper world, the orphan of the emperor, the son of a god in the divine dynasty, or the young master of the Changqing family, he would probably cry out loud, but Ji Xiu was not too proud, because this is already part of the plan. After all, I have the right time, place, and people. Isn't this enough to build a perfect foundation? That's too unreasonable. Just then, Ji Xiu suddenly felt a violent vibration, and the amniotic fluid surrounding his body was slowly flowing away. A chill ran down my spine to my forehead. At the same time, there were bursts of surprised voices from the outside world. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Madam is about to give birth. The little prince is about to be born. Everyone in the Ji mansion, get busy. Oh my god. I've finally been waiting for this day. The young prince of our G family is finally coming. Call. Hearing this, Jisho took a deep breath and murmured in his heart, time is up. I am finally going to be born. Chapter 4, Finally born, my son has the potential to be an emperor. It's night, G family military headquarters, Luofeng Palace. Ma'am, push harder. The young master is about to come out. Okay. I'll try harder. Quick. Madam, try harder. I can already see the head of the young prince. He's out. The young master is out. But it was at the moment when Jisho was born, the sacred starry light shot up into the sky from Luofeng Palace. In a moment, the starlight exploded, and the sky was full of stars. The entire night sky was suddenly filled with stars, as if immortals had descended into the world. The stardust in the sky slowly drifts away like falling snow, making the entire Kyoto look as beautiful as a fairyland in the sky. The monsters in the 10,000 mountains outside Kyoto City all crawled on the ground in fear and dared not move, and this is just the prelude. What is really shocking is, deep in the starry night sky, there were actually rays of light that were so terrifying and miraculous that they were reflected, astonishing the whole world. A lotus in the eternal blue sky. The golden sea of suffering shines brightly in the world. A bright moon rises over the sea. The immortal king has arrived in the ninth heaven. The appearance of these four scenes that seem like fairyland instantly shocked countless people in Kyoto and even the entire Tianqian continent. The four scenes of immortality appear in the world at the same time. Even if you look through the history books of all ages, you won't find it. This night, the three top dynasties of Tianqian continent were all shocked. This night, the 7 major cultivation families in Tianqian continent have become a mess. This night, countless bigwigs in Tianqian continent began to become crazy and agitated. Check. Go check whether any great emperor has descended upon Tianqian tonight. Check. Is there an old fellow on the mainland who has achieved enlightenment and become an emperor? Check. Has a fairy treasure appeared in the world? Check. Has the gate to heaven, which has been forbidden for thousands of years, been reopened? Has the path to immortality been resumed? The moment when the light of the four great immortals appeared, the bigwigs of the top circles of the Beixia dynasty, even the big bosses of all the major cultivation families in the entire Tianqian continent were alarmed. These big shots with 800 minds are really afraid that some crisis will come, or they are afraid of missing some opportunity. So, they must know what happened tonight. Soon. The best pavilion in the world, Tianji Pavilion, and he stood up and spoke. Nothing happens tonight. Only the young master of the Ji family of the northern Xia dynasty was born. A short piece of news came out. Countless important figures looked in shock at the Ji family military headquarters, which was shrouded in wisps of immortal light. At the same time, they were silent for a long time. Now that Tianji Pavilion has spoken, then the news cannot be false. After all, Tianji Pavilion is the most credible intelligence organization in Tianqian continent with a history of tens of thousands of years. At this moment, countless bigwigs in Tianqian continent sighed. When I was born, the light of immortality is coming. The figure of the ancient great emperor, miracle. It's truly a miracle. The emperor's son has arrived. It seems, the great era is coming. The profound Tian continent is in turmoil, and Kyoto tonight, it can be said that some are happy while others are sad. The forces hostile to the Ji family were all on edge. If the Ji family produced an emperor-level strongman in the future, it would be a big catastrophe. The forces on good terms with the Ji family were secretly delighted. If the Ji family produced an emperor in the future, wouldn't they be able to rise to prominence? And no matter what, smart people all anticipated one thing: after tonight, the entire Kyoto and even the Beixia dynasty will probably become different. Ji family military headquarters, outside Luofeng Palace, Ji Shao looked up at the divine vision above the bright starry sky with his mouth wide open. After a long time, he finally managed to stammer out a sentence. My son has the qualities of an emperor. It's not just Ji Shao, all the elders of Ji family military headquarters were also stunned. Even the previous head of the Ji family, even Ji Shao's grandfather, Ji Nu, the national defense marshal, was shocked. Although my son and daughter-in-law both have good talent for cultivation, both of them reached the monarch level of cultivation when they were in their 30s, but no matter what, it would not be possible for the Ji family to give birth to a grandson with the appearance of an ancient emperor. That can only be said. God bless my Ji family. Ha 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 ha. Jinu laughed so hard towards the sky that tears came out of his eyes. Take it easy, old man. Seeing her spouse laughing so happily, Jisho's grandmother Muhua couldn't help but step forward and scold her spouse while laughing. He raised his hand and slapped Jishao on the head, urging him to silly boy. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take us to see our Ji family's precious grandson. Hearing this, Jishao suddenly reacted, then he hurriedly pushed the door and walked into Luofeng Palace with the two elders. Chapter 5 Super strong background, top configuration, sweeping everything in the future. In Luofeng Palace. Jishao lay quietly in the arms of his mother Lin Ru. Lin Ru looked at the chubby little creature who looked like a porcelain doll and kissed it again and again. It was as if Jishao was her most precious treasure and she cherished him very much. He. Jishao grinned at his mother, whose eyes were full of him and whose face looked tired and haggard. I thought to myself, my mother has worked so hard. Lin Ru exclaimed. Other babies cry when they are born, but this little guy came into this world smiling. My son is really a little genius. Bang! The palace gate opened. Jishao rushed to the palace bed, grabbed Lin Ru's hand and asked tremblingly, Lady, are you okay? Fine. Lin Ru smiled softly, then gently handed Jishao to Jishao. Husband. Hug your son, good. Jishao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Before taking Jishao, he subconsciously rubbed his hands on his clothes, afraid that his hands would dirty his own son. After taking over Jishao, he was a general of the imperial dynasty who commanded an army of 800,000, but he was grinning like a fool. My son really has the qualities of a great emperor. Ha 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 ha. Jishao proudly lifted Jishao above his head, his tiger eyes full of stars. All right. Don't scare my precious grandson. Seeing this, Muhua quickly took Jishao from Jizhao's hands and held him carefully in his arms. That's right. Don't scare my grandson. Jinu also glared at Jishao with a fierce look. However, when his gaze shifted to Jishao's rosy little face, he instantly became extremely kind and doting. Jishao was really stunned by the speed of the expression change. What a handsome little guy. Let's just say that with just this face, I don't know how many girls on the mainland will be fascinated by him in the future. What a frivolous guy. Muhua couldn't help but laugh and curse when he heard this. However, she also agreed that her grandson's face was the most handsome in the world. Of course, compared to the face, she still feels that her grandson's talent is what makes her most proud. It is worth mentioning that she is the person with the highest cultivation and talent in the entire Ji family. No doubt about it. Jishao also knew about this. In the novel, my grandmother Muhua has extremely high cultivation level, and the background is also terrifyingly strong. Before marrying my grandfather, Grandma Muhua is the junior sister of the previous palace master of the Ice God Palace, the #1 cultivation sect in Tianxin continent. If we just talk about seniority, even the current leader of the Ice God Palace has to call my grandmother Uncle Master. And if it weren't for the incurable hidden disease that affected her grandmother, her cultivation would have stagnated at the peak of the monarch level. She is probably already a legendary saint-level powerhouse now. It is no exaggeration to say that it was considered marrying above my station for my grandpa, the marshal, to marry my grandma. Sure, be good. From now on, Grandma will teach you how to practice in person, okay? Muhua reached out his hand and scratched Jishao's little nose with a doting look on his face, then held him in his arms and teased him for a long time before reluctantly handing him over to Lin Ru, then turned around. She looked very serious and spoke solemnly to Jishao and Jinu. After tonight, anyone with some power in Kyoto and even the mainland should know that our little baby has the talent and qualifications of an ancient emperor. So, there are many people who have little ideas. We must put Xior's safety first from now on. Whoever dares to touch a hair of our little darling, whoever it is, destroy his entire family. Do you understand? Understand. Jishao and Jinu, father and son, nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Of course they also know the importance of the matter. Jishao lay in Lin Ru's arms and murmured, Grandma is awesome. Actually, Ian is planned. I didn't want to make such a big fuss. It would be best if you could develop quietly and then swallow all the enemies in one go. However, his divine physique was too terrifying, and he had forged divine meridians before he was born, which enabled him to achieve a perfect foundation. The combination of the two created an infinite starlight, and the terrifying light of the four great immortals descended. I really can't suppress it even if I want to. It has come to this. Then don't worry about it anymore. The low-key genius style can no longer be achieved. then the invincible style that can defeat all enemies seems to be a good idea too. Jisho seriously changed his mind. This is also true. He is the kind of person who doesn't like being looked down upon by others, even if he is asked to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. He can't do it, therefore, it is better to defeat all enemies. Powerful background, 2 full-level configurations at the beginning, and system support. If this still cannot defeat all enemies in the shortest possible time, then I am damned too. Jisho thought so. Chapter 6. The enemies have all appeared. The immortal Emperor heroine Mu Bing, Kyoto, Beisha Imperial Palace. A middle-aged man stood in front of a flower bed. The moonlight poured down, falling on his cold and majestic face. He was tall and dressed in a black dragon robe, exuding the terrifying aura of a superior. His name is Long Tian, and he is the emperor of the Beisha dynasty. Tonight's Kyoto. It's really lively. Long Tian's voice was icy, and his pair of gloomy eyes were extremely cold. Just then, a shadow fell in the shadow of the lotus pond. Then a very soft voice sounded, "Your Majesty. It has been confirmed over and over again. Nothing happened today. Only the Ji family's young master is born. Tianji Pavilion has confirmed it for us." The words fell. I saw a man wearing a purple python robe, with a feminine and handsome face, slowly walking out of the night. He is Yu Huatian, the head of the West Factory of the Beisha dynasty. He is also one of the top 10 most powerful men in the Beisha dynasty today, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Mr. Rain. Does the young master of the Ji family really have the qualities of an ancient emperor? Long Tian turned around abruptly and stared at Yu Huatian to confirm once more. Yes. When I was born, the light of the 4 great immortals falls from the sky. Even if you search through all the ancient history books, you won't find it. To say that he is a great emperor is probably an understatement. Yu Huatian took a deep breath. His feminine and handsome face was full of emotion. Hearing this, Long Tian punched the stone table, gritted his teeth and said coldly, "A Ji family. What a lucky guy. Yunakyu, tell me the truth, can we take him out?" Yu Huatian shook his head in response. Now, the young master Jisho has become a taboo existence that the Ji family absolutely cannot touch, unless Your Majesty wants to completely break off relations with the Ji family? No. Long Tian thought for a moment and finally waved his hand, and he said with some fear, Jishao and Jinu control Beisha's most elite 800,000 strong Iron Pagoda army. Lin Ru is also the daughter of Lin Mo, the president of Beisha Royal Academy. If I turn against you, the dynasty will be in chaos. And the most terrifying thing is Mu Hua. Behind this woman stands the continent's #1 cultivation family, the Ice God Palace. If the old woman who sits in the Ice God Palace doesn't die, I cannot break off relations with the Ji family no matter what. Yes, Yu Huatian nodded. For the Northern Xiao royal family, the Ice God Palace, the most powerful spiritual sect on the continent, is too intimidating. If the female boss sitting in the Ice God Palace is not dead, even if the Beisha royal family had 10 guts, they would not dare to break off relations with the Ji family. That being said, but there have been rumors on the mainland for a long time. The big boss in the Ice God Palace seems to have had problems with his practice. I won't live many more years. Yu Huatian suddenly spoke up in a sinister tone. This rumor. I have heard that too. However, as long as she is alive, I will never be able to take action against the Ji family. So, we still have to think of other ways. Long Tian touched his chin and spoke very cautiously. That's it. Your Majesty, why don't we use the hidden chess piece that we have been planning for many years? Call him back to Beijing. Put him in the Ji family and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Yu Huatian whispered in Long Tian's ear. Good. That's the only way. Long Tian nodded solemnly, then he immediately issued an order, Amikata. Summon Ji Wuji back to Beijing immediately. I have spent so much effort to train him to be Ji Zhao's most trusted confidant. Now is the time to put it to use. Yes, Your Majesty, the extreme north of the continent, Ice Palace, snow is flying. Deep in the temple, a tall figure stood on the top of a 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountain. She was wearing a white dress and her black hair was tied up high. Her pretty face was as pale as paper and had an abnormal red tinge. She stood on the snow-capped mountain like a holy and flawless ice goddess. The pair of eyes that seemed to have seen all the changes in the world stared in the direction of Beisha Kyoto for a long time and a daze. Junior sister. Congratulations indeed. The woman let out a long sigh and murmured. Her voice was as cold as the eternal black ice, but at this moment it was filled with infinite warmth. Master, what are you thinking about? A childish and crisp voice sounded. Hear this sound? The woman lowered her head and looked at the little girl in white sitting on a piece of ancient black ice. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old, with a waterfall of silver hair falling to her waist. That extremely delicate face is full of childishness, and the bright smile can melt ice and snow. She was so beautiful that she looked like an ice elf that had fallen from heaven to the human world, almost unreal, but no one noticed. The little girl's pair of eyes, as dazzling as ice crystals, contained a majesty and dignity that was not in line with her age. Binger, Master is very happy today. Do you know why? The woman gently stroked the little girl's hair and asked. Why? Mu Bing looked up at the woman. Because Master's sister, that is, your uncle whom you have never met. Her grandson is born. Moreover, that child possesses an extraordinary talent that is hard to come by in the ages. I think your uncle is very happy right now, so Master is also very happy for her. The woman said softly, with a gentle smile on her face. Yeah? What's the name of Master's grandson? Mu Bing asked casually, somewhat absent-mindedly. His name is Ji Xiao. The woman responded. Ji Xiao. The moment I heard the name, the smile on the little girl's pretty face froze instantly, and moreover, her body was actually trembling slightly. A series of images emerged in my mind. One man slaughtered an ancient dynasty, and 8 million monks were wiped out in the blink of an eye. One man fights 9 immortal emperors alone, and the immortal emperors shed tears of blood. A dark dynasty created 10,000 years later. All races are wailing. The devil sits in the middle, and the gods stand on both sides. 9 heavens and 10 earths, he alone reigns supreme. Thinking of these scenes engraved in her heart, the murderous intent in the little girl's eyes gradually intensified. Demon God Ji Xiao, you are finally born. This life, this emperor will never let you go. Even if I perish, I will stop you from establishing the Dark Dynasty 10,000 years later. But, just when Mu Bing was secretly swearing in his heart, the woman's body shook violently and she groaned. A trace of sad blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Master, are you okay? Mu Bing suddenly came to his senses and supported his master. Master is fine. It's an old problem. Binger, it's getting late. Let's go back to the palace. The woman reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then smiled at Mu Bing. Having said that, it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Yes, Master. Mu Bing nodded dejectedly, then took the woman's hand and walked towards the magnificent ice palace as big as a city under the snow-capped mountains. She knew that her master Mu Qiu's lifespan had been greatly shortened due to problems with his cultivation, but what she didn't expect was that her master's injury was so serious. If this continues, she predicted that her master might only have less than 20 years to live. In the shrine. Mu Bing sat on a huge piece of black ice, with his chin supported by his hands. He was lost in thought. Reborn. Ji Xiao, how can I approach you in this life? And then kill you? And master's injury, can it be cured? On the ice. Mu Qiu, the holy woman who looked like the goddess of ice, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. In the future, after I die, who will guard the ice palace? Just relying on Binger? No. This is not enough, not at all. But, maybe if we add another Ji Xiao, it seems like there will be no problem. My thoughts end here. Mu Qiu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Mu Bing, who was sitting on the black ice. The light of hope was shining in his icy eyes. Master, what's wrong with you? Mu Bing felt a little frightened by the crazy look from her master. At this time, Mu Qiu suddenly said something without any preparation. Binger, wait until you are of age. How about you marry your uncle's grandson Ji Xiao? Marry Ji Xiao. Mu Bing exclaimed in frozen place that if she were asked to marry the devil Ji Xiao, she would rather die than do that. But she changed her mind. If we can get close to the Demon King in this way, it doesn't seem impossible, right? At this moment, a bold idea came into her mind, and a cold light like biting ice burst out from her beautiful eyes. My heartbeat suddenly intensified. Chapter 7, The Ninth Level of Qi Refining. opening the system mall, in a blink of an eye. 3 years passed in a flash. With the full protection of the G family, G-Show has celebrated 3 birthdays safely. This year, G-Show is already 3 years old. The wind is cold, the snow is falling, the sky and the earth are all silvery white, and winter is coming. The 100-mile-long streets of Kyoto are deep and quiet, with snowflakes falling slowly and endlessly. I in the G Mansion, the Luofeng Palace, is brightly lit, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. G-Show was sitting alone on the bed, his small body naked, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Name: G-Show. Age: 3 years old. Identity: His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation: Qi refining level 8. Bloodline: Constitution, Divine Heart and Demonic Bone. 3 major realms have not yet been opened. 3 major realm awakening conditions: Demon's Arrival, 10,000 Destiny Essence, God's Ban, 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal's Ashes, 1 million Destiny Essence. Practice method: Immortal Devouring Magic. Practice to the 2nd level. Weapons: None. Essence of Destiny, 2,700 points. Fate level: Black Soul lost and destroyed. System mall, not opened. 3,000 Destiny Essence automatically opens. Task system: Life Earth Realm automatically opens, is not enabled. Sign-in location: Beixia Dynasty, G Mansion, Luofeng Palace. System prompt: 0:10 left until next sign-in. Take a look at the system panel. When the time reaches 0 o'clock, G-Show immediately opened his eyes and silently said in his heart system, "Sign in at Luofeng Palace." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a 1-star reward, the top-level Qi refining pill. The clear system sound rang out immediately. A Qi refining pill the size of a longan and containing divine light appeared in G-Show's system warehouse. Without hesitation, G-Show casually took out the Qi refining pill and threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he took a deep breath and made up his mind: tonight, I must break through to the 9th level of Qi refining. After saying that, he clasped his hands together and began to practice. Clang! At this moment, brilliant starlight bloomed all around him, and wisps of cyclones like dragons surrounded him. By looking inside with spiritual consciousness, one can see that the true energy in the body is boiling like water in a steamer under the effect of the Qi refining pill. The true energy circulates over and over again, passing through the meridians and blooming into bright starlight. In the end, a small tornado formed in the Dantian. You can even hear the whoosh sound of the true energy flowing through the meridians at high speed. An hour later, boom! Followed by a loud noise inside the body. The starlight around G-Show exploded in all directions in an instant. A strange feeling of warmth and numbness spread throughout my body. At this moment, I felt extremely comfortable, as if my soul had been sublimated. G-Show was no stranger to this feeling. He has had this experience many times in the past 3 years, and every time this feeling arises, G-Show knew I succeeded in breaking through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of Qi refining, and reward 300 life points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your Destiny Essence has accumulated to 3,000 points. The system mall has been opened. Listen to the system prompts. G-Show breathed a sigh of relief. It has been 3 years since I was born. However, his sign-in location has always been Luofeng Palace and has not been updated. Therefore, G-Show simply regarded this place as his long-term training base, and the good news is, on the first day of every month, G-Show can sign in at Luofeng Palace to obtain a cultivation pill rated as 1-star by the system. It was also because of this that he was able to reach the 9th level of Qi refining in just 3 short years. What made him most satisfied was that he had developed his potential to the extreme level of Qi refining, below the realm of life and earth. He is a god. Now, he is only 1 step away from breaking into the life earth realm. 99% of the cultivators on this continent are not qualified to start practicing at the age of 3. A monk who can start practicing from the age of 3, generally, only the top cultivation families and geniuses in the Tianxin continent can barely do it with the help of a sector family. And look at G-Show, he is only 3 years old, but he has already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. This is already far ahead of the top geniuses on the continent who have just started practicing and have reached 2 major realms. How horrible is this? And moreover, G-Show is confident that the gap between him and these top geniuses will not narrow in the future, but will widen instead. In addition, it is worth mentioning that during these 3 years, G-Show also discovered that every time he broke through a small realm in the Qi refining realm, he would receive a system reward ranging from 300 to 400 Destiny Essence. After 3 years of accumulation, I have gained 3,000 points of Destiny Essence. This is a considerable amount of foundation. You should know that the Essence of Destiny can not only be used to purchase items in the system mall, but also to open your own bloodline realm. This is G-Show's most important asset on his way to becoming a big villain. call, Jisho took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "Finally, I have saved up 3,000 destiny essences to open the system mall. Although there is still a long way to go before I can unlock the first level of Devil's Reach with 10,000 destiny essence. But at least there is some hope." After saying that, Jisho opened the system mall he had just opened with great anticipation. He wanted to see what good things were waiting for him in the system mall. Ding. System mall loading completed. Ding. Excuse me, host, do you want to start the system mall? Hearing this, Jisho nodded without hesitation. Ding. The mall is launched. Jisho felt his head shake, and a transparent system mall suddenly appeared in front of him. When he carefully looked at the dazzling array of system products, his heart couldn't help but pound and his blood rushed. Chapter 8, Stealing Divine Skills. Who is my fiancé? Jisho browsed the system mall carefully. In the weapons section, Yucheng Sword, 300 Life Essence Broken Rainbow Sword, 300 Destiny Essence Scarlet Sky Sword, 300 Destiny Essence Tae Sword, 600 Destiny Essence, for Methods of the Azure Cloud, 5,000 Essence of Destiny Lynxy Sword, 5,000 Destiny Essence Demon Sword Apophis, 5,000 Life Essence Frostmourne, 5,000 Essence of Fate, Pango Axe, 20,000 Destiny Essence Holy Sword Shen Yuan, 20,000 Destiny Essence Descendant Bao, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Jisho looked carefully at the items in the weapons column. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. It's a pity that I'm short of money. I can't afford good weapons, and there is no need to buy ordinary weapons, and to be honest, he really can't use any weapons now. After all, he is the treasure of the entire G family. The whole family is protecting him, and no one can threaten him at this stage. Therefore, weapons are not a necessity now. Shaked his head. Jisho simply turned his eyes to the column of martial arts. Baji Collapse, 500 Destiny Essence Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger, 1,000 Destiny Essence Flying Dragon Cloud Seeking Hands, 1,000 Destiny Essence Great Desolation Scripture, 2,000 Destiny Essence Burning Decision, 3,000 Destiny Essence Buddha's Wrath Lotus, 3,000 Life Essence, 6 Paths of Samsara Fist, 10,000 Destiny Essence The Greatest Forgetful Record, 10,000 Essence of Destiny Summoning Demon Sutra, 10,000 Destiny Essence, Emperor Fist, 100,000 Life Points Ninth Secret, 100,000 Life Points Reverse 8 Styles, 100,000 Life Points, Divine Elephant's Prison Shaking Power, Not for Sale, The Dharma of Transmutation and Freedom, Not for Sale. Jisho looked at the skills listed in the system and couldn't help swallowing. There really is all sorts of powerful techniques in the universe. And Jisho couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the more expensive something is, the more it makes people excited. Having said that, but Jisho knew his own strength. So after careful consideration, he chose to buy the stealing skill worth 1,000 life essences. Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds. A flying dragon searching the clouds, a stealing skill that allows you to steal everything, can steal the target's hidden items silently, and there is a certain probability of stealing the target's destiny essence. Great stealing skills. Steal everything, including the essence of destiny. Jisho muttered, although 1,000 destiny essences were a bit painful for him, but he felt relieved when he thought that the amount of destiny essence he would be able to steal back in the future would definitely be more than 1,000 points. After all, it would be a shame not to do this business that can make a lot of money with a small investment. When we become wealthy in the future, we will buy only the expensive ones. Jisho waved his little fist, trying hard to restrain his desire to spend crazily, and now, his most urgent need is not weapons or some powerful skills. It's the essence of cultivation and destiny. In addition, he knew very well that as long as his cultivation level improved, he would gain the essence of destiny. Therefore, cultivation becomes particularly important at this moment. Now is the time to work hard to earn destiny essence. This is not the time for wanton spending. Spend your money wisely. Investing in yourself is the most important thing. Jisho murmured, then turned his attention to the column of elixirs, browsed it carefully. Jisho finally spent 500 destiny points to buy a destiny pill rated as 2 stars by the system. This destiny pill can allow him to quickly break through the Chi refining realm and reach the Destiny Earth realm. Once you enter the realm of destiny, you can activate the task system. This is a big breakthrough. After the purchase is completed, Jisho closed the system mall casually, and just when he was happily preparing to take a rest, he suddenly heard footsteps and conversation outside the palace gate. Mother, Xior is only 3 years old. Is it necessary to find him a fiancé so early? Linru stopped in front of Luofeng Palace and looked at Jisho's grandmother Mu Hua with helplessness on her face. Why not? If Xiao'er gets engaged to her, it will bring infinite benefits to our Ji family. Mu Hua explained with a slight smile. But, mother, I can't bear to do that. Xiao'er is only 3 years old. Still a child. Lin Ru bit her lip, her face complicated and full of unwillingness. Now, Ji Xiao is half of her life. She felt sad and unhappy when she thought about her son getting engaged to someone else's daughter the next day. Alright. Let's put the overall situation first. Mu Hua patted Lin Ru on the shoulder. She is also a mother, so she naturally understands Lin Ru's feelings. No mother in the world can give up her precious son to another woman, especially when my son was only 3 years old. Even if that woman, well, you can't call me a woman, it should say girl. Even if that girl has a super powerful background and talent, it will not work. But then again, as the person who controls the Ji family, she must ultimately consider the Ji family in her opinion. This marriage is a great thing with only benefits and no harm. Well, I'll go talk to Xiao'er right now. Prepare for tomorrow. Lin Ru sighed helplessly, then walked towards Luophone Palace, looking at Lin Ru's somewhat lonely back. Mu Hua shook his head and chuckled. Sure enough, they are all children. Got engaged? Who are you engaged to? Ji Xiao lay on the bed and scratched his head. He thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to have a fiancé in the novel. For a moment, he was completely puzzled. Chapter 9. The heroine of the novel is actually my fiancé. Crunch. The palace gate opened gently. Lin Ru was wearing a thick mink coat, and her beautiful face showed the tenderness and dignity of a mother. After entering the door, Lin Ru closed the door gently, fearing that the cold air would enter and freeze her precious son. She tiptoed to the palace bed and looked at her son's sweet sleeping face and couldn't help but smile gently. He leaned over, kissed Ji Xiao on the forehead, and then called in his ear. Xiao'er, wake up! She didn't want to wake Ji Xiao from his sleep, but she also knew the importance of the matter, so she had to wake up Ji Xiao. Mother! What happened? Ji Xiao lazily opened his eyes and asked in a low voice. Good son. Mom, I have something to tell you. Lin Ru rubbed Ji Xiao's soft hair lovingly and spoke seriously. Oh. Ji Xiao nodded. At this moment, he was also curious about who his unknown fiancé was. Xiao'er. Mother and grandmother have found a marriage for you. Lin Ru smiled helplessly. Who is she? Ji Xiao asked very directly. Her name is Mu Bing. He is your aunt's last disciple. He will be the future palace master of the Ice God Palace. Lin Ru pinched Ji Xiao's little face, her tone full of complexity, although she was reluctant to let her son get married, but she also had to admit that Mu Bing was definitely worthy of her son, not to mention that when Mu Bing becomes the palace master of the Ice God Palace in the future, it will bring infinite benefits to the Ji family. Therefore, this marriage is a done deal and is inevitable. Mu Bing. Hear this name. Ji Xiao frowned suddenly. Mu Bing. In the original novel, she is the heroine of the novel. She is also the queen of the immortal clan. She was reborn thousands of years ago during the peak period when the demon god Ji Xiao, that is, her future self, ruled over all races. In the future, she will be the one who attacks me. It would be her who pretended to marry me. She would be the one who would nail the soul-killing nail into him on his wedding night. It was she who was pierced through the heart by a sword in the final battle. In simple terms, the heroine Mu Bing kills people and breaks their hearts. It will be one of the most important culprits of your future fate. It's her. The heroine has arrived. Ji Xiao nodded thoughtfully and thought about it playfully. In the novel, Ji Xiao first met Mu Bing when he was 18 years old. Moreover, Mu Bing appeared as Ji Xiao's elder. If we talk about seniority, Mu Bing is considered as my aunt. It is precisely because of this that Ji Xiao never thought about. She actually shows up at this point in time and is going to get engaged to me. It's a bit interesting. Ji Xiao thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, start thinking about countermeasures. The heroine is coming, we have to be on guard. And just at this moment, Lin Ru suddenly asked earnestly, son, do you know what marriage means? In her opinion, her son was only 3 years old and didn't understand what marriage meant. It would be bad if you treat it as a game and offend others. Therefore, she needs to explain this matter clearly to her son. Of course I know. Marriage means you can kiss, sleeping together. Just like mother and father. Never separate. Ji Xiao responded with a smile. Hear this? Lin Ru blushed. She glared at Ji Zheng in a reproachful manner and wanted to refute, but for a moment, she didn't know how to refute. In the end, he could only pinch Jisho's little face and helplessly uttered, "The words are rough, but the truth is true. But it's good for you to know. From now on, you and her will be together for the rest of your life." In her opinion, it was completely enough for her son to know so much. As long as you take tomorrow seriously and don't mess around, everything will be fine. After that, Linru covered Jisho with a blanket and said, "Son, your aunt and Mu Bing will come to the G mansion tomorrow. You have to behave well." "No nonsense, good," Jisho nodded. Hear this, Linru finally left with satisfaction, and now, Jisho lay on the palace bed, resting his head on his hands, looking at the bright moon outside the window. The moonlight fell into Jisho's clear eyes. Flashing with a cold faintness. "Mu Bing, right? You came just in time. It can be said that it's just in time." Jisho raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He just bought a mysterious skill called Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds. I didn't expect it would come in handy so soon. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise Mu Bing could bring him. After saying that, he took out the Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds hand directly from the warehouse and started practicing. "With my understanding and talent, practice this mysterious skill. One day is enough to get started." Jisho took a deep breath and then slowly closed his eyes. Mu Bing, the heroine of the novel, Empress of the Immortals, it's simply a huge gold mine waiting to be developed. He is looking forward to it. Chapter 10. Sign in at the Daluo Sword Embryo, and the plan begins. Ding. Congratulations on your extraordinary comprehension, and your Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds hand has successfully reached the entry level. Listen to the crisp system prompts in your ears. Jisho slowly opened his eyes, looked at the darkening sky outside the window, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Practice successful. Already. After saying that, he put on his clothes and lay quietly on the bed waiting for his mother to call him. Not long, Linru came to Luofeng Palace. Without saying a word, she stripped Jisho naked and threw him into the bathtub, rubbing him hard. After that, he took Jisho and headed out of Luofeng Palace. "Mother, where are we going to meet them?" Jisho asked curiously. "Martial arts arena. They should be here soon." Linru glared at Jisho unhappily and responded, she thought her son was too slow. At the same time, I was thinking about my son's thick-skinned appearance. What should I do after he gets married? If that girl was a little more assertive, wouldn't his son be bullied to death? The words fell. A clear system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Check-in location refreshed. G Family Martial Arts Arena. Hearing this, Jisho's eyes instantly brightened. 3 years. The new check-in location has finally been updated. Ever since Jisho was born, his sign-in location has always been at Luofeng Palace. It hasn't changed in 3 years, and now that the sign-in location has finally been updated, how can he not be excited? Soon Linru brought Jisho to the martial arts arena. Grandma Muhua has been waiting here for a long time, and when Jisho just stepped in, the system prompt sounded suddenly in my ears. Ding. Sign in at the martial arts arena. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward fragment of heaven. Ding. The rewards have been distributed to the system warehouse. Host, do you want to open the heavenly fragment? Jisho heard this and responded without hesitation. Open. The words fell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the heaven fragment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star weapon Daluo Sword Embryo. Hearing this, Jisho was stunned for a second, then he was ecstatic. Then he hurriedly opened the system warehouse. At this moment, there was only a plain sword embryo lying quietly in the warehouse. The sword embryo is not very long, nor is it sharp. It is simple and plain, gray and dull, but if you look closely, you can find foggy textures and human-shaped creatures on it, like a scene of flying fairies. Daluo Sword Embryo. The greatest killing sword of all time. Even the eternal and arbitrary Emperor of Heaven was once chopped into millions of drops of blood by this sword. This blind box, actually I found a treasure. Jisho suppressed his excitement and sighed, although he really wanted to take out the Daluo Sword Embryo and take a look at it, but now is not the right time. Just when Jisho was secretly rejoicing, Mother Lin He and Grandmother Muhua both looked towards the distant horizon. Mother! Aren't they here yet? Linru asked nervously. As soon as the words fell, I heard a crane cry resounding through the sky. At the end of the sky, a white crane tore through the night and headed towards Kyoto. Here it comes. Grandma Muhua smiled slightly. with emotions surging in her eyes. Ji Xiu looked up, only the white crane was seen above. There were two figures standing there, one big and one small, and Mu Qiu, in a fluttering ice skirt, looks like a banished fairy from the other world, with an ethereal and otherworldly temperament, like a fairy in a painting. The heroine of the novel, Mu Bing, has silver hair, stunning looks, a cool temperament, and a pair of beautiful eyes that shine brighter than the scorching moon. She is young, however. He already possesses world-shaking majesty and stunning appearance. It's hard to imagine what a stunning beauty she will be when she grows up. When the white crane descended upon the martial arts arena, Grandma Mu Hua's eyes were already wet with tears. She shouted to Mu Qiu with a trembling voice, "Senior sister." Mu Qiu smiled and nodded to Grandma Mu Hua. "Junior sister. I am here." The moonlight poured down between the two of them, filling them with the beauty of a long-parted reunion. Grandma Mu Hua and Mu Qiu, a pair of sisters, they separated in their youth and reunited in their old age. As time goes by, the feelings between them not only do not diminish, but become even stronger and more mellow. And the other side, for the first time, Ji Xiu saw the real heroine of the novel, Mu Bing. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous at this moment. After all, this woman is the reincarnated empress of the fairy clan, and her methods are extremely cruel. In the novel, my future is determined by this woman. However, compared to this, Ji Xiu was even more nervous about what he was about to do. Maybe it will be a little exciting. Sure. Go meet your fiancé. Grandma Mu Hua rubbed Ji Xiu's hair and spoke softly. Mother Lin Ru also pushed Ji Xiu's back and whispered, "Go quickly, son. Men need to be bolder at this time. Have an accent. Don't be intimidated by the fact that your future wife is so beautiful." Call. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath and nodded heavily to his mother Lin Ru. Then he strode towards Mu Bing without caring about his relatives. Planning begins. Chapter 11. The scheming Ji Buxiu forcefully kisses the heroine Mu Bing. Demon God Ji Xiu. This life. I finally caught you. Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes that were glowing with fire. Perhaps because she was too excited, her clenched fists trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and said her name in a very cold voice. Mu Bing. Hello, the heroine of the novel, Ji Xiu muttered to himself, and then he took the first step of his plan and took Mu Bing's hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch, just like cherry wine. But Ji Xiu did not have any regrets. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward amid everyone's puzzled gazes, and then he actually gently hugged Mu Bing in full view of everyone. The 3-year-old Ji Xiu was a head shorter than the 7-year-old Mu Bing, so the scene looked very funny. The elders present were also stunned. Hello? I'm Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu introduced himself to Mu Bing in a very childish and enthusiastic manner. At this moment, he also clearly sensed Mu Bing's cultivation level. 7 years old. 7th level of Qi refining. As expected of a reborn heroine in a novel. The talent for cultivation is indeed powerful. Ji Xiu murmured secretly in his heart. What's going on? Was this Demon King so enthusiastic when he was a child? Mu Bing's beautiful eyes widened, her body stiffened, and her mind went blank. Before coming here, she had experienced the encounter with Ji Xiu countless times, but this was totally unanticipated. And nice to meet you. This damn Demon King hugged her without saying a word and without any warning? Of course, not only Mu Bing, even her master Mu Qiu didn't expect this. Grandma Mu Hua was a little amused and helpless when she saw this scene. Mother Lin Ru was quite satisfied and thought that her son had made great progress. As soon as I saw my fiancé, I held her hands and hugged her, and he won't let go once he holds on to you. Ji Xiu was the only one in the room with a clear mind. Flying Dragon reaching the cloud's hand, start up. Ding. Theft failed. Ding. Theft failed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing the relic of reincarnation, a soul-killing nail. Ding. Stealing failed. Ding. Stealing failed. Ding. Stealing failed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing 3,000 points of destiny essence. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. Ji Xiu felt extremely happy at this moment and exclaimed repeatedly, comfortable. After successful theft, Ji Xiu suddenly found that the air was a little quiet. So he pretended nothing had happened and quietly withdrew his hand and let go of Mu Bing. Then he asked Mu Bing in a baby voice. Mother said, "Wait until you are an adult. You and I will be married. You are my fiancé. Is this true?" Hearing this, Mu Bing frowned and asked coldly, "So what?" "I heard a positive answer." Ji Xiu nodded and then spoke to himself. "That's it. That's right." After saying this, Ji Xiu, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, raise your little hand holding Mu Bing's face, then stand on tiptoe. He gave Mu Bing's pretty face a hard kiss, first. See this scene, the entire martial arts arena was stunned. Whether it's Mu Qiu, Grandma Mu Hua or Mother Lin Ru, their eyes were slightly glazed and their mouths were open so wide that an egg could almost fit in them. Junior sister, this, Mu Qiu widened his eyes and pointed his finger at Ji Xiu, wanting to ask why this little guy of yours was messing around. He. Senior sister. Our Xior is more enthusiastic. They are all children. Grandma Mu Hua responded with some amusement, but it must be said that the behavior of her precious grandson tonight was indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ru coughed 3 times and agreed with a little embarrassment. Yes, yes. My son has been passionate since he was young. Excuse me. Excuse me. After saying that, she thought to herself, Ji Xiu, you little rascal, I told you to be bolder and more stylish, but I didn't tell you to be a hooligan. Thinking of this, Lin Ru couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, let go of that girl. After saying that, Lin Ru hurried forward and pulled Ji Xiu to his side. Then, without saying a word, she slapped Ji Xiu on the butt twice. You little brat. Are you ashamed? From now on, just stop calling me Ji Xiu. It's better to change your name to Ji Bu Shame. After being beaten, Ji Xiu began to perform. His eyes were red and misty, and he asked back with great grievance, Mother, isn't marriage supposed to be a relationship where you can kiss and sleep together? Am I wrong? Lin Ru. Grandma Mu Hua, ha ha ha. Autumn, Mu Bing? There was silence for 3 seconds. Lin Ru was a little confused by the question. She suddenly remembered the conversation with Ji Xiu last night and her cheeks turned red. However, as a mother, she felt that she should still use her authority to teach this brat a lesson. You've learned to talk back. Ji is not ashamed. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Come on. Follow me back to the palace. After saying that, she grabbed Ji Xiu's ear and walked towards Luofeng Palace. Before leaving, Ji Xiu waved to Mu Bing and said, Mu Bing, let's sleep together later when we have time. Hearing this, seeing this posture, Grandma Mu Hua couldn't help but smile and shook her head when she saw Lin Ru, who was taking Ji Xiu with her and trying to escape. I was thinking, my precious grandson's but is going to be in trouble tonight, Mu Qiu on the side exclaimed. This kid has some strange ideas. Having said that, she actually didn't think much about it. After all, what bad intentions could a 3-year-old have? After saying that, she turned around and looked at her family, who was still standing there in a daze. The beloved disciple, whose cheeks were red from being kissed, asked softly, Binger, are you okay? Mu Bing shook her head. Master, Binger is fine. However, she said so, but no one could know how fast her heart was beating at this moment. I don't know what kind of complicated mental journey she just went through. She wiped the wetness off her face, bit her lip and said to herself angrily, damn it. This emperor was actually kissed by this great devil. In the future, this guy still wants to sleep with me? Really, what a courage. What a brazen fellow. Chapter 12, 7 Days of Confinement, Promotion to the Realm of Life, Angry Mu Bing, Ji Mansion, Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiu lay on the palace bed even though his butt was beaten so hard by his mother Lin Ru that it hurt, and he was ordered not to leave the palace for 7 days, but the smile on his face never stopped, and he felt very happy in his heart. Open the system character panel at will. Name, Ji Xiu, age, 3 years old, identity, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia. Dynasty, cultivation, Qi refining 9th level, bloodline constitution, divine heart and demonic bone. 3 major realms have not yet been opened. Conditions for opening the 3 major realms: demon's arrival, 10,000 destiny essence, god's ban, 100,000 destiny essence, immortal's ashes, 1 million destiny essence. Practice method, immortal devouring magic skill, has been practiced to the 2nd level. Flying dragon exploring the clouds skill, entry level, weapon, Daluo sword embryo, essence of destiny, 4,500 points. Fate level, Black Soul lost and destroyed. System mall, opened. Task system, Life Earth realm automatically opens, is not enabled. Warehouse, Destiny pill, 1. Soul killing nail, 1. System prompt, more information can be expanded. He carefully scanned his character panel. Ji Xiu just felt relaxed all over this time when he signed in. He not only got the greatest killing sword of all time, the Daluo sword embryo, he also used the flying dragon cloud exploring. Hand to steal 3,000 points of Destiny Essence and a soul-killing nail from the heroine Mu Bing. The most important thing is that it also gave Mu Bing a big warning. It is no exaggeration to say that it is really comfortable. If I remember correctly, in the novel, Mu Bing will drive 10 soul-devouring nails into her body on her wedding night. These 10 soul-killing pills can destroy almost half of my cultivation. So, this is a good thing. Ji Xiu touched his chin inside, immediately checked the information of the soul-killing nail, soul-devouring nail, an imperial hidden weapon, a relic of reincarnation, forged by immortal Emperor Mu Bing, with extremely strong killing power, capable of killing gods and emperors. Total number of 10. System rating, 7 stars. System evaluation, God's Weep Blood. Conditions of use, can be used in the Star-Gathering realm. Predicted power, below Saint level, can kill indiscriminately. System prompt, a soul-killing nail can only be used once. You can use the Star-Gathering cultivation skill, and the killing power is extremely strong. Kill anyone below the Saint level. This is a super hardcore life-saving trump card. Ji Xiu nodded and murmured that he knew that Mu Bing's soul-killing nail was extremely lethal. Even an emperor-level strongman can be killed. Of course, this also depends on the user's cultivation and strength, but I should say, if a cultivator in the Gathering Stars realm uses the soul-devouring nail, he can kill people below the Saint level. This power has indeed far exceeded his expectations. Although it can only be used once, you can only kill one person at a time. But it is indeed a very precious life-saving trump card. Ji Xiu put it away very solemnly, then he looked at the Daluo sword embryo he had obtained by signing in. Daluo sword embryo, a relic from heaven, the most ominous killing sword through the ages. System rating, 8 stars. System evaluation, infallible and eternal. System prompt, this sword is unknown. The host is advised to try to use it after reaching the king level. It is indeed the sword I am familiar with. Ji Xiu smacked his lips. Of course he knew that this sword was of unknown origin. After all, the once arbitrary and eternal Emperor of Heaven was once slain by him and turned into a bloody rain. However, we have to admit that this sword is very powerful and terrifying. The killing power contained in it is unparalleled. Take out the Daluo sword embryo. When Ji Xiu grasped the hilt of the sword, dots of fairy light and rain are floating in the air. The terrifying killing force filled his whole body. Heartbeat and blood flow speed up instantly. In an instant, he knew that this sword would be one of his strongest aids in the future. Put away the Daluo sword embryo. Ji Xiu calmed down. He looked at the bright moon outside the window and began to analyze the current situation. The Beixia royal family is eyeing me covetously. But as long as my aunt Mu Chou is still alive, they won't dare to attack me openly. But we should pay attention to the undercover agent planted by the Beixia dynasty in the Ji family military headquarters, Ji Wuji. He's a big problem. As for the heroine of the novel, Mu Bing, she is full of tricks and always wants to kill me. However, she is only 7 years old now after being reborn. At the age of 7, he has reached the 7th stage of qi refining. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he is already a top-level genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. But it can't make any splash in front of me. And she can't even activate the soul-killing nail, the only threat to her, for the time being. As for the remaining male protagonist of the novel who is a bastard of the immortal race, he is not on the same map as me now. So, there's no need to consider that one in particular. To sum up, I have nothing to do for the time being and I still have plenty of time. However, I really need to hurry up. My thoughts stay here. Call. Ji Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's proceed step by step. One step away from reaching the Fate Earth realm. Now, I have just been confined by my mother for 7 days. Then in these 7 days, I will break into the land of destiny. A glimmer of confusion appeared in Ji Xiu's clear eyes. Immediately, he took out the destiny pill from the warehouse, which he had bought for 500 destiny essences. Swallow it in one gulp. The immortal devouring demonic art is activated. Start practicing. Time flies. When the sun sets on the 7th day. Call. Ji Xiu exhaled a turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, one could see the bright moonlight flashing in his eyes. In his body, all the bones and meridians have starlight flowing. Just 7 days. He then broke through the 9th level of qi refining, successfully opened up a place for cultivation in the Dantian. This moment, his level of true essence seemed to have achieved a qualitative leap. Life's border, arrive. Ji Xiu whispered softly. Just by stretching your muscles casually, you can hear crackling sounds, and a feeling of extreme comfort spreads throughout your limbs. The unprecedented feeling of powerful strength surging in his body made him feel more confident. At this moment, Ji Xiu's ears suddenly heard a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the realm of life on Earth, and receiving 500 life points as a system reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Life Earth realm. The mission system has been activated. Ding. System prompt, the sign-in location has been refreshed, Kyoto Dark Arena. Hearing this, Ji Xiu stretched himself lazily, frowned and said to himself in surprise, the check-in location has been refreshed again. Just in time. At the same time, Ji Mansion, Luoyue Palace. Mu Bing held an ice sword and stabbed fiercely towards the direction of Luofeng Palace. The reddish sunset was cut in 2 inches, and the icy light shining into the eyes was very cold. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth and said angrily, Ji is not ashamed. You shameless little thief. How dare you steal my soul-killing nail? That's right, she finally discovered that one of her most hidden weapons was missing, but she is in the Ji family military mansion. It can be said that there is no way at all this happened just as Ji Xiu had planned. You are the one who stole it. Even if you find out. What can I do? Chapter 13 Mission System, the Eldar Girl, the future Empress, Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiu decided to open the task system he had been thinking about. After all, he still needs 5,000 life points to activate Demons Coming. Completing tasks and earning Destiny Essence is a good choice. Ding. The task system has been loaded. Host, do you want to start the system at this moment? Hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded without any hesitation. Ding. The mission system starts. Ji Xiu felt his head shake, and a virtual mission light screen immediately appeared in front of him. This time, he discovered that this newly opened task system was divided into 2 task lists, bounty tasks and active tasks. A bounty mission, to put it simply, is a mission issued by the system. Active tasks are tasks that you can take on your own initiative. This time, Ji Xiu noticed that the bounty task list was blank. This means that the system is not actively issuing bounty tasks. Now, fortunately, there is a task listed in the active task list. Active mission, Eldar Girl. Mission description: save the Eldar Girl who was imprisoned in the arena and became a gladiator. Guyao. Mission location, Beixia Dynasty, Kyoto Dark Arena. Mission bounty, 6,300 Destiny Essence. Task deadline, none, Elven Girl. Gu Yao. When Ji Xiu saw this familiar name, a playful smile appeared on his face. In the novel, Gu Yao is the future queen of the spirit tribe, and also an unrivaled genius who practices both magic and martial arts. She saved the ruined and lost Eldar from the water and fire, and single-handedly made the Eldar the #1 royal family in Tianxian. She struck a horrible blow with her sword, wiping out an ancient dynasty of the Devil Dao. On the battlefield of gods and demons, she slowly chanted the forbidden spell, thousands of stars fell, and millions of demon generals were instantly reduced to ashes. She is the most talented woman in 10,000 years, and the white moonlight of countless righteous geniuses on the continent. She is extremely stunning and dazzling. The most important point is that she is the only best friend of the heroine Mu Bing in the novel. Ji Xiu stroked his chin. As I recalled the settings about the elf girl Gu Yao in my mind, my heart became more and more excited. Gu Yao. The future queen of the Eldar. Mu Bing's only best friend. One of the most powerful enemies in the future. If I take her for my own use, my future path will be much easier. Ji Xiu muttered to himself, the abacus in his mind clanging loudly, and the smile on his face was even brighter. The thought stops here. Ji Xiu chose to take on this task without hesitation. Ding. System prompt, the task has been received successfully. Ding. System prompt, the mission, Elven Girl, is officially launched. I heard the crisp sound of system prompts in my ears. Ji Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. About Gu Yao, her past in the novel remains a mystery. Even her best friend Mu Bing doesn't quite understand it. Therefore, Mu Bing should not know about what happened to Gu Yao in the Dark Arena when she was a teenager. I should race against time now. Raise as much money as you can to take a trip to the Dark Arena, but where does the money come from? Just as Ji Xiu's thoughts were flowing, familiar footsteps were heard outside the palace. Ji Xiu was delighted, thinking that his financial sponsor had arrived, so he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Bang! The palace gate opened. Grandma Muhua walked to the palace bed with her hands behind her back, looking at Ji Xiu who was lying on the bed, and said unhappily, "Little guy. Grandma is here. Are you still going to pretend to sleep?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled helplessly, then had to open his eyes and stretched out his hand to Mu Hua, saying in a baby voice, "Grandma, hold me." Seeing Ji Xiu acting like a spoiled child like this, Muhua couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. Then, she picked up Ji Xiu and asked with a smile, "Little guy, does your butt still hurt?" Ji Xiu nodded heavily and complained to his grandmother at pain. "My mother beat me so hard." He wasn't lying about that. If it were any other child, his butt would have been covered with blood after being spanked so hard by his mother. Stop it. They are all powerful people in the Fate Earth realm. This beating is nothing. Muhua ruthlessly exposed Ji Xiu. Having said that, there was pride in his eyes. After observing her for several years, she felt more and more that her grandson's talent was much more terrifying than she had expected. Hey, Ji Xiu scratched his head embarrassedly. He never concealed his cultivation from his family, therefore, it is normal for Grandma Muhua to sense her own cultivation level. A grandmother. 7 days of no see, sure misses you so much. Ji Xiu hugged Muhua and acted coquettishly, his big eyes full of cunning. He is laying the groundwork for his next plan to ask for money. Speak. What do you want, kid? Muhua asked with a smile. She knew Ji Xiu too well. So, she naturally knew that Ji Xiu had a request of her: gold. Lots and lots of gold coins. Ji Xiu spoke with a smile on his face. What do you need the gold coins for? Muhua was a little surprised. Ji Xiu was silent for a while, but finally decided to tell the truth. Grandmother, Xiu'er wants to go to the dark arena. I see, Muhua nodded. This is not surprising. Many children of powerful people in Kyoto would go to the dark arena to buy some potential gladiators and train them to be their own warriors. She didn't think it was a big deal. Her only concern was the safety of her grandson. After all, the dark arena in Kyoto is full of mixed people and it is extremely difficult to control the situation. However, after careful consideration, Muhua has also thought of a countermeasure. Then she took out a black card and put it in Ji Xiu's hand. Xiu'er, there are 100 million gold coins in here. If you're going to buy something this time, buy the best quality gladiators. Let Grandma see your vision. It's also for you to practice. Muhua scratched Ji Xiu's nose with a look of doting on his face. 100 million. Ji Xiu was shocked. He thought it was great that his grandmother gave him a 7-digit gold coin when he was 3 years old, but who would have thought that my grandma would spend 100 million at once? At this time, Ji Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My grandma is so rich. You should know that there are many families in the Beixia dynasty who can come up with 100 million gold coins, but the Ji family is the only family that would give 100 million to a 3-year-old child to practice. Grandma is awesome. Ji Xiu excitedly kissed Muhua on the face, causing Muhua to laugh out loud. Xiu'er, Grandma allows you to go to the dark arena. But you can't go alone. Grandma has to find someone to accompany you. Muhua finished speaking. An old man dressed in black walked into Luofeng Palace from the deep night. The old man has a very ordinary face, the kind that would be inconspicuous in a crowd, but the cold aura and the indescribable feeling of oppression emanating from his body are real. Not only that, Ji Xiu, who had extraordinary perception, seemed to smell the thick smell of blood on him. This bloody smell is so terrifying that it seems like it came from a sea of blood in corpses. A powerful monarch. He is definitely a powerful monarch. And he's a killer. Ji Xiu was shocked. This old man has a very high level of cultivation. In fact, it is even more powerful than one's own parents. Moreover, he guessed that the old man majored in killing and was once a killer. He is? Ji Xiu asked curiously. Introduce yourself. He will be your steward of Luofeng Palace in the future. Just call him Mr. Wei. Muhua smiled and spoke. After that, the old man in black bowed respectfully to Ji Xiu and said, Old servant Wei Qin, I pay my respects to His Highness the young master. Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned frivolously. I thought, a king-level killer guard, quite interesting. Chapter 14, The Assassin Boss and the Butler. All the big shots are coming to the arena. A powerful monarch. Major in killing. Once a killer. Could he be from the #1 assassin organization in the profound Sky Continent? Ji Xiu looked at the old man in black with interest and guessed secretly. You should know that on the Tianxian continent, powerful monarchs are rare. A powerful king-level person is fully qualified to establish a sect. Even among the 3 top dynasties of Tianxian continent, he is considered a big shot. It will be snatched up by all the major families. It is impossible for him to be as unknown as Mr. Wei. So, there is only one possibility. That means this old man Wei in front of us can only be from the #1 assassin organization in Tianxian continent. When Jishio thought of this, his eyes lit up. In fact, only the strong men of this mysterious killer organization would be so lucky. Moreover, Jishio guessed that even in the number one assassin organization with so many assassins, the status of this Mr. Wei is probably not LOW.AT this time. Jishio looked at Wei Qin again. Wei Qin was also looking at Jishio and was even more shocked.
A 3-year-old strong man in the Fate Earth realm?
Our young prince really has the qualities of an ancient emperor.
No. Far beyond the emperor's appearance.
He has lived through most of his life and has met many geniuses. However, these geniuses really pale in comparison to Jishio. They are simply not in the same league. Call. He took a deep breath and then said to Jishio, "Your Highness, I am willing to serve you at my utmost. I would rather be a sword in your hand. In the future, I will definitely clear away all obstacles in front of you." Hearing this, Jishio's mood did not change, but he directly asked the question in his mind.
May I ask if Mr. Wei is from the human world?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Muhua. Grandma Muhua looked at Jishio in surprise. She never expected that her grandson would know about the number one killer organization in Tianxian continent, the world. Muhua smiled and nodded to Mr. Wei, indicating that there was no need to hide it. Reporting to His Royal Highness the young master.
I am indeed from the human world.
And he was once the chief instructor in the human world. Mr. Wei told his origins. It is indeed so. Jishio smiled with satisfaction. He thought that if Mr. Wei wanted to work by his side in the future, then it's best to be honest. Don't keep any secrets to yourself. It's great that Elder Wei is a powerful monarch. It's better that he is a killer from the human world. This way I will have an extra sharp sword by my side from now on. Jishio thought so, but what surprised him even more was, Mr. Wei is not only a killer in the world, he was once the chief instructor in the world. That is to say, he is the third in command in the world. In this continent's top killer organization, only 2 founders have a slightly higher status than him. He has trained countless top killers. There is no doubt that he is a real big shot in the killer world of Tianxian continent. Jishio took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand to Elder Wei and said solemnly, "Mr. Wei, please take care of me in the future." Seeing this, Elder Wei also shook Jishio's hand seriously. Under the moonlight, maple leaves are flying high in Luophone Palace. The picture of the old and the young shaking hands solemnly may seem a little strange. However, it was a historic moment for Jishio and Wei Qin. Grandma Muhua was watching this scene with a satisfied smile on her face. She had a hunch in the future, with the help of Wei Qin, my precious grandson will subvert the entire continent. Day 2, night falls. Jishio walked out of
Luophone Palace wearing an elegant black robe. Mr.
Wei waited outside the palace for a long time.
Let's go, Mr. Wei. Let's set off for the Dark Arena in Kyoto.
Jishio smiled and spoke to Wei Qin. Upon hearing this, Old Wei nodded seriously and then stood by Jishio's side to protect him. The two of them headed towards the Dark Arena together. South Kyoto Castle. In the Dark Arena, Jishio took a look and saw 3,000 bright lights. It was extremely lively. Tens of thousands of people in Kyoto sat in the Colosseum and roared and cheered wildly. In the arena, 2 gladiators were fighting bloody battles. The sound of every weapon clashing, every sound of blood splattering, every time the weapon pierces the skin, and the sound of tearing flesh will make the cheers in the arena louder and crazier. And the top brass of the Dark Arena. A group of bigwigs in Kyoto looked down at the fighting in the arena. They held crystal glasses in their hands, tasting the most precious wine while admiring this bloody feast. Among them are high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Kyoto. There are also sons of chaebol families. There are also bigwigs from Kyoto's underground forces. Jishio, the eldest son of the first warlord family in Beixia, entered the scene. He was arranged to the Tianxian Pavilion among the 4 pavilions of Tiandi Shenhuang in the Dark Arena. Obviously, Grandma Muhua had made the best arrangements before Jishio came. Clang. When the crystal chandelier at the door of the box lit up, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of dignitaries. Hiss! The big shot from the Tianzi box has arrived. Could it be that a big shot from the palace has arrived? Or maybe the saints and saint daughters from the 7 great cultivation families have arrived? Today, the crystal lamps of the 4 Tiandi Shenhuang pavilions are all lit. Could it be that they are all here? Ha 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 ha. Shoo! Stop talking. These top figures are not something you and I can discuss or speculate about. That makes sense. That makes sense. In Dishuan Pavilion, there are two stunning beauties sitting there. One of them looked to be about 20 years old, wearing an extremely luxurious long dress with a phoenix pattern. She has beautiful eyebrows, full of heroism and elegance. A pair of beautiful eyes seemed calm and peaceful like a secluded lake, but they contained a coldness as severe winter. Her nose is extremely beautiful, making her look noble and elegant. Coupled with her slightly moist lips like roses after rain, the whole face has a shocking beauty that makes people feel like a dream. As beautiful as a goddess, stunning, this is the most intuitive feeling she gives people. The other one is a 13-year-old girl. She was dressed in a white feathered robe, holy and flawless. Her eyes are like cold stars and her lips are like cherry petals. Her face is extremely beautiful, although a little immature. But anyone who has seen her will have no doubt that when she grows up, she must be an extremely beautiful lady, who is so stunningly beautiful that she can topple a whole country. Master,
someone from Tianshan Pavilion is coming. Who do you think it will be? The girl asked curiously. Hee. The woman smiled and said casually, young Master Ji. Ji Xiu. Ah, the girl exclaimed in surprise, it's actually him. It's going to be a lively day today. Xuanzi Pavilion, the two men in red robes of holy fire remained silent. One of the middle-aged men asked a handsome young man with a little concern, young master, someone is coming from Tianshan Pavilion.
That person wouldn't be in agreement with our goal today, right? Snort, the young man snorted.
So what?
The brother and sister of the Spirit Clan belong to none other than the Red Dress sect.
It's no use no matter who comes.
The Holy Fire is the order, the ultimate in red. They are from the Red Dress sect, one of the 7 major spiritual sects in the Tianshan continent. In the Huangzi Pavilion, a feminine and handsome man in a dragon robe drank tea silently. The picture zooms in. He turned out to be a famous figure from the current Kyoto royal family, the factory manager from West Factory, Yu Huatian. Mr. Factory, why are we here today? Yu Huatian smiled, looked towards the direction of Tianshan Pavilion and said, Your Majesty's order. I'm here to see the young master of the Ji family in person. Chapter 15. Sign in to Ghost Flute Chen Sheng, the Empress and Sword Master in the arena. Ding.
We have arrived at the Kyoto Dark Arena. Ding. Host, have you signed in? Hear the system prompt sound in your ear. Sign in. Ji Xiu nodded decisively. Ding.
Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6-star reward Ghost Flute Chen Sheng.
Ding.
Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6-star reward Soul Captivating Trilogy. The system sound fell. Ji Xiu hurriedly opened the system warehouse. At this moment, there was only a slender black flute lying in the warehouse. Ghost Flute Chen Sheng, a relic of the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation. It has no restrictions on cultivation level. If used in conjunction with the Soul Captivating Trilogy, its power is bizarre and extraordinary. Soul Stealing Trilogy Requiem. You can control the dead monks and fight for them. Can be practiced in the Juxing realm. Soul Stealing Song. Can intercept the soul of a monk and turn him into a puppet. Can be practiced in the Lord realm. Soul Summoning Song. There is a certain chance to revive the monk who just died. Can be practiced in the Holy realm. 2 hits in 1 shot. 1 fish, 2 kills. 1 sign, 2 wins. Ji Xiu was in a good mood this time when I signed in. I actually got 2 6-star rewards directly. Although Ghost Flute Chen Sheng and Soul Capture Trilogy are 2-star levels weaker than the Daliwa Sword Embryo that I signed in before. However, there are the Chun Sheng and the Soul Stealing Trilogy. There will be more things you can control in the future. Control corpses, rob souls, summon spirits. It's so cool. Call. Ji Xiu let out a long sigh. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and then shifted his attention to the dark arena. Now is not the time to be complacent, but it is time to do your best to complete the system tasks. After all, he is determined to get the 6,300 Essence of Destiny. Mr. Wei, tell me, what are the rules of the dark arena? Ji Xiu asked. Reporting to His Royal Highness the Young Master. The rules are simple. After every life and death battle in the arena, the surviving winner will be auctioned off in public. The highest bidder wins. It's worth mentioning that all the gladiators here have never practiced before. They can be said to be a blank slate. In a life and death battle, they can only rely on their fighting skills and physical strength to kill their opponents. Elder Wei explained to Ji Xiu very seriously. Very good. Ji Xiu nodded and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Old Wei nodded and thought, Young Master, you should have a target now.
time flies. 9 battles are over. The 9 victorious gladiators were snapped up by the dignitaries of Kyoto at high prices. One of them even bid 5 million gold coins, shocking tens of thousands of people in the Colosseum. While everyone was still immersed in the exciting and bloody battle just now, a tall and beautiful woman came out. She was wearing a black cheongsam, high heels, and black stockings on her long, slender legs. The hot body is outlined vividly. Her appearance instantly heated up the atmosphere. In the arena, countless men's faces turned red instantly, their throats kept swallowing, and they felt hot and uncomfortable when they saw this woman. Dark Arena, Chief Auctioneer Luo Yuzhu. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless men in Kyoto. Once there was a prince who wanted to have sex with her. As a result, the next day, the prince died in his own mansion. His meridians were broken, his bones turned to ashes, and only a piece of human skin was left. Even the all-powerful West Factory in Kyoto couldn't find any clues about the murderer, or they didn't dare to investigate further. Since then, Luo Yuzhu has become one of the most untouchable people in Kyoto. Elder Wei whispered the introduction into Jishou's ear. Hearing this, Jishou slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the hot, beautiful, and friendly woman standing in the center of the arena. Poison God. Luo Yuzhu. Jishou murmured in a dazed eye. In the original novel. 10,000 years later, Luo Yuzhu became the god of poison. Her master is a villain boss of the same level as herself. Shinji turned out to be. 10,000 years ago, Luo Yuzhu was the chief auctioneer of the Dark Arena. Jishou nodded, but just as his thoughts were turning, Luo Yuzhu, standing in the center of the arena, said next. It's the final battle of the night. Eldar Orphan vs Orc Berserker. The words fell. The entire arena was boiling in an instant. Even the bigwigs in Kyoto began to perk up. Here it comes. Jishou came back to his senses and stared at the fight intently. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu stretched out her slender jade hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Boom. The fences on the east and west sides of the arena burst open. Boom. 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 The sound of heavy footsteps came from the darkness. The arena fell silent in an instant. When a 3-meter-tall orc walked out of the fence. Hiss. There was an instantaneous sound of countless people gasping for air on the field. This orc is tall and strong. His whole body is full of powerful muscles. He had a ferocious face and bloodthirsty eyes. 2 sharp animal fangs protruded from the mouth like crescent moons and were exposed to the air. He held a giant battle axe in his hand, looking like a terrifying bloodthirsty beast god. And the other side. A young girl walked out. The girl was wearing a ragged linen dress that barely covered her body, which was already beginning to take shape. Her feet were bare and her face and hair were covered in dirt, but even so, it still couldn't conceal her unparalleled beauty. She held an iron sword in her hand, and her beautiful eyes, as blue as autumn water, were full of determination and indomitable spirit. The queen of the Eldar clan. Gu Yao. Jishou's eyes flickered. Today, he came here just for this girl, and just at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a thin and timid little boy standing behind Gu Yao. This is Gu Yao's biological brother, Gu Jian. The future sword god of the spiritual race, Gu Jian, who is revered as the spiritual sword master by hundreds of millions of cultivators from all races. He is born with supreme bones, and his talent is extremely powerful. In the novel, he will die in my hands in the future, right? He's here too. It seems that I have made a profit today. Jishou touched his chin and began to get excited. In Dishuan Pavilion, the mysterious woman sipped her tea, her beautiful eyes looking towards the direction of Tianshan Pavilion from time to time. Finally, she lifted her red lips and said to herself, it seems, the young master of the Ji family came here for today's final battle. In the Shin Pavilion, the moment Shin Nanfeng, the son of the Red Sect, saw Gu Yao and Gu Jian, a pair of orphans of the spirit race, his eyes were full of greed and desire. Here it comes. We must win this pair of siblings at this auction. Sister uses it as a cultivation furnace. My brother dug out the supreme bone. When I succeed in the future, I will be the only young master of the Red Dress Sect. He. Shin Nanfeng's smile was extremely creepy. The reason why he came to the Kyoto Dark Arena today, I received a secret report from the sect. He has been coveting the legendary Supreme Bone for a long time. Naturally, I won't let it go. In the Huangzi Pavilion, Yu Huatian, director of the West Factory, tapped the table lightly with his hand. Sisters and brothers of the Spirit Clan. Is the young master of the Ji family here for them? After saying that, he glanced at Gu Yao and Gu Jian from a distance.
Then he shook his head. With just one glance, he could tell that although Sister Gu Yao had good bones, however, his meridians are severely damaged and his blood is severely overdrawn, so he is very likely to stop at the king level in the future. His younger brother Gu Jin's physique is not even as good as Gu Yao's. Even though he has the blood of the spirit race, he doesn't seem to have anything special about him. If it weren't for this pair of siblings. Ji Xiu, are you here just for this stinky orc? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Huatian frowned, feeling more and more strange. Of course, it's not surprising that he is so confused, because he didn't know that Gu Yao would become the unrivaled queen of the spirit clan in the future. What is even less known is that Gu Jin's supreme bone will only appear after he actually starts practicing. Chapter 16 is expected of her. Ji Xiu made 10 million first. In the arena, Luo Yuju's every frown and smile would make the men present feel itchy. She ignored the burning gazes of the audience and spoke in a very friendly manner. Orc Gudan. Possess a small amount of beast god blood. Great power. Bloodlust and fury. I've killed hundreds of gladiators in the training grounds. He is one of the best fighters in our arena. Title, Berserker. The words fell. Tens of thousands of people in the arena were terrified. They knew that gladiators would undergo rigorous and brutal training before entering the arena. Only warriors who have experienced the brutal fighting in the training ground are qualified to step into the arena, and this orc actually killed hundreds of gladiators before entering the arena. You can imagine how strong the fighting power of this orc is. After introducing the Orcish berserker, Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Then she said, an orphan of the Eldar clan. As everyone knows, the Spirit Clan was once the #1 royal family in the profound Sky Continent. Sister Gu Yao is a combat genius. She killed all those who challenged her on the training ground. Under his protection, my younger brother Gu Jian has never killed anyone, and has never stained his body with a single drop of blood. Known as the Angel of Death. Having said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Spirit Clan was the first royal family of the profound Tian continent 1,000 years ago. The gifted bloodline is powerful, even its blood can heal all kinds of injuries. It is the finest elixir, but later the elves declined. People with the blood of the elves have become the most valuable prey in the eyes of the leaders of the major sects on the continent. Next, it's still the same old rules. The minimum bet amount is 1 gold coin. The maximum bet amount is 10 million gold coins. The odds are 2 to 1. Please bet carefully. Luo Yuju finished speaking. She turned around and left the arena with her long legs. The audience and the arena were discussing the matter heatedly. The Dark Arena is worthy of being the best in the profound Sky Continent. Even violent orcs and orphans with Eldar blood can be trained into gladiators. Who says it's not? Who do you think will win this one? I think the Orc Gudan will win. I think so. But the killing angel Gu Yao from the Spirit Clan is not bad either. She was able to protect her brother and walk to this arena without a drop of blood on his body. This shows that her fighting ability is also very strong. If Gu Yao wins, we can earn double the money. Rational. Just when everyone in the arena was getting excited, in Tianxian Pavilion, Elder Wei looked at Ji Xiu with interest and asked, Your Highness, who do you think will win this match? Ji Xiu heard this and smiled. 10 million gold coins all on Gu Yao, yes. Mr. Wei nodded. He would not question Ji Xiu's decision at all, even though Ji Xiu is only 3 years old. In Dishuan Pavilion, the girl in white feathered clothes also asked Master. Who do you think will win? Is it the Orc Gudan or the killing angel Gu Yao? The mysterious woman chuckled. How can the inferior orcs defeat the noble Eldar? Yeah, the girl frowned, but she felt the orcs would win. In the Xian Pavilion, Shen Nanfeng, the son of the Red Sect, said greedily 10 million. All bets on Gu Yao. In the Huangzi Pavilion, Xichang factory owner Yu Huatian did not place any bets. He waited for the battle to begin with a gloomy face. In his opinion, both the Orc Gudan and the Elf Gu Yao have a chance of winning. He never makes any decision that he is not sure of. Moreover, his main purpose of coming here was to see what Ji Xiu was trying to do. 10 minutes later, betting completed, the battle begins. The Orc Gudan held a huge axe and stared at Gu Yao with his scarlet pupils. The spirit race has indeed declined. The descendants are really weaker than the last. He. A hoarse, deep laugh echoed throughout the arena. Ji Yao heard this and ignored Gudan instead. he turned to his brother Gu Jian and said softly, "It's still the same. Wait till the battle begins. Hide behind your sister, okay, sister?" Gu Jian called out, then gritted his teeth and whispered, "This person is very strong. Stronger than any opponent we've faced before. I want to fight with you." "No need," Gu Yao smiled and patted Gu Jian on the head and said, "He's very strong. But my sister is stronger. My sister is here. He can't hurt you." After saying that, she pushed Gu Jian behind her, then, holding the iron sword, she walked towards the orc Gudan step by step to kill. Upon seeing this, the orc Gudan roared that he swung the huge axe and chopped it down directly at Gu Yao. Tear. A huge force tore through the air. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes were cold, her expression was focused, and she turned slightly to the side. Boom. The huge axe passed by. At this moment, Gudan was left open. Gu Yao seized the opportunity, turned his wrist, and stabbed directly with the sword. The sword was fast and accurate, and its target was Gudan's left eye. Gudan sneered, took a step back, and swung the giant axe with his right hand to defend himself. Clang. A crisp sound was heard as the iron sword collided with the giant axe. A blinding firelight appeared as the huge force directly threw Gu Yao away. Thump thump thump. Gu Yao retreated several feet before he was able to barely relieve the huge force of the iron sword. Really? In the face of absolute power, all fighting skills are useless. Yes. If the orcs don't have an absolute advantage, the odds won't be 2-1. A simple fight. Many spectators in the arena had already seen the clues. The orc's strength is obviously stronger than Gu Yao's. Moreover, it is not just a little bit strong. If this continues, Gu Yao will die in less than 10 moves. By then, her younger brother Gu Jian will also die miserably. Gu Yao took a deep breath. Obviously, she knew this too. So, if you want to survive, there is only one way left. Blood is burning. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with blood. At this moment, raging flames were burning all around her. Kill. Gu Yao stomped her feet hard, and her whole body turned into a beam of fire and rushed directly towards Gudan. This moment, her speed increased at least 10 times. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gudan. The sharp sword descended like a phantom. Ding. 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 Above the arena, a sword light was everywhere and fire was splashing. Gu Yao's afterimage was everywhere. There was even a burning smell in the air. The orc Gudan was defeated step by step. It was completely suppressed. See this scene. Tens of thousands of people in the arena stood up. Everyone's eyes were shaking. What's going on? No fighting. It reversed in an instant, in Tianxian Pavilion. Wei Lao was a little surprised and said, "Secret technique of the Eldar. Blood is burning. This girl's talent is extraordinary. No wonder, her meridians are severely damaged. It turns out that she has been relying on this method of overdrawing her life to get to this point." Ji Xiao nodded. Gu Yao, only 13 years old. If not using this method, how can she protect herself and her brother? While talking, in the arena, Gu Yao had already slashed at the orcs with hundreds of swords. When the last sword fell, snap. The iron sword finally couldn't bear such a great force and broke into more than a dozen pieces that scattered all over the arena. Gu Yao suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a blood-stained kite. Her pretty face was as pale as paper and her whole body was shaky. On the other hand, the orc Gudan was even worse off. He was breathing heavily, and his entire body was covered with horrific sword scars so deep that the bones could be seen. The whole person was covered in blood, as if he had just walked out of a pool of blood, and looked extremely miserable. Damn it. Damn Eldar woman. Gudan looked at Gu Yao with gritted teeth. The cruel blood red in his scarlet eyes grew more intense. Now it's his turn to exert his strength. Kill. Gudan roared. He swung his huge axe to block out the moonlight. He wanted to chop Gu Yao into a bloody rain with one axe. But the next second something shocking happened. Gu Yao looked at Gudan with a cold expression. Then slowly raise your palm, focus your finger and point it. Target locked. Clank. 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 The broken sword blade floated up from the ground and turned into dazzling flames, piercing through Gudan's body. Puff. 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 The sound of blood splattering was heard. There were more than a dozen blood holes on Gudan's body, and when the last piece of the sword blade cut through the air, Gudan's head was thrown high into the air. Blood splattered more than 10 meters like a fountain. The head falls to the ground. The beast's blood is floating. This moment, the entire arena was silent. Chapter 17, Prince Ji Xiao. The second generation of the first army of the dynasty. Gu Yao actually won. The last move actually killed the orc Gudan against all odds. What a strong fighting talent. As expected of you who possess the extraordinary bloodline of the spirit race. You know, she has such fighting power even before she starts practicing. It's hard to imagine how terrifying she will be after she starts practicing. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. The Orc Gudan fell. Gu Yao survived. Those who bet on Gu Yao were delighted. Those who bet on the Orc Gudan beat their chests and broke their thighs. In Tianshan Pavilion, the people from the Dark Arena gave Ji Shou the 20 million gold coins that he bet on Gu Yao to win. Congratulations, His Royal Highness, on making a fortune, Mr. Wei said with a smile. The real show is coming. Ji Shou didn't care. It's normal for Gu Yao to win, but the problem is that now it is likely that everyone wants to buy Gu Yao, so it can be predicted that today's bidding will be very fierce. After that, Ji Shou looked at Wei Lao and asked, how many gold coins do you think Gu Yao can get today? Wei Lao thought for a moment and then replied, it starts at least in 8 figures, rational. Ji Shou nodded. He also felt that he would have to spend at least 8 figures to take a picture of Gu Yao today, but don't even mention tens of millions. Even if he took out all the gold coins he had, it would be totally worth it. In the arena. Ji Yujian supported his sister. He looked at Gu Yao, who was covered in blood and pale, with a look of heartache. He hated himself for being so incompetent. I always need my sister to protect me with her life. He hated himself even more for not being able to burn his blood to help his sister kill the enemy. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't do it. Not everyone with elven blood can burn their blood to increase their strength. Only 1 out of 10,000 spirit monks can do it. Alright. We won. We can survive. Gu Yao's face was pale and haggard. She patted Gu Jian's head gently and her tone was very weak. She knew Gu Jian's thoughts very well. However, as an older sister, she naturally has to protect her younger brother. For this, she would have no regrets even if she burned her blood and overdrawn her life. Just at this moment. The sound of high heels was heard. Luo Yuzhu returned to the arena again. She didn't even look at the Orc Gudan whose head had been separated from his body, but smiled and said, the orphan of the Eldar. Gu Yao and Gu Jian are a brother and sister. Starting price 500,000 gold coins. Each bid must be at least 500,000 gold coins. The bidding starts now. As soon as the words fell, then a big boss from Kyoto's underground forces offered 1 million gold coins. He, another son of a wealthy family, sneered and said 5 million gold coins. That's it, a Kyoto dignitary said disdainfully. 8 million gold coins. 9 million gold coins, 9.5 million gold coins, prices are rising. It has reached 20 million gold coins. This time, the number of bidders is decreasing. After all, the price is already very high. 20 million gold coins are enough to buy a powerful mercenary army, and just when everyone thought the dust had settled, in the Xian Pavilion, Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Sect, took action. 30 million gold coins. This moment, the entire arena was in uproar. Hear the price. Even Luo Yuzhu, who was in the arena, couldn't help but look sideways. 30 million gold coins. Anyone else want to make an offer? The words fell. The entire arena was silent. 30 million gold coins. This has broken the highest transaction record in this dark arena. No one will bid again. 40 million. A childish voice sounded. Everyone looked towards Tianshan Pavilion. That big shot has taken action. 40 million. Oh my goodness. 40 million, this is too cruel. Although Gu Yao has good fighting talent, she is not worth 40 million gold coins. That's right. Now, the market price for someone with Eldar blood is only 500,000 gold coins. This 40 million is too exaggerated. Damn it. Sure enough, someone wants to compete with us. Shen Nanfeng spoke through gritted teeth. Young master, shall we continue to bid? The Red Sect's guardian asked in a low voice. Out. Of course I have to. Shen Nanfeng's face darkened and he continued to bid. 5,000 million gold coins. Ji Shou heard this. He continued to raise the price without changing his expression. 55 million, asshole. Shen Nanfeng yelled angrily. 60 million. 70 million. Ji Shou casually added another 10 million. Hear this number. Shen Nanfeng's face looked very ugly this time. He only brought 60 million gold coins, plus the 20 million he won from the bet just now. At most, it's only 80 million. If the price reaches over 80 million, he can't afford it. To be honest, no one is more panicked than him right now. 80 million. Shen Nanfeng went all in. After that, his face darkened, and he spoke coldly towards the direction of Tianshan Pavilion. The price is 80 million. It's already very high.
Your Excellency, please consider this carefully. I, the Red Cult, am grateful. The words fell, all the monks in the entire dark arena trembled in their hearts. It turns out that the big shot in Xian Pavilion came from the Red Dress sect. This is a supergiant who was one of the 7 major cultivation families in Tianxian continent. That sounds polite, but it obviously contains a threatening element. What this means is that the Red sect's offer today is already very high. So, I don't want to produce more. It turns out to be the Red Cult. No wonder he's so rich. But it's too overbearing. This is an attempt to overpower others. All the bigwigs from Kyoto in the arena frowned, feeling very unhappy. Just at this moment, Ji Xiu in Tianxian Pavilion tapped the table with his fingers and said without any concern, 90 million. When Ji Xiu's voice fell, the monks in the dark arena felt their scalps tingling. The adults all looked towards Tianxian Pavilion and guessed which important figure was sitting there. For an Eldar girl, the bid was 90 million, and he even went so far as to offend the Red Dress sect, one of the 7 great sects in the profound sky continent. Damn it! When Shen Nanfeng heard the price, he immediately became furious. Snap! The teacup in his hand shattered instantly. He knew that he had no hope at all. Above the arena, Luo Yuzhu smiled and looked towards the direction of Tianxian Pavilion, then said 90 million deal. Gu Jian heard the news. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he said to his sister in a trembling voice, elder sister, We are so valuable. Hearing this, Gu Yao looked straight towards the direction of Tianxian Pavilion with her beautiful eyes and murmured absent-mindedly, yes. How come we are so valuable? She wanted to know who was the big shot who bought her and her brother at such a high price. In her opinion, as long as one is a big shot, there will be no fools. There must be some other intention behind buying these siblings at such a high price. Just then, bang, the door of Tianxian Pavilion opened. A thin figure walked out. He was wearing a black brocade robe. The delicate and handsome little face is very eye-catching. A pair of eyes as clear as autumn mountain spring water have the coolness and dignity to cut through the darkness. Even though he is very young, he has an extremely transcendent temperament. My slave Luo Yuzhu. Greetings, His Royal Highness the young prince. Luo Yuzhu smiled at GXIU. As soon as the words came out, the entire dark arena was quiet for a moment. Then, the atmosphere exploded in an instant like a tsunami. The big shot in Tianxian Pavilion. It turned out to be him. The young master of the first warlord family of the Beixia dynasty, Ji Xiu. Chapter 18. Rewards have arrived. Wherever I am is your home. The young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. 3 years ago, the 4 great immortals came into the world. He is said by the Tianji Pavilion to possess an extraordinary talent that is rare in the ages and is as brilliant as that of the ancient emperors. Since he was born, he has been protected by the entire Ji family. He is a taboo figure that is recognized by the Beixia dynasty and cannot be touched. Today, I finally saw the prince in person. Ji Xiu's appearance caused a huge wave in the entire dark arena. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, especially the powerful people in Kyoto. However, this is not surprising, because since he was born, he has been the focus of attention of the entire continent. What's more, the Ji family's protection of him was too thorough. No one in the entire Kyoto has ever seen his true face. This also adds a layer of mystery to him. Dishuan Pavilion, the girl in feathered clothes looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she said in shock, Master. This young master of the Ji family, the cultivation seems to be life soil. The mysterious woman whispered 2 words, hearing the confirmation from my own master. Hiss, the girl in feathered clothing couldn't help but gasp. 3 years old life earth, she had never seen it, let alone heard of it. In fact, it had never appeared in any ancient history book she had read. Her talent is already the best among the best in the eyes of countless practitioners and big guys, even compared with the saints and saint daughters of the 7 top sects on the continent. They are not much inferior, but at the age of 13, her cultivation had only just reached the life earth realm. Compared to Ji Xiu, this person is simply not on the same level. Master, how is this possible? This cultivation talent is simply a monster. No. This is scarier than a monster. The girl in feathered clothes bit her lip and spoke in a frightened voice, looking very depressed. When she was 3 years old, she had just begun to cleanse her essence and marrow and try to practice, but Ji Xiu has already reached the life earth realm. This caused her to feel extremely disappointed. Xianin, nothing is impossible in this world.
The mysterious woman shook her head and kept her eyes on Jisho for a while. At this time, she narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her pink tongue to lick her red lips that were as moist as roses after rain, and murmured, "Yeah. Not bad. What a brilliant little fellow." If the mysterious woman didn't finish her words, but just smiled evilly. "If what?" the girl in feathered clothing asked, looking at the mysterious woman curiously. "If there's a chance. I'd like to hold him in my arms and ravage him." The mysterious woman crossed her chest and said something shocking, and her breasts were surging. "She is so visually impactful." Hearing the words of my master, the girl in feathered clothes blushed and thought, "My master always has such unique ideas." In the Huangzi Pavilion. Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, looked at Jisho with trembling eyes. 3-year-old life soil. This little guy is 100 times more terrifying than I expected. At this moment, countless thoughts surged in his mind. One thought was the strongest, however, when he considered that this was the dark arena, the territory of that woman. In addition, he saw the old man in black standing behind Jisho. He had to give up the crazy idea in his mind. "That's all. Let's find another chance." Yu Huatian let out a long sigh. In the Xian Pavilion. Young master. The one in Tianxian Pavilion turned out to be the young master of the Ji family. No wonder he is not afraid of the threats from our red dress sect at all. Alas! We didn't lose unfairly this time. The guardian of the red sect let out a long sigh. "Lose? I haven't lost yet. What about the Ji family? Maybe I can show off my power in Beixia." But in the profound sky continent, his Ji family is not considered a top-tier cultivation family. Shen Nanfeng spoke in a very gloomy tone, then he stood up and walked straight out the door. "Sir, where are you going?" The guardian of the red sect frowned and asked in shock, "Hee. Of course, I'm going to take back what belongs to me. I want to see if this young master of the Ji family really dares to go against the red dress sect." Shen Nanfeng sneered and walked out without looking back. Completion. This is going to be bad. The guardian of the red sect had a bad feeling in his heart. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu also looked at Jisho again. 3-year-old life soil. What a scary little fellow. The thought stops here. She suddenly realized that Jisho was also looking at her. I have to say it. Poison god adult, what a nice pair of legs. Jisho's eyes fell on Luo Yuzhu's pair of round and slender long legs in black stockings, and he sighed silently in his heart. This little guy. You are still so young, but you don't learn well. What will happen when you grow up? Luo Yuzhu glared at Jisho with some amusement. As the chief of the dark arena, observing people's words and expressions is her most basic quality. How could she not notice Jisho's hot and curious eyes fixed on her legs? Call. Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and said, "Someone come. Send the spirit brothers and sisters to the young prince." The words fell of the two men in black brought Gu Yao and Gu Jin to Jishoshin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Elven girl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward of 6,300 destiny essence. Elven girl. Gu Yao. Jisho looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and smiled warmly. Gu Yao, meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Yao clenched his fists and spoke in a respectful tone, but her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance. Ji Yujian, on the other hand, was trembling as he held onto the corner of his sister's clothes, as if that was the only way he would feel safe. He was not as brave as Gu Yao. In his opinion, Jisho was too noble and superior. He didn't even have the courage to look Jisho in the eye. Seeing this, Jisho didn't say anything, just looking at Gu Yao, who was almost naked after the battle. He considerately took out a black robe from the ring and put it on Gu Yao, and Jisho noticed, when I was putting clothes on Gu Yao, Gu Yao subconsciously took a small step back. Obviously, this is a manifestation of Gu Yao's extreme lack of security and lack of trust in herself, but he didn't care. After all, a girl who had been displaced all the way and fought in the cruel arena, who can we trust at this time? Let's go. I'll take you home. Jisho smiled warmly at Gu Yao. Go, home? Gu Jian was stunned for a moment. For him, home is a very unfamiliar word. I have no home. Gu Yao looked at Jisho with dim eyes and her voice was very cold. She and her family have been hiding from place to place for as long as she can remember. Later, my family members died tragically. She and her brother were sold into the dark arena and trained as gladiators. There is no such thing as home any longer. She only has a younger brother. Hear this. Ji Xiu looked quietly into Gu Yao's beautiful eyes. He was silent for a moment, then spoke solemnly after.
Where this prince is. It's your home.
Gu Yao heard this, her pretty face froze and she stood there in a dazed. I didn't know what to say for a moment. I don't even know how much of Ji Xiu's words are true or false. Just at this moment. A cold voice sounded.
Red Cult, Shen Nanfeng.
Greetings, His Royal Highness the Young Master. Chapter 19, The Extremely Arrogant Young Prince, the Little Hooligan Jibu Shame Red Cult.
One of the 7 great cultivation families in the profound Sky Continent.
Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Dress Church. 17 years old, the first level of life on earth. One of the heirs of the Red Cult. There is a chance of becoming the holy son of the Red Cult. Elder Wei secretly sent a message to Ji Xiu. It seems that he is unwilling to give in. He wants to force his way out of bidding, but that's it? Ji Xiu looked at Shen Nanfeng and a red-robed sect guardian who were walking towards them with disdain. Today, let alone a mere young master of the Red Sect. So what if a real big shot from the Red Sect comes?
Your Highness.
Only 3 years old. Then he reached the realm of life on earth. And they are so generous as to spend 90 million gold coins to buy gladiators.
The future is really promising.
Shen Nanfeng spoke with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face.
Then what?
Ji Xiu looked at Shen Nanfeng with interest. Shen Nanfeng heard this, he looked at Ji Xiu with a playful look and then confirmed, it's already this late.
Your Highness. You must have heard of our Red Sect, right?
Ji Xiu hummed calmly. Good.
In that case. Then I wonder if His Highness the Young Master can give me some face for the Red Dress Sect?
Shen Nanfeng's lips curled up slightly, and he felt confident in his eyes. Ji Xiu was just a 3-year-old child. So what if you are very talented? After all, our knowledge is limited. It was understandable that he was against the Red Sect because he didn't know its reputation before, and now that I know, I should think about it again and again. Specific? Ji Xiu's words are concise and to the point. Very good. Since His Royal Highness the Young Master is so straightforward,
then I might as well just speak frankly.
This pair of Eldar siblings,
I, the Red Cult, have taken a fancy to you.
I wonder if His Royal Highness the Young Master can do me a favor. Give me this pair of Eldar siblings. Of course, I, the Red Sect, won't take it for nothing. Within 3 days, I will collect 100 million gold coins and return them to you. In this way, Your Highness the Young Master will earn 10 million for free, plus a favor from the Red Dress Sect, which will be returned someday.
What do you think of this deal?
Shen Nanfeng spoke without smiling. In his opinion, the deal was secured as soon as the name of the Red Sect was mentioned. After all, his Red Dress Sect is one of the 7 top spiritual sects in the profound Tian continent, not to mention the first warlord family of the Beixia dynasty. Even the Beixia royal family had to give him this face. He had just finished speaking. The dignitaries of Kyoto in the dark arena frowned and began to whisper. This Shen Nanfeng is really overbearing.
All you can talk about is the Red Cult. How can this be considered a negotiation?
This is clearly a threat.
Alas! Even if it's a threat, what can it do?
The Ji family is very powerful, but its foundation is ultimately not as strong as those 7 top cultivation families that have been passed down for thousands of years.
In the end, you still have to admit defeat.
That's right. Even though the young master of the Ji family is extremely talented, it still takes time for him to grow up.
The best outcome tonight is that the young prince takes the favors from the Red Dress Cult and makes money and leaves.
This is a good deal, the Ji family won't lose out. In the arena, Luo Yuzhu saw this scene. She said nothing, because there is no rule in the dark arena that prohibits private transactions. As long as both parties agree, and it is worth mentioning that from time to time, her eyes glanced in the direction of Dixuan Pavilion. That look was filled with incredible respect and devotion. In Dixuan Pavilion, the girl in feathered robe said seriously, dragging her chin.
Master, I think this is a good deal. Ji Xiu should agree. 10 million for nothing. Plus a favor from the Red Sect.
Where can I find such a good deal? Hee, the mysterious woman chuckled. A look of disdain appeared on the face of the extremely cold and beautiful flower nightmare. She opened her red lips slightly, playing with the taste. Jen,
do you really think Ji Xiu is short of those 10 million gold coins?
Also, the favor from the Red Cult?
Bullshit. Your Highness. How are you thinking about it? Shen Nanfeng asked Ji Xiu with a smile on his face, seemingly thinking, moreover, he would look at his prey, the Eldar siblings. From time to time his greedy and fiery gaze made Gu Yao feel uncomfortable all over. She didn't know whether the young master of the Ji family was a good person, however. She knew that this Shen Nanfeng was definitely not that person, not if you follow Ji Xiu. Maybe she doesn't know what the future will be like, but if Ji Xiu sold them to Shen Nanfeng, she felt that her and Gu Jian's future would be extremely dark. At this moment, her heart couldn't help but be lifted. Just at this moment, Ji Xiu seemed to have thought it over. He looked at Shen Nanfeng seriously and said, I've thought about it. But I have to ask you a few questions. Please speak. Shen Nanfeng smiled slightly. At the same time, the dignitaries in the dark arena all pricked up their ears. Ji Xiu nodded and asked with interest, first, who do you think you are, Shen Nanfeng? Second, who do you think the Red Dress sect is? Third, what qualifications do you, a loser like you who was born at the age of 17, have to bark in front of this prince? Finally, you want me to do you a favor. Do you deserve it? A faint voice, neither light nor heavy, but it was enough for everyone who was interested in the entire arena to hear it clearly. This moment, what can be seen is, the expressions on the faces of the adults in the arena were surprisingly consistent. The adults of the Kyoto Imperial Palace, the young men and women of the noble families in Kyoto, the boss of Kyoto's underground forces, they all opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths slightly, almost enough to fit an egg. He was able to denigrate the Red Dress sect and its young master in public to such a level that they were worthless. This young master of the Ji family crazy, Pucci. Even Luo Yuzhu couldn't help but laughed out loud. Ji Xiu is such a bold guy. Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, was also holding a teacup and watching this interesting scene with an amused look on his face. Master, you are right. The feather-dressed girl Shanin looked at Ji Xiu with sparkling eyes. The mysterious woman chuckled and looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, finding him increasingly amused. Ji Xiu, you are looking for death. Shen Nanfeng looked at Ji Xiu with a gloomy face and his voice was full of resentment. As soon as the words fell, the unremarkable old man in black, who had been standing behind Ji Xiu with his eyes slightly lowered, looked up at him. Just one look made him feel like he was in an icy cave. The extremely cold chill instantly spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The whole person was like frozen in ice and couldn't move at all. Not just him, even the Red Dress sect guardian beside him was trembling all over. At this moment, Shen Nanfeng suddenly realized that the old man behind Ji Xiu was someone he could not afford to offend. Ji Xiu, you remember this. You have provoked my red cult today. You will regret it someday. Although it's very scary, but Shen Nanfeng clenched his fists and remained stubborn. After all, as a son of the Red Dress sect, he must not bring disgrace upon the sect's reputation. Is this what you call provoking? Ji Xiu's face was full of confusion, then he shook his head and said, Gu Yao, go and get this prince a stool. Hearing this, Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, but she was still very obedient and moved a stool over from Tianshan Pavilion. Just when everyone was wondering what Ji Xiu was trying to do, Ji Xiu had already stood on the stool. This time, 3-year-old Ji Xiu was already as tall as 17-year-old Shen Nanfeng. What do you want? Shen Nanfeng asked coldly, gritting his teeth. Remember, that's called provoking. The corners of Ji Xiu's mouth curled up in a playful arc, then he spread out his palms and his arms were like a bow. Then, in front of everyone in the arena looking on in a daze, he slapped Shen Nanfeng hard in the face. Bang! There was a crisp sound of applause. Shen Nanfeng was blown away 5 meters like a cannonball. It even rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground before it barely came to a stop. The air was filled with the sound of teeth covered in blood and the sound of countless people gasping for breath. When Shen Nanfeng staggered to his feet, his left face was swollen like a pig's head, and 3 teeth were knocked out. The whole person was dizzy and shaky. Young master! The guardian of the Red Dress sect roared, hurried forward to support Shen Nanfeng and glared at Ji Xiu. He wanted to say something harsh, but when he saw the cold and murderous eyes of the old man in black, he immediately swallowed the words forcefully. In the end, only 2 fleeing figures were left to the monks in the arena. Boring. Ji Xiu shook his head and said to Gu Yao and Gu Jian, I don't know what you think. Anyway, I feel comfortable tonight. Gu Yao, Gu Jian. After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and left with Gu Yao and Gu Jian. Farewell, His Royal Highness. Luo Yuzhu said goodbye with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Xiu suddenly turned around and fiercely glanced at her slender legs again. He nodded thoughtfully and left. I thought to myself,
the jade-like ceiling described in the novel is indeed worthy of its reputation. Seeing this, a blush flashed across Luo Yuju's beautiful face. Light bites, little rascal. Chapter 20 Mu Bing, my best friend has become someone else's maid, but after Ji Xiu left in Dishuan Pavilion, Luo Yuju stood respectfully in front of the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman looked at Luo Yuju carefully. After a long while, he said playfully, our Yuju is indeed stunningly beautiful. Even the 3-year-old prince is fascinated by it. It's really interesting. It seems that the important task of taking down the young master of the Ji family will be handed over to you in the future. After saying that, the mysterious woman reached out and gently stroked Luo Yuju's thigh. Master, you are joking. The young master of the Ji family is only 3 years old. He's still just a child. What's not to take? Luo Yuju smiled awkwardly. Master, please stop bullying Sister Yuju. The feathered girl Xianin spoke helplessly. Whatever. The mysterious woman chuckled and withdrew her slender jade hand. Owner. Now the young master of the Ji family has robbed the sisters and brothers of the spirit race. Do you think the Red Church will stop here? Luo Yuju asked very seriously. Of course not. If it's me, I will take it by force. The mysterious woman responded very casually. Robbery? In Kyoto? This is the territory of the Beixia royal family. How dare they? The girl Xianin was a little bit unbelievable. Snort, the mysterious woman snorted. If some big shot in Kyoto agrees, why wouldn't they dare? Having said that, she seemed to have thought of something and the topic changed, and her red lips raised a playful arc, but they will hit a wall this time. Kyoto West, this is the Yama Palace in the Beixia dynasty, which is famous for being inaccessible. Both princes and noble families were filled with fear of this place. Factory manager. What do you mean? Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Sect, stood in the main hall of the West Factory with a pale face. The air was filled with a sickening smell of blood. What echoed in my ears was a heart-wrenching scream. Nothing else. It's just that I heard that the young master wanted to force his way into the Ji family's military headquarters. I don't know if this is true or false. Yu Huatian sat in a chair and sipped a cup of tea leisurely. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng's eyelids jumped, and he responded with a stiff upper lip. Rumor has it that Kyoto West Factory is the most powerful intelligence organization in Beixia. After seeing it today, I found that it really lives up to its reputation. That's right. This young master wants to break into the Ji family's military headquarters and take back what belongs to the Red Dress sect. Why? Does the factory owner want to stop me? No. Yu Huatian shook his head and said, if you want to break into the Ji family's military residence, I can provide some small help. Oh, Shen Nanfeng looked at Yu Huatian in surprise and asked, can the factory owner provide us with strong men? Yu Huatian smiled and responded, that won't do. But I can guarantee that when you take action, sir. At least, the Beixia Palace will not interfere in this matter. What do you think? That's enough. Shen Nanfeng nodded indifferently that he was not an idiot, so he naturally knew what the Beixia royal family was planning. It's nothing more than using him to test the depth of Ji family's military. To be honest, he didn't mind being used. What he cared about was whether he could get the elf siblings. As long as you can do this, he is willing to accept help from anyone. In addition, Yu Huatian can now guarantee that the Beixia royal family will not interfere. This is the best help. That's the case. Then I wish you good luck in advance. Yu Huatian said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng nodded, turned around and left the West Factory. After returning to the luxurious courtyard where he lived with a gloomy face, he took out a red token engraved with the holy fire and handed it to the guardian of the Red Sect. Give the holy fire order to the bishop. I hope he can come to Kyoto to help me. Also, contact me in the human world. This young master will raise 100 million in 3 days. Ji Xiu brought shame upon this young master. I want him to pay with his life. Yes, the guardian of the Red Sect took the holy fire order, turned around and disappeared into the night. The news that Ji Xiu spent 90 million gold coins to buy the spirit siblings became a hot topic in the city in just one night. Naturally, the Ji family's military headquarters was the first to learn of the news. When Ji Xiu's father Ji Xiao heard the news, his first reaction was heartache. 90 million gold coins, such a large sum of money. This is
The annual military expenditure of the Ji family's million-strong Iron Pagoda army. You little brat. Look. I'm going to beat his ass to death tonight. Ji Xiao said angrily. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to find Ji Xiao and give him a good beating. You dare. Mu Hua glared at Ji Xiao and then said very protectively, Your mother, I have plenty of money. My grandson can spend as much as he wants. Do you have any comments? You dare to hit my grandson. Believe it or not, I will destroy you first. Mother, Ji Xiao couldn't help but shrink his head and was speechless when he saw Mu Hua's fierce eyes. Alright. 90 million is spent. It's not like my Ji family can't afford it. This needs to be known to outsiders. You thought I, Ji Nu, couldn't afford to raise my precious grandson? Grandpa Ji Nu also spoke, and he was obviously on Ji Xiao's side. Spending money is a small matter. It's just that this time Xiao offended the red dress cult. That's one of the 7 top cultivation families in Tianshan continent. What should I do? Mother Lin Ru's face was full of worry. It's okay to spend 90 million, and she doesn't feel bad about it. Her only concern was the safety of her son. Grandma Mu Hua sneered and said, Red cult? What the hell? If they dare to take any chance on Xiao, they will all be in great unrest. Ji Mansion, Luoyue Palace. Mu Bing sat in the courtyard feeling uneasy. She just learned that Ji Xiao spent a whopping 90 million yuan to buy a pair of spirit siblings. Sister and brother Lingzhu. Could it be them? My thoughts just came here. Mu Bing stood up suddenly. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Binger, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Mu Bing hurried forward and grabbed her master's sleeve, asking nervously, Master, what are the names of the pair of spirit siblings that Ji Xiao spent 90 million yuan on, even at the cost of offending the red dress cult? Mu Chou thought for a moment and said Gu Yao. Gu Jian. Hearing these two familiar names. Mu Bing's pretty face suddenly changed. Ji Yao is her best friend, the future queen of the Eldar. Gu Jian is also the future spirit swordmaster. If they fall into Ji Xiao's hands, then the consequences will be disastrous. How so? Mu Bing muttered to herself in a daze. The thing she was most worried about finally happened. Mu Chou looked at Mu Bing, who was full of worry, and smiled gently. Binger, this is actually no big deal. Ji Xiao simply offended the red dress cult. Binger, don't worry. The master will protect him. Mu Bing came back to her senses after hearing this, and she asked in surprise, Master, do you really want to protect that boy? Silly girl. Mu Chou looked at Mu Bing with amusement, reached out and patted her head gently and said, If I don't protect him. Who is protecting him? He is your future husband. Mu Bing was speechless when he heard this. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth and said in a very aggrieved voice that only she could hear, Let this insolent bastard die. She didn't expect that. She didn't pay any attention to Ji Xiao that whole night. When she woke up, she found that her best friend had become Ji Xiao's puppet. Asshole. Ji Xiao, you actually dared to set your sights on Yao. This emperor will not forgive you. Think of this. Mu Bing has decided to find an opportunity to meet Gu Yao tonight. No matter what, she couldn't let her best friend fall into Ji Xiao's clutches. Chapter 21. The devil comes and takes a female emperor as a maid. The moonlit night is coming. The moon is bright in the sky. The cold moonlight poured into the windowsill of Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiao sat on the bed and opened the character panel. Name, Ji Xiao. Age, 3 years old. Identity, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xiao Dynasty. Cultivation, Life on Earth Level 1. Bloodline Constitution, Divine Heart and Demonic Bone. 3 major realms have not yet been opened. 3. Major Realm Awakening Conditions, Demon's Arrival, 10,000 Destiny Essence, God's Ban, 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal's Ashes, 1 million Destiny Essence. Practice Method, Immortal Devouring Magic Skill, has been practiced to the 2nd level. Flying Dragon Exploring the Cloud Skill, Entry Level. Weapons, Daluo Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute Shencheng. Essence of Destiny, 10,800 points. Fate Level, Black Soul Lost and Destroyed. System Mall, Opened. Task System, Enabled. Warehouse, Soul Killing Nail, 1. Soul Stealing Trilogy. System Prompt, more information can be expanded. The Essence of Destiny has finally exceeded 10,000. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and then called out in his mind, Turn on the devil's coming. As soon as the words fell, I heard the system prompt sound, ding. System prompts that opening the 1st level, Demon's Coming, requires 10,000 life essence. Please confirm again. Open.
Jisho didn't hesitate at all. What a joke. Is it necessary to consider that 10,000 destiny essences can open the first bloodline realm? The thought stops here. Jisho only felt that his body was hit by a wave of heat. The blood in my body began to boil. Not only that, but every meridian in the body was burning with scarlet devilish flames. In the depths of his eyes, two blazing devil flames from the other side slowly bloomed and floated out of his eye sockets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the first level of Bloodline. Demon's arrival. Demon coming. Demonic flames are burning, bloody eyes appear on the other side, the demon god has descended, and the combat power is increased exponentially, capable of killing enemies across up to 8 small realms. System prompt. The consumption is amazing, please activate it with caution. Success! Jisho exhaled a breath of hot air. I'm in a very good mood. It took him 3 years to collect 10,000 destiny points to open the first level of killing in his bloodline, so it was worth it. The devil is coming, this will be his super trump card. It is also the source of his confidence, although there are only 800 life essences left in his body. But these 10,000 essences of destiny are absolutely worth it. Just at this moment, the voice of Elder Wei was heard outside the palace gate. Your Highness, dinner is ready. Hearing this, Jisho slowly opened his eyes, hummed softly, and then walked out of the palace gate. This time, the stone table in the courtyard was filled with a sumptuous dinner. The brother and sister Gu Yao and Gu Jian stood beside Old Wei and dared not move. Sit down. Jisho smiled and sat down first, then waved to the Gu siblings. Hearing this, Gu Yao and Gu Jian immediately sat opposite Jisho. Eat it. Jisho spoke very casually. Hear this. Gu Yao and Gu Jian looked at each other, but in the end, nothing was said. Pick up your chopsticks and start eating. It is worth mentioning that whether it is Gu Yao or Gu Jian, they never had to pick up a single serving of the rich dishes. Instead, he just kept eating the white rice in the bowl. Don't worry about eating. Pick up some food. Jisho spoke somewhat helplessly. Your Highness, when my mother was alive, she once said that rice was the best thing in the world. With rice, we won't starve to death. So we can just eat rice. Gu Jian spoke timidly. A forehead. Jisho scratched his head and thought that this seemed to be true. However, this brother and sister have really tried their best to survive until now. What do you want to do in the future? Jisho put down his chopsticks and looked at Gu Jian. In the future, I want to protect my sister. I don't want my sister to get hurt again. I still want to find those who killed my mother and father. I will make them pay with blood. Gu Jian lowered his eyes and responded to Jisho in a low voice. Hear this. Ji Yao's eyes suddenly turned red. Jisho nodded, then thought seriously for a moment and said about that. I can help you. But there is a prerequisite. Hearing this, Gu Jian suddenly raised his eyes, and without saying a word, he knelt in front of Jishoshin with tears in his eyes. Your Highness, as long as you can make me stronger. Whatever you ask, I can do it. Good. Jisho nodded and smiled and said, you have a good talent. If you are really determined, I can give you strength. However, I am short of a sword for the future. Hear this. Ji Yao's pretty face changed slightly and she was about to speak, but Gu Jian said without hesitation, I am willing to be a sword for His Royal Highness the young prince. Jisho raised his lips slightly, then turned to look at Wei Lao. In that case, Mr. Wei, are you willing to be Gu Jian's teacher? Hearing this, Mr. Wei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Jisho's journey would eventually come back to him. Cough cough. Wei Lao coughed twice and said, Your Highness, I don't know if this kid can do it. You bought him at a great price. It would be bad if you died in my hands. Hearing this, Jisho shook his head and said, Don't worry. He won't die. His potential and talent are greater than you think. Are you kidding? Mr. Wei was once the chief instructor of the #1 killer organization on the continent. It would be a shame if we don't take advantage of this. Although the death rate of his disciples is quite high, however, Gu Jian is a genius with supreme bones, the future spirit sword master. The potential is absolutely extraordinary. Since this is the case, then naturally we must cultivate it well. In the future, he will definitely become a sharp blade in his own hands. There was a long silence. Finally, Mr. Wei nodded and said, In that case, then I will try my best. Jisho has said so much. Of course he couldn't refuse. Greetings, teacher. I will try my best to survive the teacher's hands. Gu Jian cowed out 3 times to Mr. Wei. I hope so. Old Wei nodded, then bent down and helped Gu Jian up.
Let's go. I will train you personally. From today on, you will eat and live with me.
After saying that, Elder Wei bowed to Ji Xiu, then left the courtyard with Gu Jian. That he knew that Ji Xiu had something to say to Gu Yao, so he took Gu Jian away first to wait until Mr. Wei and Gu Jian left, and now only Ji Xiu and Gu Yao are left in Luofeng courtyard. Ji Yao looked at the direction where Gu Jian left, with the word worried written all over her face, but she did not stop him, nor could she stop him, because this was the path Gu Jian had chosen himself. Stop looking. Your brother has chosen the path he wants to take. It's time for you to let go. Ji Xiu spoke very casually. The path he wants to take, he? Gu Yao said coldly, her beautiful eyes red and tearful as she looked at Ji Xiu and asked, he is my only brother. You want him to become a murderous sword in your hand? How? Do you still want me to thank you? Hear this, the smile on Ji Xiu's face disappeared. He looked at Gu Yao calmly and said, all the misfortunes in the world are caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved. Your brother already understands this. So, he is willing to entrust his future to me. If you don't want to, I can let you go. If you want, you can go now. What? Gu Yao's pretty face changed. She couldn't utter a word for a long time. Can Ji Xiu let her go? But even if she leaves, where else can she go? She only has her younger brother now. Ha ha. It seems you don't want to leave. Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao, who was standing there in a daze, and smiled coldly. You. Gu Yao was speechless for a while, and her chest heaved violently. There is no doubt that Ji Xiu has her under his control. Since you're not leaving, then I hope you won't disobey me in the future. You do whatever I say. Ji Xiu looked straight at Gu Yao with a cold gaze. I can't be your sword. My meridians are already more than half destroyed. Gu Yao spoke sadly. 3 years at the training ground, she used the Eldar's secret technique, blood burning, many times. Therefore, her potential for cultivation was seriously overdrawn by her. In the future, she will be able to reach the realm of destiny and earth, all thanks to God's blessing. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Gu Yao with a teasing expression and said, who wants you to be my sword? This prince is in need of a maid now. Do you do it, maid? Gu Yao lowered her eyes slightly, bit her red lips and remained silent for a long time, then suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and looked straight at Ji Xiu's stubborn response. Do. Why not? Chapter 22 Healing. Mu Bing is very angry. Good, very good. Ji Xiu nodded, then looked Gu Yao up and down and said casually, in that case, then follow me. Where to go? Gu Yao asked with a frown. Enter the palace. Ji Xiu glanced at Gu Yao and responded with 2 words. Call. Gu Yao took a deep breath and followed Ji Xiu into Luofeng Palace with an expressionless face. Since she had agreed to be Ji Xiu's maid, she was naturally prepared for everything that would happen. In Luofeng Palace, the candlelight was warm, and a large and magnificent palace bed was placed in the center. Behind the screen, engraved with the sound of a dragon and a phoenix, is a huge and magnificent bath. What do you want? Gu Yao asked in a low voice. Go up and sit down. Ji Xiu pointed to his own bed. Hear this. Ji Yao glared at Ji Xiu fiercely, but still sat in the corner of the palace. At this moment, I have to say that although I was mentally prepared, my heart is still extremely nervous. Then what? Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with burning eyes, her beautiful and delicate face full of stubbornness. Stop talking. Ji Xiu was getting a little impatient. I thought to myself, this woman is really dithering. You. Gu Yao was speechless for a while and looked at Ji Xiu with a wrong look on her face. Get ready, here we go. Ji Xiu spoke slowly. After saying that, he activated the immortal devouring magic art, and before Gu Yao could react, he immediately concentrated his fingers and pointed directly at Gu Yao's back, which was covered with many sword wounds and scars. Clang! A ray of starlight burst out and then disappeared into Gu Yao's body. At this moment, Gu Yao only felt that the meridians in her body that had been dead for a long time began to regain vitality. Turn out to be, he wants to help me repair my meridians. Gu Yao suddenly realized. At this moment, Ji Xiu suddenly spoke up and reminded this might hurt. You have to bear with it. Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, and she didn't have time to speak. Immediately afterwards, a piercing pain came from every part of her body and made her body tremble violently. Gu Yao frowned and cried out in pain. She had been hurt a lot, but no wound caused even 1/10 of the pain it does now. The meridians in the body seemed to be cut by a knife again. Every inch of her bones seemed to be broken and recast by a strange force.
Forehead. Gu Yao bit her red lips tightly, her pretty face was full of pain, and her smooth forehead was covered with sweat. Hold on. Ji Xiu responded to her coldly with 2 words. The immortal devouring demonic art is the most powerful body refining technique. Gu Yao's meridians are now severely damaged, and there are hidden injuries in various parts of her body. If it is not repaired in time, then the upper limit of her future cultivation may be really low. However, repairing her meridians and treating her hidden injuries is very costly and may not be effective. Therefore, Ji Xiu decided to use the immortal devouring demonic art to reshape her meridians and rebuild her bones. However, this method is good, but it will be painful. This is a kind of pain that ordinary people cannot accept. It hurts, it really hurts. Gu Yao bit her red lips tightly, but her moans of pain were still loud. The entire Luofeng Palace could hear it clearly. Outside Luofeng Palace, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the maple leaves slowly fall. A beautiful figure stood under the moonlight. She has silver hair draped over her shoulders and a cool temperament. That beautiful and stunning face was filled with anger. She stared at Luofeng Palace with burning eyes, her hands clenched into fists, shaking with anger. Ji Xiu, what on earth did you do to my Yaoer? I won't let you go. Mu Bing gritted his teeth, his whole body emitting a cold murderous intent. In Luofeng Palace, Gu Yao's painful moans almost made her lose her mind. At this moment, she finally understood why Gu Yao hated Ji Xiu so much in her previous life. Think of this. Mu Bing walked up to him without saying a word and kicked the palace door open. The scene before her suddenly made her furious. Ji Yao was wearing thin clothes, her hair was messy, and her forehead was covered with sweat, lying on the bed with a tired and haggard face. Obviously, this was inhuman torture. Kneel? Ji Xiu was breathing heavily and looking at Mu Bing with a puzzled expression. Ji Xiu, get out here! Mu Bing shouted angrily and couldn't bear to look at Gu Yao again. She was even more afraid that she would hurt Gu Yao, who had no cultivation. So, after saying this, she turned around and left Luofeng Palace and stood in the small courtyard. You're not in your right mind. Ji Xiu came into the courtyard with his hands behind his back and looked at the expressionless Mu Bing as if he was a lunatic. You think you are invincible just because you are at the first level of the land of life? Do you know a word? There are always people who are better than you. Mu Bing gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. After saying that, she stretched out her jade hand and pulled off the necklace from her neck. Clang! 2 blazing golden rays bloomed in Mu Bing's beautiful eyes. Her cultivation level began to rise, the 8th level of qi refining, the 9th level of qi refining, a place of life. In just a few breaths, her cultivation level actually rose directly from the 7th level of qi refining to the 1st level of life earth. So you hid your cultivation before? Ji Xiu frowned frivolously. Although he was a little surprised at the moment, he was not surprised. After all, before his rebirth, Mu Bing was at least an immortal emperor who astonished the 9 heavens and had unparalleled talent in the world. Nowadays, it is normal to reach the life earth stage at the age of 7. Today, this emperor will definitely not let you go. Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiu coldly, with golden light shining in her eyes, as if she was an immortal emperor descending to earth. The big enemy came to me on his own. It's not my fault. A playful smile appeared on Ji Xiu's lips. He was now penniless and in need of the essence of destiny, and then Mu Bing came to him. This is so thoughtful. Luoyue Palace. Mu Qiu suddenly opened her eyes, frowned and looked towards the direction of Luofeng Palace, muttering incoherently. Binger, the seal has been lifted. What is this little girl going to do? Do you really want to kill your future husband with your own hands? That won't do. Absolutely not. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 23, The Demon Arrives. The flying dragon explores the clouds, the night is thick and the moonlight is bright. In front of Luofeng Palace. Mu Bing's eyes shone with brilliant golden light. She was dressed in white and stood with her hands behind her back. At this moment, she was so powerful that she looked like an unparalleled empress in person. Ji Xiu, come and fight. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ji Xiu, and her voice was as cold as eternal ice. She knew that she couldn't kill Ji Xiu at Ji Mansion today. However, Ji Xiu bullied Gu Yao, so she had to at least beat him half to get some return on her debt. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled. He said nothing and just looked at Mu Bing quietly. The atmosphere was solemn for a moment. Mu Bing stomped her foot hard on the floor, and in an instant she appeared in front of Ji Xiu like a flash of light. Boom! She punched out with her jade fist, and a terrifying sonic boom sounded in the air. The devil is coming. Open. Ji Xiu's expression was calm, and he instantly opened the first killing level of the Demon Heart and Divine Bond. In an instant, 2 scarlet red spider lilies bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The flowers are in full bloom and the devil's flames are rising. Too slow. Jisho uttered the 2 words slowly, and at the same time felt somewhat surprised at the changes that had taken place in himself after activating the demonic coming. I can clearly see Mu Bing's attack trajectory, attack landing point, and predict her next attack method. In fact, in just a short moment, no less than 10 ways to defeat Mu Bing appeared in his mind. After activating the magic, the combat ability and the ability to perceive danger increased by more than dozens of times. Clang! Mu Bing smashed Jisho's figure to pieces with one punch of the punch mist. After image? Mu Bing frowned. In her perception. A cultivator at the first level of life on Earth should not have such a terrifying speed. How strange? Jisho's playful voice sounded. Mu Bing turned around suddenly and found that Jisho had come behind her without her noticing. She gritted her teeth, looked at Jisho coldly and said, "Jisho, you deserve to die." After saying that, Mu Bing's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Jisho. Boom! 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 She attacked Jisho mercilessly, with a powerful attack and an extremely fast speed, so fast that her afterimage was all over the void. However, Jisho could easily and perfectly dodge every one of her attacks. It was as if Jisho had predicted and seen through every one of her moves. How is that possible? Mu Bing became more and more frightened as the fight went on. She has already made dozens of moves, but he didn't even touch the corner of Jisho's clothes. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a huge gap between her cultivation level and Jisho's. How is it impossible? Jisho looked at Mu Bing with a playful expression. I have to say that Mu Bing's fighting power is indeed strong. It is no exaggeration to say that her combat power has far surpassed the life on Earth realm. Even fighting against a cultivator at the 3rd or 5th level of life on Earth can be like a piece of cake. However, after activating the demonic attack, I am stronger than her. Ice Extreme. Meteoric Kill. Mu Bing's eyes flashed with cold light, and he formed seals frantically with his hands. She would definitely not hold back anymore. She wanted to see what Jisho's limits were now. The ice light is shining, the elements between heaven and earth are shaking wildly. Drink, Mu Bing shouted softly and locked her fingers on Jisho. Clank! 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 Hundreds of sharp icicles cut through the void and stabbed towards Jisho like falling meteors. It's over. Jisho raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The devil is here. At full power, the blazing demonic flames instantly floated out of his eye sockets. The true energy in the body seemed to be completely ignited and burning wildly. Every time he took a step, a flaming footprint would appear behind him. This moment, he really looked like a devil coming to the world. At this rate, in 10 seconds at most, the true energy will be exhausted. But 10 seconds is more than enough. Jisho took a deep breath, then stomped the ground hard and flew out like a cannonball. Drink, Jisho shouted coldly and punched out, leaving a blazing trail. At this moment, even the air carries a burnt smell. Boom! In an instant, all the ice shattered, ice chips filled the sky, and invisible ripples spread in the void. Is this the best you can do? Jisho approached Mu Bing and spoke calmly. Mu Bing's eyes trembled violently as she looked at Jisho, who was so close to her. She didn't expect Jisho to be so strong. I haven't finished talking yet. Jisho placed his finger on her forehead. The immortal devouring magical art, the mysterious power surges, and dots of halo bloom. Clang! All her meridians were sealed in an instant. At this moment, Mu Bing lost control of her body and could not move at all under the suppression of Jisho's mysterious power. If Jisho is willing, Mu Bing's life could be ended in the next second. However, Jisho did not do so. After all, Mu Bing's master is his great aunt Mucho. But if he killed Mu Bing now, the Ji family would definitely break with the Ice God Palace. Now I still need the Ice God Palace to deter the Beishare royal family. Therefore, there is no point in killing Mu Bing at this point in time. It will even plunge himself and the Ji family into an abyss. Besides, I still need Mu Bing to brush myself with the essence of destiny from time to time, for example, now. Jisho raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What you up to? Mu Bing had a bad feeling in her heart. Flying dragon reaching the cloud's hand. Jisho murmured in his heart, and then a divine light burst out from his palm and surged towards Mu Bing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing 500 life essence. Mu Bing screamed and shouted. Jisho, you are so outrageous. She never expected that Jisho would be even more presumptuous than when they first met. She wanted to fight him to the death, but unfortunately she couldn't move at all at this moment. 5 seconds left. Ji Xiu ignored Mu Bing. He began to attack Mu Bing frantically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing 300 life essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 life essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing 200 life essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing a Tianyang pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing a piece of purple cloud soft armor. Ha, etc. It seems like something strange was stolen. Ji Xiu scratched his head. At this moment, the demon state ends, the true energy is exhausted. A feeling of weakness came over me. Ji Xiu's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. Ji is not ashamed. What are you doing? The words fell. When I looked up, I saw my mother Lin Ru coming to the courtyard of Luofeng Palace. She put her hands on her hips and looked at herself angrily. Mother! Listen to my explanation. Ji Xiu raised his hand and shouted. You kid? What do you want to explain? Lin Ru pointed at the purple cloud soft armor on Ji Xiu's hand and shouted angrily. Hearing this, Ji Xiu took a look at the fragrant purple soft armor on his hand and was stunned. Ji Xiu was speechless for a while. The facts are there. No matter how much explanation there is, it seems like a cover-up. But he himself had not expected that he could use the flying dragon exploring the cloud's hand to strip off Mu Bing's protective soft armor. Today, I will beat your ass to pieces. Lin Ru rushed to Ji Xiu's side, grabbed Ji Xiu's ear without saying a word, and walked towards Luofeng Palace. And when Lin Ru arrived at Luofeng Palace, she saw an even more shocking scene. My son's bed. There was actually a young girl lying there. This girl is Gu Yao. A roar like a tigress sounded. Ji is not ashamed. I'm not done with you today. Ji Xiu? Mu Bing stood there blankly. Her delicate body was trembling a little, her pearly teeth bit her flowery lips tightly. A pair of icy eyes trembled violently. She originally wanted to get some interest back from Gu Yao, but the result was cruel. She couldn't even keep the purple cloud soft armor, the sacred protective object of the Ice God Palace. The cool night breeze blows. Mu Bing couldn't help but shudder. Asshole! Ji Xiu, how dare you! Mu Bing's pretty face was flushed, and she clenched her fists tightly, her whole body trembling with anger. Outside Luofeng Palace. Mu Qiu and Grandma Mu Hua stood together and looked out. This is the situation now. If these two little guys don't get married, I'm afraid there's no way to end it. Grandma Mu Hua said helplessly. Yes. Mu Qiu nodded. She fully agreed with Mu Hua's opinion. After saying that, she looked towards Luofeng Palace and sighed after a long while. This little guy is really amazing. You are so young, don't even mention the first level of life on Earth. He actually has the combat power of at least the 8th level of life on Earth. It seems, this marriage is really the right choice. Mu Hua couldn't help but chuckled and said, Senior sister. You are worthy of me. You always look at things from a different perspective. Chapter 24. Ji Xiu, you really deserve to die. In Luofeng Palace. Ji Yuyao lowered her eyes slightly, somewhat afraid to speak. Ji Xiu sat on the bed, looking at Lin Ru with grievance and whispered, Mother. You really misunderstood. I really didn't do anything. Snort. Lin Ru snorted coldly. At this point, she certainly knew that her son and Gu Yao had not done anything. Ji Xiu was simply helping Gu Yao reshape her meridians, and if you think about it carefully, she was also so anxious just now that she lost her mind. Gu Yao's matter. I won't pursue the matter any further. But what about Mu Bing? I have to say, you are really good. Lin Ru questioned angrily. This is just an accident. Ji Xiu spread his hands helplessly. His original intention was just to steal some of the essence of destiny to restore his health, but who would have thought, he actually stole Mu Bing's purple cloud soft armor. Alright. No need to explain so much to me. I'll deal with you later. Lin Ru said, then stretched out his hand to Ji Xiu and ordered, Give me. What? Ji Xiu was full of questions. You kid. Lin Ru stepped forward and knocked on Ji Xiu's head, saying with some disapproval, Ice-cold purple cloud soft armor. Could it be that you are reluctant to part with it? How is that possible? Ji Xiu shook his head heavily, and then quickly handed the purple cloud soft armor to Lin Ru. Snort. Lin Ru snorted, took the Xian soft armor, glared at Ji Xiu, then turned and left. Bang! When the palace gates were closed. Ji Xiu sighed and looked at Gu Yao and said, I said. This was an accident, do you believe it? Hearing this, Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, and she nodded with a blush. I believe it. After all, Your Highness, it is possible that you are curious about some new things. Well, upon hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but sigh, that's right. If I were you, I don't believe it either. But it doesn't matter. Think of this. Ji Xiu shook his head and immediately took out a Tianyang pill that he had stolen from Mu Bing from his storage ring. Yes. Eat it. Mu Bing looked at the mysterious pill that looked like a dragon eye and was stunned for a moment before asking softly, "Oh, this is?" Hearing this, Ji Xiu responded casually, "This is the Tianyang pill. It can help you restore the true blood you burned before." Oh, Gu Yao nodded and took the Tianyang pill. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Tianyangdan is a top-grade elixir unique to the Ice God Palace, which has the extraordinary effect of producing blood and nourishing the skin. So, all he did, all for that Tianyang pill? Also for me? Gu Yao was a little dazed for a moment. Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao and said seriously, "This is just the beginning. I will forge your meridians once a month from now on. It hurts every time. You have to be prepared." "Oh," Gu Yao responded softly, her eyes becoming increasingly confused as she looked at the Tianyang Dan in her hand. She knew that Ji Xiu was doing this for her own good. She can endure the pain of reshaping her meridians, but she couldn't afford the Tianyangdan. Alright. It's getting late. Take a shower and change clothes. Take a rest. Ji Xiu stood up and stretched his extremely tired body, then he jumped directly into the steaming bath behind the screen. "Your Highness, you should return this Tianyang pill to Miss Mu Bing." I'm not worthy." "That's the case. Why should the madam be so angry?" And caused Miss Mu Bing to misunderstand. Gu Yao bit her red lips and finally spoke out her true feelings. She subconsciously felt that she was not worthy of such a good thing. "Eat it. Or get out." Ji Xiu frowned and spoke very firmly. He thought, let others think whatever they want. Anyway, I made a lot of money today. In just 10 seconds, he earned 1,800 Destiny Essence and a Tianyang pill from Mu Bing. Is it important to explain or not? And there's a high probability that my mother has already calmed down. As for Mu Bing, this woman can think whatever she wants to. He doesn't care. What he cares about is Gu Yao's future. What's a Tianyang pill worth? I understand. Gu Yao nodded, then bent down and picked up the clothes that Ji Xiu had casually taken off and dropped on the ground, and looking at Ji Xiu's figure behind the screen, he murmured in a daze, "At such a young age. He's going to be vicious again." Ji Mansion, in Luoyue Palace. Mu Bing sat alone on a stone bench in the yard with a cold face. Mu Chiu looked at his apprentice and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckled. "Binger. Are you still angry?" Hearing this, Mu Bing turned around and looked at Mu Chiu in silence for a long time before she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, Ji Xiu insulted me like this. Can you bear it?" Mu Chiu nodded thoughtfully and then responded seriously, "I will endure it, Master." "Master, you." Mu Bing was speechless for a moment, and her chest felt tight with anger. Seeing this, Mu Chiu stepped forward with a gentle look and gently stroked Mu Bing's silver hair and spoke to comfort her. But then again, that kid Ji Xiu really shouldn't have done that. After your ceremony, you must teach him well. If you don't teach, will it be left for others to teach? Hear this. Mu Bing's teeth were almost broken by biting them, but she finally swallowed the anger back. She knew that now was not the time to confront Ji Xiu. Now, the most important thing for her is time. She needs some time to develop, and she also needs to wait for a perfect opportunity. My thoughts end here. Mu Bing concentrated her mind and turned the storage ring with her jade hands. After careful consideration, she calculated the time. Wedding night. Just wait until the wedding night. Then, I will have enough power to make the demon god Ji Xiu die. He. You will pay for today's humiliation with your life in the future. After saying that, Mu Bing nodded and unconsciously looked down at the ring on her hand. At this moment, she frowned suddenly and suddenly thought of something. Ji Xiu had stolen a soul-killing nail from her before, so what about just now? She hurriedly checked the ring. After a moment, Mu Bing's pretty face was filled with indignation, and her hands were clenched into fists. She gnashed her teeth and cursed in her heart, "This emperor's heavenly nourishing pill. Ji Xiu, you really deserve to die. Shameless thief. Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough, not enough.
Kyoto Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Emperor Long Tian was wearing a black dragon robe, looking at the fish in the flower pond with a deep gaze and asked casually, "How is it going?" Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, bowed slightly and responded in a deep voice, "Return your majesty." Red Cult Master Shen Nanfeng spent a whopping 100 million yuan to hire a killer from the human world to come to Kyoto. I heard that the killer had successfully assassinated 3 king-level masters without making any noise, and he is ranked 10th on the current killer list.
In addition, Shen Nanfeng also offered the Holy Fire Order.
Shin Wuhui, one of the 3 great bishops of the Red Dress Church, is on his way to Kyoto. We can reach Kyoto tomorrow night at the latest. Good, very good. Emperor Long Tian turned his head and looked in the direction of Ji Mansion and said with a cold smile, "Tomorrow night, I am expecting chaos in the Ji family."
Chapter 25 Engagement.
The immortal emperor heroine became my fiancée. The second day night falls. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing's engagement party was scheduled at Xian Pavilion. Xian Pavilion, as the first banquet hall of Ji Mansion, was built extremely luxuriously. There are golden and magnificent stone pillars with dragons hovering around them, red carpets covering the entire palace, and crystal clear decorations glittering with jewels. When Ji Xiu brought Wei Lao to the gate of Xian Pavilion, his mother Lin Ru had been waiting in front of the hall for a long time.
"Stinky boy, today is a big day for you and our Ji family. Don't bring shame to our Ji family. If you keep messing around, mother won't forgive you." Lin Ru whispered a warning.
"Mother."
"I see."
Ji Xiu responded helplessly, having said that he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this is not a wedding, it's just an engagement. "Mother, please go in first.
I still have something to say to Mr. Wei."
Ji Xiu sent Lin Ru away, then looked at Wei Lao seriously and said to Mr. Wei,
"I'll leave it to you tonight. We must not let Shen Nanfeng leave Kyoto."
Hearing this, Elder Wei nodded, as if he remembered something, and then said softly, "Killing Shen Nanfeng is easy. But, Your Highness, the young master. According to the information obtained by my subordinates,
Shen Nanfeng used the Holy Fire Order.
Shin Wuhui, one of the 3 cardinals of the Red Dress Church, will arrive in Kyoto tonight. Shin Wuhui has a powerful cultivation base at the peak of the monarch level. I am ashamed that I am no match for him."
Ji Xiu smiled mysteriously.
"Mr. Wei, you just need to ensure Shen Nanfeng's life and death. As for the cardinal of the Cardinal Church, you don't have to worry about it." Mr. Wei was stunned for a moment. "It this time," Ji Xiu explained in a low voice, "just tell me
the information we can get. Do you think we can't get the Ice Palace?"
"Palace Master Mu Qiu will not let him set foot in Kyoto."
"I see." Elder Wei suddenly realized it.
He looked at Ji Xiu with some surprise and asked, "Your Highness, so you planned all this?"
Ji Xiu chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, it was already above the dark arena that he could tell that something was wrong with Shen Nanfeng. Since Shen Nanfeng could spend the sky-high price of 80 million to buy Gu Yao and Gu Jian, this means that Shen Nanfeng must know the value of Gu Yao and Gu Jian just like himself. "Well, at least I know Gu Jian's value. If this is the case, then he must not let Shen Nanfeng leave Kyoto, otherwise there will be endless troubles. It was precisely because of this that he later deliberately insulted the Red Dress sect and slapped Shen Nanfeng in a seemingly arrogant manner. All of this is done to force them into desperate situations." Sure enough, just as Ji Xiu expected, Shen Nanfeng couldn't swallow this anger. After leaving the arena, he immediately raised funds and spent a huge amount of money to find a killer boss in the world. He even used the Holy Fire Order to invite Shin Wuhui, one of the 3 cardinals of the Red Dress Church, to rush to Kyoto, and all this played exactly into Ji Xiu's hands. Tonight, this prince not only wants Shen Nanfeng to leave Kyoto.
We also need to make the bigwigs in Kyoto pay more attention from today onwards.
My Ji family is not something that anyone can afford to offend.
A cold light flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes. The thought stops here. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wei, he turned and walked into the Xian Pavilion. In the Xian Pavilion, all the elders of the Ji family are present. Grandma Mu Hua, Grandpa Ji Nu, Father Ji Xiao, Mother Lin Ru. Of course, there is also the number 1 Aunt Mu Qiu in the Ice God Palace, and Mu Bing
Sure is here. Let the engagement party begin.
Mu Hua spoke with a smile. After saying that, she came to Ji Xiu and handed him a black jade tiger talisman. On it, a big word Ji is particularly eye-catching. This is dragon-patterned black gold? Ji Xiu was a little frightened. Dragon patterned black gold is a top treasure that is ranked as one of the 3 great immortal golds on the continent, along with Daojia gold and Phoenix blood red gold.
Little one. That's some insight. Our Ji family's tiger talisman is made of black gold with dragon patterns.
In the future, you will inherit the position of patriarch of the Ji family and command 1,000,000 iron Buddha troops.
You cannot do this without the Ji family tiger talisman.
I see. The Ji Xiu nodded when he held the Ji family tiger talisman. A heartwarming warmth instantly spread throughout my body. In a moment, you will hand the tiger talisman to Mu Bing.
Mu Hua reminded. Oh.
Ji Xiu responded, there is no doubt that the engagement banquet is to exchange the most important tokens between the Ji family and the Ice God Palace. The Ji family's token of trust is the Ji family's tiger talisman that can command 1,000,000-strong Iron Buddha army. What about the Ice Palace, Master? Are we really going to give the Ice God Jade from the Ice God Palace to Ji Xiu?
Mu Bing asked with a frown. That's the rule. Mu Qiu responded very seriously. What kind of rule is this? Mu Bing argued quietly.
Be careful with your words.
Mu Qiu blared at Mu Bing and said, wait until after your wedding.
Ji Xiu must return the Ice God Jade, and you can inherit the Ice God Palace. You must return the Ji family tiger talisman to Ji Xiu so that he can inherit the Ji family.
That's the rule. Well, Mu Bing sighed and nodded helplessly. Go ahead. Binger.
Mu Qiu patted Mu Bing on the back. At the same time, Grandma Mu Hua also whispered in Ji Xiu's ear, go ahead.
Sure. Don't let Grandma down. Oh, Ji Xiu nodded and thought, this is what is called a marriage. If he did not marry Mu Bing in the future, he would not be able to mobilize the Ji family's 1,000,000-strong Black Iron Army, and if Mu Bing doesn't marry her in the future, she will not be able to become the palace master of the Ice God Palace, it seems.
For this marriage,
Grandma Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu really put a lot of thought into this.
Ji Xiu sighed in his heart. Afterwards, we arrived at the center of Xian Pavilion. Mu Bing also came to Ji Xiu with the Ice God Jade. Yes, for you.
Ji Xiu handed the tiger talisman to Mu Bing. For you.
Mu Bing also handed the Ice God Jade to Ji Xiu with an expressionless face. When the two of them each received the token, everyone present smiled with satisfaction. Grandma Mu Hua and Aunt Mu Qiu smiled at each other, and there was some relief in their eyes. The most important ceremony is completed, engagement successful. The party begins. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing sat together as a matter of course.
Little thief. Give me back what you stole.
Mu Bing warned Ji Xiu in a low voice.
Didn't I return the belly band to you? What else do you want?
Ji Xiu responded calmly. You. Mu Bing was speechless for a while. She didn't expect Ji Xiu to be so shameless. Call. Mu Bing took a deep breath, glared at Ji Xiu and whispered, did I say belly band? I'm talking about soul-devouring nail and heaven-nourishing pill. Ji Xiu turned around and looked at Mu Bing's flawless face with a puzzled look. No, have no idea.
Eat more vegetables.
After saying that, Ji Xiu considerately put a piece of food into Mu Bing's bowl. Shameless. Mu Bing felt a tightness in her chest when she saw Ji Xiu refusing to admit it. There was a long silence. She continued to speak. Whatever.
If you want it, I'll give it to you. But I want Gu Yao.
She can give the Tianyangdan to Ji Xiu. She could even ignore the soul-eating nail, but Gu Yao, she would never let Ji Xiu get involved.
Okay.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded very seriously at Mu Bing. How could he not know that Mu Bing wanted Gu Yao from the beginning to the end, and he was just retreating to advance?
You agree?
Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiu with some surprise. Agree.
Of course I agree.
As long as Gu Yao agrees, I have no objection. Ji Xiu's expression was very calm. As if Mu Bing's request was no big deal. Really, Mu Bing's beautiful eyes lit up. Her plan succeeded. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. She had deliberately asked Ji Xiu for the soul-devouring nail and the heavily nourishing pill. After that, he had to settle for the next best thing and ask Ji Xiu for Gu Yao. She thought that Gu Yao was just Ji Xiu's maid now. And Ji Xiu took so many good things from her, he wouldn't be reluctant to give up even a maid. Ji Xiu smiled slightly, then stepped forward and whispered in his ear intimately. Really? Of course I take it seriously. After saying that, the flying dragon reaching the cloud's hand was activated. At this time, Ji Xiu's hand had silently fallen on Mu Bing's waist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing 200 life essence. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded in Ji Xiu's ears.
Ji Xiao. You don't want your hands anymore, right?
Hearing this, Ji Xiao shrugged and withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, 200 is 200, it's better than nothing, husband, look how well they match each other. Lin Ru looked at Ji Xiao and Mu Bing with a motherly smile, yes.
It's a match made in heaven. Ji Xiao nodded in praise. Ji Xiao, that brat. You are worthy of being my grandson. Talented. He's really talented. Like me. Ji Nu also looked satisfied. Junior sister. I'll be back soon.
Mu Chou put down the cup, looked at the bright moonlight and spoke softly, careful.
Mu Huai nodded, she naturally knew what Mu Chiu was going to do, rest assured.
Mu Chiu smiled slightly the moment she walked out of Xian Pavilion, a terrifying murderous light burst out from her eyes. Chapter 26, A Murder Banquet. On a dark and windy night, Kyoto is shocked. The night is dark and the moonlight is bright, an extremely luxurious mansion in the southern part of Kyoto. Sir, the people have arrived. The Red Sect's guardian spoke softly. Of the words fell. A figure wearing a black cloak landed in the courtyard.
Thousand-faced Shura. Mr. Bai? Shen Nanfeng frowned and asked in a low voice. It's me.
Bai spoke coldly. He raised his head slightly, and the moonlight falling on his deathly pale face looked particularly creepy. His eyes were dull, without any emotion in them, only endless dead silence.
Your goal tonight?
It's Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family.
Is everything all right?
Shen Nanfeng asked in a low voice. No problem. White Knight is concise and to the point. He is just the son of a warlord family. It was not difficult for him. As for the consequences of killing someone, he was not afraid at all, because standing behind him is the #1 killer organization in Tianxian continent, the human world. Good, very good.
Now that everything is ready, let's go. Shen Nanfeng took a deep breath and turned his gaze in the direction of Kyoto Ji Mansion. Sir, the bishop has not arrived yet. Should we wait for him?
The Red Sect guardian reminded softly.
No need.
The bishop will meet us directly at the Ji Mansion.
I have arranged everything.
Shen Nanfeng smiled slightly. He has made full preparations today.
That's great.
The guardian of the Red Sect couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. If their cardinal bishop cannot come. If these people break into Ji's house, they will die.
Walk. Set off.
Shen Nanfeng waved his hand. A dozen figures in red fell behind him, and just at this moment. A voice as cold as 1,000-year-old black ice sounded.
Don't bother, tonight. You can't go anywhere.
The words fell. Bang. The door of the mansion opened, the icy cold wind blowing in made everyone present shiver. Everyone looked up and saw an old man in black standing at the door of the mansion. He is not tall and has an ordinary appearance. It's the kind that no one would even look at twice if you put it in a crowd, but, from the moment he appeared, the air temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees.
Who are you? The old guard beside Ji Xiao? Shen Nanfeng recognized Mr. Wei's identity. It's me.
Elder Wei spoke coldly. You came just in time.
I will start killing you today.
Mr. Bai, I leave this old guy to you. After the matter is done, I will give you another 30 million.
This isn't the first time you've killed a powerful monarch.
Shen Nanfeng spoke confidently. After saying that, he turned to look at the 1,000-faced Shura Bai beside him, and his expression froze.
Mr. Bai, this is?
Shen Nanfeng opened his mouth slightly, as if he had seen an incredible scene. The man in front of him, Bai, who was ranked 10th on the killer list and was known as the 1,000-faced Shura, was now trembling all over, shaking like a cork. Those eyes, which were like dead fish and had no emotions at all, were now trembling violently. Looking at the old man in black in front of the door, he seemed to see the devil. Even his breathing, which had been as steady as a mountain before, became extremely disordered. It's like a kid who was caught by his parents for doing bad things outside.
How could it be you?
Bai's throat rolled and he spoke dully. Haven't seen you for a long time, noob.
Old Wei greeted Bai with an expressionless face. Noob?
Shen Nanfeng was confused. The guardian behind him was also stunned. What kind of person could be called 1,000 Faces Shura, Xiao Bai?
Long time no see.
Bai Yi responded tremblingly. He looked at Mr. Wei's indifferent eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. An emotion called fear spread from his heart to every part of his body. The horrific memories once again flooded into my mind. For a moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: escape. The farther away the better. You're not going to run away, are you? Reputation in the world. Don't you care about the dignity of a killer? How did I teach you in the beginning? Mr. Wei spoke with interest, with his hands behind his back. As the former chief instructor in the human world, he could tell what Bai Yi was thinking at a glance. This sentence is finished. Bai Yi's sweat dripped down his forehead. Shen Nanfeng also woke up suddenly. The old man in black beside Ji Xiu is no ordinary king-level warrior, but he is the super boss in the killer world and the chief instructor in the human world. It was he who created such a group of fearless killing machines in the world. Instructor, you are joking. As your student, Bai Yi cannot commit crimes against you. Now that you are here, Bai Yi will turn around and leave. Tonight, just pretend you haven't seen the students. Bai Yi spoke tremblingly. Hearing this, Old Wei shook his head with regret and said to himself, what a pity. During these years in the human world, you still haven't become a real killer. If your senior brothers and sisters met me, they wouldn't care about respecting teachers. Because they understand that killing me is the best way to show respect to teachers. After saying that, he turned around and closed the door of the mansion. Bang! The moment the door closed, everyone's heart trembled. Under the moonlight, Old Wei walked towards Shen Nanfeng and his group step by step with his hands behind his back. Kill! Shen Nanfeng roared. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. A dozen powerful red dress sect warriors behind him rose into the air and rushed towards Old Wei, but the next second, puff! 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 The sound of blood splattering was heard. More than a dozen powerful men from the red dress sect had bloodlines on their necks. Dozens of heads flew up, and blood spurted out from their necks more than 10 feet high. In the moonlight summer, no one saw how Master Wei made his move. Instructor! Don't go too far. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and roared in a deep voice. After saying this, he made a move to attack, but actually turned around and fled. He had no desire to fight with his former instructor, because he knew very well how terrifying the person in front of him was. Clang! A thick shadow fell over him. Puff! A withered old hand pierced his chest without warning. Poochie! Bai Yi suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and the light of life in his eyes dimmed. When General Wei pulled his hand out, a string of blood came out. His body suddenly turned cold, and then fell into the air. A king-level killer, the 10th most ruthless person on the killer list, one move to fall. You, don't come over here. I am the son of the Red Cult. If you kill me, the Red Cult will make you pay with blood. Shen Nanfeng looked at Mr. Wei with fear on his face. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Well, someone like you. If you say so. I have heard this tens of thousands of times in my life. Old Wei shook his head, stretched out his hand and placed one hand on Shen Nanfeng's head. Snap! The sound of a neck breaking was heard. Shen Nanfeng's head was actually twisted off by Old Wei. After doing all this, Mr. Wei didn't even look at the corpses on the ground and threw the heads on the ground. He raised his foot and left the Red Cult's mansion. And the scariest thing is, from the time he came in to the time he left, it took less than a minute in total, despite the rivers of blood, but there was not a speck of blood on his clothes. Your Highness, you should be satisfied now. Old Wei looked in the direction of Ji Mansion and smiled slightly. At the same time, outside of Kyoto, an old man in a red robe of holy fire was looking at the woman in white in front of him with a look of horror. Ice Palace. Palace Master Mu Qiu. Shen Wuhui's voice trembled and he looked at Mu Qiu with fear in his eyes. Do you know who Ji Xiu is? Mu Qiu asked expressionlessly. Ji family, young master. Shen Wuhui responded with a stutter. What else? Mu Qiu's eyebrows are frivolous. I don't know. Shen Wuhui shook his head. Of course he knew the relationship between Ji Xiu and Mu Qiu, but now he would never admit it. You want to kill him? Mu Qiu asked again. I'm leaving now. Shen Wuhui quickly responded. I'll give it to you. Mu Qiu's tone was very calm. As soon as the words fell, Shen Wuhui's face suddenly changed. He knew that Mu Qiu wanted to kill him. So without saying anything, he frantically made seals with his hands. Clang! A mysterious and strange teleportation array appeared under his feet, and the next second, boom! A terrifying aura like a sleeping dragon awakened from Mu Qiu's body. At this moment, all the monks in Kyoto were trembling in fear. Under this breath,
this is the aura of a saint that is above all living beings. Clang. The temperature of heaven and earth dropped suddenly, wisps of frost instantly froze the teleportation array. Palace Master Muchio. Spare my life. I promise to never set foot in Beisha Kyoto again in my lifetime. Shin Wuwei begged for mercy loudly. In front of a powerful saint, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. It's not his fault, because there is a saying in the Tianshan continent, below the saint level, everyone is an ant. Since we are just ants, how can we change our fate? Too late. Muchio shook his head and waved his finger. Clang, a stunning sword light flashed across the void. The light was extremely bright, splashing thousands of feet. The entire night of Kyoto was as bright as day under this sword light. Just like frost falling, Shin Wuwei's body instantly turned into ice chips under the sword light. Tonight. It rained between heaven and earth. A heavy rain. It foreshadows the demise of a powerful man at the peak of the monarch level. The whole of Kyoto was silent in this heavy rain. Muchio turned his head and looked in the direction of Kyoto G Mansion, muttering to himself in this way, it should be able to buy Binger and that kid a lot of time. I hope they won't let me down in the future. Chapter 27 Shi, the Imperial Master of Beisha. Jisho is running out of time. Kyoto, the rain is still falling. All the big shots in Kyoto were trembling in the rain. In the imperial garden of the palace, Emperor Long Tian looked at the distant sky with trembling eyes. After a while, he spoke in horror. It's her. She actually came to Kyoto. Yes, Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, also spoke tremblingly. Except the one from the Ice Palace. How could anyone dare to attack the cardinal? Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was my fault that I failed to notice that Muchio had come to Kyoto. That's all. Long Tian waved his hand and said with great fear, she is a saint-level expert. Don't even mention Kyoto. Even if it's my palace. If she wants to come, what can you do? Hear this. Yu Huatian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian doesn't blame him. To be honest, he couldn't afford to provoke a saint-level expert like Muchio. Where's Shin Nanfeng? Didn't he spend 100 million to hire a killer from the human world? How is it going? Long Tian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's face changed and he responded in a low voice with great fear, dead. They're all dead. They were all killed before they even took a step out of the mansion. Even Shin Nanfeng's head was twisted off by someone. Well, Long Tian sighed, gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, it seems that after tonight, this young master of the Ji family has really become the most untouchable taboo figure in Kyoto. That's right, Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. The previous palace master of the Ice God Palace took action personally. Let me ask, who in Kyoto dares to take advantage of Ji Shio? At this time, he leaned over and whispered, Your Majesty, what should we do next? There was a long silence. Long Tian slowly asked, has the Imperial Master returned to the palace? Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's face suddenly changed. When he heard the word National Master, there was even a hint of deep fear in his eyes. Return of Your Majesty. The Imperial Master has returned to the palace. Good. Long Tian nodded heavily and said, walk. Go to the Shinsa Palace. The Imperial Palace, the Shinsa Palace, and the Gon Terrace. From here you can overlook the entire Kyoto. A woman in a black dress with a phoenix pattern stood on the terrace. The whole of Kyoto was beneath her feet. The moonlight fell brightly on her stunning and cold face, making her look particularly charming. Master. Palace Master Muchio took action and the Red Cult Archbishop Shin Wuwei died. The former chief instructor in the human world, Wei Qin, killed all the people in the Red Dress sect in Kyoto, including the Red Cult Master Shin Nanfeng and his former student, Thousand-Faced Shura Baiyi. The girl Xianin suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke in a deep voice. What else? The mysterious woman asked casually. And then, father is here. Xianin said in a low voice. The words fell. Long Tian and Yu Huatian have arrived on the Ganlu Terrace, and Long Tian looked at the tall and beautiful figure under the moon, his eyes full of intoxication and admiration. Seeing this scene, Xianin couldn't help but shook his head. Her father has been in love with her master for a long time. What a pity. The king of Xiang is interested, but the goddess is not. National Master. I'm here. Long Tian's voice was low and restrained, obviously suppressing the restless emotions in his heart. Greetings, Your Majesty. The mysterious woman spoke calmly. The words were respectful, but the body did not move at all. Even in front of the king of Beisha, he had no intention of bowing or kneeling. National Master. You should know everything. Long Tian took a deep breath and said anew. Then what?
The mysterious woman turned slightly sideways, and her profile was extremely perfect under the moonlight. The pair of eyes as cold as the top of a snowy mountain stared at Long Tian quietly.
I need you to help.
Long Tian stated his purpose. Hee. The mysterious woman smiled and shook her head.
I have not yet reached the saint level. How do we do it? Hearing this, Long Tian's face changed. He took a step forward and said hurriedly, Is there nothing you can do?
Your Majesty is afraid. The mysterious woman has frivolous eyebrows. Hear this. Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, suddenly changed his expression. If anyone else dared to say such things in front of Long Tian, they would have been dead long ago. However, the woman in front of me is an exception. At this time, Long Tian was silent for a long time, and then he spoke with mixed emotions.
Afraid? How can I not be afraid?
If in the future, a great emperor appears in the Ji family, you should know the consequences. The mysterious woman nodded, and she leaned on the railing with her delicate hand.
That's the case.
Then leave the young master of the Ji family to me.
Do you have any solution? Long Tian asked in surprise. It will take time.
The mysterious woman only said 4 words. Hear this. Long Tian's face suddenly changed.
He looked at the woman in shock and said, Are you going to reach the saint level?
The mysterious woman chuckled but did not deny it. She waved at Long Tian.
Your Majesty, please go back.
I won't see you off. Good. Long Tian nodded, took one last fascinated look at the mysterious woman and turned away, but no one could notice that the moment he turned around, a hint of extremely subtle greed flashed in his eyes. Wait until Long Tian leaves. The girl Xianin looked at the mysterious woman with surprise and said, Master, are you going to reach the saint level? The mysterious woman raised her red lips slightly, nodded and said only 4 words, just one step away. Xianin took a breath and said, As expected of you.
Then wait until you reach the saint level. Will you really attack Ji Xiu? By the way, aren't you optimistic about Ji Xiu?
If I remember correctly. A few days ago in the Dark Arena, her master asked Luo Yuzhu to deal with GXIU.AT that time. He looked so excited that he wanted to recruit Ji Xiu as his subordinate. She still remembers it clearly. The smile on the mysterious woman's beautiful and cold face became even wider. She responded with interest.
Your father is the emperor of Beixia. I am the state teacher. He is the king. I am your subject. Can a subject disobey the king's order? 2. Xianin nodded.
Although she felt that this was not her master's character, she could not find any fault with what he said. At the same time, she also felt sorry for Ji Xiu. If her master reached the saint level, then even Mu Qiu might not be able to protect Ji Xiu.
It seems like this guy doesn't have much time left.
Xianin murmured quietly to herself.
Chapter 28, Kill You at the Wedding.
Ji Xiu founded MI6. It's night, the rain has stopped, when all the important figures in Kyoto were moved and trembling with fear because of the killing tonight. Ji Xiu has returned to his Luofeng palace and is soaking in the steaming hot bath.
Your Highness, Mr. Wei is back.
He asked me to tell you that all the members of the Red Sect in Kyoto have been killed.
Gu Yao stood outside the screen and spoke the message. No.
Ji Xiu's expression did not change at all when he heard this. Tonight, if Mr. Wei takes action, there will be no other outcome. As for the Cardinal Bishop,
it's time for him to return home now.
Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Mu Bing's master, the most legendary former palace master of the Ice God Palace, took action, not to mention a Cardinal Bishop. Even if the Pope, the leader of the Cardinal cult, comes, he has to kneel down.
Gu Yao. That Tian Yang Dan. Have you got a meal yet?
Ji Xiu suddenly looked at the beautiful figure outside the screen and asked, Have eaten?
It works very well. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Yao responded softly.
Ji Xiu nodded upon hearing this. I thought that Tianyangdan was indeed the holy medicine of the Ice God Palace. In just one day, one Tianyang pill helped Gu Yao recover at least 50% of her burning true blood. Too bad, it's not enough. Thinking of this, Ji Xiu opened the system mold. He carefully selected and finally spent 500 life essence to buy a 2-star pill, Hua Tuo Secret Pill. Hua Tuo Secret Pill, the secret medicine of the great Dr. Hua Tuo, which has the extraordinary effect of curing
hidden injuries, replenishing blood, and nourishing the skin.
Effective period, 3 years. Here. Take this pill. Within 3 years. The true blood you burned earlier should be able to recover to its peak. Ji Xiu walked out of the bath, put on his clothes and put Hua Tuo's secret medicine in Gu Yao's hand.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Gu Yao took the pill and looked at Ji Xiu with a smile on his face, looking a little dazed.
Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Xiu found it a little funny. Your Highness. No one has ever been so nice to me. Why are you doing this to me?
Gu Yao stared at Ji Xiu in a daze and asked. Her family was massacred when she was very young. She and her brother Gu Jin were sold into the dark arena. If you want to live, you have to kill to the end. It can be said that she has seen the dark side of the world since she was a child. All these years of experience have taught her that no one in the world will show kindness to you for no reason, unless you are of use to him.
But the fact is, she is an almost half-wasted descendant of the Eldar. How
can she be of any use, even though she is such a loser? Ji Xiu is so kind to her. For a moment, she was very confused.
Gu Yao, you underestimate yourself.
You deserve the best. Ji Xiu answered casually. This sentence is not a lie. When he first read the novel, he also liked Gu Yao. Just ask yourself, who doesn't like an invincible and stunning empress? Let me ask again, who doesn't want to experience the process of becoming an empress?
Your Highness is joking again.
Gu Yao smiled bitterly. She knew that Ji Xiu was most likely joking, but at this moment, her heart was indeed unusually warm. But no matter whether it is true or not, she has decided to stay with Ji Xiu. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded.
Ji Xiu, come out.
Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned and said to himself, why is this woman here? Open the palace door. I saw Mu Bing standing in the courtyard in a white dress. Her pretty face was full of coldness, but when she saw Gu Yao beside Ji Xiu, she became gentle again.
Greetings, Miss Mu Bing.
Gu Yao bowed her head. Seeing this, Mu Bing took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xiu very seriously and asked, at the engagement party,
does what you said still count? Certainly. Ji Xiu nodded and smiled. Good.
Mu Bing stepped forward, took Gu Yao's hand and asked softly, Gu Yao, tomorrow, you will come back to the Ice Palace with me.
I will protect you from now on, and no one can bully you.
Hearing this, Gu Yao was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Mu Bing's earnest eyes, then shook her head and responded, thank you Miss Mu Bing for your kindness.
Gu Yao is flattered.
But Gu Yao still wants to stay with the young prince.
So, still no. Why?
When Mu Bing heard this, her pretty face was full of confusion.
Gu Yao.
Why is this guy worthy of you staying with him? He only bullies you. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu didn't say much, but just looked at Gu Yao quietly. No. Gu Yao calmly withdrew the hand that Mu Bing was holding, and her tone was very firm.
You really don't think about it anymore?
Mu Bing asked again. No. Gu Yao shook her head and said, Ms. Mu Bing,
it's a long way back to the Ice Palace.
Please take care of yourself. Hear this. Mu Bing's pretty face changed. She knew Gu Yao had made a decision. It was no use whatever she said. After a long silence, she sighed deeply, then looked at Gu Yao seriously and said, good. You should take care of yourself too.
We will communicate at any time in the future. If he bullies you, you tell me then. I will not let him off.
Having said that, Mu Bing couldn't help but glare at Ji Xiu fiercely. Obviously, she was warning Ji Xiu again not to mess around, but Ji Xiu's indifferent look made her hate him so much. Good. Gu Yao also laughed, although she didn't know why Mu Bing valued her so much, but she could feel Mu Bing's kindness, but she still wanted to stay in Kyoto. Take care of yourself. Mu Bing walked forward and gave Gu Yao a gentle hug, then, take 2 steps back, she took out the Ji family's tiger talisman and waved it in front of Ji Xiu's eyes. Then he looked at Ji Xiu with a sneer on his face and said, wait until you are of age.
I will marry you.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to our wedding day. Ji Xiu also laughed. How could he not hear the hidden meaning in Mu Bing's words? The wedding day, that would be the day when Mu Bing and herself would break up. Mu Bing, will use all means to get herself killed. What a coincidence.
I am also looking forward to that day.
Ji Xiu looked seriously into Mu Bing's beautiful eyes and gave her the most firm response, good.
Ji Xiu, I hope you remember what I said today.
Mu Bing chuckled, then he turned and left, looking at Mu Bing's leaving back. Ji Xiu thought for a moment, then he brought Gu Yao to the Ji Mansion's villa. This is where Mr. Wei lives. Under the moonlight. A thin figure was sweating profusely in the courtyard, holding an iron sword and practicing a set of complicated sword techniques. When he saw Ji Xiu and Gu Yao, come forward and greet him immediately. Greetings to His Royal Highness the young master.
Gu Jian looked at Ji Xiu with devout eyes. For him, Ji Xiu gave him a chance to be reborn, then Mr. Wei is his teacher, and Ji Xiu is his master. Go ahead.
Go and see if your brother's strength has improved.
Ji Xiu smiled at Gu Yao. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Yao nodded heavily. She took Gu Jian and started to practice with him in the courtyard. Ding! Ding! Ding!
Ding! The collision of weapons produced a blazing fire. The two figures dancing with swords under the moonlight are particularly pleasing to the EYE.AT. This time, an old figure appeared beside Ji Xiu.
Is Your Highness satisfied?
Mr. Wei asked with a smile. Not bad.
However, how long will it take for Gu Jian to become a true killer?
Ji Xiu asked casually. He has amazing talent.
And possesses the supreme bone.
But it will take at least 3 years. Mr. Wei responded very seriously. 3 years. It's still within expectations.
Ji Xiu nodded.
Your Highness, you should have some plans. Mr. Wei spoke with a smile that he knew that Ji Xiu's purchase of the Gu siblings at a sky-high price was just the first step. Yes.
Next.
I hope to form an organization that combines intelligence, assassination, and military operations. Ji Xiu looked at Elder Wei with burning eyes.
Similar to the West Factory? Mr. Wei was a little surprised. Yes. But not quite. The West Factory is just an organization in the Northern Xia dynasty.
And the organization I want to create is aimed at the entire Tianxian continent. Ji Xiu's eyes were firm. Your Highness, the young prince, has great ambitions.
But you know, it's not easy.
Mr. Wei took a deep breath and reminded him. Ji Xiu smiled and said, I never do anything easy.
Here this old Wei looked at Ji Xiu with more and more admiration. I don't have much time left.
So, I will need your help in the future, Mr. Wei.
Ji Xiu sighed meaningfully.
Understood. Mr. Wei nodded solemnly. He knew that the Ji family was safe now, but the future may not be like that. It is the best strategy to prepare for a rainy day, and he will naturally do his best to help Ji Xiu.
May I ask, young master, what do you hope this organization will be called?
Mr. Wei asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, Ji Xiu was silent for a moment, then raised his mouth slightly.
Why not just call MI6? Chapter 29. 5 years passed in a flash. The peerless Gu Yao. The next day, dusk. Mu Bing left. She and her master Mu Qiu left the Ji mansion and headed back to the Ice God Palace. Ji Xiu sat in the small courtyard of Luofeng Palace, watching the two figures gradually disappearing in the sunset. His eyes narrowed slightly. See you next time. It's the wedding day. That day will be the day of life and death.
Mu Bing knows his identity. When she is reborn, she will definitely not give up until she achieves her goal. Just like in the novel, however, fortunately, I still have time to become as strong as possible.
Your Highness. When will the plan to create MI6 begin?
Elder Wei asked softly beside GXIU.AT. This moment, he was already eager to try now.
Now.
Ji Xiu responded without even thinking. After that, he took out a black gold card from his ring and handed it to Mr. Wei. There are still 30 million gold coins in here.
Consider this as startup funding for MI6.
Hearing this, Mr. Wei nodded heavily. 30 million gold coins is a huge sum of money for any newly established organization. Back then, the starting capital in the world was only 30 million. Therefore, this amount of funds was more than enough to establish MI6.
Your Highness. What should we at MI6 do first?
Mr. Wei asked with some curiosity. It's very simple.
Recruiting talent. Training killers.
The most important thing is to start building our own intelligence network throughout the entire Beixia dynasty. Ji Xiu smiled slightly. He had thought of the idea of MI6 a long time ago. First, he recruits geniuses. As the main villain in the book, he naturally knows which geniuses were lonely and miserable in the early stage but rose in the later stage. What he needs to do is to recruit these geniuses under his command and have them work for him, just like Gu Yao and Gu Jian now. The second step is to train killers. He needs a team of killers that are completely loyal to him to help him eliminate those who stand in his way. After all, he can't do everything by himself, so it would be better to have a group of killers hiding in the dark to do things for him. Third, establish an intelligence network.
This is particularly important.
No matter what time it is, intelligence information is of paramount importance. With accurate intelligence, you can be invincible and even predict the future through clues and information.
Understood. I'll get ready right away.
3 years at the shortest and 5 years at the longest.
I will definitely let His Highness the young master see the results.
Mr. Wei spoke with a solemn oath. After saying this, he turned around and left with full confidence to begin preparations for the establishment of MI6. Good, Ji Xiu nodded. Since the plan of the 6th Division of Military Intelligence has begun. So now is the time to start your own practice plan.
Within 5 years. I want to reach the star-gathering realm.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath, and a gleam of light flickered in his eyes as clear as spring water. The establishment of MI6 was important. It is more important to improve your own cultivation. After all, in the Tianxian continent, strength is the only truth. Under the sunset. Ji Xiu's small figure was stretched out by the setting sun. Ji Yuyao walked out of Luofeng Palace. She was startled when she saw Ji Xiu standing with his hands behind his back in the sunset. At this moment, a thought suddenly arose in her heart. In the future, the entire Beixia dynasty will be controlled by His Highness the Crown Prince. Time flies, 5 years have passed in a flash. It's midsummer. The bright moonlight poured down into Luofeng Palace. Ji Xiu sat cross-legged on the palace bed, his eyes closed, his breathing steady, his body thin, although his appearance is still a little immature now. His temperament is becoming more and more elegant. The last step. Light up the destiny star. Ji Xiu put his hands together and began to burn his true energy, rushing to the star-gathering realm with all his strength. Snap! When a breaking sound was heard, the barriers between the life earth and gathering stars realms collapsed. Ji Xiu's aura changed drastically. His true essence level also underwent a qualitative sublimation at this moment. At the same time, an extremely bright star was rising slowly above the land where he practiced cultivation. Star-gathering realm, arrive. Ji Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, bright stars overflowing from his eye sockets. Raise your hand and gently clench your fist, and you will be able to feel how powerful and wonderful the star-level power flowing between your fingers is. Call. Ji Xiu slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. 5 years of hard work finally paid off. I finally completed my plan goals and reached the star-gathering realm. You have to know that at the star-gathering realm, he is considered a master even in the entire Tianxian continent. As my thoughts turned, I heard the clear sound of the system, ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the star-gathering realm, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 points of destiny essence. Hearing this, Ji Xiu opened the system panel without saying a word. Name, Ji Xiu. Identity, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Founding Organization, MI6. Cultivation, Star-Gathering Realm, Bloodline Constitution, Divine Heart Demon Bone, the Devil's Coming has been successfully activated. Divine Forbidden, 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal Ashes, 1 million Destiny Essence, Practice Technique, Immortal Devouring Technique, has been practiced to the 3rd level. Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds Hand, Advanced, Weapons, Daliwa Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute Chun Chung. Essence of Destiny, 14,800 points. Fate level, red, 9 deaths. System mall, opened. Task system, enabled. Warehouse, Soul Killing Nail, 1. Soul Stealing Trilogy, Requiem, Soul Stealing Song, Soul Calling Song, Ice God Jade, Token of the Ice God Palace Master. System prompt, more information can be expanded. Not bad. In 5 years, I have accumulated 14,800 points of Destiny Essence. The fate level has changed from black to red. From near death to a narrow escape. Isn't this a progress? Besides, since your cultivation has reached the star-gathering realm, then you can try to practice the Soul Capture Trilogy Requiem. The Ghost Flute Chun Ching can also be used. Requiem can control the dead monks to fight. This is a good thing. Think of this, the smile on Ji Xiu's face grew even wider. Requiem can control dead monks to fight. It is very important for you to be able to control this power, but just as Ji Xiu's thoughts were turning, a tall and graceful figure has quietly walked into Luofeng Palace. Under the bright moon, her white dress was as white as snow, her long skirt dragged on the ground, and her slender waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Her long hair falls like a waterfall to her perky buttocks. Shuli S' originally beautiful face had lost some of its immaturity, but had become more charming. Although there are only a few strands, they are enough to captivate the soul, especially a pair of eyes that look like stars in the vast ocean, and a smile that can charm the world. She is Gu Yao, 18-year-old Gu Yao. At this moment, she is no longer the girl who just entered the Ji Mansion 5 years ago. She has completely grown into a peerless goddess who is famous in Kyoto for her beauty. She and the
Chief of the Dark Arena, Luo Yuzhu, Princess of the Northern Xiao Royal Family, Mu Xianin, the Crown Princess of the Northern Xiao Royal Family. Truly, they are collectively known as the four goddesses of Beixia. Gu Yao. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Young Master. Gu Yao pursed her red lips and spoke softly. Oh? Why are you here? Ji Xiu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and asked knowingly. Your Highness the Young Master clearly knows it. The day has come. Gu Yao folded her arms across her chest, leaned against the door, and looked at Ji Xiu with a comfortable expression, her eyes smiling. Yes. It's that time again. Ji Xiu nodded and immediately said, then what are you waiting for? You know the rules. Gu Yao smiled at Ji Xiu, turned around, closed the palace door, sat in front of Ji Xiu, and began to slowly adjust her breathing. Ji Xiu couldn't help but frown when he saw Gu Yao in front of him. Are you ready? Gu Yao hummed softly, and then she turned slightly to the side. Her profile under the moonlight was perfect to the extreme. She bit her red lips and looked at Ji Xiu with blurred eyes, and said weakly, Your Highness. You are ready to start, good. Ji Xiu nodded. He immediately started to use the immortal devouring magic art. Chapter 30, The Terrifying Mi-6, Someone in the Palace Has Become a Saint, Clang. A faint light flickers, sparks of fire appeared at Ji Xiu's fingertips, forehead. Gu Yao groaned, and her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. This was not the first time she had tempered her meridians, but every time she tempered her meridians, she would be tortured to the point of collapse. However, what made Ji Xiu happy was that she was able to persevere every time. It is precisely because of this that Gu Yao's body recovered so quickly. How about it? Is it still possible? Ji Xiu asked softly. Able. Your Highness, please continue. I can still do it. Gu Yao bit her red lips and murmured. Okay. It will be over soon. Ji Xiu shook his head and increased the power of the immortal demon art again. Forehead. Gu Yao frowned slightly and let out a muffled groan, still forcing herself to persist as always. 10 minutes later, end of tempering. Ji Yao's body trembled and she lay limply on the palace bed. Her black hair was scattered in front of her forehead, and her beautiful eyes were looking at Ji Xiu with a dazed look. She bit her lips but didn't say a word. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Xiu scratched his head, his face full of confusion. I wondered what happened to Gu Yao. Gu Yao smiled. She looked at Ji Xiu with interest and said, Your Highness. This servant suddenly encountered something. I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Hearing this, Ji Xiu helplessly spread his hands and said, Go ahead. Gu Yao looked Ji Xiu up and down and then said meaningfully, I suddenly realized. Over the years, His Highness the Young Master's skills have become more and more skilled. Forehead. Ji Xiu was stunned when he heard this. Ji Yao was not wrong in saying this. I have tempered Gu Yao's meridians many times over the years, and my technique has indeed become more and more proficient. However, this is only for the purpose of better tempering the meridians. It's become more skilled, so what? Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with some amusement. Gu Yao thought for a moment, her rose-like red lips slightly raised, and she whispered in a very mysterious tone, So, you can't tell me now? Your Highness will understand it in the future. Ji Xiu curled his lips in disdain and said, Forget it. It doesn't matter, Gu Yao chuckled, her beautiful eyes looking at Ji Xiu with a smile that gradually deepened. Strange woman, Ji Xiu shrugged, not taking Gu Yao's words seriously at all. He stretched himself and got into the bed filled with fragrance. He waved his hand at Gu Yao and said, Back off. I am tired. After saying that, Ji Xiu closed his eyes tiredly. Tonight he first broke into the star-gathering realm, and then helped Gu Yao to temper her meridians. He was indeed extremely weak and exhausted. Thanks for your hard work, my little prince. Gu Yao murmured softly. The second day, when Ji Xiu opened his eyes. Ji Yao was no longer around. However, when he smelled the fragrance of breakfast, he knew that Gu Yao had prepared breakfast for him. After putting on my clothes and walking out of Luophone Palace, I saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing in the courtyard. Your Highness. It's time for breakfast. Gu Yao turned around and looked at Ji Xiu with a gentle smile. Good. Ji Xiu nodded. At this moment, he looked at the bright and beautiful girl who was making tea for him and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. 5 years ago, Gu Yao agreed to be his maid. In these 5 years, she not only took good care of herself, he also personally built Mi-6 into a mysterious force on the same level as the Western Factory. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Yao's talent is truly astonishing. Just when he lost consciousness, Ji Yao had already handed a cup of brewed scented tea in front of him and reported in an orderly and serious manner, "Your Highness, the 8 major underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty have all surrendered. Now there is only the Kyoto underground force that is secretly supported by the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family, the Ten Blades Legion. The youngest son of the Morong family, the second richest family in the Beixia dynasty, ascended to the position of the head of the family with the help of MI6. He is our puppet head of the family. MI6 has compiled all the scandals of the 108 important officials of the Northern Xia dynasty into a book. Your Highness can access it at any time." Ji Xiu nodded. In 5 years, MI6 has achieved numerous victories and has become the true master of the Dark Knight in Northern Xia, controlled the 8 underground forces of the Beixia dynasty, a collection of scandals involving 108 important officials of Northern Xia. He instigated the youngest son of the second largest Chaebol family in Beixia to ascend to the position of the patriarch, and made the second largest Chaebol family in Beixia become the secret fund of MI6. Each of these incidents is just the tip of the iceberg of what MI6 has done in the past 5 years. In the eyes of many bigwigs in Northern Xia, MI6 is now on the same level as the Western Factory, which was chartered by the royal power. In fact, in the eyes of some bigwigs, MI6 is even more terrifying than the Western Factory. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Ji Xiu smiled gently at Gu Yao. MI6 has grown to such a size. Ji Yao should indeed be credited with the first achievement. Won't. As long as His Royal Highness is satisfied. It's all worth it. Gu Yao shook her head and spoke softly just when the atmosphere was so beautiful. A tall and handsome young man walked into Luofeng Palace. Greetings to His Royal Highness the young master. When Ji Xiu saw the person coming, he raised his eyebrows and hummed casually. Ji Xian, son of Ji Wuji. 18. Cultivate to the 6th realm of life and earth. Position: Sergeant Major of the Iron Pagoda Army. A close friend of Crown Prince Long Yuan. His father Ji Wuji has become the deputy commander of the Iron Buddha Army in recent years. And they, father and son, are both undercover agents planted in the Ji family by the Beixia royal family. Information flashed through my brain. Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Ji Xian with a playful expression and asked, "Yo, isn't this the Sergeant Major? How come you have time to visit my prince's Luofeng Palace today?" Hearing this, Ji Xian smiled slightly and responded respectfully, reporting to His Royal Highness the young master. "I have just been transferred back to Kyoto. Now he is the commander of the guards of the Ji family's military mansion. So I came here specially to pay my respects to His Highness the young master. Please take good care of me in the future, Your Highness." After saying that, his eyes unconsciously turned to Gu Yao. At this moment, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated when he saw the person he loved, and he swallowed unconsciously. His eyes were full of obsession, unspeakable passion, and greed. "All right. I see. You go down." Ji Xiu waved his hand, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. Yes, when Ji Xian heard this, he withdrew his gaze and turned away reluctantly. "Clown." Ji Xiu sneered. How could he not see Ji Xian's thoughts? Perhaps it can be said that Ji Xian had been interested in Gu Yao since the first time he saw her 3 years ago. If it were someone else, he would have killed him without a burial place, but Ji Xian was still useful to him, so he let him live until now. Seeing this, Gu Yao chuckled and said, "If His Royal Highness the young master is unhappy, see you next time. How about I dig out his eyes?" Great idea. Ji Xiu frowned frivolously, and the amusement and mockery in his eyes became more intense. Ji Wuji and his son are just his toys. If you want to, you can kill him at any time, but before crushing them to death, we must squeeze out every last bit of value from them, otherwise it would be such a pity. Just at this moment, the sound transmission jade on Gu Yao's waist flickered gently. When she heard the news from MI6, her pretty face suddenly changed. She looked at Ji Xiu seriously and said, "Your Highness, latest intelligence, someone in the Beixia Palace has become a saint." Also, Ji Xian's transfer order also came from the Beixia Imperial Palace. Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned. Combining the two pieces of information, he smelled a hint of impending storm. Chapter 31. Check-in at the Imperial Mausoleum, 2 holy steps deep in the underground palace. However, just as Ji Xiu was silent and his thoughts were turning, a clear system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. System prompt: the check-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location, Beixia Imperial Palace, Back Mountain Imperial Mausoleum. Isn't it time to refresh the sign-in location? The Imperial Tomb of Northern Xia. This is the forbidden land of the Northern Xia royal family. Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. During these 8 years, he had deliberately avoided contact with the Beixia royal family in order to have more time for development, but now the sign-in location was directly in the royal forbidden area, so he had to make a decision: should I give up the sign-in reward or take a risk? Call. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and thought for about 2 seconds, then looked at Gu Yao and said very seriously, "Next, I will go to the Beixia Palace." What? Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu in surprise, then shook her head and said firmly, "No. His Royal Highness. You can't go. The water in Beixia Palace is too deep. If you go to the Beixia Palace, wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?" Ji Xiu chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I have my own plans, of course." Now he has reached the star-gathering realm. So he now had an extra killer move to save his life, that is the soul-devouring nail stolen from the immortal Emperor heroine Mu Bing. The soul-devouring nail can kill people indiscriminately below the holy ranks, so theoretically, as long as he doesn't encounter a saint-level expert, then there shouldn't be any major problems. Sneak into the palace. Sign in and leave. Ji Xiu touched his chin and thought it was feasible, although the Beixia Palace is dangerous, but as long as he moves in and out quickly and in a low-key manner without alerting the big shots, there will be no problem. Well. Gu Yao couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Ji Xiu, who had made up his mind. She asked with great concern, "Your Highness, you need to sneak into the palace. Does MI6 need to do anything to prepare?" Ji Xiu thought about it and then shook his head and said, "You don't have to make any preparations. But before I go, I need to prepare myself well." After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and returned to Luofeng Palace, opened the system mall and locked the column of body movement skills: 3,000 thunders, 1,000 life points, phantom free, 2,000 destiny essence, 8 steps of the heavenly demon, 3,000 essence of destiny, shadow of the star god, 4,000 essence of destiny, 9 secret Xing secret, 20,000 destiny essence. Ji Xiu carefully selected from many body techniques. Finally, I chose the star god fragment, which was the most cost effective and suitable for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 life essence and successfully purchasing the mystical skill, Star God Shattered Shadow. Star God's fragmented image. The ancient Star God's extraordinary body movement skills, when practiced to the extreme, can reverse the chaos of time and space. I casually glanced at the introduction of Star God Shattered Star. Ji Xiu began to practice this extraordinary body movement skill. 6 hours later. A clear system prompt sounded. Ding. System prompts that the host's Star God fragment has reached the entry level. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, stretched himself and said to himself, "Although I'm just getting started. But fortunately, the level of the Star God fragment is extremely high. So it should be enough." After that, Ji Xiu stood up and walked out of Luofeng Palace. He looked up at the bright moon outside the window and whispered, "It's late at night. Now is the time to enter the palace." At this time, Gu Yao came over, looked at Ji Xiu with resentment and asked, "Does it really have to happen?" Ji Xiu turned to Gu Yao and smiled. "I must go." Hear this. Ji Yao lowered her eyes and spoke softly. "No. I have MI6 ready. If anything unexpected happens, we will fight them to the death." Although Ji Xiu had previously told her that she didn't need to make any preparations, but she was still worried, so she took the initiative to order MI6 to be on standby. No way. Ji Xiu glanced at the depressed Gu Yao with some amusement. "Although my own Star God fragment is just the entry level, but you have to know that this is a mysterious physical skill that only true gods are qualified to practice." He had great confidence in himself and knew that no one would discover his tracks when he sneaked into the palace. This time, after saying that, Ji Xiu turned into star shadows and disappeared on the spot under Gu Yao's uneasy gaze. He headed north, heading for the palace. Soon. Ji Xiu arrived at the magnificent gate of the Imperial Palace. This time, he had already sensed hundreds of obscure auras in the palace. The Beixia Palace is home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the Emperor's secret guards, wind and rain from all directions, the 10 great Northern Xia generals. It's all in it. Next, you must not take a wrong step. Ji Xiu took a deep breath, then his eyes were filled with stars. Clang.
In an instant, his figure seemed to turn into broken stars and disappeared on the spot. A ray of starlight passed through the deep night of the palace but did not attract the attention of any powerful person. Jisho successfully entered the palace, then, based on the intelligence provided by MI6, he ran all the way to the hill behind the palace. There is the location of the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb. The mountain behind the Imperial Palace is a huge mountain range. This mountain range is covered with thick clouds and looks mysterious and eerie. You break into the mountains and move forward. Jisho finally saw a huge tomb in a deep bamboo forest deep in the mountains. The two giant stone dragon statues in front of the mausoleum are particularly majestic. I guess this must be the Imperial Tomb of Beixia. Jisho took a deep breath and whispered to himself. However, he suddenly frowned and looked at the door of the mausoleum. At this moment he suddenly discovered that the tomb door was actually open. Has anyone gone in? Jisho's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He didn't know whether this man was a friend or an enemy, but he decided to sign in first. As you enter the Imperial Mausoleum, a long corridor lined with eternal lanterns comes into view. Jisho followed along the corridor. He found that the air temperature gradually increased as he went deeper into the mausoleum, but even so, he didn't retreat a single step. Finally, he came to the depths of the mausoleum, which was the entrance to an underground palace and the place where he signed in. System sign in. Jisho muttered to himself, ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the 5-star reward Blue Lotus Earthcore Fire. This time the sign-in reward, it's actually a strange fire. Jisho was a little surprised. The Azure Lotus Earthcore Fire was born deep in the earth. It takes 100 years to form, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. Its power is unpredictable. The famous Yen Emperor in the universe owns one. That's a good reward. Jisho smiled slightly. It's already very good to harvest a strange fire today. Just as he was about to leave, the scorching wind blowing from the underground palace made him stop. Could it be possible that there is also a strange fire sealed in the Beixia Emperor's mausoleum? Thinking of this, Jisho held his breath, carefully activated the Star God fragment, turned around and sneaked into the underground palace. If there really is a strange fire in the underground palace, it would be unreasonable not to take it away. The underground palace is very large. There are countless terracotta warriors and horses on display, and deep in the underground palace there is an altar. On the altar, there is a pure white lotus, and in the center of the flower there was a flower emitting an extremely evil aura, and the entire body was covered with red flames that were beating slowly like a heart. Although this flower is sealed by the altar, one can still feel the scorching temperature. You can even faintly hear the roars and howls of evil spirits from hell. It is indeed a strange fire. And it's not just any ordinary strange fire. The power of this strange fire is definitely far greater than the Azure Lotus Earthcore Fire. Jisho's heartbeat suddenly intensified, but he didn't make any unusual movements, because there were two people standing in front of the altar. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in a white robe, with silver hair and beard, looking like an immortal. His old and wrinkled face showed that he had lived for many years. The woman was wearing a gorgeous black phoenix dress, the long skirt wrapped around her fiery and extremely charming body. Her long black hair was tied up high, exuding an indescribable grace and nobility. It's a pity that she was wearing a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly. They seemed to be in a standoff. It is worth mentioning that compared with the auras of the two of them, Jisho's aura is so tiny and pitiful that it seems like an ant. Fortunately, his concealment method, Star God Fragment, is at the level of a true god. That's why he was able to hide perfectly in a corner of this underground tomb without being discovered by these two big guys. A powerful saint. More than one. Jisho frowned. If the Beixia dynasty had two saint-level powerful people, then the situation that follows will not be so friendly to him. Just then, an old voice sounded. Woman, go back. The Imperial Tomb of Beixia is not the place you should come to. The old man in white looked at the woman with a very calm gaze and a very cold tone. He. The woman chuckled, and her laughter was extremely charming. She put her hands behind her back, looked at the old man provocatively with her beautiful eyes. Old man. If I don't leave, how do you want to stay? Hear this. Jisho touched his chin and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. So, these two are not in the same group. This is very interesting. For a moment, he was fully alert. Chapter 32. Both sides suffer. Jisho's chance has come, woman. I have already given you one chance. If you don't leave, you will suffer the consequences. The old man in white, with his hands behind his back and a cold face, gave the mysterious woman an ultimatum.
Give me this strange fire. I will leave by myself. How?
The mysterious woman slightly opened her red lips, and her voice was very plain, but it was as pleasant as pearls falling on a jade plate. He he he. The old man in white shook his head and chuckled. He looked at the mysterious woman with burning eyes and said, in that case, you will stay in this imperial mausoleum forever today. After saying that, he stretched out his withered hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Clang! Countless runes stained with red flames suddenly appeared on the surface of the underground palace. Imperial Mausoleum Barrier? It seems that you are really afraid that I will destroy your Beishia Imperial Mausoleum. He. The mysterious woman chuckled and took the first step. The slender jade hand stretched out and pointed directly at the head of the old man in white, and the space distorted instantly. Court death. The old man in white roared, his old eyes gleaming with a captivating light, and he slapped the woman with his backhand. Boom. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the void to vibrate, but in the end, all the energy ripples were absorbed by the red flame runes in the underground palace. Oh! A young person who has just entered the saint rank. How dare you come to the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum to act wildly? Do you really think you are invincible? The old man in white looked at the mysterious woman with a mocking expression. Old thing. So much nonsense. The mysterious woman attacked again, punched out, and dominated the world. Boom. 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 The old man in white and the mysterious woman exchanged hundreds of moves. The two of them were moving at such an extreme speed that even Jisho could only see two blurred figures fighting. As the two of them clashed with each other, divine light splashed thousands of feet, murderous aura was overwhelming, and holy energy overflowed. It is hard to imagine what terrible consequences would occur if the Imperial Tomb had no barriers. The entire Imperial Mausoleum, the entire Imperial Mausoleum. Mountain range will become a wasteland. Clank. 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 The two fought more and more frantically. The old man in white pulled out a bronze halberd from the void. He wielded the halberd like a peerless killing god. The terrifying killing breath could even make the stars fall. The mysterious woman held a gorgeous ice sword in her hand, like a sword fairy in the sky, looking down on all the heroes in the world, as if she was the only fairy in the world. Kill. The old man in white and the mysterious woman in black fought to the peak and started an unprecedented conquest. The halberds and ice swords in the hands of the two men clashed, emitting brilliant light, and their sharp edges met. Clank. The metal trembled, and the black halberd and the sharp sword shining with icy light collided thousands of times in an instant. Moreover, the tip of the halberd was facing the tip of the sword, and the speed was extremely fast. This was a true holy level battle. A flash of light shone through the Imperial Mausoleum for a moment, dimming all the stars in the night sky. Go to hell, old man. Behead the immortal. The mysterious woman's beautiful eyes glow with fairy light, and time and space stand still. She turned her wrist and the ice sword swept out. Clang. A dazzling sword light suddenly swept out. The moment the sword light appeared, all the red flame runes in the underground palace shattered. At the same time, the scene of the fall of immortals appeared in the void. This sword seemed to bring about an unprecedented massacre. I will fight you to the death. The old man in white's expression suddenly changed. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. He used his left hand to cast a spell to release the seal on the strange fire, and in his right hand he used his long spear to break through the sky with full firepower. Boom. The sword light swept past, the void shattered, the bronze halberd suddenly shattered. 100-foot deep abyss crack appeared on the surface of the underground palace, but the old man in white stood firmly in front of the altar. How is that possible? The mysterious woman frowned slightly. The sword just now could cut through the saint's stage, but the old man was not bothered at all. It's a strange fire. Ji Xiu, who was hiding nearby, suddenly reacted. Woman. Go to hell. The old man in white spread out his palm, and saw a strange fire emitting black gas and burning with crimson flames floating in his palm. Horrible temperature. A strange breath, terrible energy. It splashed out in an instant. Kill. The old man in white roared, and he punched out with the strange fire in his hand. The mysterious woman's face suddenly changed, and she resisted with a backhand palm. Boom. The terrifying power surged in the void. The entire Imperial Mausoleum mountain range shook violently. The surface of the earth cracked into countless spiderweb-like cracks, and the void was shattered, and in the center of the battlefield, the old man in white flew backwards 100 feet. Puff. The mysterious woman also spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her cold and beautiful face under the veil turned slightly pale. In the air,
wisps of floating flames turned into black gas and suddenly penetrated into the woman's body. You damn it. The mysterious woman cursed and turned away. Clank. 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 With a few strange flashes of her body, she suddenly disappeared from the sight of the old man in white. Seeing this, the old man in white had no intention of chasing him. After the mysterious woman left, he hurriedly sealed the strange fire in his hand back into the altar. After doing all this, his body shook, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood, and fell weakly beside the altar. No. I still can't control it. It is worthy of being the third most powerful fire in the world, the purifying devil flame. The old man in white raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke to himself with some fear. At this moment, although he used the strange fire to force back the mysterious woman, he was also severely injured by the backlash. The devil's flame of purification. The third most famous fire in the world. Interesting. Jisho murmured in his heart. At this moment, his eyes were filled with wonder as he looked at the strange fire sealed in the altar, which was emitting black smoke and emitting crimson light. If he remembered correctly, this pure world magic lotus was the strange fire of the villain Shinji in the original novel. The goddess used the strange fire to directly slaughter 8 million monks of the Changqing dynasty. Just at this moment, a figure walked slowly into the imperial mausoleum. This is a middle-aged man. He was wearing a black dragon robe and had a handsome but gloomy face. Emperor Long Tian of Beixia. Jisho, who was hiding in the shadows, was shocked when he saw the person coming. Grand Elder. How is it? Long Tian bowed slightly in front of the old man in white. As you wish. She has been injured by the purifying demon flame. At most, the devil poison will attack her heart for 7 days, and she will have to endure the pain as if thousands of insects were gnawing at her bones, and her cultivation will fall to the saint level. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want to her. The old man in white spoke in a somewhat weak voice. Hearing this, Long Tian couldn't stop smiling anymore. He bowed deeply to the old man in white and smiled. Thank you for your help, Grand Elder. My wedding to the Imperial Master. You have to head the table. Cough, cough, cough. The old man in white coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Long Tian and didn't say much, just waved his hand and said, "Go down." Good. Long Tian nodded heavily, then turned and left. This is a trap. Long Tian wanted to forcefully marry Beixia's imperial master, so he set a trap for her. Jisho stroked his chin and muttered silently in his heart about the Northern Xia national master. MI6 was told that she was extremely secretive of the name, gender, cultivation level, appearance, and origin could not be found. The only thing that could be found out was that this Beixia state master possessed the ability to know everything. Moreover, Emperor Long Tian is very good to Beixia's national master. Therefore, this great imperial master is truly second to none in the Northern Xia dynasty. But today I looked at it that way. So it was that old fellow Long Tian who was greedy for the girl's body. This emperor is really a lowly person. Jisho's face was full of disdain. At the same time, a new idea came to my mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wouldn't it be a good thing if we could pull this Beixia national master into our own camp? But the problem is, where will the injured Beixia state master go? Escape from Kyoto? Jisho shook his head. He didn't think so. After thinking it over carefully, he said to himself, if she doesn't know that today is a trap, then she should return to Shense Palace. Besides, she was injured so badly, even if she wanted to escape from the palace, I'm afraid she couldn't do it. My thoughts stop here. Jisho immediately activated the Star God fragment, transformed into a ray of starlight, and silently left the Imperial Mausoleum and headed towards the Shense Palace. As for the third-rank demonic flame of the world purification, no matter what, he's doomed to fail, but before that, he needs to be fully prepared and have a perfect plan in order to capture this super strange fire that even a saint-level powerhouse finds difficult to control. Chapter 33, Beixia State Master? No, she is the villain Shinji. The moonlight is bright and the night breeze is cool. Jisho stood under a crabapple tree, quietly looking at the dark bedroom in front of him, and murmured, Shense Palace. She should have come back. After saying that, Jisho shook himself and turned into a ray of starlight and sneaked into the bedroom silently. The Imperial Master's bedroom is extremely luxurious. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a luxurious palace. At the same time, I also felt the biting cold here, as if I was standing on the top of a snowy mountain. There's no one in the bed.
Jisho shuddered and then walked inside. At this time, a magnificent screen with a bright moon rising from the sea and stars shining in the blue sky came into view. Behind the screen, icy air was rising, and there is an extremely charming and graceful figure who seems to be taking a bath.
She's back indeed.
Jisho stood in the shadows and murmured, his heartbeat suddenly speeding up. At this moment, a magnetic and charming voice of a queen came from behind the screen.
Who is it? What a courage!
How dare you trespass into the Shinsa Palace? Jisho took a deep breath and said, Ji family, Jisho.
Greetings, Master Imperial Master.
The words fell, the woman seemed surprised, and her tone suddenly turned cold.
Young master of the Ji family? He.
Jisho, you are so brave.
Trespassing into the Shinsa Palace. You know what crime you deserve.
Hearing this, Jisho remained calm and responded in a calm tone, it's probably the same crime as trespassing into the Imperial tomb.
What does the Imperial Master think?
When this sentence fell, the atmosphere in the entire bedroom suddenly froze, and you could hear a pin drop. Only Jisho's heartbeat remained, and the slightly disordered breathing of the woman behind the screen. After a long silence, crash, there was a sound of splashing water. The woman suddenly stood up from the bath. She casually put on a thin black dress and walked out from behind the screen. At this moment, Jisho used the moonlight that poured into the bedroom from the windowsill to glimpse the true face of the extremely mysterious Beixia State Master for the first time. She has beautiful eyebrows, and she looks noble and heroic. Her beautiful eyes seem to contain the depth of the sea of stars, yet were also as cold as the biting wind and snow on an eternal iceberg. The nose is delicate and straight, extremely noble and elegant, paired with those red lips that are as moist as rose petals after rain. Her face really has a stunning beauty that can take one's breath away. This woman, she is actually 3 times more beautiful than our future Empress Guyao. Jisho was stunned for 3 seconds, but soon his eyes returned to normal.
It's getting late.
Your Highness, the young prince, is not staying at the Ji family military mansion. But you came to my Shinsa Palace and talked nonsense.
What a good mood.
Beixia State Master looked at Jisho with cold eyes and said sarcastically with her red lips. Jisho shook his head and chuckled when he heard this. Yes.
It's getting late.
Master Imperial Master is not staying in the Shinsa Palace properly. But he chose to wander around the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum before coming back to take a bath.
What a great mood.
Hearing this, Beixia State Master's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and a fierce murderous intent bloomed in her beautiful eyes as she looked towards Jisho. It seems
it's not just me tonight. Young Master, you are also in the Imperial Mausoleum.
That's right, Jisho nodded. He knew that at this moment, this cold and beautiful Imperial Master had already decided to kill him. However, this is all expected. Who told me to discover her secret? I see. Beixia State Master looked at the upright Jisho with a frivolous frown. She tapped her delicate chin with her jade hand, looked at Jisho with a playful expression and said, let me sort it out. Since you already know that I am the one who broke into the Imperial Mausoleum, you neither go to the Emperor nor to the elders of your Ji family's military mansion. Instead, it was delivered to your door. So, you're looking for death? Hearing this, Jisho shrugged and responded without any disguise, the Beixia royal family is my enemy. Why should I go to the Emperor? And I am the prince of the Ji family's military mansion. I'm standing here. Why do you want to go to the elders at home? Hearing this, the Beixia State Master was silent for a moment, then looked at Jisho with a more serious look. You see it clearly. In that case, tell me your purpose. Alliance, Jisho slowly uttered 2 words. He could conclude that the Northern Xia Imperial Master and the Northern Xia Emperor each had their own thoughts. In this case, be the first to make your position clear, then the best strategy would be to pull Beixia's national master into your own camp. With her help, he would be very confident that he could chop off Long Tian's head with one blow.
Alliance?
Beixia State Master was silent for 3 seconds after hearing this, and then suddenly laughed out loud. Jisho. Why do you think you can form an alliance with me? Just because you are the young master of the Ji family? Hearing this, Jisho shook his head and immediately said, right now, this prince is your only lifeline. Yeah, upon hearing this, Beixia State Master crossed her arms and looked at Jisho with an amused expression. Jisho said sarcastically, You don't really think you can still hold the position of the Imperial Master?
You don't really think that Long Tian didn't know after you took action in the Imperial Mausoleum today? If you still think so, then you are really stupid.
What's the meaning? Beixia State Master's pretty face changed slightly. According to common sense, she had made sufficient preparations for her trip to the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum this time, and her identity should not have been exposed, but Ji Xiu's words made her doubtful. After all, there were many doubts in this matter. The keepers of the Imperial Mausoleum seemed to have known in advance that she was coming. It is precisely because of this that the strange fire was prepared in advance to guard against her. My thoughts just came here. Dozens of royal auras appeared outside the Shinsa Palace, the Emperor's secret guard.
8 winds, wind and rain.
The 10 great generals of Northern Xia.
Emperor Long Tian also came to the outside of the Shinsa Palace. Look, what did I say?
Ji Xiu spread his hands towards the Beixia State Master.
Shut up!
Beixia's state teacher glared at Ji Xiu fiercely. This time, Emperor Long Tian stood outside the Shinsa Palace with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "National Master."
It's me. Hearing this, Beixia State Master responded coldly, "It's getting late. What do you want, Your Majesty?"
Hearing this, Long Tian raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth and said, "I have known the Imperial Master for many years. I believe the Imperial Master also understands my intentions. I feel that the relationship between the Imperial Master and me should not be just that of a monarch and his subject. At this point, I think our relationship should go a step further." Hearing this, Beixia State Master frowned slightly, gritted her teeth and asked coldly, "May I ask, Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" Simple. The smile on Long Tian's face outside the palace gate gradually deepened. He stretched himself lazily and said comfortably, "Although the relationship between the monarch and his subjects is good,
but the relationship between husband and wife will be more perfect. Master, I hope you can become my concubine. In the future, I hope to rule the world with you. What do you think? Asshole. Taking advantage of others' misfortune."
When Beixia State Master heard this, her pretty face turned pale instantly and her whole body trembled with anger. If she had not been injured tonight, if she was in her prime right now, she would make Long Tian pay with blood, but now she can't do it with her seriously injured body. Ji Xiu, on the other hand, stood aside with his hands resting his head, looking like he was enjoying the show, outside the Shinsa Palace.
Long Tian saw no response from the bedroom. He chuckled and said, "Nan Lingyue." 7 days later. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. If you don't agree then I will be very disappointed.
After saying that, Long Tian turned around and left with a group of strong men without even looking back. Inside the Shinsa Palace, when Beixia's national teacher Nan Lingyue heard these naked threats, her blood boiled so much that a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ji Xiu trembled all over and looked at the Beixia State Master in a daze. At this moment, his clear eyes were full of dullness and complexity.
Nan Lingyue. This name. It's a bit familiar.
Ji Xiu muttered to himself. If he remembered correctly, the ultimate villain in the novel, her name is Nan Lingyue.
Oh my goodness. Beixia State Master. It's the divine princess Nan Lingyue.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath, feeling mixed emotions yet also extremely surprised. Chapter 34, Burning Decision and Buddha's Angry Lotus. Divine Princess, Nan Lingyue, an epic-level villain. After thousands of years, she is a supreme being at the same level as herself. In the future, she will establish the first dark organization in the 9 heavens. Song Tian, she and her organization will single-handedly create an unprecedented dark turmoil. Ji Xiu remembered, during that dark turmoil, she alone broke through 3,000 star realms, and the blood of hundreds of millions of
monks was spilled all over the 9 heavens.
That day, the heaven and earth wept blood. She alone suppressed the 9 heavens and the 4 god realms and avoided the world for 1,000 years. That day was called Ragnarok. She single-handedly slaughtered an entire ancient dynasty. The blood spread over 30,000 miles, and the poison lingered for 3,000 years. She wiped out an ancient forbidden area by herself and used the skull of the Lord of the Supreme Forbidden Area as a wineglass. She is the most ruthless and murderous villain in the novel. Demon god Ji Xiu, the goddess Nan Lingyue. 10,000 years later, these two people will be called the calamity of the immortals and the nightmare of the gods by billions of cultivators in the 9 heavens. Ji Xiu originally thought that it would take a long time before he could meet the legendary goddess Nan Lingyue, but I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. However, I should say, this is not a bad thing. The immortal Emperor Mu Bing was able to be reborn, but he has to face current and
Future enemies? Well, it doesn't seem too much to recruit a big villain as an ally now. However, just as Jishio's thoughts were churning and his expression was changing, Nan Lingyue turned sideways and looked at Jishio, who was staring at her blankly, and said coldly, "Have you seen enough?" Hearing this, Jishio came back to his senses. He silently looked at Nan Lingyue, whose pretty face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth under the moonlight. Then he took a deep breath to calm his restless mind, and then said very seriously, "I've seen enough. But now you should understand that this is a trap. You want his strange fire. He's greedy for your body. You go to the Imperial Mausoleum. He came to force a marriage. He had planned all this long ago." Nan Lingyue snorted coldly. "It's none of your business. Wait until I recover from my injuries. No one can force me. Long Tian wants me to marry him? It's just a dream, whatever." Jishio chuckled and turned to walk out of the Shinsa Palace. That he knew that he was already halfway to success at this point. Next, we just need to give the goddess Nan Lingyue some time, just let her experience the magic poison power of the purifying demonic flame, which is ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. Then she will naturally come to find me when the time comes, and by that time, I will be able to take the initiative. Oh. That's right. Friendly reminder. From tonight on, you will be in excruciating pain, and it will only get worse. If you can't bear it anymore, you can come to me. I'll give you one last chance. Jishio turned and smiled at Nan Lingyue. According to legend, a cultivator who was poisoned by the pure world demonic flame will suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps she could still suppress it with her saint-level cultivation, but within 3 days at most, she won't be able to suppress it anymore. After 7 days, her cultivation will fall from the holy realm. This is also the reason why Long Tian gave Nan Lingyue 7 days to consider, and now in the entire Beixia dynasty, no one can help her. Except herself, who possesses the magic power of swallowing immortals. Jishio. Who are you looking down on, little guy? What can a mere demonic poison do to me? Nan Lingyue looked at Jishio's back, gritted her teeth and murmured softly. As long as you are happy. Jishio waved his hand without saying any more words to Nan Lingyue and turned around to leave the Shinsa Palace. Nan Lingyue doesn't have much time left. He wanted to see how long this woman could keep being stubborn. However, as soon as Jishio returned to Luofeng Palace in the Ji Mansion, he saw Guyao walking back and forth under the maple tree. "Your Highness! You're finally back." The moment Guyao saw Jishio, the sadness between her brows instantly disappeared. She was worried about Jishio all the time throughout the night. Fortunately, Jishio returned safely in the end. Only then did she finally let go of her worries. "It's so late. Are you still not asleep?" Jishio looked at Guyao with a smile on his face. "Your Highness, the young master clearly knows it. If you don't come back, Guyao can't sleep." Guyao's beautiful eyes were twinkling like stars as she stared at Jishio without blinking. Cut. Jishio shook his head, thinking that this woman was talking nonsense again. After saying that, he walked directly into the bedroom. The night isn't over yet. He needs to do some preparation for Nan Lingyue, also for the purifying demonic flame, which is ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. "Your Highness, did you get what you wanted at the palace tonight?" Guyao followed Jishio and asked curiously. Jishio raised his lips slightly and said softly, "I got what I deserved." "What you don't deserve, you will get." I found an unexpected surprise." "What a pleasant surprise?" Guyao asked in a low voice. Jishio thought about it and then smiled mysteriously. "A woman." Hear this. Ji Yao stood there in a daze. She bit her lip and looked at Jishio with dissatisfaction and whispered, "Your Highness, you've learned bad things. Going to the palace late at night, it was all for a woman." Jishio was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Guyao with amusement on his face. "This woman's thinking is too jumpy. I clearly said that I had discovered an unexpected surprise, but she spoke as if she was unsatisfied and went to the palace late at night to find a woman." "Your Highness, won't you explain? What kind of woman is that? You actually call it a pleasant surprise?" Guyao looked at Jishio and asked without giving up. "A very dangerous and beautiful bad woman." After saying this, Jishio sat on the palace bed and slowly closed his eyes. Hearing this, Guyao stood there in a daze for a long time. Her delicate chin was held by her jade hand, and her beautiful face was full of confusion and anxiety. "It's very dangerous. A very beautiful bad woman. Could it be the legendary Princess Mu Xianin of Beixia?"
My thoughts stop here. Ji Yuyao suddenly felt mixed emotions. Well, to put it simply, it's very unpleasant. Of course, at the moment, Ji Shou had no mood to explain all this to Gu Yao, but he opened the system mall, and without saying a word, he spent a large amount of money to buy 2 skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 life essence and successfully purchasing the skill Burning Decision.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 life essence and successfully purchasing the mystical skill Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. Success! Ji Shou's eyes flickered. Now, he already possessed a strange fire, the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire. The next thing to do is to successfully refine this Blue Lotus Core Fire. Although his own immortal devouring magic skill can also devour and refine strange fire, even swallowing and refining the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire is a sure thing. It seems that the burning technique is completely useless? But that's not the case. This was because he had considered that he was going to seize the third-ranked strange fire on the list of the world in the Beixia Imperial Tomb, the purifying demonic flame. Therefore, purchasing the Burning Decision is an absolutely necessary preparation. You must know that the power of the purifying demonic flame contains extraordinary power. Even saint-level powerhouses find it difficult to control it, let alone refine it. If we follow common sense, a mere star Gathering Realm cultivator should not even dream of possessing such a divine object of heaven and earth that even a saint-level powerhouse cannot control, but Ji Shou is different. With the immortal devouring magic plus the burning technique, he can devour and refine a dragon. There is a great chance that he can capture this terrifying world-purifying magic flame. Therefore, it is definitely worthwhile to spend these 3,000 essences of destiny. As for the Buddha's Fury Lotus, this is a famous magical skill created by the most famous Yen Emperor in the universe. With the strange fire in hand, there is no enemy that cannot be defeated. These 3,000 essences of destiny are well worth it. Then we must practice these 2 techniques as soon as possible. Then, wait for Nan Lingyue to come. Ji Shou smiled slightly. Calm down, the practice begins. Chapter 35 Jealous Gu Yao, a small horse pulling a big cart. 3 days passed quickly. Beixia Imperial Palace. In front of the Imperial Flower Pond, Emperor Long Tian looked at the lotus flowers in the pond with a smile on his face. During these 3 days, he was in a very good mood and the smile on his face never stopped. Wait another 4 days. 4 days later. Nan Lingyue will become my woman. Ha 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 ha. Long Tian raised his head and laughed 4 times. Seeing His Majesty so happy, Shichong Yuetian echoed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." 4 days later, you can bring the Imperial Master into the harem. Good, very good. Long Tian let out a long sigh. The smile on his face became even wider, and his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the Shinsa Palace. At this moment, his majestic eyes were full of greed and passion. He has been coveting Nan Lingyue for a long time. Ever since he first met Nan Lingyue 8 years ago, he vowed to marry her. Now that he's finally getting what he wanted, how could he not be happy? Your Majesty. It's a very good thing though. But, the State Master is a saint-level expert. If she doesn't want to, you still have to be careful that she will perish together with you. Yu Huatian reminded softly. Snort. Wait another 4 days. Nan Lingyue's cultivation will fall to the saint level. When the time comes, she will have to marry, whether she wants to or not. If she would rather die than obey, then I will take her down even if I have to force her. Destroy everything? She doesn't stand a chance. Once I have taken her essence, I will be able to break into the saint level in one fell swoop. Then, that will be the time when I will truly rule the world. Long Tian snorted lightly, his face full of hostility and domineering. That's great. In that case, then I congratulate Your Majesty in advance. Yu Huatian nodded heavily. Of the martial arts practiced by Emperor Long Tian is the top martial arts of the Beixia royal family, the holy art of the Emperor's son. This technique can use female monks as a furnace to seize their vital yin to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. The higher the nun's cultivation level, the greater the benefit to him. The essence of a saintly woman is enough to allow Long Tian, who is at the peak of the monarch level, to step into the holy realm. This is also one of the reasons why Long Tian has always regarded Nan Lingyue as a supreme treasure over the years. He has been eyeing Nan Lingyue for a long time. The bright moon is beautiful, and the cicadas are chirping. In the Shinsa Palace, behind the gorgeous screen carved with a bright moon rising over the sea is an ice pond. The ice pond is as cold as an icy prison, yet it never freezes. It was a midsummer night, but the temperature in the bedroom was as freezing cold as if one was on the top of a snowy mountain.
The surface of the pool is covered with beautiful ice lotuses of various colors. A slender and beautiful body was faintly visible in the icy mist. Outside the palace window, the breeze blows in, and the water ripples lightly. The swaying waterlight and the crystal clear ice lake made the half of the pink legs exposed above the water look as icy and clear as jade, and all the ice lotuses in the pond were eclipsed. Snap! The palace gate was pushed open. A tall woman in a black dress walked into the Shinsa bedroom. She has a beautiful face, but she is also cold and exudes a sacred and inviolable aura. Just one glance at it will make people feel ashamed of themselves, and she is the princess of Beixia, who was as famous as Gu Yao Mu Xianin, master. 4 days later, are you really going to marry my father? Mu Xuanin's voice trembled slightly. She walked behind the screen and looked at Nan Lingyue, who was bathing in the ice pool with a moved face. The words fell. Nan Lingyue did not respond. She was extremely weak at this moment. The cold and beautiful face was filled with paleness and pain. Master, if you don't want to, I will go to father and ask for mercy. If father insists on doing this, I will protect you from leaving Kyoto even at the cost of my life. Mu Xianin clenched her fists tightly and spoke in a firm voice. She had long known that her father, Long Tian, had feelings for her master, but she didn't expect that her father would plot against her master and then shamelessly force her into marriage. This action brought her anger and resentment towards her father to a peak. You have to know that her mother was forced to marry Long Tian and died of depression. It is also because of this that she took her mother's surname, Mu, instead of Long. At this point, she absolutely did not want to see her own master suffer the same miserable fate as her mother. Jen, Long Tian has made all preparations. You don't have to do these useless things. Nan Lingyue slowly opened her eyes and looked at Mu Xianin calmly. But, I cannot watch your life ruined by the hands of our father. Are you willing to marry my father? Mu Xianin asked in confusion. Hear this. Nan Lingyue's eyebrows were raised and her silver teeth were about to break. She responded with extreme disdain and coldness. Marry Long Tian? Who the hell is he? What is his identity? Does he deserve it? The words fell. The moonlight also poured down, and one could see that at this moment, Nan Lingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented murderous intent and raging rage. What should we do then? Your injuries are so severe. 4 days left. No time. Mu Xianin bit her red lips and spoke anxiously. Nan Lingyue lowered her eyes slightly, was silent for a long time, and finally seemed to have made a decision. She turned to look at Mu Xianin and said in a weak voice, Jen, you go to the Ji family military mansion. Tell Ji Xiu I agree to his proposal. Tell him to come to Shinsa Palace to see me immediately. What? Mu Xianin was stunned for a moment. If she heard correctly, her master asked him to go to the Ji family military headquarters to find Ji Xiu? Could that guy help you? Mu Xianin looked at Nan Lingyue in surprise. Have no idea. But it seems that this is my only chance. Nan Lingyue shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with extreme complexity. In the past 3 days, she tried various methods to eliminate the evil poison in her body. However, what she got was heartburning and bone-gnawing pain. Until now, she could only sit in the 10,000-year-old ice pool to barely suppress the evil poison from breaking out and maintain her saint-level cultivation. If she continues like this, the consequences will be disastrous when her cultivation level drops to the saint level. So, now she has only 2 choices. First, while her cultivation was still at the saint level, she fought desperately to break out of the palace and escape from Kyoto. Second, go to the Ji family's military headquarters and find Ji Xiu. She didn't know if Ji Xiu could really help her, but her best choice now is to trust Ji Xiu. What if Ji Xiu couldn't save her? Only then would she choose to fight her way out of the palace and escape from Kyoto. Good. Disciple will go to the Ji family military headquarters immediately. Mu Xianin nodded heavily and turned to leave. Wait until Mu Xianin leaves. A few blood flowed out of Nan Lingyue's mouth again. Extreme pain swept through my body. She clenched her teeth and didn't utter a single word, but she had to admit that she could hardly hold on any longer. Ji family military headquarters. Dai and Luophone Palace. Ji Xiu sat cross-legged quietly on the palace bed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the strange fire blue lotus earth core fire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the burning decision. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he raised his finger and summoned the strange fire. Squeak! A cluster of dark blue flames rose up. The temperature in Luophone Palace suddenly rose. In the blazing and leaping flames, even the void was slightly distorted.
Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Finally, I succeeded in refining it. Jishio smiled as if relieved. His physique and bloodline are of 9-star divine mind and bones, and he possesses god-level comprehension. It was very easy for him to practice the burning technique. The only dangerous thing is refining the strange fire. Now that the strange fire has been successfully refined and the burning technique has also been evolved, this is undoubtedly the most perfect result. As for Emperor Yan's unique magical skill, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the essence of this magical skill is actually a secret of fusing strange fire, and now he has mastered it. Now he just has to wait for him to get the third on the strange fire list, the purifying demonic flame, so that he can use it perfectly. Just then, a tall, graceful, and beautiful woman in a black dress landed in front of the palace gate. She looked at Gu Yao, who was leisurely drinking tea under a maple tree outside Luophone Palace, and said, "Ms. Gu Yao, please pass it on. This princess wants to see Jishio." Gu Yao heard this. She put down the teacup in her hand, then stood up and looked at the woman carefully, then smiled and said, "Princess Shenin, are you so obsessed with my son? 3 days of not seeing each other feels like 3 years? My son is still young, and he is not yet capable of doing things like pulling a big cart with a small horse. Please respect yourself." Mu Xianin? Jishio, what kind of lewd words are these? Chapter 36. Nan Lingyue, close your eyes and I will save you. Gu Yao, what crazy things are you talking about? Mu Xianin frowned with a strong tone of dissatisfaction. Gu Yao smiled gently. She looked at Mu Xianin seriously, then nodded and said, "Look at it this way. A beautiful and dangerous woman indeed. But even so, you are not worthy of my prince, you." When Mu Xianin heard this, she couldn't help but feel depressed. How could she, the princess of Beixia, not be worthy of Jishio, the young master of the Ji family? Just then, the palace gate opened. Jishio slowly stepped out of Luophone Palace and said to Gu Yao in a calm tone, "Yaoer, don't be rude, snort." Gu Yao snorted when she heard this, and looked at Jishio with great grievance and muttered, "Your Highness will bully me." But even though she said this, she was indeed very happy in her heart. Yaoer, this was the first time Jishio called her that. Jishio chuckled and shook his head at Gu Yao to indicate to her that this was serious business. Then he turned his gaze to Mu Xianin and asked knowingly, "It's getting late. I wonder what's the matter, princess?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xianin looked at Jishio very seriously and said, "Your Highness, please accompany me to the Shinsa Palace. Master wants to see you. It's urgent, please forgive me." Hearing this, Jishio raised his eyebrows slightly. As he expected, Nan Lingyue would come to see him in 3 days at most. It seems like she can't hold on any longer. Jishio murmured in his heart. Immediately, he turned around with a stern look, took Gu Yao's hand and said softly, "Gu Yao, listen carefully. I will go to the palace again. Next, call back Elder Wei and Gu Jian together. It's time for them to return to Kyoto." During these 5 years, Elder Wei first sent Gu Jian to the most dangerous Shirwanda Mountains in Beixia to train him for 2 years. Finally, he was sent to the border of northern Xia to train for 3 years. Today, Gu Jian controls the most elite assassins in the entire military intelligence department, and is the director of the 5th Military Intelligence Department. Considering the unpredictable situation that was about to change, Jishio decided to recall the sharpest sword in his hand. "Yes, I see." Gu Yao nodded. As smart as she is, she certainly knows how significant Jishio's move is. This means that the war between the Ji family and the Beixia royal family has officially begun. "I'm leaving." Jishio nodded at Gu Yao. "His Royal Highness, careful." Gu Yao looked at Jishio very seriously and spoke solemnly, "Rest assured." Jishio smiled gently, and then he and Mu Xianin went to the Beixia palace together. However, Jishio and Mu Xianin were silent all the way to the palace, until the two of them arrived in front of the palace and looked at each other. They then tacitly used their skills to sneak into the palace. The moonlight is bright and the stars are shining. In front of the Shinsa Palace, the crabapple blossoms are in full bloom and the cicadas are chirping. Jishio, you know how badly my master was injured, right? Mu Xianin suddenly stopped and looked at Jishio in a daze and asked. "It's not an injury. It's poison. Demon poison." Jishio responded calmly, "Then you also know, how did my master get poisoned? You know how terrible this poison is, right?" Mu Xianin continued to ask. "No, so what?" Jishio frowned and looked at Mu Xianin in confusion. He didn't know what the woman was trying to say. "So, can you really save my master?"
Mu Xianyin frowned and looked at Ji Xiu with doubt. The poison in her master's body was the magic poison of the purifying demon flame. Even her master couldn't cure this evil poison, so how could a mere Ji Xiu cure it? So what she was worried about was that Ji Xiu was going to do something inappropriate to her master under the guise of treatment. Hearing this, Ji Xiu was too lazy to explain to Mu Xianyin and sarcastically said, "Idiot woman, you." Mu Xianyin was speechless for a moment and looked at Ji Xiu in disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to scold her like this. Ji Xiu was the first one.
"You, what do you mean?
You guard the gate outside the palace.
You are not allowed to enter without my permission."
Ji Xiu glared at Mu Xianyin, then walked towards the Shinsa palace without looking back. "Ji Xiu,
you better do what you have to do. Otherwise this princess will not forgive you."
Mu Xianyin gritted her teeth and warned in a low voice. Hearing this, Ji Xiu turned around and looked at Mu Xianyin and said teasingly, "Your Highness, your words pose no threat to me.
So, you better save it."
After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and walked straight into the Shinsa palace without looking back. Bang. The moment the palace gate closed. Snort, Mu Xianyin snorted and said, "What a sharp-tongued fellow."
In the Shinsa palace, the cold is biting, as if you are on the top of a snowy mountain. Behind the gorgeous screen engraved with the bright moon rising over the sea, one can vaguely see a peerless and enchanting figure. "You're here."
The cool, magnetic and charming voice of a royal sister was heard in the bedroom.
Ji Xiu fixed his eyes on the pretty figure behind the screen and hummed softly. "This poison, can you really cure it?" Nan Lingyue's voice sounded a little weak. "Why don't you just try and know?"
Ji Xiu responded with a chuckle. "Good.
As you wish."
Hearing this, Ji Xiu took a step forward and walked behind the screen. What comes into view is a huge ice pond. A slender and beautiful body was faintly visible in the icy mist. Ji Xiu calmed down and walked in slowly. He saw Nan Lingyue lying on the water with her face raised. A few drops of water dripped from her cool and beautiful face, making her skin shine like pearls.
"How do you want to cure this poison?"
Nan Lingyue turned her head and looked at Ji Xiu seriously with her beautiful eyes, then asked slightly with her red lips. Ji Xiu thought about it and didn't say much to Nan Lingyue, but jumped directly into the ice pool. Crash! The water in the ice pool splashed everywhere. Nan Lingyue's expression suddenly froze. Ji Xiu's actions were indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. At this moment, Ji Xiu had already arrived in front of Nan Lingyue. The two of them were very close, they could even hear each other's breathing. The two looked at each other. Nan Lingyue raised her red lips slightly. She said with deep emotion, "Sometimes, I don't think you really look like a teenager." She had never seen eyes as clear as autumn mountain springs. At the same time, these eyes carried a cold awakening that seemed to be able to cut through the long night. So she really felt that Ji Xiu had a maturity that was inconsistent with his age and a strange feeling that he was incompatible with this world. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled. He did not explain anything but directly told Beixia State Master Nan Lingyue, "Close your eyes. I'll save you." Swallowing immortals and demons, swallowing the sky, swallowing the earth, swallowing everything in the world and turning it into nourishment for one's own body. Although he has only cultivated to the 3rd level now, it should not be a problem for him to devour the magic poison of the purifying demon flame.
"Oh."
Nan Lingyue slightly raised her red lips and slowly closed her eyes. Now she can only choose to believe Ji Xiu. Seeing this, Ji Xiu looked at Nan Lingyue's breathtakingly cold face and calmed down again. Call. He took a deep breath and whispered in his heart, "Demon swallowing technique, start up." After saying that, he stretched out his finger and touched Nan Lingyue's forehead directly. You. Nan Lingyue suddenly opened her eyes. She was very surprised to find that the evil poison in her body was dissipating at an incredibly fast speed. For a moment, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock.
"This little guy, how amazing!"
The thought stops here. She slowly closed her eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for swallowing the purifying demonic poison. Your cultivation has been improved by 100%.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for swallowing the purifying demonic poison.
Your cultivation has been increased by 200%. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for swallowing the purifying demonic poison.
Your cultivation has been increased by 300%.
At this moment, Ji Xiu felt the rapid increase of the true energy in his body, and there was only one thought in his mind: comfortable.
It's really comfortable. Chapter 37, The Villain Alliance. Assassinate the Emperor, 3 minutes. Improve 3 realms. Is this the power of the purifying demonic poison?
Ji Xiu was pleasantly surprised. Just 3 minutes, his own cultivation level was raised from the first level of star gathering to the 4th level of star gathering. You should know that this is the result after the immortal demon art purified the pure world demon poison 100 times and reached the absorption conditions. It is hard to imagine what kind of qualitative change would occur in one's cultivation if one refined the pure world demon lotus, which is ranked 3rd on the strange fire.
Ranking, done.
Nan Lingyue's world purifying demonic poison has been completely devoured.
Ji Xiu's thoughts stopped there. He withdrew the finger that was pointing at Nan Lingyue's forehead and stepped back quickly and decisively. For a moment, the two looked at each other. For some reason, the atmosphere fell into a slightly awkward silence. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xiu coughed twice, looked at Nan Lingyue, who was looking at him with amusement, and said, "The demonic poison has been resolved." Look.
I didn't lie to you, did I? Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue slightly raised her red lips and said nothing. Her beautiful eyes just stared at Ji Xiu for a long time. It seemed as if she saw through Ji Xiu completely.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Ji Xiu frowned out. He thought to himself, this woman Nan Lingyue, isn't she planning something bad? Thinking of this, his whole body tensed up. If Nan Lingyue goes back on her word, then the next plan will be in trouble. You. Nan Lingyue stretched out her jade finger and poked Ji Xiu's forehead, and asked in a teasing tone, I didn't expect that. You little guy, you are quite capable. Oh, Ji Xiu chuckled and did not respond to Nan Lingyue. The matter of the immortal devouring demonic art must not be let this woman know. The playful smile on Nan Lingyue's cool and beautiful face became more and more intense, and it was obvious that she was very curious about Ji Xiu. She is a saint-level expert. How could she not sense that in just 3 minutes, Ji Xiu's cultivation level had improved by 3 small realms in a row? Obviously, Ji Xiu absorbed the purifying demonic poison in her body into his own body in order to improve his cultivation so quickly. Just 3 minutes was equivalent to Ji Xiu's 3 years of hard training, and in her opinion, there is no kind of skill in the world that can do this. Ji Xiu has, to some extent, broken her understanding of cultivation. So for a moment, her curiosity about Ji Xiu reached its peak. Ji Xiu, what kind of strange power does he possess? And what is the mysterious technique he uses to cultivate? Of course, she really wanted to find out. However, she also knew that now was not the right time. So, she retracted her gaze, looked at Ji Xiu with a smile and asked, alright.
Tell me about it. Since you and I are already allies. Next, what do you want me to do for you?
Hearing this, Ji Xiu stretched out a finger and responded, it's very simple.
I only have one request.
Besides, you will definitely not refuse this request.
Nan Lingyue raised her eyebrows and spoke casually, oh?
Then tell me about it. Call. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and then uttered 2 words, stab the emperor. The words fell. The entire Shinsa palace fell into a brief silence. Nan Lingyue was not surprised when she heard Ji Xiu's request. Instead, she felt that it was within her expectations, but she did not respond to Ji Xiu immediately. She tapped the pool lightly with her delicate hand and seemed to be thinking. Seeing this, Ji Xiu was not anxious, but looked at Nan Lingyue quietly. And now, Nan Lingyue and Beixia Emperor Long Tian had become enemies. Even if he didn't make this request, given Nan Lingyue's personality, Long Tian would pay the price for forcing her to marry him. Therefore, he was not worried at all that Nan Lingyue would reject him. It took a while. Nan Lingyue raised her head, restrained her smile, looked at Ji Xiu calmly and said, even if you don't say it,
I will not let Long Tian go either. If that's all you ask.
That's redundant. After saying that, she stood up and left the ice pool. Really, there was a faint light flashing in the depths of Ji Xiu's eyes. Everything went according to his plan. Kill with a borrowed knife, not affected by any cause and effect. This is the best solution. Just at this moment, a clear system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system bounty mission.
Bounty mission, assassinate the emperor.
Mission requirements, assassinate the Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian. Task reward, 100,000 life points. Hearing this, Ji Xiu was stunned for a moment. A system bounty mission. A reward of 100,000 destiny points.
100,000 destiny points. It is enough to open the second killing realm, the Divine Ban.
Ji Xiu took a deep breath. He didn't expect the bounty mission to be released at this time. And the bounty was a sky-high price he had never seen before. But the problem is, the consequences of killing the Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian are too serious. Behind the Beixia royal family stands a gigantic figure, the Hugua sect. The Hugua sect is the foundation of the Northern Xia dynasty for thousands of years. The Emperor of Northern Xia, the Supreme Emperor of Northern Xia, the Supreme Elders of Bexia, these top-level powerful figures of the Bexia royal family who have long since abdicated are all in the Hugua sect. It can be said that the Hugua sect protects the entire Bexia royal family. In other words, the Hugua sect is the Northern Xia royal family. This behemoth will be dispatched to wipe out all troubles when the Northern Xia dynasty is destroyed or the emperor falls. He originally wanted to use Nan Lingyue to kill Long Tian and kill with a borrowed knife. The consequences of this will not affect himself or the Ji family. All consequences will be borne by Nan Lingyue, but if I kill Long Tian myself, I will have to face the wrath of the Hugua sect. If that's the case, that's a bit troublesome. Ji Shou couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. The bounty mission has been released. The reward for this task is 100,000 destiny points. I must not miss it. You only have one chance, therefore, even if it means facing the National Defense Sect head-on, it would not matter. The thought stops here. Call. Ji Shou took a deep breath and then stood up and left the ice pool. At this time, Ji Shou and Nan Lingyue stood side by side in front of the window, and in tacit understanding, neither of them spoke of the moonlight poured down on their solemn faces. They both knew how serious the consequences of assassinating Long Tian would be. It took a long time. Ji Shou and Nan Lingyue spoke in unison. Long Tian must die. Long Tian must die. The words fell. The two looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. I will kill Long Tian. Don't worry. Nan Lingyue spoke very seriously. Hearing this, Ji Shou asked in a low voice, when are you going to start? Wedding night. Nan Lingyue did not hide anything. She didn't want to wait until her wedding night to take action. This is an insult to her. I see. Ji Shou nodded. At this time, he also began to calculate in his heart the night before the wedding. Nan Lingyue will take action. How could I kill Long Tian with my own hands without taking any part in the cause and effect? Besides, as the Emperor of Bexia, Long Tian is extremely powerful. As far as he knows, Long Tian also has the cultivation level of the peak of the monarch level. This makes it even more difficult, and it seems like an absolutely impossible task, but maybe it's not completely impossible. Ji Shou suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Chapter 38. Gu Jian returns and the prince presents him with a sword. It was already late when we left Shinsa Palace. After Ji Shou returned to his bedroom, he fell asleep without saying anything more to Gu Yao. When he woke up, it was already late at night the next day. Get up. Walk out of the bedroom. Ji Shou saw two familiar figures standing quietly in the courtyard of Luofeng Palace. An old man in black, with gray hair and ordinary looks, but his pair of old eyes hide mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A young man in black, he was only 15 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the life-earth realm. His figure was upright like a sharp killing sword. There was a bloodthirsty ferocity and cruelty in his eyes, like a wild beast. It was not until he saw Ji Shou that his eyes gradually began to soften and gentle. Mr. Wei. Gu Jian. Ji Shou smiled and called out the names of the two old friends. Greetings to His Royal Highness the young master. Elder Wei smiled and bowed to Xiu. Ji Jian knelt down in front of Ji Shou and bowed deeply. Gu Jian. Greetings to His Royal Highness the young master. At this moment, the bloodthirstiness and coldness in his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only gratitude and piety. Gu Yao, who was standing aside, looked at her brother and couldn't help but smile with emotion. Ji Jian today is almost a different person from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Gu Jian was timid and cowardly. Today, Gu Jian is decisive in killing and has become a qualified killer. Not only did he avenge their parents, he also became the sharpest killing sword in Ji Shou's hand. At this moment, she was very proud of her younger brother, because her brother was no longer the cowardly boy who needed to hide behind her. All right. Get up. Ji Shou stepped forward and helped Gu Jian up. Then, he looked him up and down and praised him with great satisfaction. 5 years. The third realm of life on earth. Good. Very good. Now, I am very satisfied with you. Thank you for the compliment, His Royal Highness. Gu Jian gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, his eyes slightly red. After 5 years, he finally got Ji Shou's recognition. At this moment, he felt that all the suffering and blood he had shed over the years were worth it. These 5 years, he had been to the most dangerous 10,000 mountains and grew up fighting with countless ferocious monsters. He also went to the border of Northern Xia and met countless monks. After experiencing life and death battles with them, he finally became a qualified warrior. Finally, with the help of Ji Shou and Wei Lao, he wiped out the group of people who massacred his family and finally got his revenge. Now,
he just wants to stand beside Ji Xiu and his sister Gu Yao. He wants to fulfill his original promise. He wants to become the sharpest sword in Ji Xiu's hand and kill all enemies for Ji Xiu. This seems to have become his only wish and meaning of life now. Your Highness, this kid is really good. In the past 5 years, no matter how badly he was injured, he never complained. No matter how difficult the task you assign him, he will complete it with all his heart. In the past 5 years, this kid has broken more than 100 swords. This kid is now my most satisfied disciple so far. You have a good eye. Old Wei patted Gu Jian's shoulder with a smile on his face. 5 years ago, he still doubted whether Gu Jian could withstand his devilish training, but later, he found that his worries were unnecessary. In his opinion, Gu Jian has an indomitable fighting spirit and great perseverance. Even if Gu Jian didn't have the supreme bone in his body, he would still be a powerful warrior. Ji Xiu smiled slightly, then immediately opened the system mall. He generously spent 600 life points to buy a famous sword. Give. I hope this sword can stay by your side and kill all your enemies in the future. Ji Xiu handed the famous sword he had just bought to Gu Jian. Take the famous sword. As soon as Gu Jian grasped the hilt of the sword, he immediately sensed the powerful and fierce aura of the sword in his hand. In just a moment, he fell madly in love with the sword. There was no doubt that this was the most powerful sword he had ever seen, and the sword that best suited him. For a moment, he couldn't help but bow to Ji Xiu with red eyes and said in a very firm tone, "Thank you, Your Highness, for the sword. In the future, I will definitely not let you down." Ji Xiu smiled and nodded. He never doubted Gu Jian about this. Your Highness, I wonder what this sword is called. Old slave, it seems like I'm seeing this for the first time. Old Wei looked at the Yuanhong in Gu Jian's hand and nodded in amazement. Yuanhong. Ji Xiu responded solemnly. Call. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to himself with great emotion, Yuanhong. Nice sword. It's really a good sword. Alright, Ji Xiu waved his hand and said, let's talk business. Tomorrow night, Satori. I have a mission for you. Hearing this, Gu Jian and Old Wei's expressions instantly became serious and they both looked towards Ji Xiu. Tomorrow night, Long Tian will die. Ji Xiu spoke calmly and directly. The words fell. Ji Yao, Gu Jian, Wei Lao, the three of them all stood there in a daze. Tomorrow night, the Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian will die? Your Highness, what do we need to do? Gu Jian didn't ask any more questions. He believed in Ji Xiu with all his heart. Since Ji Xiu said that Long Tian would die, then the Emperor of Beixia must die. Therefore, he only cared about what task Ji Xiu assigned to him. Tomorrow night, all the powerful men in the Kyoto Imperial Palace will be unable to cope with the situation. Old Wei will be the commander-in-chief to lead the overall situation in Kyoto. Gu Jian, I want you to lead your 5th Military Intelligence Department to destroy the #1 underground force in Kyoto, the Ten Blades Legion. Finally, Gu Yao came to take over all the underground forces in Kyoto. This is our best chance now. We must not let it go. Ji Xiu said calmly. Mi6 has taken control of the 8 major underground forces of the Northern Xia dynasty. Now only the 10 Blades Corps in Kyoto, which is supported by the East Factory, has not been controlled yet, but since the assassination of the Emperor tomorrow night has been determined, then the correct solution would be to take advantage of the chaos in Kyoto tomorrow to seize the most powerful underground force in Kyoto. If he succeeds in taking control of the 10 Blades, then the entire underground forces of the Beixia dynasty will be in his hands from then on. Understood. Elder Wei and Gu Jian both nodded solemnly. Your Highness, if we were to control the underground forces in Kyoto, and you? Gu Yao asked curiously. Ji Xiu chuckled, looked towards the Beixia palace with a meaningful look, and murmured, tomorrow night, I want to go to the palace. Gu Yao. Wei Lao. Gu Jian, as expected of my prince. Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and shook his head. He did not explain much, but just looked at the bright moon in the sky and said to himself, it's time to put an end to this. Chapter 39, The father is kind and the daughter is filial, she comes stepping on blood, time flies. The second night came quickly. Kyoto tonight was as bustling as usual, with no unusual atmosphere at all, but tonight the Beixia Palace was extremely quiet. The Imperial Palace of Beixia, the Imperial Dragon Hall, is brightly lit and extremely majestic.
9 eternal lamps were burning brightly in the main hall. In the inner hall, Emperor Long Tian paced back and forth with a gloomy face and extreme anxiety. After a while, he stopped and looked at Yu Huatian, the director of the East Factory, and asked in a low voice, "Did Xianin really bring the young master of the Ji family into the Shinsa Palace last night?" Hearing this, Yu Huatian nodded and responded, "Return of your majesty. Princess Xianin brought Ji Xiu into the Shinsa Palace at midnight last night. And it took Ji Xiu 2 full hours to leave the Shinsa Palace." Hearing this, Long Tian's brows were already furrowed into a shape called wrong. Something is wrong. He looked at Yu Huatian and his voice was very low. "Your Majesty, are you worried that the Imperial Master will seek an alliance with the Ji family?" Yu Huatian spoke in a sinister tone. "No. Nan Lingyue will not form an alliance with the Ji family. The Ji family will not easily form an alliance with Nan Lingyue. And even if there is an alliance, Nan Lingyue will not look for Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family. That guy is only 8 years old. He can't represent the Ji family." Long Tian's thinking is very clear. If it weren't for the alliance, what would that be? Yu Huatian was very puzzled, have no idea. But there is one person who knows. Long Tian's face was gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his vulture-like eyes. He said very coldly, "Amakata, go. Go call Xianin to me. I want to see what they want to do. Besides, if the plan goes well, Nan Lingyue should have fallen from the Saint realm by now. Tonight, I want Nan Lingyue to be my woman. No more long nights and many more dreams." Yes, upon hearing this, Yu Huatian turned around without saying a word and was about to go to the Shinsa Palace to summon Princess Mu Xianin, but, at this time, the palace gate opened. A graceful figure in a plain white dress walked into the palace. She has a refined temperament and a beautiful face. She is none other than Princess Mu Xianin of Beixia. "Your Highness?" Yu Huatian was surprised when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect Mu Xianin to come to him on her own initiative. "Eunuch, are you surprised to see this princess?" Mu Xianin looked at Yu Huatian without any sadness or joy and asked, "He." Yu Huatian smiled and shook his head in response. "No. The princess has arrived just in time. His Majesty is waiting for you." Mu Xianin snorted when he heard this, and without even looking at Yu Huatian, he walked straight to the inner hall and bowed slightly to Long Tian. "Father, my daughter is here." Long Tian looked at Mu Xianin, who had come uninvited, and felt a bad premonition in his heart, but he still managed to smile and said kindly and gently, "Jen, you've come just in time. I was just thinking about you, and you came. Perhaps this is the mutual understanding between us, father and daughter." Mu Xianin sneered and said, "Father, if you have anything to say, just tell me." "Good." Long Tian smiled and asked directly, "Xianin, I heard that you brought the young master of the Ji family back to the Shinsa Palace last night. Tell me, why is this?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin was silent for a moment and then said, "Father, Master doesn't want to marry you. So, she asked her daughter to find Ji Xiu." "Oh, yeah." Long Tian frowned frivolously, and an extremely dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked in a playful manner, "So, does your master think that Ji Xiu and the Ji family military office can help her?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin shook his head and responded, "This is master's business. My daughter is not sure." "I see." Long Tian nodded and then asked calmly, "Xianin, I heard that your master was seriously injured, and her cultivation has fallen below the saint level. Do you know about this?" Hearing this, Mu Xianin's eyes were indeed getting colder. She was not an idiot, so she could naturally tell that Long Tian was still using her to find out about her master. She was silent for a moment, lowered her head and asked, "Father, Master doesn't want to marry you. Can you please let her go?" Long Tian was stunned when he heard this, then he glared at Mu Xianin angrily and shouted, "You bastard! Do you know what you're saying? I don't need you to interfere in my affairs." "Father." Mu Xianin suddenly raised her head and said word by word while gritting her teeth, "My daughter just doesn't want to see Master end up like my mother. Please think twice, Father." Rebellious girl. Long Tian was so angry that he slapped Mu Xianin's pretty face with his backhand. Bang. Blood oozed from the corner of Mu Xuannin's mouth. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looking at Long Tian were full of brokenness. Just now, Long Tian's slap shattered the last bit of feelings she had for Long Tian.
Go away. I don't want to see you. Long Tian's voice was cold. Father. You will die tonight. Mu Xuannin looked at Long Tian expressionlessly and spoke. After saying this, 2 lines of tears fell from her eyes, but she also felt a sense of relief and unprecedented ease and joy. As soon as the words fell, boom! There was a loud bang. The Imperial Dragon Palace shook violently. The entire Beixia Palace was engulfed in flames. The sound of weapons colliding, the sound of blood splattering, the shrill screams resounded throughout the sky. What on earth did you do? Long Tian's eyes were shocked. An extremely bad premonition came over me. Mu Xuannin laughed bitterly and said, Father, if you want to know so much, why don't you go out and take a look yourself? Hearing this, Long Tian glared at Mu Xuannin fiercely, then hurried to the outside of the Imperial Dragon Palace. The scene before him completely stunned him. The huge palace. It's a complete mess. There was blood everywhere. There was fighting everywhere. The sounds of roaring and screaming were endless. This is no longer the majestic Imperial Palace as usual. It has clearly become a bloody battlefield. At this time, Yu Huatian, the director of the West Factory, came to Long Tian with an unpleasant look on his face and said, Your Majesty, the guards have mutinied. Half of your secret guards have also rebelled. Hundreds of assassins have been dispatched from the human world to kill people in the palace. Also, 4 of our Beixia's 10 great generals have already fallen. Asshole! Asshole! Long Tianqi was trembling all over. He turned his head and glared at Mu Xuannin, gnashing his teeth and saying, Mu Xuannin, you bitch! You are just like your mother, a slut who deserves to die. Ha 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 ha, Mu Xuannin smiled. She looked at Long Tian's frustrated look and laughed out loud from the bottom of her heart. You want to say cheap? How can my mother and I be as cheap as you? Don't you know how despicable you are? How many women have you ruined over the years? How many women have you taken into your harem over the years and used as stoves, and then left them to die like garbage? To tell you the truth, you have 3,000 concubines in your harem, and now 2,008 of them want you dead. Rebellious girl. Long Tianya was about to roar with gnashing teeth. At this moment, his nails dug deeply into the palm of his hand, and blood dripped onto the ground. Tonight, I will put down the rebellion. You and your followers. And those bitches who participated in tonight's rebellion. I will dig out your hearts and bones one by one, and grind your bones into ashes. Long Tian glared at Mu Xuannin as she roared softly, like a wounded beast. Just you? Mu Xuannin looked at Long Tian with disdain. Amakata. Dig out this bitch's heart for me right now. Then cut her into a human stick. Long Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he gave the order very coldly, and just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard in the sky. This is the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. A woman, she was wearing a black dress with a phoenix pattern, and walked towards the Yulong Palace step by step with her hands behind her back. Behind her were corpses everywhere. These corpses were all strong men who died at her hands, and thick blood was spilled all over the ground. She came walking on the moonlight and on blood, the beautiful moonlight sprinkled on her cold and beautiful face, like a goddess in the prosperous age. From the moment she appeared, everything in the world seemed to have become her background. She looked at Long Tian with cold eyes, raised her red lips slightly, smiled sweetly, and said coldly, Long Tian, your life. I want it. Chapter 40. The big boss behind the scenes, Ji Xiu, begins the assassination of the emperor. Battle in the palace, Kyoto rebellion. Tens of millions of people and monks in Kyoto were trembling and looking towards the direction of the imperial palace. Tonight, no one could have imagined that something would happen in the palace. Logically speaking, something happened in the palace. Then the Iron Buddha army stationed in the military camp outside Kyoto should enter the palace as soon as possible to eliminate the rebellion. However, the Ji family's Iron Pagoda army didn't seem to show any signs of sending out troops. Not only the Iron Pagoda army, even the big bosses of the major forces in Kyoto did not make any move. Beixia Royal Academy, Beixia Inspection Institute, Northern Summer Kyoto Rokobu, Beixia Jinui, Huolong Villa, Prison Suppression Department, Dali Temple. All these large groups of forces directly under the imperial power did not take any action. The bigwigs in Kyoto seemed to be blind and deaf and turned a blind eye to the rebellion in the Beixia Palace. Such silence shocked all the monks and people in Kyoto.
Kyoto Prefecture, Jisho sat in Luofeng Palace, looking at his grandmother Mu Hua with a smile on his face and made her a cup of tea. A little guy. Tell me about it. How on earth did you make all the forces in Kyoto obey you? Mu Hua looked at Jisho with an amused expression. It's very simple. My MI6 has collected secrets of 108 bigwigs in Kyoto over the past few years. Jisho responded with a smile. That's not enough. Mu Hua shook his head. The secrets of the Kyoto bosses are very destructive, but it is absolutely impossible to let those big guys stand on the same side with the Ji family at this time. Of course not. But if I tell them that Long Tian will die tonight, and I will die at the hands of a saint-level expert? Besides, I didn't ask them to kill Long Tian. I'm just asking them to stay out of this night and save their lives. In that case, what reason do they have to interfere in this matter? Jisho spoke with a smile. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Mu Hua nodded thoughtfully. If so, then there is no problem. All major forces in Kyoto are headed by very powerful bosses, but the problem is that none of these big guys can reach the saint level. All cultivators across the continent know one thing: below the saint level, we are all ants. Speak. How did you get to know the Beixia State Master? Mu Hua pinched Jisho's cheek and asked. The Beixia State Master was one of the most stunning and terrifying people she had ever seen. She never expected that her precious grandson would be on the same side as the Beixia State Master. This really surprised her. About a week ago. Jisho told the truth without hiding anything. Mu Hua took a breath and said, You are quite brave. Just good luck. Jisho shrugged. If Nan Lingyue hadn't been injured, and Long Tian hadn't forced her to marry, he really had nothing to do with Nan Lingyue for the time being. One last question. If Long Tian dies, if the Guardian sect blames me, what should you do? Mu Hua looked at Jisho with a burning gaze and pointed out the most important issue directly. Your grandmother. The Beixia State Master killed Long Tian. Does it have anything to do with me, Jisho? We were just like most people in Kyoto who didn't come to the rescue in time. What do you think? Jisho spread his hands with an innocent look. You little fox. Your thoughts are really becoming more and more meticulous. Mu Hua laughed and scolded, then touched Jisho's head and whispered, It's getting late. Go to bed early. After tonight, Kyoto, no. The entire Beixia dynasty will experience a massive earthquake. For this, our Ji family must also be fully prepared. After saying this, she turned around and left Luofeng Palace with great satisfaction. Obviously, her grandson had considered all the issues, so she naturally didn't need to ask any more questions. As for what Jisho was going to do next, she naturally didn't need to ask any more questions. She just had to choose to believe it. As for the Guardian sect, she had to admit that Jisho did a beautiful job. This move tonight. Jisho has tied all the forces and bigwigs of Kyoto onto one boat. Even if the Hugwa sect has the ability to know everything, it cannot find any evidence against the Ji family. After all, we are all bystanders, so who is cleaner or more noble? Now that the saint-level experts have taken action, what can the Ji family do? Well, good. Grandma, go to bed early too. After Jisho saw off his grandmother Mu Hua, he sat back on the stone bench and drank tea. This time, 3 figures appeared beside him. Your Highness. When do we start? Elder Wei asked in a low voice. Now do it. Jisho waved his hand. Now Nan Lingyue has appeared, then it is certain that the strong men in the palace must be overwhelmed. Now is the best time for MI6 to take down the underground forces in Kyoto in one fell swoop, yes. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian turned around and disappeared into Luofeng Palace, transforming into a trail of afterimages. It is worth mentioning that there are a large number of dark shadows following him. These people are the top killers of the 5th Division of Military Intelligence. These killers have been training with Gu Jian on the border of northern Xia for many years and are the elite among the elite. Mr. Wei. You go too. You are in control tonight. Jisho ordered casually. Yes. Mr. Wei nodded, turned around and quietly disappeared into the night. Your Highness. It looks like the 10 blades are done for. Guyao said with a smile. Jisho also smiled slightly. If all the elite members of MI5 were deployed, with the support of Mr. Wei, they would be in control. Without the support of the Western Factory and the Northern Xia royal family, the 10 blades, the number 1 underground force in Kyoto, would not be able to hold out. Your Highness.
When will you enter the palace?
Guyao asked with some concern. Soon, Jishio looked towards the direction of Beixia Palace, with fire flashing in his clear eyes, and whispered softly that he is still waiting. Wait for an opportunity. Not long, when an old figure appeared above the palace, when the aura of the Holy Order swept across the entire Kyoto and even the entire world. Jishio stood up suddenly and said to Guyao, it's time. After saying that, he used the star god fragmentation technique to transform into starlight and left Luofeng Palace. He headed all the way towards the Beixia Palace, looking at Ji Xiu's receding figure. Ji Yuyao bit her red lips and whispered with a worried look on her face.
My little prince. You must be careful.
Chapter 41. Criticize Nan Lingyue madly and chase her to the Imperial Mausoleum. However, it is said that when Ji Xiu used the star god Shattered Shadow to sneak into the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum, Beixia Imperial Palace, outside the Imperial Dragon Hall, Nan Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back, the cold wind making her skirt rustle. She looked at the old man in hemp clothes standing on the top of the Imperial Dragon Palace with a cold face and sneered, old thing.
We meet again. I hope you are well.
The cold and magnetic voice of a royal sister resounded through the sky. The terrifying pressure of the saint level descended. All the monks present had pale faces. In front of Nan Lingyue and this mysterious old man, there is no doubt that they are a group of the most lowly and weakest ants. As long as the two bosses snap their fingers, they will all be wiped out in an instant.
Master, Imperial Master. You're going too far.
The old man in hemp clothes looked at the corpses all over the ground and shook his head at Nan Lingyue.
Excessive?
When Nan Lingyue heard this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on her lips. She looked at the old man in hemp clothes with interest and asked in a cold voice, what is excessive? If I had not recovered my saint-level cultivation, I'm sure her fate now is as miserable as that of the emperor's 3,000 concubines. So, what qualifications do you have to say that I am overdoing it? Well, hearing this, the old man in hemp clothes sighed deeply, then looked at Nan Lingyue with a firm gaze and spoke slowly.
Whatever the reason, Long Tian didn't succeed either, did he?
Besides, the Imperial Master has killed quite a few people tonight. Why not just call it a day? Snort. Nan Lingyue shook her head and chuckled, the mockery on her pretty face becoming more intense. She opened her red lips and said coldly, is that the end of it?
Okay. I will stop here after I kill Long Tian. How?
The words fell. The old man in sackcloth clothes' expression suddenly turned extremely ugly.
Nan Lingyue. How outrageous! Attempting to kill the emperor in the Beixia Palace? Do you really think you are invincible?
He. Nan Lingyue lowered her head and chuckled, the mockery on her cold and beautiful face becoming more intense.
Invincible? That's not the case.
But killing you, old man, is no problem. After saying that, she raised her hand and pulled out from the void a strange-looking long sword that was emitting a stunning red light. The moment the long sword appeared, the temperature of the entire world suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. The horrifying murderous aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Kill. Nan Lingyue opened her red lips slightly, stepped on the void and rose into the air, carrying the bright moon on her back and pointing the sword directly at Long Tian.
Grand Elder, save me!
Long Tian's pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted for help to the old man in hemp clothes. The pressure and murderous intent from the saint-level strongman forced him to put aside his dignity.
Your Majesty, you go first. Go to the Imperial Mausoleum and activate the teleportation array. Call the saint-level leaders of our national defense sect to come to Kyoto.
The old man in hemp clothes came up to Long Tian, whispered a reminder, and pushed Long Tian behind him with his backhand. He could sense that Nan Lingyue's strength and cultivation were even more terrifying than the first time they met. The first time, he was able to barely repel Nan Lingyue by unleashing the purifying demonic flame, but today he doesn't have the purifying demonic flame with him, so he might not be able to stop Nan Lingyue for long. So let Long Tian ask for help from the Hugua sect. This is the only way to solve the killing situation tonight. After saying that, he took out a bronze halberd, and with green holy light emanating from his body, he flew up to fight Nan Lingyue. Boom! 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 High in the sky, the holy war breaks out. The terrifying energy fluctuations continuously created sounds like muffled thunder. Hundreds of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the Beixia Palace. All the monks present retreated madly with pale faces. You have to know that this is a battle of the holy level, and the aftermath of the battle alone can seriously injure them or even kill them. In a shadow of the Beixia Palace, Ji Xiu looked at the two powerful saints standing above the sky. With some shock, above the sky, red light and green light each occupied half of the sky. Even the faint and bright moon was splashed with a shocking two-color halo. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder rang in my ears again. Jishio looked at the two holy steps above the sky and shuddered, muttering in his heart, below the saint rank. We are all ants. That's really true. After saying that, he shook his head and forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. He scanned the palace and began to look for any trace of Long Tian. Tonight, Long Tian is his first target. He absolutely couldn't let Long Tian survive tonight. At this moment, he discovered that Long Tian was fleeing towards the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum under the protection of Yu Huatian. Damn it. There is one more Shichong factory continuation. Jishio frowned tightly, and now he has a soul-killing nail in his hand, which can kill all the strong people below the saint level. However, one soul-killing nail can only kill one person. If he killed Long Tian, he would not be able to deal with Yu Huatian. Just as his mind was racing with thoughts about how he was going to escape from Yu Huatian's hands and ascend to heaven after stabbing the emperor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure following Long Tian and Yu Huatian quietly towards the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum. Nanling Yue's direct disciple, Princess Beixia, Mu Xianyin. Jishio's eyes lit up. If I remember correctly, Mu Xianyin also hated Long Tian to the core, and it is obvious that Mu Xianyin must be Nanling Yue's backup plan. This is interesting. Jishio raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and immediately activated the Star God fragment and headed towards the direction of the Beixia Imperial Tomb, Northern Xia Imperial Tomb. Deep in the underground palace, above an altar carved with ancient runes, an extremely strange fire bloomed with dazzling red light, and there were wisps of black gas rising up. This strange fire is exactly the purifying demonic flame, which ranks third on the strange fire list. Boom! The gate to the underground palace opened. Long Tian and Yu Huatian stumbled and fled into the underground palace in a very embarrassed manner. When they saw the strange fire, they calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty! It was a close call this time. Yu Huatian sighed with lingering fear. The pressure and pursuit from a saint-level powerhouse were simply too terrifying for him. Damn it! Nanling Yue is really a crazy woman. Long Tian cursed in a low voice with a gloomy expression. He never expected that Nanling Yue would go straight to the palace and kill him without considering any consequences. Yes. This woman is truly the craziest and most incomprehensible woman I have ever seen in my life. Yu Huatian took a deep breath. At this moment, he couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Nanling Yue's cold eyes. This woman has no fear of imperial power and doesn't care about the consequences of what she does. Simply put, Nanling Yue is a madman with no taboos. So what if I'm crazy? Wait until the leaders of my guardian sect arrive. How big a splash can she make? When the time comes, I will grind her to dust. Then cut that rebellious girl Mu Xianyin into a human stick. Long Tian spoke in a very cold voice. Well. Hearing this, Yu Huatian sighed and said, Your Majesty, please activate the magic circle quickly. Notify the retired emperor of the Hugua sect as soon as possible. That woman Nanling Yue is too crazy. I'm afraid the Grand Elder can't handle it anymore. Rational. Long Tian nodded, and then walked to an ancient magic circle behind the altar. The magic circle is not big, but the four sides of the magic circle are engraved with Beixia's high-level runes. This is a teleportation array that leads directly to Beixia's most mysterious Hugua sect. As long as the teleportation array is opened, the bigwigs of the Hugua sect will step into the Imperial Mausoleum within the time of an incense stick, just as he formed seals with his hands and was about to activate the teleportation array. A crisp sound was heard in the underground palace. Father! Today you and I must come to an end. Hear this sound. Long Tian and Yu Huatian suddenly turned their heads and looked outside the underground palace. This time, Mu Xianyin was seen slowly walking into the underground palace. Rebellious girl! You are really looking for death. Long Tian's face turned completely dark. He didn't know who gave Mu Xianyin, a cultivator in the Juxing realm, the courage and bravery to chase him alone. Chapter 42, Kingslayer Jishio. Rewards received. When Mu Xianyin heard this, she threw her head back and laughed. She looked at Long Tian as if he were a fool and said softly, The Imperial Tomb of Beixia. The Devil's Flame of Purification. Teleportation Array. All of this is under the control of the Master. Today, not only can you not kill me, I'm afraid you will die here today.
The words fell, Long Tian's expression suddenly changed. Yu Huatian's expression also became extremely ugly. If all this was within the expectations of the crazy woman Nan Lingyue, then it is no wonder that Mu Xianyin dared to chase them to the imperial mausoleum without fear. What do you mean? Long Tian asked with a trembling voice. He, Mu Xianyin chuckled, and her heart was filled with pleasure as she looked at Long Tian's frightened expression. Then she took out a crystal bottle from her ring. The crystal bottle was translucent, with a drop of red gold blood floating in it. This is, Yu Huatian stared at the blood in the bottle with a dazed expression, then he seemed to have thought of something, his face changed suddenly, and he took 3 steps back. Holy blood essence. Long Tian spoke in a lost voice, below the saint level, we are all ants. This statement is recognized by hundreds of millions of cultivators on the continent, and 1 drop of holy blood is the full-strength attack of a strong saint. This is Mu Xianyin's reliance, the backup plan Nan Lingyue gave her, father. Mu Xianyin looked at Long Tian with an indifferent expression and then said, now that you recognize me, then you go to hell. After saying that, Mu Xianyin threw the crystal bottle out with a stern look on his face. Snap. The crystal bottle shattered in the air, the drop of red gold blood suddenly exploded, the aura of the holy level instantly swept through the void. Clank. Clank. Clank, a blazing and dazzling red gold light bloomed in the underground palace. The terrifying holy power brought about a storm of light that was 100 feet wide and swept out. At this time, the surface of the underground palace suddenly lit up with hundreds of mysterious runes stained with blazing flames. Sizzle. The sound of the runes burning is very similar to the sound of boiling water. If these runes had not absorbed most of the holy energy in the underground palace, this imperial tomb would probably have been razed to the ground in an instant, but despite this, there is still a lot of holy energy overflowing like water waves. Boom. 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 Wherever the invisible energy ripples past, several 100-meter-high peaks outside the imperial mausoleum exploded in an instant. Hundreds of ancient trees were broken in half. After a moment, when the holy level energy is exhausted, the smoke and dust in the imperial mausoleum dissipated. I saw Yu Huatian lying on the ground with his body charred black. His meridians were shattered and all the bones in his body turned into ancient debris, leaving only a bloody piece of human skin lying on the ground. He was the great master of the Western factory, but now he was dead beyond death. It's over. It's finally over. Mu Xianyin tilted her head back, closed her eyes and murmured silently, and just at this moment a tall figure appeared in front of him. Xianyin. Father won't let you die. Hear this sound. Mu Xianyin suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Long Tian in disbelief. At this moment, Long Tian was covered in wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. Blood was still oozing from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Although he was seriously injured, he managed to survive with great difficulty. How is that possible? Mu Xianyin's big beautiful eyes were filled with dullness. Do you think you are the only one with saint-level blood? Do you think your master is the only saint-level expert? Have you forgotten? Your grandfather is also a saint-level expert. Long Tian grinned grimly. That's right, he also has a drop of holy blood. This drop of holy blood was left for him to save his life by the previous emperor of Beixia, the current emperor emeritus of Beixia, when he became a saint. Although this drop of holy blood had lost a lot of holy power over the years, it was still enough to save his life. Asshole. I'll fight you. Mu Xianyin shouted coldly, with the light of stars blooming in her beautiful eyes. She drew out a silver sword and stabbed it directly into Long Tian's heart. Oh, Long Tian smiled coldly and snapped his fingers. Snap. The long sword broke into hundreds of pieces. Then, Long Tian raised his hand and pierced through the void and directly pinched Mu Xianyin's neck, and asked coldly, Jen, what else do you have to say? Snort. Mu Xianyin bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes full of stubbornness. Long Tian. Kill me if you can. That's great, I can go and keep my mother company. At this moment, she was a little desperate. After all, how could she, a cultivator who had just broken into the Juxing realm, be a match for Long Tian, who had reached the peak of the monarch level? Hearing this, Long Tian's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Mu Xianyin's cool and beautiful face with interest and slowly said, Xianyin, killing you would be too easy for you. But, I have to say it, you have really grown up, and you are becoming more and more like your mother. Roll, you have no right to mention my mother. Mu Xianyin glared at Long Tian fiercely and scolded him loudly. Good. If you said you wouldn't mention it, then don't mention it. But, I really miss your mother. Why don't you take over your mother's place? Long Tian smiled evilly, looking at Mu Xianin with a fiery gaze. You, brute. Mu Xuanin's delicate body trembled. She thought that Long Tian would kill her, but I never expected that Long Tian would be so inhumane. Ha 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 ha. You can struggle next. You can yell, too. But I won't stop. Long Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, and just at this moment, clear applause sounded from the deep underground palace. Bang 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 bang. Hear this sound? Long Tian's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, there was actually another person in the underground palace besides him and Mu Xianin? Who is it? Long Tian released the hand that was pinching Mu Xuanin's neck and looked around with a vigilant look. Just at this moment, a cold and slightly childish voice sounded. Wonderful, wonderful. Your Majesty. This prince knows that you are shameless. But I never thought you would be so shameless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you really not afraid of being struck by lightning? The words fell. A thin figure walked out from the shadows of the underground palace. Ji Xiu? Mu Xianin looked at the person who came, and for some reason she felt a strange sense of security in her heart. Young Master Ji. Ji Xiu. Long Tian frowned and looked at Ji Xiu and spoke coldly. Your Majesty. Nice to meet you. Hello. Ji Xiu waved to Long Tian as a greeting. Good, very good. It seems that I have gained a lot today. If you stay in the Ji mansion and don't come out, I may not be able to do anything to you. But today you dared to break into the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum. I have no say in that. If you die in the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum, I'm sure the Ice God Palace will have nothing to say. Long Tian grinned grimly and took a step forward. Boom. The terrifying aura of the peak monarch level erupted. Invisible energy ripples appeared in the void, and the temperature suddenly rose. Behind him, there was a scorching sun rising slowly. This is the manifestation of him practicing the Emperor's Sun's sacred art to the extreme. Oh, Ji Xiu raised his lips slightly, and said with interest without any fear, Your Majesty. Is it really like this? After saying that, he slowly spread out his palms. This time, a black iron nail appeared in his hand. The iron nails are simple and plain, with nothing to praise, but the moment Long Tian saw the iron nail, a chill ran straight up his spine to his forehead. For a moment, a fear from the depths of his soul spread throughout his limbs. What's this? Long Tian looked at Ji Xiu with trembling eyes, his teeth chattering constantly. He could sense that the black iron nail in Ji Xiu's hand had an indescribable terrifying power. The feeling of coldness all over his body gave him a bad premonition. You guess. The murderous intent bloomed in Ji Xiu's clear eyes. He directly activated the power of the star-gathering realm to activate the soul-devouring nail and locked onto Long Tian with his backhand. Clang. The black iron nail turned into a ray of deep light as thin as a thumb and shot out in an instant. The moment the light appeared, even the space trembled. Long Tian just said one word and then his voice stopped abruptly. The deep light passed over his neck at an extremely strange and completely unreasonable speed. He had no time to react and only felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously touched it, but blood instantly soaked through his fingers. Die. Ji Xiu slowly uttered two words with an indifferent expression on his face. Phew. Long Tian's head was thrown high into the air. Blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain, splashing 4 or 5 meters high. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty mission. Assassinate the Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward 100,000 Destiny Essence. Chapter 43 Awakening the Divine Ban and Devouring the Strange Fire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty mission. Assassinate the Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward 100,000 Destiny Essence. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. The string that had been tense in Ji Xiu's heart finally relaxed. Subconsciously open the system panel. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 8 years old. Identity, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Founding Organization, MI6. Cultivation, for Star-Gathering Realms, Bloodline Constitution, Divine Heart Demon Bone, the Devil's Coming has been successfully activated, Divine Forbidden Awakening Conditions, 100,000 Destiny Essence, Immortal Ash Awakening Conditions, 1 million Destiny Essence, Practice Method, Immortal Devouring Magic Skill, has been practiced to the 3rd level, Flying Dragon Exploring the Cloud Skill, Advanced, Star God Shattered Shadow, Beginner, Weapons, Daluo Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute. Chun Ching.
Essence of Destiny, 104,800 points, Fate level, red, 9 deaths, System Mall, opened, Task System, enabled, Warehouse, Soul Stealing Trilogy, Requiem, Soul Stealing, Soul Calling, Ice God Jade, Token of the Ice God Palace Master, System Prompt, more information can be expanded, finally I earned 100,000 Destiny Essence. The Divine Forbidden Realm can finally be awakened. Jishio let out a long sigh, feeling extremely excited at the moment, then without saying a word, he began to awaken the second killing realm he had coveted for a long time, Divine Ban, ding. System prompts that awakening the second level of killing, God Forbidden, requires 100,000 life essences. Host, please confirm again. Open. Jishio didn't hesitate at all. Of the Divine Forbidden Realm and the Jutian universe is a forbidden area where only the ancient emperors can enter, and in this fantasy world, you can awaken directly with just 100,000 Destiny Essence. It's so cool, the thought stops here. Clang, a ray of chaotic divine light flashed across his eyes. Jishio felt that his body became extremely light. At this moment, the soul seems to be at the top of the 9 heavens, and it seems to be above the sky. At the same time, an extremely wonderful feeling unconsciously came to my mind. All the prosperity in this world is ultimately fleeting. The end of the world, the end of time, eternity passes in a hurry. In the end, there will only be one invincible person left. Jishio closed his eyes and murmured softly as if in a dream. A dazzling and blazing chaotic immortal light burst out from his whole body, and drops of immortal rain fell down. At this moment, he truly looked like an immortal banished to earth, and the ultimate pressure of the ancient emperor emanated from his small body. This guy. What happened? Could it be that he has entered the legendary state of enlightenment where heaven and man are one? Mu Xianyin stared in amazement at Jishio, who had his back to her and was bathed in the rain of light, emitting endless pressure, and murmured in shock, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the second killing level of the bloodline, Gods Forbidden. Divine Taboo, the body and soul break through the shackles of heaven and obtain forbidden qualitative changes. It is a combat realm that only the ancient emperors are qualified to enter according to legend. System prompt, the consumption is extremely alarming, please activate it with caution, call. Opening successfully. Jishio slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the peerless chaotic light in his eyes had disappeared. What replaced it was the ecstasy that came from the heart. Just at this moment, Jishio felt a burning gaze behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mu Xianyin staring at him blankly with dazed eyes. Hello? Have you seen enough? Your Highness. Jishio teased Mu Xianyin with amusement. Mu Xianyin suddenly came to her senses and realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly looked away and asked casually, pretending to be casual. Jishio. What just happened to you? Jishio chuckled and then said, nonsense, I just fell into the state of enlightenment. It is true. Mu Xianyin took a breath, looked at Jishio again with a complicated expression and sighed softly at Jishio. You bastard. It's really amazing. She knows in this world, being able to enter the realm of enlightenment where man and nature are one has infinite benefits for the path of spiritual practice. For example, her master Nan Lingwei had entered the realm of enlightenment where man and nature were one 3 times. It was also because of this that her master was able to reach the saint level at the age of 27. Hearing this, Jishio spread his hands and looked at Mu Xianyin with interest and replied, Your Highness. Don't look at me so affectionately. I would misunderstand. Mu Xianyin spat lightly, then looked at Long Tian's headless body in the underground palace with mixed feelings and said, Today. Thank you. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I owe you one, you owe me one. Jishio frowned and smiled playfully. Then please remember this, my prince. Today is Princess Mu Xianyin, the first missing prince. In the future, this prince will double your efforts to get it back. Good. Mu Xianyin nodded very seriously. Seeing this, Jishio smiled helplessly and immediately turned his gaze to the ancient altar deep in the underground palace. On the altar, a pure white lotus blooms. Its white petals are crystal clear and beautiful enough to be dreamy. It seems that just one glance can make people fall in love forever. However, the heart of the lotus was actually a strange fire that was dyed with red flames and emitted wisps of black air. The devil's flame of purification. Today, this prince's second biggest goal. Jishio's face was extremely solemn and his eyes were extremely serious. Of this strange fire, ranked 3rd on the strange fire list, has extreme beauty but also contains extreme destructiveness. and is extremely dangerous, not to mention that he is just a mere cultivator in the Gathering Stars realm. Even a saint-level cultivator would lose his soul if he wasn't careful.
Demon swallowing technique. Burning decision. We should be able to take it down. Jisho took a deep breath, then walked towards the purifying demonic flame step by step of the sky. What do you want to do? Mu Xianyin couldn't help but frown as she watched Jisho walking towards the purifying demonic flame step by step. Really, what a nice view. Jisho walked to the altar and looked at the strange fire floating in the center of the pure white lotus, his eyes filled with amazement and determination. Jisho took a deep breath and suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart, then he reached out and picked up the pure white lotus on the altar. At this moment, a burning temperature hit me in the face, but despite this, he did not feel the extremely terrifying destructive power of the purifying demonic flame. Perhaps it's because of this companion lotus. So, that's why you can't feel the destructive power of the purifying devil flame? Jisho couldn't help but swallow his saliva with a dry mouth and sorted out the reason. It was also thanks to this companion lotus, otherwise he would not even be qualified to get close to the strange fire. Jisho, you're crazy. If you still want your life, put it down. Mu Xianyin reminded with a trembling voice, but at this moment, when she looked at Jisho, she had already realized something. Jisho, it seems that he is not fooling around. This guy seems to really want to subdue this strange fire, but who are you kidding? This purifying demonic flame is ranked third on the list of strange fires. It contains extraordinary power to destroy the world. How could a mere cultivator in the Gathering Stars realm get involved in this? Even her master was nearly destroyed by this strange fire. However, even though Mu Xianyin's voice resounded throughout the underground palace, but Jisho seemed not to hear it. His eyes were fixed on the strange and weird fire on Hualien from beginning to end. This is the only chance. If we wait for Nan Lingyue to come to the underground palace, I'm afraid this world-purifying devil flame will be taken away by her. She is a saint, I can't beat her. Jisho's mind was clear at this moment that he really wanted to bring the strange fire back to the Ji mansion and concentrate all the Ji family's strength or wait until his cultivation level became stronger before subduing this strange fire. But now that things have come to this, time does not allow it and Nan Lingyue will definitely not agree, so there is only one choice left. My thoughts just came here. A hint of cruelty suddenly flashed across Jisho's eyes. He raised his left hand tremblingly and slowly held up the pure white lotus in his hand, then he gritted his teeth as if drinking wine, tilted his head back and swallowed the fire from Lian Xan in one gulp. At the same time, the immortal devouring magic art is running at full power. The burning decision is running at full power. Boom. The moment Jisho swallowed the fire, the power of destruction exploded. The terrifying temperature also soared dozens of times in an instant. Invisible energy ripples burst out. Snap. 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 The surface of the underground palace of the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum shook violently, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the walls. See this scene. Mu Xianyin's face changed drastically and she turned and left without saying a word. Squeak. 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 The sound of flames burning the air and the rising mist was like the prelude to a volcanic eruption, the moment when the countless runes protecting the underground palace turned to ashes. Clang. A 1,000-foot-long red pillar of fire shot up into the sky with Jisho as the center. Boom. 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 The huge underground palace of the Northern Xia Imperial Mausoleum was reduced to ashes in an instant. The pillar of fire that reaches the sky connects heaven and earth. It is extremely spectacular. On a peak in the distance of the Huangling Mountains. Mu Xianyin looked at the red pillar of fire that connected the sky and the earth, and cold sweat had soaked her back. She swallowed, her eyes dull, and trembled as she spoke to herself. Madman. He is truly a lunatic who doesn't care about his own life. Chapter 44. Kyoto was shaken. Nan Lingyue is angry. Brilliant red fireworks exploded in the night sky. A terrifying wave of fire swept across the sky in an instant. In an instant, the temperature of the entire world rose significantly. In Kyoto, thousands of people were staring at the waves of fire sweeping across the night sky, their throats rolling nonstop. Even though they were very far away, the blazing fire waves still made countless people sweat profusely, as if they were in the scorching hot summer. That's the Imperial Mausoleum mountain range. What happened? What level of power is this? Lord level? Saint level? Or the power of the legendary level? Strange fire. Only strange fire can have such terrible destructive power. Oh my goodness, it's the power of the legendary fire that can destroy the heavens and the earth. This is too terrifying. Inside Kyoto Castle, both the monks and the common people felt a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of the fire wave that swept across the sky and earth. Not only them, but countless bigwigs in Kyoto were stunned. They all groaned in their hearts, "It's over. It's really over. Tonight's incident has really gotten out of hand." Kyoto City, East City, the 10-mile-long street was littered with corpses. The whole street was dyed red with blood. Gu Jian was dressed in black, with Yuan Hong on his back, and he looked extremely cold. Behind him stood hundreds of assassins in black. These assassins in black were all elite assassins from the 5th Military Intelligence Department, just as Ji Shou had planned. Tonight Gu Jian led the MI5 to slaughter all the 10 blades in the east city of Kyoto. At this moment, Gu Yao beside him stared blankly at the waves of fire sweeping across the sky and whispered, "Your Highness, did you do this? Please, you must come back safely." Hearing this, Gu Jian put away Yuan Hong, turned around and confidently comforted Gu Yao and said, "Elder sister, don't worry. Your Highness, the young prince, can turn his hand to make clouds and his other hand to make rain. I dare say that everything that happens tonight is under his control." After saying that, an old man in black slowly stepped forward. It was Mr. Wei. Elder Wei looked towards the direction of the Beixia Palace, frowned, and murmured in a low voice, "I hope so. Hope tonight. It's really not beyond the control of His Royal Highness the young master." Kyoto Ji family military headquarters, Lin Ru covered his mouth and looked at the pillar of fire that almost connected the sky and the earth in the direction of the Kyoto Imperial City, and asked in a trembling voice, "Mother, did Xiao really go to the palace tonight?" "That's right," Mu Hua nodded. When Lin Ru heard this, she couldn't help but scream, and her whole body became shaky and she murmured incoherently. "Tonight, the Beixia Palace. Holy level battle. Strange fire erupts. Things are getting worse and worse. How can this be possible?" "Well," Mu Hua sighed and said, "You don't worry. This kid will definitely come back safely." She said so, but in fact, she was not sure either. At the same time, she felt even more guilty. After all, Ji Shou's actions tonight were approved by her, even though the plan was flawless, but she still felt that she should accompany Ji Shou to the palace no matter what. But it's too late to regret now. Kyoto Imperial Palace, all the 10 great generals of Beixia died. In front of the Imperial Dragon Palace, the ground was littered with corpses and broken limbs. It seemed as if a bloody rain had fallen in the palace tonight. The extremely thick smell of blood in the air is extremely disgusting. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Beixia royal family had one arm broken and was half kneeling in front of Nan Lingyue. He was covered in blood, the halberd has been broken, the lifeline is destroyed, there were more than 100 sword wounds all over his body, and blood continued to gush out from the wound. A generation of saint-level boss is about to return to the Sea of Stars. The old man in hemp clothes looked sad and distracted in the direction of the Beixia Emperor's mausoleum and laughed miserably. Long Tian is dead. The Imperial Mausoleum is destroyed. He. I am truly incompetent as the keeper of the Beixia royal family's mausoleum. Cough, cough, cough. After saying this, his body shook violently and he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Anything else you want to say? Nan Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back, looking down at the old man in hemp clothes. She was in a very upset mood at the moment, because she didn't know what went wrong in the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum that caused the purifying demonic flame to erupt. This is not a good thing for her. The old man in sackcloth clothes had just said one word when his voice suddenly stopped. Puff. The sharp sword in Nan Lingyue's hand had already pierced through the heart of the old man in hemp clothes. You want to say? I don't want to listen. After saying that, Nan Lingyue drew out his sword, bringing out a long trail of blood. Then, she disappeared in front of the Imperial Dragon Palace in a flash. On the mountain range of the northern Xia Imperial Tombs. Mu Xianyin stared blankly at the 1,000-foot-high pillar of fire that almost connected the sky and the earth. When a breeze blows, Nan Lingyue's figure stepped out of the void and appeared in front of her. Jen. What happened? Nan Lingyue frowned and asked sternly. When Mu Xianyin saw the familiar figure in front of her, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She stood up, grabbed the corner of Nan Lingyue's clothes and said, Master. Long Tian was killed by Ji Shou. Then what? Nan Lingyue frowned and asked. Then, Ji Shou swallowed the world-purifying devil flame in one gulp. Mu Xianyin answered with a trembling voice, What?
When Nan Lingyue heard this, her cold and beautiful face suddenly changed, her beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards the center of the strange fire explosion. There, the red flames shot up into the sky, and the waves of fire rippled across the sky and earth. It was extremely spectacular, with the explosion as the center point. All living things within the range suffered a devastating blow. It can be said that half of the Imperial Mausoleum Mountains were affected and turned into a scorched earth. With such power, let alone a mere gathering stars cultivator, even a saint level or even a legendary level cultivator would have to die. But soon, when the fire wave gradually dissipated, a thin figure appeared in Nan Lingyue's sight. This little guy, he's still alive. Nan Lingyue widened her eyes and murmured in disbelief. After saying that, her figure suddenly shook and turned into an aurora, passing through the void and instantly came in front of GXIU.AT. This moment, all of Jishou's clothes had turned to ashes, and he was lying on the ground extremely weak. The whole person seemed to be red and warm, his whole body was red, his skin was cracked with countless wounds, and blood was all over his body. He had turned into a bloody man, but even though he was seriously injured, he still had weak signs of life. It is worth mentioning that in Jishou's hand, he was still tightly holding that pure white lotus, and the roots of the pure white lotus were actually tightly wrapped around his left wrist. Jishou, you swallowed the purifying devil flame? Nan Lingyue asked in surprise and unwillingness, biting her silver teeth. The pain. It hurts. Jishou spoke hoarsely with the last bit of consciousness he had. Nonsense. Nan Lingyue spoke coldly, her pretty face becoming extremely cold and grim. She didn't expect that Jishou would simply and brutally swallow up the purifying demonic flame that she wanted. Moreover, he even cried out in pain to her. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Your Millennium Mysterious Pond, lend it to me. Thank you so much. Jishou endured the tremendous pain of the burning meridians and cracking skin, trembling as he spoke, and his consciousness fell into darkness. It must be said that his action of forcibly swallowing the purifying demonic flame just now was indeed very risky. His meridians and bones should have turned into ashes the moment they were devoured, but his life was saved because of the companion lotus in his hand. Coupled with the magical power of the immortal demon devouring art and the burning art, he has actually successfully entered the system process of devouring the purifying demon flame. Although he was unconscious at this moment, the immortal devouring magic and the burning technique were still operating autonomously. Once the process of devouring the strange fire starts, it will never stop. Once it stops, the purifying demonic flame will erupt again. Simply put, if Jishou fails now, he will die. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The progress of swallowing the purifying devil flame has reached 1%, you little bastard. Nan Lingyue looked at Jishou, who had fainted at her feet and couldn't help feeling a tightness in her chest. At this moment, she really wanted to slap Jishou to death, but after hesitating for a long time, he still picked up Jishou and headed towards the Shinsa Palace. Remember, Jishou, this time, you owe me. In the future, I will ask you to pay me back tenfold. Chapter 45. Jishou, from now on you belong to me. The moon is bright in the sky, it's late at night and no one can sleep tonight. The leaders of all the major forces in Kyoto were all looking towards the direction of the Imperial Palace anxiously. The holy class war stopped, the strange fire that swept across the heaven and earth gradually subsided. Tonight, it seems like that's the end? If that's it.so, what are the results? This concerns their future wealth and destiny. But even though they were so anxious, no one dared to send spies into the palace to find out what was going on, because Jishou's order to them was that if they didn't want to die, they were not allowed to step into the palace before dawn. Inside the Shinsa Palace, Nan Lingyue crossed her arms and looked down at Jishou, who was extremely weak and immersed in the ice pool, with a cold face. The moonlight shining through the windowsill onto her pretty face made her look even more stunning. Master Jishou, this guy actually survived. How is this possible? Mu Shenin asked in a tone full of disbelief. The purifying demonic flame is ranked third on the list of strange fires, and Jishou actually survived after he forcefully swallowed it. For a moment, she felt that her brain was really not enough. Snort. Nan Lingyue couldn't help but snorted when she heard this. If it were someone else, then it must be death and no more death. But this guy seems a little different. What's the meaning? Mu Shenin shook her head to indicate that she didn't understand. Nan Lingyue shook her head and did not explain anything, but her eyes became more and more absorbed in looking at the lotus wrapped around Jishou's left hand. What secrets does this little guy have? Why would Hua Lian, the companion of the purifying demon flame, take the initiative to protect him? And not only did he protect him,
it seems there are still signs of recognition of the master? It's incredible. My thoughts come here, but she just couldn't understand it, and just at this moment. Jisho coughed 3 times, cough, cough, cough. The sleeping consciousness slowly awakens, the extreme pain that spread throughout his body made him groan. Forehead. Just at this moment. A mocking voice rang in his ears. What a young master of the G family. That's a really good move. Tonight I will massacre the palace with blood. You are the final winner. Hearing this, Jisho slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw Nan Lingyue and Mu Xianyin standing on the ice pool. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jisho tried to force out a smile and spoke weakly. He knew that he couldn't get around Nan Lingyue no matter what. So it's better to pretend to be confused at this moment. Snort, Nan Lingyue snorted coldly. You little brat. Do you really want me to explain clearly? After tonight, the news of my bloodbath in the Beixia Palace will spread across the entire continent. The death of Long Tian in the Imperial Mausoleum will most likely be attributed to me. The Beixia National Defense Sect will fight me to the death. And you, Jisho, escaped unscathed. The wind and rain are everywhere, but they won't get on you. What a good plan, is that so? Jisho looked innocent, as if he knew nothing, which made Mu Xianyin stunned. Nan Lingyue sneered at this and then changed the subject. Of course. None of this matters. Since I dare to massacre the palace with blood, the consequences will naturally be borne. But, you actually took away my strange fire. Do you really think I won't kill you? If I kill you, I can still take away the strange fire. Forehead. When Jisho heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Nan Lingyue with burning eyes and responded, You want to kill me? I've already started. I wouldn't have stayed here until now. Also, you should know that I have already started to devour the purifying devil flame. Then you should also know that I am now half the master of the pure world demon flame. Once you kill me, the strange fire will get out of control and explode again. And this time, the purifying demon flame will erupt at full force. Snort. When Nan Lingyue heard this, she glared at Jisho fiercely and then remained silent for a long time. She came to the Beixia dynasty to be the imperial teacher just for the purifying demonic flame, which was ranked 3rd on the strange fire list. Now all her 8 years of hard work has been for nothing in return for Jisho. How could she be willing to accept this? But she also knew that Jisho, who now possessed the world purifying demonic flame, was a time bomb. But if she really killed Jisho, the strange fire would get out of control and explode. The consequences would be catastrophic, and she would be seriously injured if she didn't die, and there is a high probability that she will return empty-handed. The most important thing is that she cannot drag her seriously injured body to face the pursuit of Beixia Hugua's sect. So this kid had planned all this a long time ago. Nan Lingyue's thoughts stopped here. A cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she ordered Mu Xianyin in a cold voice. Jen! Get out! Mu Xianyin was stunned when she heard this, not understanding what her master meant. Go out! Nan Lingyue scolded harshly. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin's body trembled. She knew that her master was really angry. So he quickly stepped back from behind the screen, and when he left, he gave Jisho a look that told him to wish him good luck. Master, Imperial Master. Since the matter is settled, let's just talk about the matter at hand. Whatever you want, you can have it. As long as I have it. Jisho took a deep breath and spoke to Nan Lingyue sincerely. And now that things have come to this point, the best way out is to continue to cooperate. He believed that Nan Lingyue would be able to weigh the pros and cons well. As soon as the words fell, crash. Water splashed everywhere. Nan Lingyue slowly walked into the Millennium Mysterious Pool. The splashing water and the ripples of light fell on her cool and pretty face, making her look even more stunning and incomparable. What do you want? Jisho was a little confused when he saw Nan Lingyue, who had come in front of him with a frosty face. Could it be that Nan Lingyue really wants to go all out and kill herself right here in the Shinsa Palace? Oh, Nan Lingyue raised her red lips slightly. She held Jisho's left hand and raised it up under the moonlight. I saw that a pure white wreath had appeared on Jisho's left wrist at some point. The wreath has 9 lotus petals, each of which is glowing with a little fluorescence emanating infinite vitality. This is? Jisho was stunned. Companion Hualien. Sure enough, I have recognized you as my master. After Nan Lingyue finished speaking, a light blossomed in her beautiful eyes that Jisho could not understand. What do you mean? Ji Xiu asked in shock. If that's the case, I don't mind giving you the world-purifying demon flame, but Nan Lingyue stopped talking here, but her strange and fiery eyes really made Ji Xiu's scalp tingle. But what? Ji Xiu asked in a daze, but, you Ji Xiu. From now on, you will be my person.
Nan Lingyue pursed her red lips and looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, sparkling as if she was looking at a treasure that belonged to her alone.
What's the meaning?
Ji Xiu still didn't understand. What is it? Well, I belong to Nan Lingyue from now on. My thoughts just came here. Nan Lingyue stretched out her jade hand and lightly tapped Ji Xiu's forehead. Clang. The magic light flashes, the strange feeling of ice and fire made Ji Xiu tremble all over.
What did this woman do?
The moonlight is like water, extremely gentle. Nan Lingyue took one last look at Ji Xiu and left, and before she left, she said something that Ji Xiu was extremely puzzled about.
Ji Xiu, after, you are my man. When the time comes, you owe me something. I want you to pay it back tenfold. At this time, Ji Xiu looked at Nan Lingyue's back and murmured in shock, Nan Lingyue. This crazy woman. What on earth does she want to do? What do you mean, I am hers from now on?
A series of questions flashed through my mind. At this moment, Ji Xiu, who was deep in thought, did not notice that a light purple full moon mark passed across his forehead where Nan Lingyue had pointed. Chapter 46. Nan Lingyue dares to be the first in the world. Ji Xiu wins. A night of wind and rain. A bright moon is hanging high in the sky above the night sky. On the observation deck of Shinsa Palace, Nan Lingyue was wearing a long black robe, and the cold moonlight shone on her peerless face, making her look extremely cool and beautiful. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looked down at the extremely prosperous city with 3,000 bright lights under her feet without any emotion. Her red lips slightly opened.
Jen. It's time to leave.
Hearing this, Mu Xianyin nodded and asked with some concern, Master.
Where are we going next? Are we going to the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire?
Today we will bloodbath the palace and kill Long Tian. The Beixia National Defense Sect will never let us go. So, now only these two empires have enough capabilities to protect us. Snort, not going at all. Nan Lingyue snorted and responded. The first emperor of the Qin Empire was extremely ambitious and had extremely powerful means.
What he wanted, I don't have. The Divine Phoenix Empire's Grand Master Phoenix is extremely cunning and slick.
I will never trust him. But Mu Xianyin hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and said in confusion, all under heaven belongs to the king.
We can't stay in the Beixia dynasty. And we can't go to Daqin and Xinhuang either. Where else can we go now?
Hearing this, Nan Lingyue raised her red lips slightly, and she chuckled and said, Jen.
9 Heavens Continent. There are 3 top dynasties. We can't stay, and we can't leave.
The 7 top cultivation sects will not help us in the slightest.
So now, there is only one choice.
Mu Xianyin was confused when she heard this. She shook her head and said, Master, Xianyin doesn't understand.
At this point, what choice do we have?
Little fool, Nan Lingyue gently stroked Mu Xianyin's hair and said, pray for shelter.
Putting your life in the hands of others is ultimately the saddest choice.
In this world, the best strategy is to protect yourself and have your own power. To tell you the truth, I will establish a cultivation sect that belongs exclusively to me, Nan Lingyue. In the future, I will make this sect stand at the top of the 9 Heavens Continent. Even the 3 great dynasties and the 7 great cultivation families can only look up to us. When Mu Xianyin heard these words, she was shocked and excited. Her master, Nan Lingyue, is the most stunning woman in the world. She had thought more than once that if her master were to establish a sect, then this sect would surely shock the entire continent, so she would never doubt the truthfulness of Nan Lingyue's words. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of a question and smiled bitterly. Master,
now the Beixia National Defense Sect will do its best to hunt us down. Where can we establish a sect? Who else dares to join our sect? He. Nan Lingyue's smile widened when she heard this.
Where they dare not go, I will build the sect there.
What do you think of Demon Mountain, one of the 9 forbidden areas on the continent? As for who dares to join us, that's even easier.
I will take in those who have nowhere else to go. Those who are not tolerated by the 3 great dynasties and the 7 great cultivation families, I will accept them.
Isn't this the world ruled by righteousness now?
This lord, What do you think of establishing the world's #1 demon sect to fight against these righteous forces who claim to be righteous? When Mu Xianyin heard this, she was so shocked that she was speechless and her heartbeat suddenly increased several times. Of course, it is possible to build a sect on Tianmo Mountain. The mass grave in Tianmo Mountain is very strange, and even the strong ones in the Sate realm dare not break in, but she was not worried at all, because few people knew that her master came from Tianmo Mountain. If that's the case, then what's the problem with establishing the sect on Tianmo Mountain? What frightened her the most was her master's ambition. Now the entire Jiotian continent is dominated by 3 top dynasties and 7 major cultivation clans. If my master founded the world's #1 evil sect, it would be tantamount to going against all the righteous forces in the world. But it seems that this is why all the demonic monks hiding in the night in the entire Jiotian continent will flock here. Even, not just the magic monks, even the spiritual monks who were once exterminated and now become prey, those monks who practice evil ways and are not accepted by the righteous path will also go completely crazy. The sect they founded will grow and develop in the shortest possible time and become a super giant in the Jiotian continent. Master, what will our future sect be called? Mu Xianyin looked at Nan Lingyue with her beautiful eyes shining, feeling both nervous and excited for a moment, but as her master said, this is their only way out now. Nan Lingyue thought for a moment and then said, why not, just call it Supreme Heaven. Mu Xianyin. She thought to herself, the Supreme Heaven, the highest heaven above the 9 heavens, is worthy of being the master. Just when she was shocked and excited by Nan Lingyue's idea, a brilliant purple light lit up in the night sky. Crash, the flowers exploded, and the mark of a full moon rose at the end of the sky. This mark is exactly the same as the mark that had passed across Ji Xiu's forehead before. And this mark is a magic mark that belongs only to Nan Lingyue. Master, we should go. Sister Yuzhu sent a signal. I guess they have all evacuated Kyoto. Mu Xianyin spoke softly. Good. Let's go. Nan Lingyue nodded. After saying that, she turned her head and looked towards the direction of Shinsa's bedroom again. This time, she pursed her red lips, smiled sweetly and said softly, see you in the future, little one. You must grow up well. Don't let me down. When you come of age, he. After saying that, she took Mu Xianyin and disappeared into the night. Inside the Shinsa palace. Ji Xiu looked at the system panel and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The progress of swallowing the purifying devil flame has reached 3%. System prompt: when the devouring progress reaches 15%, the host can summon and use the purifying magic flame. Nan Lingyue is gone. Today's events have finally come to an end. Ji Xiu endured the severe pain all over his body and crawled out of the Millennium Mysterious Pond. Although, there was a slight incident. But overall the program was a success. Long Tian is dead. The bounty of 100,000 destiny essence is in hand. The divine ban is opened, the world purifying demon flame is also in hand. It's only a matter of time before we successfully devour it. This is really, wealth and honor come at the cost of risk. Ji Xiu muttered with relief. This time, he raised his hand and saw the 9-petal lotus on his wrist. The system introduction appeared in my mind. Purifying lotus, the companion lotus of the purifying demon flame, contains an indescribable and extremely mysterious life force. Status, now recognized as the Master. Master, Ji Xiu. Pure World Hualien. Ji Xiu looked at the 9-petal pure white lotus on his wrist in silence for a long time, although he doesn't know what the use of this is now, but he knew that Hualien had really saved his life. It contained a life force that he could not understand. So it's always a good idea to keep it with you and wear it on your hand. That's all. I'll study her later. I don't know, how are Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and the others doing now? After Ji Xiu finished speaking, he first put the 1,000-year-old ice pool left by Nan Lingyue into his storage ring based on the principle of not wasting. He then dragged his heavy body, performed the star god shattering shadow, and left the Shinsa palace. Chapter 47. This year, Ji Xiu became the uncrowned king of Beixia. The night is very short, the sky of Kyoto was already turning pale, the entire Ji family military headquarters was eerily silent. Lin Ramua and others did not sleep all night. Mother, I really can't wait any longer. It's almost dawn, and Xior hasn't come back yet. I want to enter the palace. If anything happens to Xior, I will make everyone who participated tonight pay with their lives. Lin Ru's eyes were red and her tone was cold. She has always presented herself as the gentle mistress of the Ji family, but Ji Xiu is her life, and what she can endure until now is already the limit. If anything really happened to Jisho, she would fight to the death.
Ruer. Listen to me. Wait a little longer.
Muhua shook his head. She was also very anxious, but she knew that she shouldn't be anxious at times like this.
Still waiting? I can't wait any longer.
Lin Ru's voice trembled a little. After saying that, she prepared to mobilize troops. She would personally lead the Iron Pagoda army to break into the palace to look for Ji Xiu, and just at this moment, there was a surprised sound from outside the lobby.
Your Highness, the young master is back home.
Hearing this, Lin Ru's body trembled and she ran out the door without saying a word. Mu Hua also slowly breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Ru saw Ji Xiu coming home. She suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Xiu's ears and asked angrily, "You stinky boy!
Where on earth did you go? What are you going to do?"
"You're going to make my mother die of anxiety." Ji Xiu felt the warmth of his mother's embrace and laughed from the bottom of his heart. "Mother, hug you." Upon hearing this, Lin Ru couldn't help but glare at Ji Xiu fiercely, but still hugged her precious son tightly. She wanted to blame him out loud, but when she saw the wounds all over his body and the pale and weak face, she couldn't help but feel distressed.
You kid. It's always like this. Why does my mother always have to worry? If something happened to you, wouldn't your father and grandfather at the border be heartbroken? If something happens to you, do you want your mother to live?
Mother, I was wrong. Ji Xiu buried his head in Lin Ru's arms and said weakly, "All right.
Don't make mother worry like that anymore."
Lin Ru hugged the well-behaved Ji Xiu, and her tone gradually became gentler. At this point, what happened last night no longer matters. The important thing is that her beloved son Ji Xiu has returned home safely and now no one can touch a hair of their own son. This time, Ji Xiu and his smiling grandmother Mu Hua looked at each other. Although the grandfather and grandson didn't say a word, Mu Hua knew that his grandson had accomplished something big that night. At this moment, the tenth string in her heart also relaxed. She said to herself with great pride, "My grandson.
The future is promising."
However, Ji Xiu was only released back to Luophone Palace after Lin Ru had been nagging him for a long time. As soon as he returned to the palace, Gu Yao appeared in front of him. This moment, Gu Yao was wearing a long white dress that dragged on the ground, and a relieved smile was on her beautiful face. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth, and looked at Ji Xiu with misty eyes.
"What's wrong?" Ji Xiu asked softly. "Your Highness. You're finally back. I thought you were going to abandon me."
Gu Yao's voice was trembling and had a hint of crying in it. Hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled.
"Don't worry. No."
Hear this. Ji Yao nodded heavily, feeling touched. Then without saying a word, she took 2 steps forward and hugged Ji Xiu with her arms. This moment, Ji Xiu only felt his eyes go dark and his head sank into a soft and sticky feeling. Very fragrant, very soft, it's also suffocating.
"Sister, let go of His Royal Highness."
Gu Jian, who was watching from the side, was frightened and quickly spoke out to stop it.
"Ms. Gu Yao, you can't do that. His Royal Highness is still injured." Mr. Wei was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao suddenly reacted.
She quickly let go of Ji Xiu and took 2 steps back. She blushed and whispered, "Feel sorry. I lost my composure, call." Ji Xiu regained his sight. He took a deep breath, stared at Gu Yao very seriously, and then said, "You've really grown up." The words fell. Ji Yao's pretty face turned even redder, but she also said with some pride, "As long as the young prince likes it."
Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xiu coughed 3 times, and couldn't help but glared at Gu Yao with a guilty look.
"I'll deal with you later."
"Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Gu Yao glared back unexpectedly. "This girl. You've really grown up. It seems that in the future, this prince has something to do."
Ji Xiu felt emotional and a surge of heat in his heart. After that, he looked at Gu Jian and asked seriously, "Mr. Wei, what's the situation?"
Hearing this, Gu Jian stood up and responded very seriously.
"Reporting to His Royal Highness the young master.
The 3 commanders of the 10 Blades have all fallen.
All 1,200 elite soldiers in Kyoto City have been killed. In addition, none of the 3 big bosses from the West Factory escaped, and they were all killed. Now, the entire underground forces in Kyoto are under our control." Very good, very good." Ji Xiu walked forward and patted Gu Jian on the shoulder without hesitation, praising him. He knew that Gu Jian would never let him down. It is not easy to wipe out Kyoto's #1 underground force in just one night.
Your Highness. How about you?
Mr. Wei asked with some curiosity. Jisho raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turning around. He looked towards the direction of the Kyoto Imperial Palace with extremely clear eyes and spoke softly. Long Tian is dead. From now on, the entire Kyoto will belong to my Ji family, future. Even if a gold coin falls from the sky, it has to be called Ji. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei let out a long sigh. Finally, hard work pays off. Gu Jian waved his fist excitedly and said, "Great! You are worthy of being my prince." Gu Yao also smiled, looking at Jisho's beautiful eyes full of brilliance. She opened her red lips and whispered, "Really, he can always do such difficult things." Looking at Gu Yao, Gu Jian, and Old Wei's excited expressions, Jisho couldn't help but laugh out loud. This moment is also the happiest and most relaxed moment for him.
Your Highness. What else do we need to do next?
Gu Yao asked softly. The death of Emperor Long Tian of Beixia is a big deal. The Beixia Hugua sect will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. So what we do next is important. She has already thought of several plans, but the specific decision still needs to be made by GXIU.UM. Jisho heard this, he thought about it and then smiled.
Yaoer. Next, you and Gu Jian will lead MI6 to deliver a bowl of noodles to the big shots in Kyoto. Then, watch them eat it bite by bite.
Deliver noodles? Gu Jian was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused. What is this noodle delivery operation? But Gu Yao reacted immediately and asked with a smile, "May I ask, Your Highness, the young master?
Is it longevity noodles?" "Certainly, longevity noodles, of course." Jisho smiled and nodded. "What if they don't eat it?"
Old Wei's tone was cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes.
Not eating? He.
If they don't want to eat, I'll send them on their way in one piece.
Many people have died today.
I don't care if one more person or family dies. Jisho's tone was relaxed. He said so, but he believed that the bigwigs in Kyoto would eat it. After all, what happened last night had become a big deal. The bigwigs in Kyoto are already closely tied to the Ji family. No one can get off the boat, or they will die.
Understood.
Gu Yao nodded. After saying that, he winked at Gu Jian. MI6 immediately took action. The long night is over, it's dawn. Beixia Royal Academy, Beixia Inspection Institute, Northern Summer Kyoto Rokubu, Beixia Jinui, Huolong Villa, Prison Suppression Department, Dali Temple. All the major forces in Kyoto received a bowl of noodles. A bowl of longevity noodles. The first reaction of the bigwigs in Kyoto when they saw this bowl of noodles was silence. Then everyone understood one thing: the Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian is dead, the Beixia Imperial Mausoleum was destroyed, the Northern Xia dynasty is in chaos. Now, we are all in the same boat, no one can get off the boat.
No one can get down.
Longevity noodles are both a gift from Jisho to them and a choice, choose life or death. When the big guys realized this, all over Kyoto, various voices were heard from various major forces. These voices are filled with indignation, laughter, resentment, and emotion. Good for you, Jisho.
You are so brave. Is this a threat or a warning?
Young Master Jisho, you are really something.
You bastard.
You are so young, yet you are so presumptuous.
Sir, do you want to eat this?
Eat.
Why not? Are you talking like I have a choice?
Ah.
That's right. We are all in the same boat. We have to eat now, whether we want to or not.
Jisho, now the Northern Xia dynasty is really what you wished for. After that, the bigwigs from all the major forces ate the longevity noodles sent by MI6. After finishing the noodles, the bosses put down their chopsticks and stared at the sky of Kyoto for a long time in silence. The sky in Kyoto has finally changed. They knew that this was destined to be a year that would go down in history. This year, the Northern Xia Emperor Long Tian died. The whole world was shocked, and the Hugua town was furious. Prince Long Yuan of Beixia ascended the throne, and Princess Chuli became the Queen of Beixia. A saint-level leader from the Beixia National Defense Sect has come out to hunt down Nan Lingyue, vowing to get back the world-purifying demon flame. However, Nan Lingyue founded the #1 demon sect in the Nine Heavens continent at the Demon Mountain, Washangtian. The entire Jotian continent was turned upside down. This year, Mu Bing left the Ice God Palace and walked alone into the continent's forbidden zone of life. The Ice Jedi, the immortal emperor inheritance that belonged to her alone, began. She always remembers her engagement with Jisho, and she has a bold plan for Jisho. This year, in a capital city of the Divine Phoenix Empire, a down-and-out young master of a royal family was engaged to the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He also met his beautiful master who had
been sleeping for 1,000 years before awakening for the first time on the back mountain of his family and began his journey of cultivation, but no one knows that this down-and-out young master of the royal family wants to stand at the top of the 9 heavens. This year, the first emperor of the Qin Empire began to sweep across the world, seeking immortality and becoming an immortal. The eldest princess of the divine Phoenix Empire awakened the blood of the celestial phoenix and was called the reincarnation of the celestial phoenix. She became the future empress of the divine Phoenix Empire, recognized by the continent. The 7 top spiritual cultivation families on the continent have also selected their saint sons and saint daughters to begin the sex inheritance. Also this year, Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family, became the true uncrowned king of the Bexia dynasty. Chapter 48. 10 years have passed in a flash, and the great era is here. Time flies. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bexia dynasty, Ji family military headquarters, Luophone Palace. Maple leaves are falling all over the sky. A young man sat under a huge maple tree and practiced quietly. He was dressed in a gorgeous white brocade robe and had an extremely handsome face, which was very stunning. His eyes were closed, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was extremely extraordinary, and he is none other than Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family. 18-year-old Ji Xiu, ding. Congratulations to the host for having cultivated the flying dragon exploring the clouds. Hand to the subtle level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Star God Fragment, for having cultivated to the subtle level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Requiem has reached the subtle level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having mastered Soul Stealing Song to the entry level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Immortal Devouring Magic skill to the 4th level. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The progress of engulfing the purifying devil flame has reached 15%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 3rd level of the Monarch level. Listen to the reminders in your ears. Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes, and in his black pupils like black jade there was a cold awakening that cut through the long night. He opened the system panel out of habit. Name, Ji Xiu. Age, 18 years old. Identity, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Northern Xia Dynasty, founder of MI6. Founding Organization, MI6. Cultivation, Lord Level 3, Bloodline Constitution, Divine Heart and Demonic Bone. The Devil's Coming has been successfully activated. The Divine Forbidden has been successfully activated. Conditions for Immortal Ash Awakening, 1 million Destiny Essence. Cultivation Techniques, Immortal Devouring Technique, has been cultivated to the 4th level. Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds, Subtle Level. Star God Shattered Shadow, Subtle Level. Requiem, Subtle Level. Soul Stealing Song, Entry Level, Burning Decision, Subtle Level. Buddha's Wrath Lotus, Subtle Level. Possessing Strange Fire, Azure Lotus Earthcore Fire. Purifying Demon Flame, Devourment Progress, 15%. Weapons, Daluo Sword Embryo, Ghost Flute Chen Cheng. Essence of Destiny, 28,800 points. Fate Level, Red, 9 deaths. System Mall, opened. Task System, enabled. Warehouse, Soul Stealing Trilogy, Requiem, Soul Stealing, Soul Calling, Ice God Jade, Ice God Palace Masters Token, Pure World Lotus. System Prompt, more information can be expanded. Ji Xiu glanced at the system panel, then he let out a long breath and murmured, 10 years. The results of this kind of practice are still barely acceptable. In just 10 years, he maintained the speed of improving 1 level per year and had already reached the 3rd level of the Monarch rank. This cultivation speed might seem extremely terrifying to outsiders, but in fact it was not fast for Ji Xiu, because it was really nothing. Only he himself knew that he had not deliberately practiced to improve his realm in the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, he has been concentrating on devouring the world-purifying devil flame and repairing the injuries and sequelae caused by forcefully devouring the world-purifying devil flame when he was 8 years old. It was not until now that he had recovered from his injuries and reached his peak condition. As for his cultivation, that was entirely due to the additional effect brought about by his swallowing of the purifying demonic flame. However, in the past 10 years, he has made a qualitative improvement in all the skills he has practiced. It is precisely because of this that he feels that the results of his 10 years of practice are satisfactory. Clang, Ji Xiu snapped his fingers. All I saw was a cluster of black smoke and red flames jumping at his fingertips. An extremely destructive force spread out instantly. Looking at the strange fire on my fingertips and the slightly distorted space around me, Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile and said to himself, 10 years. Although I can finally use the power of this world-purifying devil flame. Although he can now use the purifying demonic flame, but in the end he could only use 15% of his strength, but even so, he can still kill people at will in the king level. Even if the god's ban is activated, he is confident that he can fight against the strong ones in the saint level. As soon as the words fell, I saw a white figure landing silently in Luophone Palace. Soon, a laughter as loud as a silver bell was heard in the courtyard. Congratulations, young master, you are finally able to use the world-purifying devil flame. Listening to this familiar voice, Jishio couldn't help but smile and looked at the white figure. She had an extremely beautiful appearance and a pure temperament, and her beautiful eyes looked at Jishio with thousands of stars shining in them. She has a curvy figure and is extremely charming, making it difficult to look away. She was Jishio's personal maid, the 28-year-old Guyao. Today, she has shed her youthfulness and has completely transformed into a peerless goddess who embodies both purity and charm. Fairy. Jishio muttered to himself helplessly. He immediately asked Yaoer, "Tell me about it. What happened recently?" Now Guyao has taken full control of MI6. Generally speaking, if it is not a big deal, Guyao can handle it by herself. Guyao smiled and walked to Jishio's side and said softly, "It's nothing, actually. It's just that a big thing happened recently on the Jotian continent." Even the Tianji Pavilion was alarmed. Oh, Jishio frowned frivolously. If it was as Guyao said, even the Tianji Pavilion was alarmed, then it must be something that affected the entire continent. What news? Tell me about it. Jishio stood up and stared at Guyao intently. Guyao held her chin with her hand, looked at Jishio with sparkling eyes, and asked excitedly, "His Royal Highness, have you heard of Emperor Wu of Zhou, the tyrant?" Jishio nodded. "Are you kidding?" Of course he had heard of Zhou Dufu, the first independent martial arts emperor in the Jotian continent in 3,000 years. He once suppressed the 3 top dynasties and 7 major cultivation families in the Jotian continent alone, but they had no temper. Even after thousands of years, his legend is still circulating in the Jotian continent, the forbidden zone of life, where demons and monsters are sealed and controlled, and the whole world is shocked. On Peach Blossom Mountain, I discussed philosophy with the master and came up with a vision of a land of equality. The capital of the Qin Empire narrowly defeated the first emperor by one move and ushered in a peaceful and prosperous era. In the North Sea Dragon Cave, people can kill dragons with ease, extract dragon bones, forge dragon swords, and help humans become the masters of the continent. In front of the Lane Temple, holding a Zen stick, he killed the fake Buddha. From then on, the light of Buddhism was free of haze and saved all living beings. Thousands of years ago, he successfully achieved enlightenment, broke into the great emperor realm, and once again entered the forbidden zone of life, and there has been no news of him since then. Some people say that Zhou Dufu died in the forbidden zone of life. Some people say that Zhou Dufu became an immortal, and Wu broke through the void and went to the heavenly world above the 9 heavens. Some people also say that Zhou Dufu has been possessed by a demon and has become an immortal being in the forbidden zone of life. In short, there are many sayings in the world, but it did start from that day as Zhou Dufu and the great imperial technique he created, the 2 broken sword technique, will never appear in the world again. So, he's back? Jishio asked in surprise. No, Guyao shook her head and responded, he's dead. Died in the forbidden zone of life. But his tomb has been discovered. I see, but Jishio nodded and said with some emotion, the great emperor's tomb appeared. Then the whole continent must have gone crazy. After all, who wouldn't want to obtain the forbidden imperial technique of the martial emperor who once chopped down the entire continent, the 2 broken sword technique? Indeed, Guyao spread her hands helplessly, then said, as of today. Ice Palace. Holy Sect. Buddhism. Xiantian Sword Sect. Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Red Cult. Tiansu Military Headquarters. The saints and saint daughters of the 7 great cultivation families on the continent have all entered the world. Hearing this, Jishio calmly asked, the Great Qin Empire. The Divine Phoenix Empire. Didn't these 2 top dynasties move? No, Guyao shook her head and said earnestly, the latest news. The second prince of the Qin Empire. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. They have all entered the world too. Your Highness, I have to say, the great world is coming. Jishio couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. Holy son and holy daughter. Prince and princess. It really is the great world that has arrived. But we have been preparing for this for 10 years, right?
That's right, Gu Yao also laughed. Today's MI6 is no longer the MI6 it once was, and now MI6 has become the most influential special intelligence agency in the Jetian continent. Whether it is the 3 top dynasties or the 7 top cultivation families, there are people from MI6.
It is no exaggeration to say that almost the entire continent is now under the surveillance of MI6. As long as his young master is willing, just one word can plunge the entire Jetian continent into chaos. His Royal Highness. What should we do next? Should we also get a piece of the pie? Gu Yao asked softly while standing beside Ji Xiu. The best practice is to enter the world. Now is the best time. Ji Xiu smiled slightly and then asked casually, where is Zhou Dufu's tomb? Which life-restricted area is it in?
Gu Yao heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a playful arc, her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Xiu with some ridicule and responded, Demon Mountain.
Ji Xiu? Chapter 49. Sweet kiss to Gu Yao, Gu Jin disappears. Demon Mountain? Ji Xiu was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly froze. If I remember correctly, that woman is at Tianmo Mountain. Moreover, that woman also founded the first demon sect in the Jetian continent, Moshangtian. Now Nan Lingyue has become the notorious queen of the demon sect in the Jetian continent. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the charming laugh of that woman before she left 10 years ago. See you in the future, little one. You must grow up well. Don't let me down. When you come of age, he. I thought back to the woman's words again. Ji Xiu couldn't help but shudder. As it was said back then, I am an adult now. So, what does that woman want to do to herself? How? Your Highness is afraid? Gu Yao teased Ji Xiu, who looked a little stiff. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Can that woman eat this prince? Ji Xiu responded with a look of disdain. Having said that, he still had a bad feeling in his heart. Yeah, perhaps, that holy queen just wants to eat His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Or maybe, it's possible that the queen is not the only one who wants to eat the Crown Prince's woman. Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with a smile, her beautiful eyes full of charm. Nonsense. Ji Xiu pinched Gu Yao's delicate face with some amusement. I thought to myself that my future empress was becoming more and more bold. Snort, seeing Ji Xiu avoiding her gaze once again, Gu Yao couldn't help but ask in a dejected tone, His Royal Highness. Are you a saint? You, Ji Xiu helplessly reached out and poked Gu Yao's forehead. How could he not understand the meaning behind Gu Yao's words? He is certainly not a saint. How could he not have bad thoughts when facing such a charming and beautiful woman all day long? But Gu Yao is of the spirit race, and her bloodline power has not yet fully awakened. You must know that for those with elven blood awakening is a big deal. If I were to take over Gu Yao's body like this, it would be detrimental to Gu Yao's future path of cultivation. I also want to see Gu Yao become the unrivaled empress who rules the world. Gu Yao is immature, so you must control yourself. Besides, there is still a lot of time to come, right, the prince? Sometimes, you're really annoying. Gu Yao sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with gloom. Even after she said so much, Ji Xiu was still not moved. What exactly is expected of a woman like her? Well, Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao, who looked so lonely, and couldn't help but sigh. After a long silence, Ji Xiu suddenly stretched out his hands and held up Gu Yao's face. He stared at the extremely beautiful and exquisite face in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. His eyes moved downwards, looking at those red lips that were as moist and attractive as roses after rain. Maybe, you don't have to be so sensible. Ji Xiu let out a long sigh when he thought of this, and then kissed her boldly. First. Ah! Gu Yao screamed and was stunned for a moment. Ji Xiu's sudden kiss made her mind go blank. She didn't know what happened to Ji Xiu all of a sudden. Just now he looked like he was keeping people at a distance. Now she felt a little flattered. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind at once. Was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince moved by her? Or maybe he was pitying her. Of course, no matter what, she thought the kiss was very sweet. It's the kind of sweetness that comes from the bottom of your heart, as if you've fallen into a honey pot. After a kiss, Ji Xiu let go of Gu Yao and looked at her with a smile on his face. Ji Yao's plump chest rose and fell violently. She lowered her eyes slightly, not daring to look Ji Xiu in the eye. Her pretty face was flushed with red blush, and she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, not daring to say a word. You. Just a great mouth. Weren't you very talkative just now? Why can't you say a word now? Ji Xiu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Gu Yao, who was acting like a little girl. Talent? No, it was just too sudden. Yao, I haven't had time to prepare yet. Your Highness, this is too much. Gu Yao argued in a low voice, is it really too much? Ji Xiu looked at Gu Yao with a smile. No. If His Royal Highness is willing. Even if it's a little bit too much, it's still okay. After Gu Yao finished speaking, her pretty face turned even redder. Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gu Yao, who would become the queen of the spirit tribe in the future, had such a side to her. For some reason, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Wait until you reach the monarch level. This prince can go a little further. After Ji Xiu finished speaking, the smile on his face became even more intense. If Gu Yao's cultivation reaches the monarch level, then her spiritual bloodline power will be fully awakened. When he faces Gu Yao again, he won't be willing to be a saint. Of course, it can be as excessive as it can be. His Royal Highness. Are you serious? Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes in a daze and asked, after saying that, she couldn't help but feel moved. Her heart has belonged to Ji Xiu since a long time ago, but if she could take her relationship with Ji Xiu a step further, then she really would have nothing else to ask for. Or really. This prince keeps his word. Ji Xiu smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Gu Yao also smiled, and now she is at the 9th level of gathering stars, and she is only one step away from reaching the monarch level. This is not difficult for her. Just as the two of them were looking at each other ambiguously, swish, a black-clad figure walked into Luofeng Palace. The person who came was an old man, and he was filled with an uncontrollable cold and murderous aura. Mr. Wei. What happened? Ji Xiu frowned as he looked at the old man's solemn expression and asked that he knew that Mr. Wei could remain calm about everything. Seeing this murderous look now, something big must have happened. Report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Jian is missing. Elder Wei responded with a trembling voice, what? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu stood up suddenly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his clear eyes. Ji Yao's pretty face beside her also turned cold as frost in an instant. What happened? Ji Xiu asked sharply. Ji Jian is his right-hand man and the director of MI5. In the past 10 years, Gu Jian has become his sharpest sword. And no matter what task he assigned, Gu Jian could complete it perfectly, and this situation had never happened before. His Royal Highness. The details are still unknown. But what is certain is that, the Yuanhong sword you gave to Gu Jian back then, it's broken. Master Wei tried his best to keep his voice calm, but Gu Jian was his favorite disciple. At this point, Gu Jian is missing and his life or death is unknown. How can he remain calm? In addition, Gu Jian possesses the supreme bone. If Gu Jian falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, one can imagine what will happen to him. To put it bluntly, death is the easiest outcome. Yaoer. Notify the Military Intelligence Division immediately to have this prince investigate. In the territory of Beixia, who dares to attack someone from my Ji family? Who kidnapped Gu Jian? Who cut off Yuanhong? Ji Xiu spoke in an extremely cold voice. The Military Intelligence Department is in charge of intelligence and has connections everywhere, not to mention what happened within Beixia. Even what happened in the entire Jiotian continent can be investigated thoroughly, yes. Gu Yao nodded heavily, then turned around and left Luofeng Palace. Soon. The time it takes to burn an incense stick. Ji Yao brought back a message. His Royal Highness. Military Intelligence Unit 1, send back the message. The place where my brother disappeared was visited by two important people. Who is it? Ji Xiu asked expressionlessly. The Emperor of Beixia, Long Yuan. Princess Consort of Northern Xia, Chu Li. Gu Yao spoke through gritted teeth. He. Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled coldly and said in a very cold tone, Emperor of Beixia? He is so brave. 10 years. It seems that he still hasn't put himself in the right position. Okay, Yaoer, let's go to the Beixia Palace together. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 50, Power over Northern Xia. Calling a deer a horse, the emperor is so angry that he spits blood. 2-1, Beixia Imperial Palace, Imperial Dragon Hall. A young man in a black dragon robe was half leaning on the throne. He has sharp eyebrows and eyes, a handsome face, and a pair of deep and extremely gloomy eyes, but his whole body exudes the majesty of an emperor, and he is the former crown prince of Beixia and today's emperor of Beixia, Long Yuan. At this moment, Long Yuan was discussing the state affairs of Beixia with all the civil and military officials in the court. The entire Imperial Dragon Palace was very lively. Your Majesty, the tomb of Emperor Wuzhou Dufu appeared in Tianma Mountain. This incident has shocked the entire Jiotian continent.
That's right, the second prince of the Great Qin Empire and Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. These two extremely noble beings have come in person. Not only that, the saints and saintesses of the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Mysterious Heaven Sword Sect, the 10,000 Poison Valley, the Red Dress Sect, and the Tyance Military Mansion have also been born.
Your Majesty, the great era is coming. Should we, the Beixia Empire, also send out strong men to share a piece of the pie? Yes. Zhou Dufu was once an emperor-level powerhouse who dominated an era.
His great emperor's law of the two-broken sword art must not fall into the hands of other imperial sects.
Well said, Prime Minister. Your Excellency Xingshu also has a point. Every word the general said makes sense.
Listening to the speeches of all civil and military officials in the court, Long Yuan was in a daze, and it seemed that his mind was not on the court meeting at all. How could he not know that the tomb of Emperor Wu of Zhou had appeared? Of course he also knew that the saints and saintesses of the top forces on the continent had all entered the world. Didn't he want to send out strong men from the Beixia dynasty to get a piece of the pie? As for the great emperor's method that once suppressed an era the two-broken sword technique, he wanted it even more, but now, compared to Zhou Dufu's imperial tomb, he has something more to worry about, or rather, it is true that he was the emperor of Beixia for 10 years, but, all along, the shadow of the young man in the Ji family's military mansion has always loomed over him. During these 10 years, one word from that young man was more useful than 10 imperial edicts. As long as that young man stays in Kyoto, he, the emperor of Beixia, will have to keep his head down. He is obviously the emperor, but he inexplicably feels aggrieved that he is second only to the emperor, and he has endured this feeling for 10 years. The tomb of the great emperor. Perhaps, this is a great opportunity for me. A cold light flashed across Long Yuan's eyes. Long Yuan took a long breath and suppressed the feeling of powerlessness and irritability in his heart. After a brief thought, he raised his eyes and looked at the civil and military officials in the court and said in a deep voice, "We in Beixia must not miss out on Zhou Dufu's inheritance."
But do you have anyone who can compete for the inheritance of the great emperor?
The 7 great cultivation families have sent out saint sons and saint daughters with powerful talents.
The second prince of the Great Qin Empire has unfathomable cultivation. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire is the reincarnation of the Heavenly Phoenix. Who can our Beixia dynasty send to fight against these evildoers?
The words fell of the entire Imperial Dragon Palace fell into silence. The palace riot 10 years ago, all the 10 great generals of Beixia died. The strong men of the Beixia dynasty were either killed or injured, and have not recovered until now. But if I really have to choose, I can only reluctantly choose from the Beixia Royal Academy. However, the Beixia Royal Academy could not compare to the foundation of the 7 major cultivation families, the potential disciples in the academy and the saints and holy maidens of the 7 major cultivation families are not at the same level at all. If this is the case, how can we fight for the emperor's inheritance? All of a sudden, all the civil and military officials in the Imperial Dragon Palace thought of a young man. If it was him, perhaps we can suppress these evildoers on the continent? I don't know which adult sighed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the adult felt a chill on his back. Ice-cold gazes from all over the Imperial Dragon Palace were fixed on him, as if they wanted to torture him to death. Then the gentleman immediately realized something and quickly shut up, looking frightened as if he had just mentioned some big taboo inadvertently, the young man's name. Not everyone can bring it up, not everyone can teach that adult how to do things. He can't. The Imperial Edict is not allowed. Even the Emperor of Beixia sitting in the Imperial Dragon Palace cannot do this.
A bunch of old foxes.
Long Yuan looked at all the civil and military officials in the court who had fallen silent for a moment, and his expression turned a little ugly. This has happened more than once during his 10 years in office. Everything else was easy to talk about, but when it came to the topic of that young adult, no one dared to say a word. It was precisely because of this that he really wanted that young man to leave Kyoto. Only if that adult leaves Kyoto will he have a chance to turn the situation around.
And his plan can be carried out smoothly. Long Yuan took a deep breath and then said, "Everyone, I do have a candidate.
In my Beixia, there is a candidate who has the capital to compete with the geniuses of all the major forces.
Ji Family Military Mansion, Ji Family Heir, Ji Xiu. What do you think?"
The words fell. The atmosphere in the Imperial Dragon Palace suddenly stagnated. Then the huge palace became even more silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the civil and military officials in the court lowered their heads, and remained silent. Of course, they knew how powerful the prince of the Ji family was, but they didn't want to say a word before His Highness the Ji family's eldest son made his own decision. After all, that bowl of longevity noodles 10 years ago tied them and the Crown Prince firmly together in the same boat. Just then, a clear voice was heard outside the Imperial Dragon Palace. "I think what your Majesty said is quite good." Hear this sound, Long Yuan's body trembled, and his palms unconsciously clenched 3 times tighter. All the civil and military officials in the court turned their heads. At this time, a tall young man slowly walked into the Imperial Dragon Palace. He had an extremely handsome appearance, and a pair of dark jade eyes as clear as autumn mountain springs. She is dressed in white clothes that are whiter than snow, with an extraordinary temperament, which is extremely eye-catching. The moment he appeared, countless horrified voices rang out in the hall. "Your Highness, Ji Xiu. Why is he here? What is this kid trying to do?" Hiss. I remember the last time His Royal Highness entered the palace, the Beixia dynasty was turned upside down. No way. No way. Does this guy want to do it again? Ji Xiu ignored the gossip around him and slowly stood in the center of the Imperial Dragon Palace. "Your Majesty is right. Zhou Dufu's great emperor law must not fall into the hands of other forces. If it is to fall, it can only fall into the hands of our Beixia dynasty." Ji Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the northern Xia Emperor Long Yuan with an amusement look as he spoke casually at Ji Xiu. Emperor Long Yuan of Beixia looked at Ji Xiu and his throat rolled unconsciously. He could not help but straighten his body, which was originally half leaning on the dragon chair. This extremely young adult was the first time he had seen him. 10 years ago, when he ascended the throne, Ji Xiu did not come by in the past 10 years. Ji Xiu has never attended court and rarely appeared in public. However, it must be said that Ji Xiu's shadow always looms over him, and today, he finally met the legendary Crown Prince. At this moment, he only felt that the shadow covering him became 3 times thicker. Long Yuan took a deep breath and calmed down. He spoke in a dignified manner. "It turns out to be Prince Ji Xiu. It seems that you agree with what I said. Zhou Dufu's great emperor law must not fall into the hands of other forces. In that case, are you willing to fight for the Northern Xia dynasty at the Demon Mountain?" "Willing, of course." Ji Xiu smiled and responded naturally. He would not let go of Zhou Dufu's great emperor's 2-breaking sword technique, because he really needs a powerful emperor's method as a trump card now. But it's just that he was not doing it for the Beixia dynasty, he was just doing it for himself. Good, very good. In that case, what do you think, my dear ministers? Long Yuan smiled and looked at the civil and military officials in the hall. No. Of course not. If Prince Ji Xiu is willing, it will naturally be a blessing for Beixia. That's right. As long as Prince Ji Xiu takes action, all the geniuses on the continent will be nothing but clouds. The green leaves exist to set off the beauty of the red flowers. Fortunately, this red flower was born in our Beixia dynasty. Master Li said it well. What Minister Zhao said is also right. What do you think, Prime Minister? Good. Very good. Long Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he watched the wind change so quickly and listened to the flattery from the civil and military officials in the court. However, he did feel a little relieved in his heart. Since Ji Xiu was willing, that is naturally the best outcome. In that case, when does Prince Ji Xiu plan to set off? Long Yuan looked at Ji with a smile in his eyes and asked casually without any expression. No rush. No urgent matters. Before that, this prince has something to ask His Majesty. Ji Xiu looked at Long Yuan and spoke calmly. Ask whatever you want. Long Yuan nodded. Excuse me, Your Majesty, where did you take my man Gu Jian? Is he still alive? Having said this, Ji Xiu's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold, and one could see 2 devil flames slowly jumping in the depths of his eyes. The words fell of the lively atmosphere in the entire Imperial Dragon Palace froze in an instant. The bigwigs of the Beixia dynasty trembled, and they all smelled a storm coming. Ji Yujian, they know it too. The leader of the killers who sent them longevity noodles back then was Gu Jian. Over the past 10 years, they have often heard a name, Blood Shura. In the past 10 years, Gu Jian has become Ji Xiu's sharpest sword. Anyone who dares to stand in Ji Xiu's way will die. This is how he got the title of Blood Shura. Your Majesty the Emperor has a short memory. It's been 10 years, and it still hasn't gotten to the right place. He actually dared to move Ji Xiu's right-hand man.
You are really looking for trouble.
At this moment, the bigwigs all shook their heads. Long Yuan frowned and looked at Ji Xiu, but he finally knew why Ji Xiu came to the Imperial Dragon Palace. This is to call for punishment. For a moment, a fire of evil suddenly rose up in his heart. He was the Emperor of Northern Xia, but he was questioned by Ji Xiuxing in front of all the civil and military officials. Why?
Ji Xiu. What do you mean? Do you think I have captured your people?
Long Yuan's voice suddenly became cold and majestic, with an awe-inspiring imperial power.
I thought I made that clear. May I ask, is your majesty deaf? Ji Xiu looked at Long Yuan's unceremonious ridicule with an expressionless face. Good.
Good for you, Ji Xiu. Long Yuan's teeth were about to break, but he still suppressed the evil fire in his heart. Call. He took a deep breath and then spoke as calmly as possible.
Prince Ji Xiu. I don't know what you are talking about. Gu Jian, I didn't catch it.
Maybe you should ask someone else. Oh, Ji Xiu sneered, then turned around and looked at the big shot in Beixia and asked, Your Majesty said he didn't catch it.
What about you gentlemen? Is that you?
The words fell. The bigwigs of Beixia present at the scene twitched their faces. When Ji Xiu's eyes swept over, these big shots who usually seemed so arrogant all smiled bitterly and shook their heads, casting their most pious glances at Ji Xiu. Are you kidding? Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack the people from MI6, and they are on the same boat. Seeing this,
Ji Xiu couldn't help but chuckle and said to Long Yuan, Your Majesty, see?
My lords, they haven't caught any yet. Snort. Long Yuan snorted coldly.
Then may I ask Prince Ji Xiu? Why do you think it was me who did it?
Ji Xiu thought about it and then said, Your Majesty, have you been to
Snow Moon City a few days ago?
According to MI6 intelligence, Shuaiyue City is where Gu Jian disappeared. The fragments of Yuanhong were also found in Shuaiyue City. I have been there. Long Yuan responded very firmly, then his expression froze. He did go to Shuaiyue City secretly a few days ago. This is because Shuaiyue City is the queen's home, but he certainly didn't do anything to Gu Jian. Because his plans go far beyond that, he wouldn't do anything that would alert the enemy. I noticed a dazed and confused look that flashed across Long Yuan's face. Ji Xiu couldn't help but frown slightly. It doesn't look like Long Yuan, so, could it be
the Empress of Northern Xia, Chu Li?
A cold light flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes.
She did it?
At this time, Long Yuan's mind became clear. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Long Yuan waved his hand calmly and said, Don't worry, Prince Ji Xiu.
I will give you an answer to this matter.
If there is nothing else, you can leave the court. Ji Xiu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this.
Your Majesty. No need. This matter, I will naturally ask the Queen personally for clarification. Bastard, Long Yuan's face changed, and he was furious. He immediately slammed the table, pointed his finger at Ji Xiu, and shouted angrily, Ji Xiu, you were so outrageous. Are you kidding? Ji Xiu wanted to bypass him, the emperor, and go to his queen to ask for punishment. If this gets out, will he still have the dignity of an emperor? Your Majesty. Calm down. Your Majesty. The dragon's body is important.
The important figures in the Imperial Dragon Palace spoke out one after another. Asshole.
What a bunch of bastards.
Long Yuan's face turned red with anger. Ji Xiu looked at Long Yuan, who was on the verge of a rage, and the mockery in his eyes became more intense. Then he casually said, Your Majesty, calm down.
This prince's people. I will come to rescue myself. I will not trouble you, Your Majesty. In addition, I have prepared a gift for Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please accept it.
Yaoer, come in. After that, a gorgeous woman in white slowly walked into the Imperial Dragon Palace, leading a reindeer. The big shots of Beixia and even Long Yuan knew who this woman in white was. Gu Yao. She is the recognized queen of underground forces in Kyoto and even in the entire Beixia. She is also Ji Xiu's spokesperson. During the past 10 years, Ji Xiu has been in seclusion, and she has been manipulating the wind and rain in Beixia.
Prince Ji Xiu, what does it mean to ask Miss Yao to bring a reindeer to the Imperial Dragon Palace? What do you want to do?
The bigwigs of Beixia were a little confused.
Your Majesty. This is the Fergana horse that I have spent a lot of effort to find for you. Your Majesty, please accept it.
Jisho smiled and spoke. The words fell, everyone present was stunned. What's next to Guyao is clearly a reindeer, and you can buy one for half a gold coin. Jisho said it was a Fergana horse. Is it worth the effort? Prince Jisho. Are you teasing me? Long Yuan had a gloomy face and was a little angry to laugh that he thought that Jisho really thought he was an idiot. Oh, Jisho heard this and smiled disdainfully. Your Majesty. This is clearly a Fergana horse. Your Majesty, please take a closer look. After saying that, he calmly glanced at the confused Beixia bigwigs standing in the Imperial Dragon Palace and then asked with a smile, My lords, what do you think? The words fell of these dignitaries of Beixia immediately understood what Jisho meant, then one by one they all started to chime in and stood beside Jisho, speaking seriously. Your Majesty. This is indeed a Fergana horse. Yes. That's right. It's worth about 10 million gold coins. 10 million? Too little. I think the Prince's Fergana BMW must be worth at least 30 million. What 30 million? At least 100 million. For a moment, Beixia Royal Academy, Beixia Inspection Institute, Northern Summer Kyoto Rokubu, Beixia Jinui, Huolong Villa, Prison Suppression Department, Dali Temple, the bigwigs from all the major forces in Kyoto stood on Jisho's side and described an ordinary reindeer as a priceless Arabian horse. See this lively scene. The smile on Jisho's face gradually deepened. He smiled and said, Your Majesty. Look, this is indeed a Fergana horse, right? After saying that, Jisho turned around and took Guyao and walked out of the Imperial Dragon Palace. Asshole! Long Yuan roared angrily. He looked at the reindeer on the Imperial Dragon Palace, and then at the dignitaries of Beixia who echoed Jisho. For a moment, he felt his eyes blurry and his chest stuffy, then one couldn't help but get angry and blood boiling. Puff! Long Yuan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale in an instant. He raised his hand and pointed at Jisho's back with a trembling voice. Good. Good for you, Jisho. Calling a deer a horse. You are amazing. Chapter 51, The Queen and the Lolita. Is Queen Chuli going to mess around? However, after Jisho left, the bigwigs from all the major forces in the Beixia dynasty also left one after another. In the Imperial Dragon Palace, Long Yuan looked at the reindeer standing in the center of the palace with a gloomy face for a long time in silence. After a long while, he slowly spoke to himself in a very gloomy voice. Jisho, you are calling a deer a horse. This is not just a show of power for me. This is also a reminder for me to put myself in the right place. Good. Jisho. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold tomorrow. After saying that, he immediately stood up and left the Yulong Palace. He was going to look for someone who can help him save the world. He has understood one truth since he ascended the throne. In this world, having a crown does not give you power, but having power gives you a crown. Weiyang Palace, the flowers are in full bloom, and the red flowers are in full bloom under the sunset, looking exceptionally beautiful. This is the bedroom of the Queen of Beixia. This place is now a forbidden place in the Beixia Imperial Palace. After Long Yuan arrived at Weiyang Palace, he did not enter the palace directly, but stood quietly outside the palace. He looked so slightly reserved, as if he was not the emperor of Beixia, and the one in the Weiyang Palace was the real emperor. But even so, he had no complaints and waited patiently with a willing look on his face. This time, with a clang, the gate of Weiyang Palace opened. I saw two beautiful figures slowly walking out under the sunset. These two girls. A girl wearing a snow-white coat, with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing two ponytails and two sweet dimples on her pretty face. She carried a scabbard on her back and looked like an extremely sweet lowly swordsman. A woman dressed in black, the tight black clothes outlined her hot body. She had an extremely beautiful face, but her eyes were particularly cold. She holds a sword in her hand and looks like a dangerous swordsman. Long Yuan greets the two girls. Long Yuan smiled slightly. Your Majesty. What brings you to Weiyang Palace today? The Queen in black, carrying a sword on her back, opened her red lips and went straight to the point. Sister you are so stupid. Our young lady is the Queen. Your Majesty came to Weiyang Palace, of course, to look for our young lady. Otherwise, do you think he is here to find you? The sweet lowly smiles sweetly and is very considerate. Miss Snow is right. I am here to see the Queen today. Long Yuan smiled and nodded. Pity, miss, I won't see any guests today. Even if it's you, Your Majesty, she's not seen either.
Miss Snow shook her head. The smile on her face remained as sweet as ever, but the tone of the conversation changed very quickly and oh. I must see the Queen today. I have something important to ask her. Long Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. Your Majesty, please go back. Miss, I'm not feeling well. It's not a good day to see visitors.
Miss Yu also spoke coldly, and her words were full of indifference that kept people at a distance. Hearing this, Long Yuan frowned slightly and the gentle smile on his face disappeared. Then he shouted coldly towards Weiyang Palace, "The Queen, are you there? I want to see you. Now, immediately." Seeing Long Yuan like this, the smile on Miss Shua's face also disappeared, and she glared at Long Yuan fiercely, looking really fierce and aggressive. Miss Yu's face became increasingly cold, and her frosty look seemed to be able to freeze the sunset in the sky. Then the two of them tacitly scolded Long Yuan together. Your Majesty, please respect yourself. The words fell. Two auras of the star-gathering realm rose into the sky. The horrifying murderous intent instantly froze the air in Weiyang Palace. How? You two ladies, do you still want to attack me? Long Yuan looked at the two girls with an amused expression. These two girls are the Queen's personal maids and have special status in Shueiyue City. It was because of this that he had been respected before, but now it seems that his respect is unnecessary. At this moment, a magnetic and extremely pleasant voice sounded in the Weiyang Palace. Schwerer. You are. Don't be rude. Hear this sound. Miss Snow and Miss Moon both held their breath and stepped aside. Your Majesty, Shuli is not feeling well today. If you have anything to say, please speak outside the palace. Hearing this, Long Yuan hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and said, The Queen. I met Ji Xiu today. The words fell. The atmosphere in Weiyang Palace was silent for a long time. A moment later, Shuli's voice was heard from the palace. I know, so what? Snort. Long Yuan snorted coldly. So? Did you really capture Ji Xiu's people? Blood Shura, Gu Jian. It's me. Shuli didn't hide anything. Hear this, Long Yuan felt a surge of anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked why. Queen, why are you provoking Ji Xiu at this time? Do you know that you have disrupted my plan? Do you know that Ji Xiu is targeting you now? Enough. Before Long Yuan could finish his words, Shuli interrupted him coldly. Then, Shuli said coldly, Your Majesty, your plan has nothing to do with me. If Ji Xiu wants to come to me to question me, let him come. Your Majesty is afraid of him, but I am not. Besides, I have my own way to control him. If Your Majesty has nothing else to do, please go back. Hear this, Long Yuan was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, Good. I am waiting to see the Queen's extraordinary methods. At last, let me remind you again, Ji Xiu, he is far from being as simple as you think. After saying that, Long Yuan turned away. If Shuli really had a way to deal with Ji Xiu, then he would have nothing to say. It just so happened that he was also happy to watch the fight between two tigers from afar, and he was also happy to see Ji Xiu face off against the daughter of Shueiyue City, the most famous city in the 9 heavens. After Long Yuan left, a peerless and beautiful figure slowly walked out of the Weiyang Palace. She was wearing a long scarlet gold dress, a purple colored glaze on her head, and a luxurious ribbon tied around her incredibly slender waist. She exuded indescribable elegance and majesty from head to toe. In the setting sun, although her face was not made up, she was still extremely beautiful. Her lips were like cherry petals, and her eyes were like cold stars. Even the best painter in the world cannot depict half of her charm. Just by standing here, she can overwhelm the world. Miss Snow and Miss Moon are equally beautiful, but standing next to her, it suddenly seemed dim, and she is naturally Queen Shuli. Miss. I heard that, too. Ji Xiu, that kid called a horse a zebra in the Imperial Dragon Palace today, so arrogant. It's normal for Long Yuan to panic. Miss Snow spoke softly to Shuli. Miss. What should we do now? Ji Xiu has already set his sights on us. Miss Yu asked in a low voice. Shuli heard this, she held her chin with her hand and whispered to herself, the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Xiu. When he came into the world, he caused a sensation in the 9 heavens continent. The brilliance of the 4 great immortals appears at the same time. 3 years old slaps the red-clothed teacher. He established MI6 at the age of 8, participated in the rebellion of the Northern Xia royal family, and is suspected to have an unclear relationship with the demon sex Saint Queen Nan Lingyue. He is 18 years old this year, and his cultivation strength is unfathomable.
Now the true uncrowned king of Beixia.
Behind him is the support of the Ice God Palace, the first cultivation family in the Nine Heavens continent. Good, very good. If such a stunning person were to be in my hands, then in the future, when I take over Snowmoon City, there will be no more obstacles. Hear what my lady said. Miss Snow and Miss Moon looked stunned.
Miss, that being said.
But, that's Ji Xiao. How could he possibly become one of ours? Shuli smiled slightly, then he casually picked a piece of red and strange flowers from the flowerbed of Weiyang Palace and placed it in front of the two girls.
Schwerer. You are. You can only gain if you give.
Who among you can sacrifice yourself to take in Ji Xiao for me? When Miss Snow and Miss Moon looked at the red flowers, their bodies trembled suddenly. They seemed to have thought of something, and a blush instantly rose from their necks to their ears. Miss, you mean, use the love flower? Pick up Ji Xiao? Will this work? Miss Shui looked at Chuli in disbelief. Chuli heard this and a faint smile flashed across her beautiful face.
Then she looked at Miss Yu and asked,
You tell me, what are the words of the love flower? Forehead. Miss Yu lowered her eyes slightly, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and responded softly, love flower.
Flowers bloom for a day.
Better than the bridal chamber 300 times. That's right, that's it. Chuli's beautiful eyes were full of passion. She looked towards the direction of Ji Mansion and said softly, the poison in the world is 300 million. Only love poison is the most lethal. I really want to see the arrogant Prince Ji Xiao become smitten with the flower of love, fall in love forever, and be controlled by me forever. After that, she turned her eyes to Miss Snow and Miss Moon and said, so, both of you.
Who's going?
Snow Girl.
Miss Moon.
Chapter 52. Breaking into Weiyang Palace at night, the legendary Queen Chuli de Kyoto, Ji family military headquarters, Luophone Palace. Ji Xiao was staring at a scroll in his hand. This scroll contains intelligence information about Chuli given by MI6.AT. This time, Gu Yao, who was standing by, personally poured Ji Xiao a cup of tea and said softly, His Royal Highness.
How about it? The queen of our Beixia dynasty is no ordinary lady, isn't she? Yaoer thinks it's no exaggeration to call her the #1 playboy in the Beixia dynasty.
Oh, Ji Xiao shook his head and chuckled, then placed the scroll on the stone table and said meaningfully, the most dandy person in Beixia?
I'm afraid not.
How could it be otherwise? Gu Yao heard this and she picked up the scroll and muttered with amusement, Chu pair. The first outer city in the Nine Heavens, princess of Snowmoon City.
Father, the Snowmoon Sword immortal, Chu Wanjun. When she was 3 years old, she followed Chu Wanjun to the northern Xia dynasty to experience life.
When I was 5 years old, I burned down the bedroom of the northern Xia Empress Dowager. When I was 7, I broke the leg of the eldest son of the northern Xia army marshal's family. At the age of 9, she scratched the face of the little princess of the Nangong family of the Beixia Chaebol. At the age of 13, I sneaked into the imperial mausoleum and pulled out the beard of the old man who was guarding the mausoleum. After that, she gained the reputation of being the most extravagant lady in Kyoto. Whenever she goes out, the long streets of Kyoto will be empty. No one, whether it's the princes and princesses or the bigwigs in Kyoto, dares to provoke her. Your Highness, tell me, if Chuli is not the most handsome man in Beixia, who else in the whole of Kyoto can be? Hearing this, Ji Xiao drank a cup of tea with a smile, then looked at Gu Yao meaningfully and said, Yaoer.
If we only look at the intelligence information, Chuli is indeed the most famous playboy in Beixia.
She deserves it. But, have you ever thought about why her intelligence became so scarce after she turned 13?
Even the information we at MI6 can find is just the tip of the iceberg?
Hear this. Ji Yao frowned, she looked at the last message left at the end of the scroll in her hand and muttered, Chu pair. She was betrothed to the then crown prince Long Yuan at the age of 16. From then on, she became the crown princess of the Beixia dynasty.
Then, the intelligence is cut off.
As expected, there is no more information about Chuli after she turned 16. Your Highness, why is this? Ji Xiao raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth and said, It's very simple. Of course she hid herself.
And it's hidden very deeply. So deep, even our MI6 couldn't find any information about her after she turned 16. Hearing this, Gu Yao's expression suddenly froze. She was a little reluctant to believe and said, "His Royal Highness. Now our MI6's influence spreads across the entire Jiotian continent. Even if she is the princess of Snow Moon City, there is no way she can escape our eyes? She may be able to hide it, but she can never hide it so thoroughly. It's so complete that our MI6 can't even find any valuable intelligence information about her. What on earth is going on?" Hear this. Ji Xiu smiled, shook his head and did not explain too much, but said earnestly he is indeed a superboss hidden in Kyoto. She is also one of the most talented women in the Nine Heavens continent. Besides, she has more than one identity. That's why she can make MI6 gain nothing. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao couldn't help but look at Ji Xiu in surprise. This was the first time in many years that she heard Ji Xiu speak so highly of a woman. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions, and at the same time, she was extremely curious about the Empress in Weiyang Palace. What kind of second identity does this woman truly have? How could they hide under the nose of MI6 for so many years? If this is true, then this woman is too scary. Gu Yao whispered to herself. As her thoughts reached this point, her expression froze and she suddenly realized something. Then she pulled Ji Xiu's sleeve and said with red eyes, "His Royal Highness. If that's the case, then doesn't it mean that my brother fell into her hands because he found out her identity? Otherwise, why did it come to this?" Ji Xiu nodded. In his opinion, this is the only possibility left. In that case, what should we do next? Gu Yao asked in a low voice, biting her teeth. Ji Xiu chuckled upon hearing this, and looked towards the direction of Weiyang Palace. Then he spoke very calmly, "It's very simple. Next, this prince will go and meet Chu Li in person. Gu Jian, if he is really in her hands, I will naturally find a way to make her hand him over. But, His Imperial Highness." Ji Yao hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's not talk about what Chu Li's second identity is for now. She, Chu Li, is the daughter of the Lord of Snow Moon City. Although Snow Moon City is not among the top 7 forces in the world, but according to the intelligence from our MI6, Shueiyue City has a strong foundation that is not inferior to the 7 major spiritual families. You really want to use force and force the emperor to abdicate?" Oh, Ji Xiu heard this and smiled disdainfully. "Don't worry. This prince knows what's going on. Gu Jian, she has to hand it over whether she wants to or not." "Good." Gu Yao nodded. "She has great confidence in GXIE. No matter how stunning Chu Li is, can she be more stunning than Her Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Since Ji Xiu said so, then there must be no problem." Call. Gu Yao took a deep breath and asked softly, "His Royal Highness, when do you plan to leave?" "Yaoer will order MI6 to be ready when the time comes. As long as she gives the order, the entire Kyoto would be instantly blocked and taken over by MI6. Ji Xiu thought for a moment, looked up at the sunset that dyed the sky red, and then spoke softly. "Tonight, the sun sets and the moon is bright, the prosperous city of Kyoto, with 3,000 bright lights. Following Gu Yao's order, MI6 has been put on high alert. The gears hidden in the darkness started to run silently. The entire huge city of Kyoto was quietly controlled by MI6 following Gu Yao's order. Beishia Royal Academy, Beishia Inspection Institute, Northern Summer Kyoto Rokubu, Beishia Jinui, Hualong Villa, Prison Suppression Department, Dali Temple, even the Northern Xiao Royal Guards. These major forces that usually call the shots in Kyoto are now all under the control of Gu Yao. This time, the name of Kyoto was not long, but Ji Xiu changed into a black brocade robe and walked through the palace smoothly to the front of Weiyang Palace. As soon as he entered the palace, what caught Ji Xiu's eyes were the strange flowers blooming under the moonlight, filling the entire Weiyang Palace. This flower, it seems, somewhat familiar. Ji Xiu frowned. As soon as the words fell, before he had time to think about it, a very cold voice rang out from the Weiyang Palace. Breaking into the Weiyang Palace late at night. "His Royal Highness, you are so brave." Hearing this, Ji Xiu looked through the night sky towards the enchanting figure in Weiyang Palace. He murmured to himself in a low voice, "Nine Heavens Continent. The legendary assassin organization Luo Wang. Creator Chu Pair." Chapter 53, Love Flowers Bloom. Chen Xing comes out. Who is the prey? Nat. The future legendary assassin organization of the Jiotian continent. And the creator of this organization is Shu Li. Ji Xiu looked coldly at the beautiful figure in the Weiyang Palace Dai in the original novel. Shu Li created Luo Wang. The assassin organization she created is spread throughout the entire Jiotian continent. Perhaps few people know about this organization now. This is because the time has not come and they have not really made an effort, but in the future, the assassin organization Luo Wang will surpass the current #1 killer organization in the world and become the #1 assassin organization in the world. If I remember correctly, in the near future, Shu Li will become the Lord of Snowmoon City, the first city in Jiotian continent. Her 3 half-brothers will all die in her hands. Not only that, she will also plot against Daqin. Even assassinate the first emperor. Ji Xiu's thoughts raced, and in an instant he sorted out all the information about Shu Li. In simple terms, he is cruel and merciless, cold and heartless, a dangerous woman with great ambitions. There is no doubt that Gu Jian was targeted by Shu Li because he discovered the existence of Luo Wang. Ji Xiu couldn't help but let out a breath when he thought of this. In fact, he has always known about Shu Li's existence, but precisely because of this, he also knew that Shu Li's first goal at this stage was to take over the position of the Lord of Shueyue City. Therefore, he did not take Shu Li to heart. After all, there was no conflict of interest between Shu Li and him. She wants her Shueyue City, and I want my Beixia dynasty, and we won't interfere with each other. But now Shu Li has captured Gu Jian, and Gu Jian's whereabouts are still unknown, and his life or death is unknown. Now, in that case, then he had to deal with this woman first. Now Shu Li is his top priority, just at this moment. The cold and playful voice rang out again in the Weiyang Palace. Prince Ji Xiu. Now that you're here, why not come to Weiyang Palace and sit down? I heard that you called a deer a horse in the Imperial Dragon Palace today. So impressive. Why are you standing outside the palace now, not entering or saying anything? How? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Oh, Ji Xiu sneered and responded, since the queen has invited me. How dare Ji Xiu disobey? After saying that, he raised his foot and walked directly to the front of the bedroom, pushed open the palace door and walked in Weiyang Palace. 9 eternal lamps were lit, and the plain and soft carpet covered the entire bedroom. The night breeze was cool, and soft moonlight poured in from the windowsill and fell on the dressing table. Sitting on the palace chair carved with the most luxurious phoenix was a dreamy figure. She sat casually and lazily, with her long hair falling like a waterfall. To her perky hips, it seems like she is putting on makeup in front of the mirror. The queen. Shu Pair. Ji Xiu spoke with a smile. The Ji family's heir. Ji Xiu. Shu Li didn't turn around. She looked at Ji Xiu's reflection in the mirror and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. His Royal Highness. Did you enjoy calling a horse a deer in the Imperial Dragon Palace today? Fine. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu responded casually, it's far less exciting than breaking into the queen's bedroom tonight. Snort. Shu Li snorted, stood up, looked back at Ji Xiu and said playfully, so His Royal Highness also knows, you have trespassed into the queen's bedroom tonight. I have to say, Ji Xiu, you are so brave. Ji Xiu heard this, looked at Shu Li with a mocking expression and responded directly, the queen is quite courageous. You dare to arrest someone from my MI6? You and I are the same. The words fell, Shu Li did not deny it. She stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, then pursed her red lips and smiled disdainfully. Me 6? So what? The one who caught you. So what? You Ji Xiu, how about you take me? When Ji Xiu heard this, his clear eyes were calm. He first looked Shu Li up and down and then asked Shu Pair. I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to say such things to this prince? Is it the Emperor of Beixia? Or is it your father, the Snowmoon Sword Immortal? You guess? Shu Li's red lips curled up slightly and her beautiful eyes looked at Ji Xiu mockingly. After a few verbal exchanges just now, she suddenly felt that perhaps Ji Xiu was not as powerful as the legend said, because Ji Xiu was too arrogant, but it's true. How many people of Ji Xiu's age and background would not be arrogant? But Ji Xiu noticed the change in Shu Li's eyes, then he spread his hands and said casually, it seems that neither of them, so, maybe, .net? The words fell, Shu Li's expression froze, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes became deep and cold. You. How did you know, Luo Wang? Shu Li's voice suddenly turned cold. At this moment,
she no longer had the calmness and arrogance she had just had. All that was left was the bone-chilling coldness like a thousand-year-old iceberg, and shock. She was very puzzled and didn't know how Ji Xiu knew about the secret organization she founded. After all, even her father didn't know about this. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. He did not respond to Chu Li. He just looked at Chu Li quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. Then he spoke coldly. Chu Pair, I don't care if you are the queen or the daughter of the Lord of Snowmoon City. I don't care what you want to do by founding Luo Wang. Now. This prince only gives you one choice. Hand over Gu Jian. Snort. Chu Li snorted provocatively. What else? Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled. He looked straight at Chu Li's beautiful face and said grimly, otherwise, this prince will wipe out you and the scum of Luo Wang that you founded. Long Yuan can't protect you. Even your father can't protect you. Your snare, I can't protect you even more. I see. Upon hearing this, Chu Li nodded thoughtfully and then slowly walked in front of Ji Xiu. She stared at Ji Xiu's eyes blankly and replied, Ji Xiu, remember this. I don't need anyone's protection. I myself am the best shelter. As for who will catch whom in one fell swoop? And you'll know about that soon. After saying that, she took 2 steps back, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers with a sneer on her face. Clang. The space froze for a moment. Next second, I saw that the moonlight that came through the windowsill and fell into the bedroom had turned into a strange pink color. This moment, Ji Xiu actually smelled a strange floral scent. This moment, it seemed as if a gorgeous sea of flowers was slowly blooming before his eyes. This is indeed the case. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the pool of red and enchanting flowers all bloomed, becoming even more stunning under the moonlight. This moment, Ji Xiu suddenly remembered the name of this flower. Love flower. Chu Pair, turn out to be, this is your trump card. Ji Xiu murmured in a low voice. I in the novel, one day of love blooming is better than 300 wedding nights. Simply put, love flowers are not poisonous, but if there is a person who has been feeding on love flowers since childhood and is a romantic person, he will be poisonous. Then the role of love flower is very great. It can be called the number 1 poison in the world, and there is no antidote for this poison. Those who are poisoned by love will become slaves forever. This woman Chu Li. You really treat me as your prey. But who is the prey? Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then he took out a dark flute from the system warehouse. This flute is called Chun Xing. Outside Weiyang Palace, love flowers are blooming. In the love flowers, the lowly girl Shui, who was carrying a scabbard on her back, and the royal sister Yu, who was holding a sharp sword, looked at each other. At this moment, they all saw the shyness and nervousness in each other's eyes. The 2 of them are Chu Li's personal maids. They have been feeding on love flowers since childhood, and from that time on they knew their fate. In the future, maids like them will be tools used by their mistresses to recruit talented people from all over the world. Their future husbands will be the strongest supporters for their young ladies in the future. And now, this is their important moment. Ji Xiu is the destined one for one of them. Sister Yu, do you want Ji Xiu to be your husband? Miss Lowly Snow looked at Miss Yu in a daze and asked. I have no idea. Schwer, do you want to? Miss Yu shook her head. Even though she was usually cold as ice, she couldn't help showing her timidity at such an important moment. I heard that Prince Ji Xiu is the most amazing person in the world, or Sister Yu, please give way to Schwer. Miss Snow bit her red lips, looked at Miss Moon with her beautiful watery eyes, and her pink and delicate face was full of blushes. She is very open-minded. If her future has already been determined, then she might as well choose the most amazing person, and Ji Xiu is indeed amazing enough. Good. If you want to go ahead. Miss Yu lowered her eyes slightly and nodded. Her thoughts were the same as Snow Girl's, but Snow Girl is her sister, and now that Miss Snow had spoken, she naturally had nothing to say. And just at this moment, there was a sound of flute coming from the Weiyang Palace. The sound of the flute seemed to be ethereal and came from heaven, and also seemed to be dark and gloomy and came from the underworld. At this moment, they just felt numb all over, and a very bad premonition arose in their hearts. They originally wanted to rush into the Weiyang Palace as soon as possible, but at this time, an old figure in black appeared in front of the Weiyang Palace. The person who came was Mr. Wei. Chapter 54, Love Blossoms. Fire spreads across the prairie. The moonlight is bright in Beisha, Kyoto. An extremely eerie flute sound echoed in the sky above Kyoto, and a thick layer of black clouds covered the bright moonlight in the sky. At this moment,
the entire Kyoto seemed to have fallen into its darkest hour. The big boss of Kyoto, monk from Kyoto, the people of Kyoto, at this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A feeling I have never experienced before welled up from the depths of my soul. Their heartbeats also rose and fell with the rhythm of the flute. For some reason, they vaguely felt that there was a dark hand tugging at their souls. Oh my goodness, this flute sound, I'm afraid it comes from the netherworld. This is too scary. No. This flute music comes from the palace. If I remember correctly, Prince Jishio just entered the palace tonight, right? Yes. This flute sound is most likely the masterpiece of this guy. Wait. Why does the sound of this flute sound so much like the song recorded in the Nine Heavens ancient history that only exists in legends? What song? It is said that this piece of music is extremely strange. It cannot be described. It cannot be described. In the Weiyang Palace. Jishio stood in the center of the bedroom, holding Chen Qing in his hand and placing it to his lips. His entire temperament had changed drastically. It turns out that he had an ethereal temperament and was a high-spirited young master of a military mansion. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a strange black aura, and his entire body was eerie, just like the demon lord of the nine netherworlds. When the eerie tune resounded throughout the Weiyang Palace. As Chuli listened to the strange notes echoing in her ears, her incredibly beautiful face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, she looked at the black flute in Jishio's hand as if she had thought of something, and her beautiful eyes became frightened and fearful. She gritted her teeth and said in disbelief, Jishio, where did you get the ghost flute Chun Chang? How could you possibly know the Soul Eater trilogy? She is the daughter of the Lord of Shueiyue City and has read the ancient history of the Nine Heavens since she was a child. Therefore, she knew that 10,000 years ago, a powerful man appeared out of nowhere. That man brought a flute and 3 songs, and manipulated the situation of the entire Nine Heavens continent. Finally, this strong man was forced to jump down into the first forbidden area in the Nine Heavens, the ancient abyss. If she remembered correctly, that person was called the Grandmaster of Demonic Path, and his heritage, Ghost Flute Chen Chang and the soul-captivating trilogy should be buried with him in the abyss of the Valley of Chaos. Jishio, how did you get it? Hearing this, Jishio did not respond to her. This extremely weird music is still going on. Forehead. Waves of black smoke entered Chu Li's body, and musical notes lingered in her ears for a long time. For a moment, her delicate body trembled violently when a short, slight, and strange note beats. Chu Li suddenly covered her chest, her lips slightly opened, and her eyes were red. Half of my body felt as if it was placed on a freezing cold iceberg or in an extremely hot furnace. At the same time, she felt as if someone was holding her heart in someone's hand. The blood in her body was flowing backwards, and she felt dizzy. Jishio. Wait a moment. Wait a minute. Chu Li was a little panicked. She wanted Jishio to stop. However, Jishio seemed to be deaf to her words. The notes circling in the Weiyang Palace soon became a sad and heartbreaking piece of music. Jishio. I will fight you. Chu Li shouted angrily. Clang. The aura of the first level of the monarch realm burst out instantly. She pulled out a gorgeous sword from her ring, turned her wrist, and pointed the sword directly at Jishio. Tear. The sound of air tearing was heard, but something strange happened. The tip of her sword stopped 3 inches in front of Jishio. The tip of the sword kept shaking and could not move forward even an inch. Are you kidding? Jishio is now a powerful man at the 3rd level of the monarch realm. Even without activating the demonic approach and divine ban, Chu Li can be easily controlled. There is no possibility for Chu Li to compete with Jishio now. Jishio. That's enough. May I tell you where Gu Jian is? Chu Li panted and looked at Jishio, which was considered a compromise because she was really scared. The 3 legendary songs, a song that can control corpses, a song that can intercept the soul of a monk, a song that can bring a person back to life. She really doesn't want to have her soul kidnapped and become a puppet. The words fell. Jishio slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chu Li coldly, but the music remains, with no sign of stopping, and Chu Li also understood the meaning of Jishio's eyes. Begging for mercy now? Too late. Asshole. I will never let you go. Chu Li's pretty face turned pale, and she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth as she angrily scolded Jishio, but soon, she felt as if 10,000 sharp knives were stabbing into her heart, and then she heard the sound of her soul being pulled out of her body. First, for the first time, she felt what despair was. At the same time, 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably, wetting her beautiful cheeks. As the movement gradually comes to an end, Chu Li's eyes gradually became blurred and dull. Her beautiful eyes,
which were originally cold and cruel, had become dull, and her jade hands dropped weakly and loosened the hilt of the sword. Bang! The sword fell to the ground. The movement ends. Call. Jisho put Chen Qing down and let out a long sigh as he looked at Chuli, who looked like a doll with no soul in front of him. Ever since he got the Soul Stealer trilogy at the age of 3, he had been looking forward to the day when he would be able to see its extraordinary power. And now, I have finally achieved my wish. The thought just came here that he suddenly felt an uncontrollable heat surging in his body. Love flower. Jisho frowned and took a deep breath. Although he has now used the Soul Stealer to control Chuli, but he himself was also poisoned by love. But it doesn't matter. As long as Chuli's tool doesn't fall in love with her, everything will be fine. As for detoxification, now Chuli has become his own puppet. Are you afraid that you can't detoxify? Cough cough. Jisho coughed dryly, then put away his words and slowly walked to Chuli and asked, "What's your name?" Chuli heard this. She looked up at Jisho in shock and replied, "Chu Pear." Now it can be heard that she is like a puppet, her voice without any emotional fluctuations, allowing Jisho to control her. Where is Gu Jian? Is it in Snow Moon City? Jisho then asked. Have no idea. Chuli shook her head. How is that possible? Jisho frowned. Chuli had clearly admitted it just now. Why are you saying you don't know now? Didn't you catch Gu Jian? Jisho clenched his fists and looked directly into Chuli's eyes. Yes, Master caught it. Master took Gu Jian away from Shuayue City. Chuli responded intermittently. Master? Chuli actually has a master? Jisho was stunned for a moment, very surprised. After all, the novel doesn't mention that Chuli has a master. Call. Jisho forced himself to endure the heat in his body, took a deep breath and then spoke. Chu Pear. Who is your master? There was silence. Chuli looked up at Jisho blankly and responded, the Northern Xia Protectorate sect. Yan Fei. Hear this answer. Jisho's brows were already furrowed into a shape called dot. Yan Fei? Another unfamiliar name. He couldn't find any information related to Yan Fei in his memory, but in the end it was confirmed that Gu Jian was in the hands of Chuli's master Yan Fei. Chu Pear. Where is your master? Jisho asked with a frown. Master is gone. Heaven, demon, mountain. Chuli opened her red lips slightly. It's actually the demon mountain. This is going to be interesting. Jisho frowned frivolously. Today, Tianma Mountain can be said to be the place where the winds and clouds of the entire Jiotian continent converge. Princes and princesses from the 2 top dynasties, the holy sons and daughters of the 7 top spiritual cultivation families. They are all at Tianma Mountain. The big guys of the entire Jiotian continent have also set their eyes on Tianma Mountain, and his original target was also Tianma Mountain. In this case, the next goal is clear. My thoughts stop here. Jisho found that his mouth had become dry. This is the love poison that has attacked my heart. Chu Pear. Love flower poison. Come and help me untie it. With slightly red eyes, he looked at Chuli and gave the order. This is how things should be. Whoever poisons someone should take care of it. Chuli poisoned, Chuli solved it. It's reasonable. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Chuli came to Jisho, stretched out her jade hands, put her arms around Jisho's neck and kissed him straight up. In this passionate kiss, Jisho just felt a little confused and bewildered, but for some reason, Chuli's beautiful eyes gradually became clearer, and finally returned to normal. Chuli screamed and pushed Jisho away suddenly. Her beautiful eyes full of disbelief of the memory just now came to her mind. She actually took the initiative to give Jisho the answer he wanted. Not only that, she even took the initiative to kiss Jisho. Jisho. I will never coexist with you. Chuli bit her red lips and shouted angrily. Although her words were harsh, she also knew that Jisho's strength seemed to be far above hers. She also didn't know the trump card she had prepared for Jisho. Why the 2 girls Shuayu hadn't arrived yet, woman. It's not up to you to decide whether it's over or not. Jisho swallowed and walked towards Chuli with somewhat uncontrolled steps. He didn't know why Chuli suddenly broke away from the control of the soul robbing song. Maybe it was because he had just started practicing the soul robbing song, but the problem now is not this. At this moment, he could feel that his reason was running wild and rushing in an uncontrollable direction. Jisho. You are such a rebellious fellow. Stop right there. Chuli scolded coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, a hand pinched her smooth neck. The Jisho in front of her had red eyes and was breathing heavily, and it seemed that he was about to lose control. Seeing Jisho like this,
how could she not know what was going to happen? Ji Xiao. I am the Queen of Beixia. My father is the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. If you dare to do that to me, I will, definitely.
Chu Li bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, stared at Ji Xiao with her beautiful eyes and scolded him. But before she could finish her words, her voice stopped abruptly because her mouth had been tightly blocked by Ji Xiao. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Ji Xiao in disbelief. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: how dare Ji Xiao? The thought stops here. Ji Xiao and Chu Li's bodies fell backwards due to inertia. At this moment, the flames spread across the prairie. Now, the moonlight is bright, the love flowers outside the Weiyang Palace are blooming splendidly and quietly, but, it has to be said, there was quite a bit of noise in the bedroom bathed in moonlight. Chapter 55, 3-Year Agreement. Ji Xiao made a lot of money. The night is always short. When dawn fell, a few gentle rays of morning light shone into the Weiyang Palace through the palace windows. On the gorgeous bed in the Weiyang Palace, with the curtains hanging lightly, 2 figures were seen dimly leaning against each other, very close and intimate. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Soul Stealing Trilogy, Soul Stealing Song has been promoted to the intermediate level. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for accepting the baptism of the heavenly spirit Yuan Yin.
The progress of the Pure World Devil Flame Devouring has reached 17%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 17% of the progress of the Pure World Devil Flame Devouring and advancing to the 4th level of the Lord rank.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for accepting the baptism of the Heavenly Spirit Yuan Yin and obtaining 10,000 points of Heavenly Destiny Essence. Listening to a series of system prompts in my mind. Ji Xiao woke up slowly from his sleep, but he suppressed his physical weakness and slowly sat up. In just one night, Soul Snatcher advances. The progress of devouring the purifying demon flame has increased by 2%. My cultivation has also reached the 4th level of the monarch level. It's really a surprise. Think of this. Ji Xiao couldn't help scratching his head. He didn't expect this result. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the woman lying next to him. At this time, Chu Li seemed to still be asleep. There were 2 clear tear marks on her beautiful face. Call. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and said to himself, last night, this woman has really shot herself in the foot. But, this woman's divine body is really good. In the novel, Chu Li, the founder of Luo Wang, possesses an extremely special and powerful physique, the holy body of heavenly spirit. This physique has extraordinary talent. If it is developed to the extreme, it will be able to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even mobilize the power of the origin of heaven and earth. The most special thing is that possessing the holy body of heaven can also transfer the energy of the origin of heaven and earth to others. Well, just like last night, therefore, marrying a woman with a celestial spiritual body as a partner is the dream and supreme honor of all practitioners in the 9 heavens. However, Ji Xiao would not marry such a cruel woman. After all, who can guarantee that she won't stab him when they sleep in the same bed in the future? But I have to say, if you can control her and own her, the benefits will be endless. But how to control her is a problem. This woman possesses a holy body of heavenly spirit, and her soul is extremely powerful. But the soul-snatching song I practiced has only reached the intermediate level. It is impossible for me to control her forever. But, based on this woman's personality, she might even come to me on her own initiative. Ji Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Li's beautiful face, and his thoughts stopped there. This time, Chu Li's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. This moment, she looked at the ceiling, and the memories of last night swept through her mind like a tide. Chu Li screamed and sat up suddenly. Then she saw Ji Xiao sitting next to her, looking at her calmly. Last night, you. How dare you? Chu Li bit her red lips and questioned Ji Xiao. She is the daughter of the Lord of Shuiyue City. From childhood to adulthood, all men have to bow down to her when they see her. Even though she was married to the Northern Xia Emperor Long Yuan by her father's order, Long Yuan did not dare to act presumptuously when seeing her, not to mention any physical intimacy. But now Ji Xiao actually slept with her and took away her virginity. For a moment, she felt wronged and angry. She glared at Ji Xiao with red eyes, clenched her teeth, and her whole body was shaking. If possible, she would like to kill Ji Xiao with a single sword right here and now. But last night, she had already realized the gap in cultivation strength and foundation. Reason told her that if she dared to attack Ji Xiao now, there would be only one outcome: death. Empress, you planted the love flower. The flower of love blooms because of you. Now, you are asking me, how dare you? He. Then I would also like to ask you, why wouldn't I dare?
Ji Xiu looked at Chuli with an amused expression and asked back, You are making up stories. Treason. Chuli shouted angrily with her teeth almost broken. It's a pity that she was born noble, and the only swear words she could use were the same over and over again. To be honest, it really has no killing power on Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu looked at Chuli helplessly and asked, Good. Even so. This prince is a traitor, so what? What can you do? At this time, it would be most appropriate for him to respond to Chuli using Chuli's own words from last night. Asshole. Chuli's body was shaking with anger. She had never seen anyone so shameless. Ji Xiu smiled casually when he heard that, then stood up as if nothing had happened, turned his back to Chuli and put on his clothes. Then he turned around and said to Chuli calmly, The queen. You have to admit that you can't kill me. Besides, the web you created is far inferior to my MI6. In the end, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Isn't that the right thing to do? After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and walked away, looking like he was denying his decision just because he put on his clothes. Etc. Chuli had a cold face and opened her red lips slightly to finally stop Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Ji Xiu stopped in his tracks with a smile of triumph. He was just waiting for this sentence. He knew this woman Chuli very well. This woman's lifelong dream is to defeat her 3 brothers and become the lord of Shueyue City. Now that she can't kill me, she will naturally want to negotiate with me and get my help. Ji Xiu, are you planning to leave like this? Chuli asked coldly. What else? Ji Xiu turned around and looked at Chuli with a puzzled look on his face. Asshole. You did that to me. Want to leave now? Who do you think I am? Chuli asked in a cold voice with her arms folded across her chest. Her beautiful face showed no emotion at all and was extremely cold. How? Do you still want me to be responsible for you? Chuli, don't forget, you are the queen now. Ji Xiu responded very casually. He wanted to know what conditions Chuli would put forward next. Last night. You should know. You are my first man. Chuli looked directly at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, and her tone softened inexplicably. No. But the same thing, so what? Ji Xiu asked, shaking his head. Of course he knew that he was Chuli's first man. The arrogant Chuli would not even look at someone like Long Yuan, and would not even touch the corner of her clothes. So, now I want you to lend me a helping hand. Chuli took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xiu seriously. Why? Is it just because you and I had a one-night stand? Ji Xiu looked at Chuli with an amused expression. Chuli was speechless when she heard this, and her full chest heaved violently for a moment. She felt a little suffocated by Ji Xiu's anger, but Ji Xiu changed the subject and asked knowingly, But now that Her Majesty the Queen has spoken, just tell me. What do you want, Call? Chuli took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Snow and Moon Castle. I want you to help me ascend to the position of Lord of Snow Moon City. Ji Xiu nodded and asked, Then what? Help you become the Lord of Snow Moon City. What good is this prince? Hearing this, Chuli thought for a moment and then said, Net. I can hand over the net to you. Ji Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Feel sorry. This prince already has MI6. I have no interest in the web you created. After saying that, Ji Xiu turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Chuli suddenly spoke up to stop Ji Xiu from leaving, and then she took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. She stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, then opened her red lips and said, Except for the snare. And, if you can help me get Snow Moon City. Before that, everything in this palace is yours. This is all the bargaining chips she can give to Ji Xiu. She thought very clearly that it was difficult to reverse the situation now that things had come to this point. She also admitted that she couldn't control GXIU. In that case, she might as well settle for the second best and simply pull Ji Xiuzhan into her camp. The two of them work together, help each other, and get what they need. Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned and thought bait. In fact, what he was waiting for was Chuli's words. He knew Chuli too well and knew that a woman as smart as her would never let go of a great opportunity or help. How? Ji Xiu. Will you help or not? Chuli looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. Ji Xiu thought about it seriously and then said, If that's the case. That's a good suggestion. Within 3 years, I will help you capture Snow Moon City. And for these 3 years, you, Chuli, will be mine. 3 years, Chuli couldn't help but shudder when she heard that. In her plan, even if she and Ji Xiu joined forces, it would take at least 5 to 10 years, but Ji Xiu said 3 years? Are you serious? Chu Li stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. Of course I take it seriously. Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Chu Li is 25 years old this year. If I remember correctly. 3 years later, the 28-year-old Chu Li was able to kill her brother and seize the city by her own strength, becoming one of the most powerful women in the 9 heavens. But the problem is, Chu Li herself doesn't know. This is Ji Xiu's advantage, and during these 3 years, Chu Li and her Luo Wang will be under her control, and she can take whatever she wants. I ask myself, how can there be such a good thing in the world? If you can really help me get Snow Moon City within 3 years. I, Chu Li, am yours. For the next 3 years, I will obey your orders. You, do whatever you want. Chu Li bit her red lips and promised solemnly. When she said the last sentence, her voice became as thin as a mosquito. She couldn't believe that such vicious words could come out of her mouth. Very good, very good. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled at Chu Li. He knew his plan was successful, whether it's Luo Wang or Chu Li. They're both mine. Chapter 56. The hero of the novel is here. Ji Xiu is invincible as soon as he is born. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ji Xiu walked to the bed and extended his hand to Chu Li. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chu Li lowered her eyes slightly, but finally held Ji Xiu's hand. Ji Xiu chuckled, withdrew his hand, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Bang! When he pushed open the door of the bedroom, what came into view were the 2 girls Shui and Yu, who were frozen in place by Master Wei's true energy. Ji Xiu, what did you do to my lady? Miss Yu bit her lips, her beautiful eyes flushed with hatred as she looked at Ji Xiu and questioned him. This sharp look seemed to indicate that only cutting Ji Xiu into pieces could relieve his hatred. Ji Xiu, you scoundrel! Did you know that my young lady is not only the queen of Beixia? She is still the princess of Snow Moon City. How dare you humiliate my young lady like that last night? We, Shueyue City, will never forget today's humiliation, and will repay it tenfold in the future. Miss Snow started to yell angrily, her whole body shaking with anger. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu looked at the 2 girls Shueyue with an amused expression without being annoyed. He knew that last night, these 2 loyal maids must have wanted to go to Weiyang Palace first to help their young lady Chu Li, but unfortunately, they were not as skilled as others and met Mr. Wei, who focused on controlling the situation. As a result, Old Wei raised his hand and suppressed him where he was for a whole night. Not only that, they probably heard with their own ears the entire intimate process between him and Chu Li last night. It can be imagined that this experience must be more painful than death for the 2 loyal girls Shueyue, so no wonder both girls wanted to kill themselves today. Kill me or not. Whether to return it or not will be decided later. Now I really want to know which of the 2 girls chose this prince last night? Ji Xiu asked while looking at the lowly and mature lady combination with a playful attitude. It was obvious that these 2 were the trump cards Chu Li wanted to use to conquer herself last night. He was also very curious about who wanted him more in the eyes of the 2 Yu Luo sisters. When Miss Yu heard this, her pretty face changed and she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Although she gave Ji Xiu to her sister Shui last night, but in her heart, she had chosen Ji Xiu. For a moment, she felt overwhelmed with shame. Who would choose a pervert like you? I would rather die than choose you. Only the pigs will choose you. How dare you bully my young lady? From now on, I will never be compatible with you. Miss Shui bit her lips and angrily scolded Xiu. This moment, she had completely forgotten her pitiful appearance last night as she tearfully begged Miss Yu to give Ji Xiu to her, but even though she said this, she still felt guilty for no reason. Oh. It seems that both girls are very fond of this prince. Ji Xiu smiled and shook his head, then nodded to Mr. Wei. Received instructions. Old Wei raised his hand and directly unsealed the 2 girls Shui and Yue. This time, the 2 girls Shueyue looked at each other and were about to fight to the death with Ji Xiu, but only a cold voice was heard from the Weiyang Palace. Shuer. You are. Prince Ji Xiu is my guest. Don't be rude. If he wants to leave, don't stop him. Hearing the order from my lady, the 2 girls Shueyue were both stunned where they were. What is going on? Let's go. Mr. Wei. Ji Xiu smiled helplessly, then left Weiyang Palace with Wei Lao, and when Ji Xiu left, the 2 girls Shui and Yu rushed into the Weiyang Palace. Chu Li had put on the scarlet gold dress again and was standing in front of the mirror, speechless. This moment, she has regained her former coolness and dignity. She looked so high and mighty, noble and stunning, completely different from last night. Miss. Last night, did Ji Xiu bully you? Snow Girl asked in a low voice. Schwer.
When Miss Yu heard this, she hurriedly tugged at the corner of Miss Shue's clothes, signaling her to shut up. They heard this sort of thing clearly last night, so why ask again? Wouldn't it be another humiliation for these young ladies if we bring it up at this time? As expected, as soon as Snow Girl's question came out, Chu Li's expression suddenly turned cold. She turned around and glared at the two girls Shueyue with her beautiful eyes. She opened her red lips slightly and shouted angrily, "A roll! All of you get out of here, ah!" Miss Snow's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Miss Moon with great grievance. Miss Yu bowed to Chu Li and then hurriedly took Miss Shui out of Weiyang Palace.
Sister Yu, did Schwer say something wrong? Outside the Weiyang Palace, Miss Shui looked at Miss Yu with tears in her eyes and asked, feeling very aggrieved, "You. So stupid." When Miss Yu heard this, she couldn't help but stretch out her jade finger and poke Miss Shui's forehead with a look of disappointment. She thought her sister was good in every way except that she wasn't very smart. Just then, Long Yuan is here. He walked into the Weiyang Palace with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Then said the queen, "How is it going?" As soon as the words fell, then I heard a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old black ice. "You get out too." Hear this, Long Yuan was stunned on the spot, and said to himself thoughtfully, "Damn it. I'm afraid Ji Xiu won last night. Sure enough, this guy is still too difficult to deal with. Even the daughter of the Lord of Snow Moon City can't touch him." The two girls Shueyue looked at Long Yuan as if he were a pitiful creature. They thought, Ji Xiu didn't just win, he won so much. However, as soon as Ji Xiu returned to Luofeng Palace in the Ji Mansion, Gu Yao came to greet him. "His Royal Highness. How is it going? Is my brother in the queen's hands?" "No," Ji Xiu shook his head, then he asked Yaoer. "According to our MI6 intelligence information, is there a person named Yan Fei in the Beixia Hugua sect?" "Yan Fei?" Gu Yao frowned, then shook her head. MI6 has intelligence information on the 10 saint-level leaders of the Hugua sect, but I have never heard of Yan Fei. If that's the case, that would be troublesome. Ji Xiu took a deep breath. Chu Li, who robbed her soul last night, couldn't possibly be lying, and MI6 had no information about this woman. The most terrifying thing is that, as far as he can remember, there is no plot or information about this even in the novel. So here comes the question, who is this mysterious Yan Fei? If we really want to figure this out, save Gu Jian again. Then I have no choice but to go to Tianma Mountain myself. Ji Xiu murmured to himself. After that, he looked at Gu Yao and asked Yaoer, "What is the current situation at Tianma Mountain?" "The descendants of all the top forces in Zhoutian continent have arrived." Hearing this, Gu Yao immediately responded, "Report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." 3 days ago, the Holy Maiden of the Ice God Palace, Mu Lanqin. The Holy Son of the Holy Sect, Mo Lingfeng. Buddhist disciples, Xuanzang. The Chief of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji. Young Master of Tian's Army, Li Wangshang. The Saintess of the Red Sect, Xin Jianqin. And, the second son of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ling. The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Wang. They have all arrived at Tianma Mountain. Really? Ji Xiu nodded. He knew that the top cultivation families and dynasties in the Zhoutian continent would definitely not let go of Emperor Wu Zhou Dufu's inheritance. Their speed must be the fastest. As for the independent cultivators on the Zhoutian continent, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a bowl of soup if they followed them. Your Highness, I have to say that the current Tianma Mountain is really lively. Even the Supreme Heaven, the current top demon sect in the 9 heavens, has joined the battlefield to fight for the inheritance of the martial emperor. The current demon sect Saint Mu Xianyin has brought a group of demon sect masters to wreak havoc in all directions, causing these righteous geniuses to form an alliance. Now the outside world is saying that the inheritance of Emperor Wu has gradually evolved into a battle between good and evil. The Demon Mountain has become a mess and the situation is gradually getting out of control. Gu Yao reported to Ji Xiu with a somewhat helpless tone. Apparently, even she hadn't expected this. The battle between good and evil. It's a bit interesting. Ji Xiu frowned frivolously. At the same time, the image of Princess Beixia 10 years ago, who was wearing a black dress, cold and noble, with a beautiful face, emerged in his mind. Princess Jingui turned into a witch who went against the entire 9 heavens and brought chaos to the 9 heavens. The contrast was a bit too big. That's right, Your Highness, Guya seemed to have thought of something, and then solemnly added, there is another person in Tianma Mountain now, you must be extra careful. He is the dark horse in this battle between good and evil. He is also the fiancé of the Divine Phoenix Empire's eldest princess Feng Huang. The name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Hear this name. Ji Xiu's expression froze. Here it comes. It's finally here. The hero of the novel, Yi Xian, finally appears. Ji Xiu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a cruel arc. After so many years, the male protagonist of the novel has finally grown up. Since he is the villain, the male protagonist of Destiny cannot be let off. After all, the leeks are ripe, and the next step is to harvest them. In addition, there are still many mysteries in Tianma Mountain waiting for Ji Xiu to solve one by one. Is Gu Jian still alive? Who is the mysterious woman Yan Fei who does not exist in the novel? And, I am already an adult. Then the wedding date agreed upon 10 years ago is approaching, and his fiancée Mu Bing, who walked into the icy wasteland with the intention of killing him, is she going to come out? Is she going to come? Of course, there is also the former Beixia state master, now the demon sex holy queen, Nan Lingyue. What exactly does she want to do to herself? For a moment, he felt a mixture of emotions. That's all. Mu Bing is also good. Nan Lingyue. Whatever, what do you want? This prince will accompany you to the end. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and looked towards the distant north. There is the direction of Tianma Mountain. Deep in his eyes, 2 clusters of red flame slowly rose. At this moment, he was really interested. In this fantasy world where the strong prey on the weak and dangers abound, only strength is the eternal truth. Guya looked at Ji Xiu, who was standing in the morning light, gazing into the distance, ready to compete with the heroes. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel dazed, but she couldn't help but smile. And her smile was so beautiful. She knew that her prince, who had been silent in Kyoto for 10 years, was finally going to come into the world. She also knew that those chosen ones who were worshipped as gods by the monks of the 9 heavens continent thousands of miles away were in a miserable state, because the person in front of her, as long as you are born, you are invincible. Chapter 57, Queen, please respect yourself. Mu Bing is coming back. Time flies. When the first ray of morning light falls on the earth. Ji Xiu walked out of the bedroom in a moon-white brocade robe. Yesterday he had made all preparations to go to Tianma Mountain. Mr. Wei went with him and took charge of the situation. Guya stayed in Kyoto, focusing on rear-line intelligence and support, although she also wanted to go to Tianma Mountain with Ji Xiu. But she also knows that she has a heavy responsibility. She controls the entire MI6 and cannot leave Kyoto unless it is absolutely necessary. His Royal Highness. Be careful when you go to Tianma Mountain. Be careful, that woman. Guya pulled Ji Xiu's clothes and whispered instructions. She was not worried about the saints and saintesses from the top cultivation families in the Jotian continent. The only thing she was worried about was the current Holy Queen of Demon Sect, Nan Lingyue. She remembered that the Holy Queen had been coveting her crown prince since 10 years ago. Who knows, this time, if our prince goes to Tianma Mountain and is not careful, he will be eaten by the Holy Queen. Yaoer. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but smile and shook his head, then reached out and rubbed Guyao's soft hair. He knew Guyao's worries, but he was no longer the 8-year-old boy he was 10 years ago. Even if he is a strong man in the Saint realm, he has the strength to fight. He believed that with his strength, Nan Lingyue would not be able to do whatever she wanted to him. And just at this moment, the voices of Mother Lin Ru and Grandmother Mu Hua were heard from outside Luofeng Palace. Xiu'er. The queen is here. Why don't you come out to greet me? Hearing this, Ji Xiu frowned. I was thinking, why would this woman Chuli come here? My thoughts are turning. Ji Xiu's mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua brought Chuli and Shuiyu into Luofeng Palace. Xiu'er. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you meet the queen soon? Mu Hua patted Ji Xiu's back with some amusement. Meet the queen. Ji Xiu nodded politely to Chuli. Xiu'er. The queen heard that you were leaving for Demon Mountain today, so she came to see you off. Look. His Majesty the Emperor thinks highly of you, and even asked the Empress to see you off in person. Lin Ru came to Ji Xiu and explained softly. I see. Then Ji Xiu would like to thank His Majesty first. Thank you, Queen. Ji Xiu spoke in a reserved manner. Chuli heard this, her red lips slightly raised, and then she came to Ji Xiuxian with her hands behind her back and said, His Royal Highness. There's no need to be so polite. No, Ji Xiu shook his head and responded very seriously, you are the queen. I am a subject. You should still have this little bit of etiquette. Yeah, Chuli raised her eyebrows frivolously, and then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, she took 2 more steps towards GXIU.AT. This moment, she and Ji Xiu were very close, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Ji Xiu. Now you know that I am the queen? But, I remember, you weren't like this that night. Chuli leaned forward slightly and whispered in Ji Xiu's ear as if in a dream. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Xiu to answer, she stretched out her delicate hand and began to straighten Ji Xiu's collar herself. As she carefully arranged it, she whispered to herself, this time, you go to Tianmo Mountain. I'll let Shuer go with you. She controls all the power of my Luowan there. How about it? Does this palace keep its word? Also, I heard that Long Yuan will launch a mysterious plan after you leave. But don't worry, I will keep an eye on him for you. After Chuli finished speaking, she took 2 steps back and then smiled sweetly at the stunned Lin Ru and Mu Hua. In that case, I will leave first. Here, I wish His Royal Highness a successful start. After saying this, Chuli didn't wait for Lin Ru and Mu Hua's reply and left Luophone Palace with Missu, and she was left with only a sweet lowly, snow girl, who was standing there with her head down and feeling a little uneasy, carrying a scabbard on her back. Lin Ru and Mu Hua looked at each other, they all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. At this moment, they all had a common thought in their minds. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to have taken a liking to her own Shuer. Mr. Wei. Chuli, what does she mean? How could she be so presumptuous in the Ji mansion? Guya spoke to Mr. Wei indignantly. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Muhua was present, she would never let Chuli get close to Ji Xiu. Mr. Wei. Guya looked at Mr. Wei, who was silent and slightly embarrassed. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Mr. Wei, did something happen to them? Hearing this, Wei Lao shook his head and responded softly, Ms. Guyao. Don't ask. I don't know either. Yeah, Guyao raised her eyebrows frivolously, expressing her doubt. Her woman's intuition told her that something must be going on between Chuli and her own crown prince. After a simple farewell, Ji Xiu took Wei Lao and Miss Shui on the journey to Tianmo Mountain. Looking at the backs of Ji Xiu and his group as they walked away, Ji Yuyao stood there for a long time. After a while, she pursed her red lips and whispered to herself, His Royal Highness. You don't know yet. Yaoer is just a little bit away from reaching the monarch level. When you come back, Yaoer will give herself to you. Before that, Yaoer will protect the Ji family for you. After saying that, she turned and left, and the moment she turned around, she no longer acted like a little girl in front of GXIU.AT. This moment, she has regained her decisive and ruthless appearance as she had during those years as the underground queen of the Beixia dynasty. In the Ji family's military headquarters, Lin Rulai walked back and forth non-stop. Mother! You said the queen would not fall in love with our Shuer, right? I've already asked. Emperor Long Yuan didn't send the queen to see him off. After saying that, she felt more and more that something was wrong. You just be quiet for a while. So what if the queen has some thoughts about our precious Shuer? If our Shuer doesn't want to, can she still force herself on me? Mu Hua looked at Lin Ru with amusement. However, despite what she said, she actually felt that Queen Chuli was a little too close to Ji Xiu, but she didn't believe that there was anything going on between Chuli and Ji Xiu. No. Absolutely not. Even if Shuer is willing, I won't agree. Chuli's background is too complicated, and she is already the queen of Beixia. She is not righteous, and her words are not right. She's no match for Mu Bing. Lin Ru shook his head to refuse. After that, she seemed to remember something and asked Mu Hua, Mother. Didn't Mu Bing go to the Iceland to practice in seclusion? How about it? Is she coming back? Mu Hua heard this and smiled slightly. You. Then rest assured. 3 days ago, senior sister sent me a message. She said that Mu Bing will be out of confinement soon. It's really fast. Chapter 58 Shenmulin, Mu Xianin, Ji Xiu has become a demon king. However, a huge black boat crossed the border at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards the direction of Tianmo Mountain in the Northern Territory, Beixia Palace. On the observation deck, Emperor Long Yuan looked into the distance with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. Your Majesty! Ji Xiu has already left the Beixia border. A tall young man wearing black iron armor reported from behind him. Good. Very good. The opportunity has finally come. Long Yuan let out alongside it. He was the emperor of Northern Xia, second only to the emperor himself. For 10 years and now he has finally waited for the day when Ji Xiu leaves Kyoto. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the young man and asked Ji Xian. Now we can start our plan. Yes, Ji Xian nodded heavily and responded, Your Majesty. I will now send a message to the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire in your name. Invite them to Kyoto. Conspiring for something big. After saying that, he turned and left. Long Yuan looked at the northern sky and smiled grimly. Ji Xiu. Wait till my plan is successful. I will watch you and your Ji family perish with my own eyes. After saying this, he turned solemnly and left the observation deck. What he didn't know was, at the same time he finished talking to Ji Xian, Zhuli in Weiyang Palace received the news. Long Yuan. Invite the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the crown prince of Great Qin to Kyoto? What on earth does he want to do? Zhuli couldn't help but frown when she heard the news. She knew before that Long Yuan had a plan for Ji Xiu and the Ji family, but she didn't know that this plan actually involved the princes of the two top dynasties. At that moment, she keenly smelled the smell of impending storm. You are. Pass my orders now. Let the Luoyang forces of the Xinyuan Empire and the Great Qin Empire be activated. Tell them to keep a close eye on the movements of Feng Mian, the third prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Ing Zhou, the crown prince of the Great Qin. If there is any unusual movement, report to me at any time. Zhuli gave orders to Miss Yu. Yes, Miss Yu nodded, turned, and left. On this day, the huge intelligence network that Zhuli had set up in the two top dynasties was officially launched. Countless Luoyang elites and Luoyang bosses obeyed the order and moved. Above the endless sky. A black mysterious boat is speeding. Ji Xiu sat on the Shenzhou and closed his eyes to rest. Mr. Wei seemed a little restless. His Royal Highness Gu Jian has been missing for nearly a month. Do you think he will? The words stopped here, and Mr. Wei shook his head and did not continue speaking. As Gu Jian's master, he already had a bad feeling in his heart at this time. Hearing this, Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes and did not respond to Elder Wei. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the lowly huddled in the corner of Shenzhou. At this moment, Miss Xue felt Ji Xiu's gaze and couldn't help but tremble all over. She bit her lip and glared at Ji Xiu and said, Ji Xiu. What do you want? Ji Xiu smiled and shook his head and asked Snow Girl. Have you met Gu Jian? Or, have you met your young lady's master, Yan Fei? No, the Snow Girl shook her head. She always knew that her young lady had a master, but she had never met him. She also knew that Ji Xiu's subordinates had fallen into the hands of her young lady's master, so Ji Xiu went looking for his young lady, but she really didn't know anything. I see. Ji Xiu nodded. To be honest, he wasn't surprised. If the mysterious woman Yan Fei couldn't even be found by MI6, she had never even appeared in the plot of the novel. So what could this silly girl know? But it doesn't matter, they will arrive at Tianma Mountain soon. When the time comes, he will want to see who this Yan Fei is. Ji Xiu. I want to ask you a question too. Miss Xue looked at Ji Xiu angrily and spoke. You ask. Ji Xiu nodded. What's going on between you and my lady? Why, you bullied my young lady, and she still helped you so much. Not only did she send me to you, she even asked me to activate the Luoyang forces in the Northern Territory to help you. Why do you do that? Miss Snow bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and asked in a very unconvinced manner. She had been thinking about this question for a long time, but still had no answer. Ji Xiu heard this, thought about it and responded, if I say, just because your young lady will be my woman for the next 3 years, would you believe it? I don't believe it. Miss Xue shook her head subconsciously. She knew best what kind of person her young lady was, the most noble princess in Shueyue City, and also an unrivaled goddess of incomparable beauty. How could Ji Xiu conquer her young lady? But when she thought of her young lady's irrational behavior towards Ji Xiu, she was no longer sure. No way. My lady, isn't she really in love with this boy? Was it that night? When Miss Xue thought of this, she suddenly jumped up and looked at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes without blinking. If this is true, then wouldn't Ji Xiu also be her master? Ji Xiu seemed to have sensed Miss Xue's thoughts, and immediately joked, Swear. Your young lady is mine now. Then I should be considered your master now. So, this trip to Tianma Mountain. If you dare to be perfunctory, this prince will punish you severely. Do you understand?
Hearing this, Miss Shue's pretty face suddenly turned red. She looked at Jisho's playful eyes and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, a ridiculous idea came to her mind. Of this bad guy, is he planning to bully her like he did that night? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and no longer dared to look directly into Jisho's eyes. Child. Jisho couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle upon seeing this. Boom. Following a violent tremor of the Shenzhou, Old Wei suddenly stood up and looked at the endless, towering, and dark-clouded mountains in front of Shenzhou, and took a deep breath. Jisho also stood up slowly. He looked solemnly at the black mountains in front of him and said softly, Nine Heavens Continent, Life Forbidden Zone. Demon Mountain, arrive. In the novel, Tianma Mountain is a place where all kinds of weirdness come together, and it contains great horrors: Grave of the Gods, Mass Graveyard, Cursed Land, Shenmue Forest, all demons gather together, the Supreme Heaven, Place of Worship, Huangquan Hall, Strange Junction, Tower of Babel. Every place on it is the most dangerous forbidden area in Tianma Mountain, and according to MI6 intelligence, the tomb of Emperor Wu of Zhou, the Dufu of Zhou, is located in the endless snowfield behind the Shenmue Forest, Zhou Garden, Demon Mountain, Divine Forest. The holy snow fell from the endless snowfield behind the forest, and deep in the sacred forest, there stands a huge towering ancient tree. The maple red leaves are spotless and extremely sacred. Bits of stardust drift down with the falling snow, as if they came from heaven. Under the ancient tree, there stands a stone tablet with two big characters written on it, Zhou Garden. There was a woman sitting in front of the stone tablet. She was wearing a black long skirt with an exquisite bright moon engraved on it. The camera zooms in. Her facial features were extremely delicate, and her skin, as white as mutton fat jade, was particularly eye-catching. Between his painted eyebrows, there is the noble beauty of a member of the northern Xia royal family, but now there is a bit more coldness and murderousness, and she, of course, is the former princess of Beixia, now the saint of the number one demon sect in the Nine Heavens, Mu Xianyin. It is worth mentioning that, under the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin was not alone. Standing beside her were hundreds of powerful demon sect warriors who looked a little tired. Ever since Wu Shangtian joined the war, they have been fighting fiercely with the 7 major cultivation families and the strong men from the 2 top dynasties. Both sides suffered losses. It's just that the losses of the demon sect Wu Shangtian were much greater. But despite this, everyone in the Supreme Heaven knows that Tianma Mountain is their territory. If the righteous monks come, they will kill them, and they will drive them all out of Tianma Mountain even if they die. Report to the saint. Lord Shui died at the hands of Mulanxin, the saintess of the Ice God Palace. Master Guishu was pierced through the heart by a sword from the holy sect's holy son, Mo Lingfeng. Lord Zhouyo was also defeated by the Buddhist disciple Xuanzang, and his life or death is unknown. My 300 disciples of Wu Shangtian were all killed by the soul-falling spirit of Zhao Wuji, the leader of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Tiansu Military Headquarters, Li Wangshan. The saintess of the Red Sect, Xin Jianxin. The second son of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ling. And the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang. They have all entered the Shenmue Forest. They will arrive here soon. A woman in a black robe reported the battle situation to Mu Xianyin with a serious expression. Mu Xianyin nodded when she heard this, but there was no change of emotion on her pretty face. Saint, what should we do now? Should we ask the Holy Queen to help? Or ask for help from the Poison Emperor Luo Yuzhu, who is guarding the Supreme Heaven? The black-robed woman asked in a low voice. No need. Master is now entangled by a woman. I can't split myself into 2. She can't help us. As for Sister Yuzhu, she has her own things to do. You can't help us. Mu Xianyin shook her head. But, if you keep going like this, Shenmue Forest will definitely be lost. If this group of righteous geniuses pass through the sacred woods, they will be considered to have entered Zhou Garden. Your Highness, Emperor Wu of Zhou is buried in Zhou Garden. The woman in black robe spoke earnestly. Rest assured. Master has his own plan. Mu Xianyin spoke calmly. May I ask the saint? What is your plan, Madam Saint? When the powerful men in the Supreme Heaven heard Mu Xianyin's words, their eyes lit up and they stood up and asked. Mu Xianyin heard this and smiled and said softly. Master said, someone is coming. As long as he comes, everything will be fine. Who is it? How strong? Can they defeat these evil geniuses from the righteous path? the powerful demons all looked at Mu Xianyin, their eyes filled with hope. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin thought of the little figure 10 years ago and couldn't help but pursed her red lips, as if she was lost in memories. After a long time, he shook his head and said, back then, he was just a child. Now, who knows? As for, who was he, you all should know. After all, he is a big shot in our supreme heaven. Upon hearing this, all the powerful demons from supreme heaven looked at each other in bewilderment to eye in their minds. They really didn't expect such a person, and just at this moment, the black-robed woman beside Mu Xianyin seemed to have thought of someone and shuddered. She spoke in surprise. Saint. Could it be? Could it be that person, that Lord Saint from our supreme heaven who hasn't shown up in 10 years? That's right. Mu Xianyin raised the corner of her mouth slightly and gave an affirmative reply to the powerful demons. After that, she turned her head and looked at the sky in the distance and whispered to herself, he is indeed the Holy Lord of the supreme heaven. 10 years ago, when Master founded the supreme heaven, that's it. Chapter 59, Despair. Xianyin, the tit-for-tat between the 6 geniuses, supreme heaven, Holy Lord, the person who only exists in legends is coming? When this news came out, in an instant, hundreds of supreme demon masters in front of Mu Xianyin all stood up in awe. Ever since the day they joined the supreme heaven, they knew that there was a great figure in their demon sect who was on par with the Holy Queen. It's just that that great man has never shown up in the past 10 years, and no one in the supreme heaven has ever seen that great man in person. Perhaps, that is why that adult, by some strange combination of circumstances, became the most mysterious yet also the most legendary person in the supreme heaven. Even, coupled with the deliberate exaggeration and myths of the 9 heavens demon sect disciples, now all the cultivators in the entire 9 heavens continent know that in addition to the Holy Queen, there is also a Holy King in the supreme heaven. It is said on the mainland that the Saint Lord has extraordinary means. If he does not take action, it is fine. But once he takes action, he can suppress the righteous forces in the 9 heavens so much that they cannot even raise their heads. Oh my goodness, our Lord Saint from the supreme heaven is really coming. Did I hear it right? Your Highness, the Saint's words are of course true. How could they be false? I heard that the Holy Queen could not get the love of the Holy Lord, but she kept forcing him, which forced the Holy Lord to go into seclusion for 10 years. May I ask, is this true? Bullshit, of course it's fake. Lord Saint is the husband of Lady Saint Queen. How could Lady Saint Queen love you but not be able to marry you? Yes, the Saint King and the Saint Queen are a loving couple. They founded the supreme heaven together. So, there is no such thing as unrequited love. It's just a rumor after all. That makes sense. That makes sense. Not only that, I also heard that the Saint Lord is the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, and he can destroy an entire dynasty with just a wave of his hand. Yes. I have also heard that our Lord Saint of the supreme heaven possesses extraordinary magic skills and can pluck stars with just a stretch of his hand. When the Saint Lord arrives, I want to see if these high and mighty righteous geniuses can still be so arrogant. Looking at the excited expressions of the supreme heavenly powerful ones, and listening to the fierce words they utter, Mu Xianyin just felt a little dizzy. That guy possesses extraordinary magic skills? He and his master founded the supreme heaven. That guy, can he destroy the dynasty and pluck the stars with one hand? That guy actually became the husband of my master, and they were in love? What the hell is going on here? Where did this rumor come from? It's getting more and more outrageous. Mu Xianyin's pretty face trembled, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her eyebrows. She did know that the entire supreme heaven had now deified the Holy Lord, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. However, she did not refute the rumors. After all, at this time, these rumors are not a bad thing. After all, just a name can boost the morale of her supreme warriors. How can this be considered a bad thing? Just then, a cold voice was heard in the north of Shinmu Forest. So you bunch of demonic scum are hiding here. Run! Why don't you run away? The words fell. I saw a young man in snow-white clothes, carrying a blood-stained sword, walking into the depths of the sacred forest alone. The moment he appeared, even the wind became as sharp as a sword. The holy son of the holy sect, Mo Lingfeng. Mu Xianyin's expression became more and more solemn as she looked at the person who came. She knew that this saint's son had extremely strong cultivation and had already stepped half a foot into the realm of the Lord. Even Shui, a very promising and powerful man at the peak of Juxing and Wushangtian, fell in his hands, just as her thoughts were turning. The sound of horse hooves was heard. A graceful young man in white riding a white horse slowly entered the venue with 18 strong men that he carried. A gorgeous dragon spear on his back, had a warm smile on his face, and looked extremely handsome. Fine clothes and vigorous horses, full of vigor and vitality. When he rode his horse into the Shinmu forest, he didn't even glance at Mu Xianyin and the others. It was as if he didn't even take the many powerful demons present at the scene seriously, and he was so arrogant that he was unmatched.
Brother Lingfeng, you actually arrived at the Shinmu forest one step ahead of me.
As expected of the holy son of the holy sect.
I am ashamed of myself. The prince in white nodded in praise of Mo Lingfeng. Your Highness is joking.
When Mo Lingfeng heard this, he nodded slightly and coldly towards the prince in white. Under the ancient tree, Mu Xianyin looked at the arrogant young master in white, and her jade hands couldn't help but clench quietly. She gritted her teeth and whispered to herself, "Tian, some military mansion, young master.
Li Wangshan.
He and the holy sect's holy son Mo Lingfeng are known as the two most outstanding people in the Nine Heavens continent.
As expected of them, it's here so fast."
And she just had the idea. Clank.
Clank. Clank.
Clank. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the sky. Above the sky, for auroras were seen cutting through the sky at lightning speed and descending into the Shinmu forest like meteors. The Buddhist disciple Xuanzang was wearing a cassock, holding a rosary in his hand, with a dot of red cinnabar on his forehead and a bright Buddha light in his eyes, which was terrifying. Mulanxin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, wore a holy moon skirt and held the holy sword of the Ice God Palace in her hand. Frost brought gusts of wind and snow, and she was colder than the sword. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poisons Valley, was dressed in black and stood with his hands behind his back. There were wisps of black air on his body, which was extremely weird. Shen Jianxin, the saint of the red sect, wears red clothes and has a bronze ghost mask, with long flowing hair. The eyes beneath the mask are filled with a captivating light. Here it comes. As expected, they are all here. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath, and a sense of despair surged in his heart now, except for the holy son of Xintian sword sect who died in her hands at the beginning of the battle between good and evil. The saints and saintesses of the 7 top cultivation families on the continent were all present. The 6 people in front of us are the pinnacle of the young generation in the world. None of them is weaker than her, and some are even much stronger than her. For a moment, she felt a huge pressure. This moment, a figure appeared in her mind.
If it were him, what would he do?
Mu Xianyin bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and murmured to herself. The thought stopped there. She shook her head, stood up and walked forward, her beautiful eyes scanning the 6 geniuses present. Then he said coldly, "Everyone.
Behind the sacred forest is the forbidden land of my supreme heaven.
So, please stop here." Li Wangxing sneered and said, "Mu Xianyin,
you really don't know your own limitations. You are about to die, and you still want to stop me from entering Zhou Garden?
Kill me, and just you." Mu Xianyin snorted softly.
"Would you like to give it a try?"
After saying this, her whole body's true energy began to surge. Clang. 9 rays of brilliant starlight descended around her. This moment, the aura of the 9 star-gathering realms swept across the entire Shinmu forest.
Amat Ba. Princess Xianyin, you can't stop us today.
Please don't commit murder in vain.
Just retreat now.
The chief Buddhist monk Xuanzang spoke very calmly. Hearing this, Li Wangxing couldn't sit still anymore. He turned around and scolded Xianzang.
"Shut up. Bald ass. Do you know how many people from my Tian's army were killed by this group of Supreme Heaven demon cultivators? You're letting them go now? May I ask, are you out of your mind?"
"That's right." Mo Lingfeng on the side also nodded and said in a cold voice, 3 days ago, the 7 great sword servants of the saint's son died at the hands of Mu Xianyin and her group of demon cultivators. This holy son will never let them leave.
So Xuanzang, you better shut up.
He. A charming laugh was heard. The red-dressed Saint Shen Jianxin stood up and looked at Li Wangxing and Mo Lingfeng and said sarcastically, as expected of the 2 most outstanding people on the continent, "You two are as close as wearing the same pair of pants.
But you two can only bully honest people like Brother Xuanzang.
After all, if anyone dares to speak to me like this, I will cut off his tongue." Snort. Li Wangxing snorted when he heard this.
"Shen Jianxin. You are so arrogant.
If you really have the ability, come and try it.
This prince is waiting for you.
try it, Shin Jianqin chuckled and said, His Royal Highness.
You are not my type. A man like you. This saint lady doesn't like it. You'd better stop thinking about me. Asshole.
Li Wanqing shouted angrily. Shin Jianqin's words made him feel like he was punching cotton, very powerless. At this time, Shin Jianqin changed the subject and said, although this saint lady doesn't like you. But maybe Sister Lan Xin from the Ice God Palace would be willing to give it a try with you, presumptuous. When Mo Lingfeng heard this, his eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he was going to cut Shin Jianqin into pieces in the next second.
Yo. Master Saint is anxious. Young Valley Master, do you think there is a story between Saint Mo and Saint Mu?
Shin Jianqin turned to look at Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Wandu Valley, and asked.
What the saint said is absolutely right. The relationship between these two people is probably not simple.
Zhao Wuji folded his arms and responded to Shin Jianqin's words in a sarcastic tone, That's enough.
What are you doing? Now, we are all in the same boat.
Entering Zhou Garden and seizing the inheritance of Emperor Wu is the goal. Why do you have to target each other like this? Mu Lanqin, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, frowned and coldly rebuked Shin Jianqin and Zhao Wuji. He.
Sister Lanqin.
Sister, I heard that the women in the Ice God Palace are all saints who are pure and have few desires.
But you naughty sister, why do you get anxious when I talk about your brother Lingfeng?
It seems, the women of the Ice God Palace are not as pure as the rumors say. Shin Jianqin shook his head and chuckled sarcastically, and the beautiful eyes under the ghost mask looked at Mu Lanqin playfully.
Shin Jianqin. You're going too far.
When Mu Lanqin heard this, her pretty face turned cold and she scolded Shin Jianqin, It's okay for her to do anything, but you must never bully her master.
Isn't it?
Before you entered the Ice God Palace, weren't you and your brother Lingfeng childhood sweethearts engaged to each other? Shin Jianqin spoke casually.
That's all in the past. You should bring it up again.
All of my Ice God Palace disciples are pure-hearted and have long since renounced the secular world.
If you continue to talk nonsense, I will not forgive you.
Mu Lanqin warned in a cold voice. What a great way to cut off the worldly affairs. But even if, as you said, all your Ice God Palace disciples have cut off the red dust.
But what about your little sister-in-law?
This saint lady has heard that your junior nun Mu Bing and the Ji family's young master Ji Xiu are engaged. From this perspective, your Ice God Palace is not straight from top to bottom. From top to bottom, it's full of dissolute people who say one thing and do another and can't live without a man. Shin Jianqin mocked Mu Lanqin mercilessly.
Shin Jianqin. You are looking for death.
Mulan's delicate body trembled with anger, her jade hands tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, and her eyes flashed with cold light. Clang, frost is unsheathed, and the sword shines. Mu Lanqin held the frost sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Shin Lanqin. She also knew about Mu Bing and Ji Xiu's engagement, but she didn't understand it. She once asked her master, and her master told her that her uncle Mu Bing was different from them and did not have to abide by the rules of the Ice God Palace, but there was no need for her to explain this to Shin Jianqin. She only knows one thing, anyone who insults her master will die. Chapter 60, Mysterious Sound of Despair. Ji Xiu appears, a hidden corner in the Shinmu forest. Ji Xiu looked at the end of the sacred forest and couldn't help but find the chaotic scene a little funny. Moreover, in the end, the matter between him and Mu Bing was even brought up, which he did not expect. His Royal Highness. It seems that the top cultivation families in the 9 heavens are not monolithic. Old Wei sneered at the 6 high and mighty saints in the depths of the sacred forest and said sneerily. Of course. Although they are the 7 great cultivation families. But after thousands of years of inheritance, who can get used to who? Which family doesn't have any grudges against which family? Ji Xiu said casually. Yes. Now the Holy Sect and the Tian's military mansion are forces on the same front. The Red Dress Cult and the 10,000 Poison Valley are forces on the same front. The Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the weakest Shin Tian sword sect are fighting on their own. So it's only natural that these people got together and caused the current situation. Miss Snow curled her lips, looking as if she had expected it. Interesting. Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. And now the saints and saint daughters of the 7 top cultivation families in the Jiotian continent, except for the holy son of Xiantian sword sect who was killed by Mu Xianyin. The rest have all arrived, and according to the intelligence provided by MI6, a big shot is likely to come to Washington. Intelligence says that this important figure is the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven.
Holy Lord. Holy Queen. I can be on par with that woman Nan Lingyue.
That person,
It must be very difficult.
Ji Xiao thought thoughtfully.
His Royal Highness. It's a bit strange. The Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the second prince of the Great Qin Dynasty haven't arrived yet.
According to the intelligence, they should have already entered the Shenmu forest.
Old Wei frowned and reminded him. It's not just them.
Ji Xiao shook his head. In addition to Feng Huang and Ying Ling, the male protagonist of the novel, Yi Xian, did not appear either. Of course, there is also the extremely mysterious concubine Yan and the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven.
His Royal Highness. What do we do now? Elder Wei asked in a low voice. No rush. Let's see first.
Ji Xiao shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he never took these geniuses who were worshipped as gods by the young cultivators of the Jiotian continent seriously. It wasn't these people that he cared about at all. Yan Fei, Yi Xian, and Gu Jian has been missing for nearly a month. This is who he cares about. Of course, if I could take a look at the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven, and the Great Emperor's method, the two broken sword technique, who kidnapped Emperor Zhou Dufu, that would be the best thing. But it is said that at the end of the sacred forest, the red dress Saint Xinjianxin and the ice god palace Saint Mulanxin are unhappy with each other and are at loggerheads with each other. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, stared at Mo Lingfeng, the holy son of the holy sect, and Li Wangsheng, the young master of the Tian's army, with a playful look on his face. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xuanzong, shook his head and sighed for a moment. The atmosphere in the entire Shenmu forest became somewhat subtle. Sister Lanxin, are you anxious? Want to kill my sister with one sword? But can you really do it? Xin Jianxin looked at Mu Lanxin provocatively. What are you looking at? Look at me again and I will dig your eyes out. Li Wangsheng spoke coldly to Zhao Wuji.
I'm looking at someone. Like a dog.
Zhao Wuji tilted his head and responded with a sneer. You. Upon hearing this, Li Wangsheng was speechless and filled with anger. At this moment, Mo Lingfeng shook his head at him and said, His Royal Highness, never mind. After saying that, he walked slowly towards Mu Xianyin alone under the gaze of all the geniuses.
Mu Xianyin.
Come here and die. A snort. Mu Xianyin snorted coldly. You come and try it. After saying that, two murderous moons appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled out a long sword stained with purple arcs from the void. Interesting.
But then what?
Mo Lingfeng sneered, his cold eyes fixed on Mu Xianyin. At this moment, the atmosphere was silent for a second. Clang. Mu Xianyin and Mo Lingfeng moved almost at the same time. They each used their magical skills to increase their speed to the extreme, transforming into two auroras that collided with each other. Ding.
Ding. Ding. Ding. Ding.
Ding! In the void, flames splashed and the sound of weapons colliding resounded through the sky. Mu Xuanin's swordsmanship was mysterious and unpredictable, his sword speed was extremely fast, and the purple sword light bloomed like fireworks. Mo Lingfeng, his sword was as powerful as a mountain, his sword energy was as strong as a dragon, and the sky was filled with blue sword shadows, which was terrifying to the extreme. Clang!
Clang!
Clang! The two figures crossed each other in just a blink of an eye. The two of them actually stabbed each other with hundreds of swords, and it was a peerless duel with sword tip against sword tip. Puff. A long stream of blood splattered. Mo Lingfeng stood firmly in place, with a bloody sword scar on his left arm that was deep enough to see the bone. He glanced at the wound. His expression did not change at all, but the look he gave Mu Xianyin became even colder and more creepy.
As expected of the demon sect saint. Sure enough, there is something. What a pity, this is where it ends. Oh, Mu Xianyin sneered.
There was also a sword wound on her shoulder. Blood soaked her clothes and dripped down her arm to the ground.
So much nonsense.
After he finished speaking, Mo Lingfeng's expression turned completely cold. Kill. Without any extra words, both of them stomped their feet hard on the ground. At snap, the ground cracked into spider web-like cracks. The two men flew up at the same time, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, and started a peerless showdown again. This time, The two of them did not try anymore and used all their killing moves. Mu Xianyin held the hilt of the sword with both hands, her eyes shining with murderous intent. She seemed to have transformed into a peerless female swordsman, with 100-foot-high moon rising from under her sword. The moonlight is bright, the murderous aura is chilling, and the sword is shocking. Court death. Mo Lingfeng spoke coldly, turned his wrist, activated the holy sect's forbidden profound skills, and raised his hand to draw a sword. With this sword, the sword energy turned into a dragon, and a deafening dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. The power and might of his sword surpassed the limit at this moment, as if it could cut through everything. Boom! The sword light and the sword dragon suddenly collided in the void. In an instant, a true energy storm 100 feet in size ignited between heaven and earth. Sword energy splashed in all directions, sweeping across heaven and earth, and creating invisible ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, hundreds of ancient trees in the sacred forest were instantly cut in half, and the severed trunks were as smooth as ice. Obviously, the sword duel between the two was extremely powerful, and its strength almost exceeded the limit of the 9 realms of Juxing. It's over. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xuanzang, shook his head and spoke in a low voice. As his voice fell. At this moment, a figure flew out from the center of the storm. She is Mu Xianyin. Puff. Mu Xianyin flew backwards for hundreds of feet. When she stabilized her body, she couldn't help but vomit blood, and her beautiful face turned extremely pale. If it weren't for the black-robed woman under her command who supported her, she would probably not be able to stand up at this moment. On the other hand, Mo Lingfeng held his sword in one hand. Although there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he walked out of the center of the storm steadily. The outcome was decided by that sword strike just now. He has the upper hand. He. As expected of the holy son of the holy sect. Li Wansheng smiled slightly. He knew Mo Lingfeng very well. Below the king level, Mo Lingfeng was nearly invincible and would never lose. What a pity! Even in the 9-star gathering realms, there is still a gap. Zhao Wuji looked very indifferent. Oh, Ba. Shenzang shook his head. He could see that Mu Xianyin no longer had the strength to fight. Whatever. Sister Lan Xin. That's it for today. It seems that this sister of the demon sect can't hold on any longer. After I get into Zhou Yuan's 2 severance sword technique, I'll compete with you. Xin Jianqin waved at Mulan Xin. We are about to enter Zhou Garden. She wanted to save her energy to obtain the Great Emperor's technique, the 2 broken sword technique. So, she didn't want to waste her energy here with Mulan Xin. I'm waiting for you. Mulan Xin put Han Suang back into the scabbard. She also knew that the most important thing now was the 2 broken sword technique. Now is not the time to fight to the death with Xin Jianqin. Mu Xianyin looked at the group of geniuses in front of her, and a feeling of powerlessness welled up in her heart. She lowered her eyelids slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gloom. She lowered her head and murmured to herself, sure enough, still not working? Master is right. I am still a long way from being the top genius in the world. It seems that I still can't wait for that guy. And just at this moment, there was a slight flicker between her eyebrows, and a bright purple moon flashed across her forehead. At this moment, she keenly sensed a familiar breath. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring towards the north of the Shenmu forest. Mu Xuanin's throat rolled for a moment, and then she bit her red lips and shouted with a little grievance, Ji Xiu. You little bastard. Now that you're here, why don't you show up? Are you afraid to see me, or are you afraid to see my master? Shenmulin, North Corner, Old Wei and Miss Shui were both stunned when they heard Mu Xuanin's voice. When Ji Xiu heard this, he shook his head helplessly and smiled, then walked towards the end of the Shenmu forest step by step. Chapter 61 Extreme Arrogance. No shame, however, when Mu Xianyin blurted out that man's name again, the expressions of everyone present in the Shenmu forest froze. Your Highness the Saint. Are you talking about Ji Xiu, the prince of the Beixia Ji family military mansion? How could it be him? Shouldn't it be our Supreme Saint Lord who is here in person? The woman in black robes stared at Mu Xianyin in a daze. Why can't it be him? The person this saint lady has been talking about is him all along. Mu Xianyin pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. The Holy Lord turned out to be him. When the woman in black robe heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. This time, she finally understood that Ji Xiu was the Holy Lord of their supreme heaven. That's right. 10 years ago, from the moment Master founded the supreme heaven. He is our supreme Lord, only, he just doesn't know it yet. Mu Xianyin murmured in a very meaningful tone. The words fell for a moment, the faces of the disciples of the supreme demon sect darkened and they felt mixed emotions. The good news is that their holy king has arrived, the bad news is that their lord saint is a guy younger than their lord saint. This guy might be very talented and have a pretty good force behind him, but who among these saints and holy maidens present is not one?
Sand. Sand.
Sand. When a clear sound of footsteps was heard. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking towards the northern corner of the Shinmu forest. There, a tall young man was walking slowly towards them. He was dressed in white and had an extremely handsome appearance. A pair of eyes as clear as autumn mountain springs, yet containing a cold awakening that cuts through the long night. At first glance, it's amazing. He, with his hands behind his back, came to the depths of the sacred forest, but without even glancing at the six geniuses, he walked straight towards Mu Xianyin.
Mu Xianyin, haven't seen you for a long time.
Ji Xiu looked at the woman in front of him, who had lost her youthfulness and became even more stunningly beautiful than she was 10 years ago, and spoke softly. You finally showed up. Mu Xianyin bit her flowery lips and stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes.
How did you know I was in the Godswood?
Ji Xiu asked curiously. He originally wanted to wait for the Supreme Saint to show up. Unexpectedly, Mu Xianyin actually discovered him directly. This action disrupted his plan a little, but it didn't matter. Mu Xianyin raised her red lips slightly and whispered, "Have you forgotten?
10 years ago. Wei Yang Palace. You are my master's man. How could I not know?"
Hearing this, a stunning and cold face appeared in Ji Xiu's mind, and his throat couldn't help but roll. He thought to himself, makes sense, after all, Nan Lingyue is a woman of extraordinary means, and it is very likely that she has left her own mark on me at some point. But what do you want now?
You want me to save you? If I remember correctly, you haven't paid me back for what you owed me 10 years ago, right?
Ji Xiu looked at Mu Xianyin with some amusement and spoke. 10 years ago, he helped Mu Xianyin kill Emperor Long Tian. At that time, Mu Xianyin kept saying that she owed him one, but that time, she never paid it back.
Of course not.
Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with stars. She suddenly asked Ji Xiu in a low voice with great interest if this saint is not mistaken.
You also want Zhou Dufu's Great Emperor method, the two broken sword technique, right?
Ji Xiu nodded. There's nothing to hide. Zhou Dufu's two broken sword technique was indeed part of his own plan. Good.
Then I'll tell you. The tomb of Emperor Zhou Dufu is indeed in Zhou Garden. Not only that, I can also tell you what the key to the great emperor's tomb is. Do you want to know?
After Mu Xianyin finished speaking, she stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes without blinking.
Tell me about it.
Ji Xiu frowned frivolously, yet he really didn't know what kind of key was needed to enter Zhou Dufu's tomb. It's very simple.
To enter the great emperor's tomb, you need 9 keys. And the 9 keys are the 9 pieces of Zhou Dufu's two broken sword.
Mu Xianyin opened her red lips and spoke quietly. So,
you have these fragments?
Ji Xiu asked curiously.
Only one.
And this one was taken by me when I killed the saint of Xiantian sword sect. Mu Xianyin spoke without any hesitation or concealment. If she really had 9 fragments, then the two broken sword technique would have been her unrivaled skill long ago. After all, Tianmo Mountain is her supreme heaven's territory. In the past 10 years, she had countless opportunities to enter and exit Zhou Garden, so the remaining 8 fragments are in the hands of these young bigwigs, right?
Ji Xiu asked calmly. There is no doubt that even the weakest saint of Xiantian sword sect has a piece of the double-ended sword, then the remaining few must have it too. That's right.
That year, Zhou Dufu disappeared after he entered the forbidden zone of life. The 2 broken swords he placed in the South China Sea to suppress the Dragon Clan also broke into 9 pieces. And the 9 fragments fell into the hands of the top cultivation families and dynasties in the Jotian continent. In other words, of the remaining 8 fragments, 6 are in the pockets of these 6 righteous geniuses. The other 2 pieces are in the hands of the Divine Phoenix Empire's eldest Princess Feng Huang and the Great Qin Empire's second Prince Ying Ling. When Mu Xianyin said this, there was a dangerous light flashing in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the 6 geniuses.
I see.
Ji Xiu nodded, thought for a moment and then said seriously, that's all.
In that case, I will save you once more.
Pooh, Mu Xianyin couldn't help but spit when she heard that, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She thought to herself, after not seeing each other for 10 years, Ji Xiu still spoke so directly and without blushing. He really deserves the nickname Ji Buxiu. But then again, she was also very curious about how strong Ji Xiu was now after returning to the world after 10 years of seclusion. Just as her thoughts were turning, Ji Xiu had already stood in front of her.
Prince of Beixia, Ji Xiu?
Mo Lingfeng frowned and looked at the tall young man in front of him and whispered. For some reason, when he looked at Ji Xiu, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart. It was as if I saw an insurmountable mountain. He shook his head, hoping it was just an illusion.
Ji family, Ji Xiu. Is that the one who, as rumored, had 4 immortal qualities when he was born?
Li Wangxing frowned frivolously and looked at Ji Xiu unscrupulously. He had heard of Ji Xiu's name a long time ago, but it's just that because Ji Xiu is too low-key, Zhou Tian has very little information about GXIU.so. Even he didn't know how powerful the eldest son of the Ji family was in front of him.
Prince Ji Xiu. This fellow Taoist, the level of cultivation seems unfathomable. The chief of the Buddhist sect, Xin Zhang, stared at Ji Xiu in a daze. His keen combat perception told him that the young man in front of him was extremely dangerous. His cultivation and combat power may be far above his.
Ji Xiu.
This guy is interesting.
It seems that he has a complicated relationship with the Saint of Demon sect. Moreover, if I think about it carefully, I should thank him for being able to take the position of saint in a sense. Xin Jianqin stared at Ji Xiu with interest. Many years ago, her rival and his backers died in Kyoto. I heard that this was done by the previous palace master of the Ice God Palace, but she always felt that this was Ji Xiu's work. How?
Your Highness, are you interested in this young master of the Ji family?
Zhao Wuji on the side joked to Xin Jianqin, who was staring at Ji Xiu in a trance. Certainly.
This saint is about this guy.
With great interest. Xin Jianqin responded without any reservation.
I see. He. I really want to know.
What does Ji Xiu want to do by appearing at this moment?
Could it be that he still wants to save the demon sect Saint Mu Xianyin from the hands of the few of us? If that's the case, today will probably be even more interesting.
Zhao Wuji chuckled 3 times. At this moment, his eyes were full of amusement as he looked at Ji Xiu. If Ji Xiu really wanted to save Mu Xianyin, then he would let Ji Xiu know what true cruelty is. Turn out to be, he is the young master's fiancé.
What's so great about this guy, Krypton?
She actually broke the rules of my Ice God Palace and forced my junior sister-in-law to marry her. Mulanxin looked at Ji Xiu biting his rose-colored lips with his pearly teeth, and a frost formed on her pretty face, and just at this moment,
Ji Xiu glanced at the 6 geniuses present and then said with a bright smile on his face, "Everyone. Now I will give you 2 choices.
First, take the initiative to hand over the fragments of the 2 broken swords to this prince.
Second, I will be buried here today."
The words fell. The expressions of everyone present were extremely ugly. It turns out that Ji Xiu not only wanted to save Mu Xianyin, but also wanted to steal the 2 broken sword fragments from them. As for Ji Xiu's words, some people pondered it, some were disdainful, some were wary, and some even wanted to kill him, but everyone had a thought in their mind: how could there be such a rampant person in the world?
Chapter 62. Mo Lingfeng was instantly defeated, shocking the whole audience. However, Ji Xiu's arrogant words echoed in the sacred forest for a long time. The 6 geniuses all fixed their gazes coldly on Ji Xiu.
Good for you, Ji Xiu.
You dare not only think. How dare you say that?
This is indeed something I did not expect. I have to say that you are truly the most arrogant person I have ever seen in my life. But unfortunately, in this world, people like you all die young. Li Wangxing looked at Ji Xiu with grim eyes. He is the crown prince of the Tian's military mansion. How could he endure this?
Ji Xiu.
It is just as His Royal Highness said. This saint's son really wants to know where you got the confidence to give us a choice.
You know, there is a price to pay for being arrogant.
Mo Lingfeng warned coldly. He knew that Ji Xiu was very strong and maybe he had something, but he felt he was stronger. Below the king level, he considers himself invincible. Above the king level, if he is ruthless, he can also do a 1-for-1 exchange.
Prince Ji Xiu.
The 2 broken sword fragments are what master gave to me.
I can't possibly hand it over to you. Please give up this idea, my lord.
The holy son of Buddhism, Xianzang, also shook his head and spoke very honestly. He came out of the Great Lei Temple just to bring back the 2 broken sword technique to his Buddhist sect. So, how could he possibly give it to Ji Xiu, even though his intuition told him that Ji Xiu was in danger? But who isn't a top genius in the 9 heavens continent? Even though he comes from a Buddhist sect, he has the passion and pride of a chosen one.
Defeat me.
I'll give you the 2 broken sword fragments.
But, if you lose,
This valley master will sacrifice you and the group of demon sex scum behind you to blood. Zhao Wuji raised his chin slightly and spoke coldly. At this moment, a cold black air slowly rose around him.
Sister Lanqin, how do you say? Do you dare to lay hands on your little master?
Shen Jianxin's tone of voice was teasing and stimulating to Mu Lanqin. Snort. Mu Lanqin heard this and snorted coldly.
Why not?
Just right. Today, I will seek justice for my junior sister-in-law.
Ji Xiu couldn't help but shook his head as he looked at the 6 geniuses who had instantly become united as one, with the mocking tone in his eyes becoming more intense. Very good.
In that case, let's go together.
I am in a hurry.
The purpose of his trip was simple, to take away the Liangduan sword technique, save Gu Jian, and reap the Son of Destiny. If it weren't for the fact that the geniuses in front of him had 2 broken sword fragments in their hands, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to them. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time on this group of geniuses, and he would solve the problem as soon as possible.
Together? Are you worthy?
Mo Lingfeng shouted angrily, and his whole body turned into a green aurora, rushing towards Ji Xiu, and a sword hurricane was stirred up wherever he passed. Seeing this scene, the remaining geniuses were not surprised. After all, Mo Lingfeng was such a person that he is very powerful, extremely conceited, and always rushes to the front in every battle, and it was the same now. In an instant, Mo Lingfeng arrived in front of Ji Xiu. He held a sharp sword in his hand and cut through the sky. The sword tip, with a long tail of light and a sword force as strong as a mountain, pierced Ji Xiu's throat. Oh, when Ji Xiu saw this, his expression did not change at all, he just raised a finger. Bite. The sound of a sword wailing was heard. Everyone looked up and saw a scene that surprised them. Mo Lingfeng, the sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and the speed of the sword was extremely fast. However, Ji Xiu only used one finger to block Mo Lingfeng's sword.
How is that possible? Mo Lingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank.
He used all his strength to mobilize his true energy, but the tip of his sword could hardly move forward even half an inch. Nothing is impossible. Your sword, too slow. Ji Xiu shook his head and flicked the sword with his fingers. Clang. A huge force was transmitted from the sword to Mo Lingfeng. Boom. He felt as if he was hit by a 1,000-pound iron hammer and his body shook violently. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Puff.
Mo Lingfeng covered his chest and suddenly vomited blood. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Ji Xiu, but in just a moment, a trace of tremendous anger emerged from his eyes. Arrogant people will never allow themselves to fail. Even if his mind has told him that the opponent in front of him is much stronger than him, he will still charge forward without hesitation. Kill. Mo Lingfeng slapped the ground hard and soared into the sky. His eyes were red and wisps of green flames surged around his body. There is no doubt that he burned his blood and wanted to fight Ji Xiu to the death. Your Highness the Holy Sun.
I'll help you. Li Wangxing shouted coldly, and he rode his steed, leading 18 cavalrymen, and charged towards Ji Xiu in a mighty force.
Let's go too.
This guy, his fighting power is unfathomable. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, pulled out a black halberd from the void and whispered a suggestion to Shen Jianxin.
Don't. If you go up, you will die.
It's useless even if you use all your trump cards. We are not even on the same level as this guy. Shen Jianxin shook his head, his tone extremely serious. She looked at Ji Xiu, who stood with his hands behind his back, as calm as a lake, and seemed to realize something. At this moment, her beautiful eyes under the mask as she looked at Ji Xiu were trembling a little. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was speechless. Although he was very dissatisfied, he finally suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and withdrew his weapon reluctantly. On the other hand, Mu Lanqin didn't care about that. She really wanted to see what Ji Xiu was capable of, so she put on a cold face, raised her hand and pulled out the frost. With a move of her body, ice lotuses blossomed under her feet, and her body turned into a rainbow and flew towards Ji Xiu.
Amat Ba. The boy is done.
Xianzang took a deep breath, holding a golden Zen staff in his left hand and a purple gold bowl in his right hand. His body shone with brilliant Buddha light, and he soared into the sky. See this scene. Ji Xiu's expression remained calm. He shook his head and said, "This prince has already said so. Let you guys come together. Otherwise, you really don't have any chance." Madman, Mo Lingfeng roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was filled with green flames. Clang. After the blood burned, an incomparably powerful force awakened in his body. Mo Lingfeng grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, his eyes shining like the stars in the falling moon. He locked his red eyes on Jishio, gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, sinking, stars, meaning, moon, drink. A sword came from the west, and the light of this sword was extremely bright, as if the light of falling stars and moons, cutting through the two worlds of yin and yang. This forbidden sword chopped down with unparalleled sword power. This sword has enough killing power. But it's still too slow. Jishio shook his head and chuckled, and the devilish flames in his eyes rose for a moment. Then he raised his hand and slapped somewhere in the void. Before Mo Lingfeng's sword arrived, his palm strangely and accurately imprinted directly on Mo Lingfeng's chest. Puff. Mo Lingfeng vomited blood and flew backwards like a cannonball, knocking down dozens of trees on the way. Finally, he collapsed powerlessly in the ruins, and his life or death was unknown, but his sword fell from the sky and stuck straight into the ground in front of Jishio. This scene stunned hundreds of powerful demon sect masters from Washington. Even Mu Xianyin couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were shining with a strange light as she looked at Jishio. Chapter 63. Jishio went on a killing spree. Guns came from the west, breaking the sky, defeated Mo Lingfeng with one palm. Jishio turned his head and looked at the other people. He looked at the aggressive Tianjia coming from all directions and couldn't help but sneer. That's more interesting. After saying that, he pulled out the sharp sword belonging to Mo Lingfeng that was stuck in the ground. Star God fragmentation is activated. The immortal devouring demonic art is activated. At this moment, Jishio's figure was like the light of broken stars, hazy and difficult to capture. Jishio. Don't do that. Li Wangsheng didn't finish his words. Jishio's figure flashed, he raised his hand and swung his sword, and an extremely dazzling and shocking sword light appeared. Puff. The huge head of the horse that Li Wangsheng was riding was chopped off by Jishio's sword, and blood splattered 10 feet high in the bloody rain. Li Wangsheng flew up and finally managed to steady himself. Suddenly, he saw a scene that frightened him. His 18 iron cavalry guards were all cut down by Jishio's sword in an instant, and the scarlet blood spilled all over the Shenmu forest. Facing Jishio, this group of iron cavalry guards who had followed him for many years and had experienced hundreds of battles had no power to fight back at all and were slaughtered like everyone in Mianyang. The most terrifying thing was that even he didn't see clearly how Jishio made his move. All he could see at the moment was the sacred forest, with broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. Jishio stood in the bloody rain, looking at him calmly. Jishio, this prince will fight you to the death today. Li Wangsheng roared angrily. He decided not to hide his cultivation and his top combat power anymore. At this moment, the aura of a monarch burst out from his body. At the same time, he split into 10, and each of the clones was exactly the same as his original body, and seemed to have the same combat power. This is the forbidden method of the Tiance military mansion. Tiance 9 Tribulations body. Lord level? I see. Jishio raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a flash of red flame passed through his eyes. Mo Lin opened up again, and in just a moment he had understood all of Li Wangsheng's attack trajectories and the position of his original body. At this time, he understood that this so-called Tiance Jiujia body was just a low-profile version of Ichi Weisanking. Although it had 9 clones, however, these 9 clones only have 30% of the combat power of the original one. To him, they will shatter at the slightest touch. Kill. Li Wangsheng held the dragon spear in his hand and crushed the void with one foot. The dragon spear burst into a brilliant killing light, and with the power of the king and his 9 phantom bodies, he came from all directions to kill. This scene was too shocking, and 10 terrifying murderous intentions penetrated the universe. Puff. There was a sound of blood splattering. Li Wangsheng's spear stopped half an inch in front of Jishio, and green flames ignited on his 9 phantom bodies, the green lotus earthcore fire. He only felt his body getting cold, and his hands holding the dragon gun were shaking violently. He lowered his head slightly, and saw that the 3-inch sword had penetrated his body without him knowing when. Scarlet blood flowed from his heart like a stream. How is that possible? Li Wangsheng stared at Jishio in a daze and spoke, boring. Jishio shook his head, then pulled out the sword that was stuck in Li Wangsheng's heart, bringing out a long stream of blood. As the dim light fell, the blood-stained sword in his hand looked particularly sharp and sad. The name of this sword is Hidden Killer, and it is the sword worn by Li Wangsheng's good brother Mo Lingfeng. As for why Jishio used Hidden Kill instead of his Daliwa sword embryo, there is actually only one reason. That is, they don't deserve it. Phew, Li Wangsheng vomited blood. Again. The light of life in his eyes gradually dimmed, and finally he fell to the ground powerlessly and died. At this time, looking at the fallen Li Wangsheng, and then at Mo Lingfang lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown, as well as the blood rain in the sky and the broken limbs on the ground, Chen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel a chill, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. Mu Lanqin and Xian Zhang stared at Ji Xiu in shock. Ji Xiu's strength was far beyond their
imagination. Holy monk? You want to kill me too?
Ji Xiu looked at Xian Zhang, the chief of the Buddhist sect, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Prince Ji Xiu, you, Xian Zhang was so shocked that he hadn't even finished speaking. Ji Xiu came in front of him in one step, with bright starlight fragments following behind him. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and punched, and a green flame rose from Ji Xiu's fist. This was the green lotus earth core fire. Drink. Xianzang roared angrily, and golden Buddha light burst out from his whole body. He took a defensive posture and held the purple gold bowl in front of him. Boom. Ji Xiu punched the purple gold bowl, a huge force swept out, and blue flames covered the sky. Puff. Xianzang flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, collapsed to the ground and coughed up blood, but Ji Xiu did not stop. In a flash he came in front of Mu Lanqin, and before she could draw her sword, he punched her directly in the stomach. A puff. Mu Lanqin suddenly vomited blood and knelt on the ground weakly. Ji Xiu's punch shattered all her fantasies. You, how can you be so strong? Mu Lanqin looked at Ji Xiu with shock on her face. Her jade hand holding the frost sword couldn't help but tremble a little. One move severely injured Mo Lingfang, and killed Li Wangsheng in an instant. And she and the Buddhist chief Xuanzang were just like toys in front of Ji Xiu. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it personally today, she would never have believed it. At this time, Ji Xiu glanced at Mu Lanqin, who was kneeling in front of him, and Xianzang, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood with a frivolous frown. Then he smiled and said, Mu Lanqin, Xianzang, do you know why I didn't kill you? Hearing this, Mu Lanqin gritted her teeth and said, because, little master-in-law. It was obvious that Ji Xiu was engaged to her little nun, who was the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace. Therefore, Ji Xiu spared her life for the sake of her junior master's sister. Ji Xiu smiled and didn't say much. The reason why he didn't kill Mu Lanqin was very simple, because intelligence from MI6 showed that Mu Lanqin and Mu Bing had a very good relationship. Before Mu Bing went into seclusion, the two of them had been together day and night. Although there is a gap in generation between the two, they are as close as sisters. In that case, an evil idea just appeared in his mind: rob the soul of Mu Lanqin and stab Mu Bing in the back. Although I don't know if this method can kill Mu Bing, it is at least a good gift for meeting someone. And you? Holy monk! Do you know why I didn't kill you? Ji Xiu looked at the Buddhist chief Xianzang with an amused expression and asked. I don't know. Xianzang stared at Ji Xiu in a daze and responded in a low voice, it's very simple. There is one and only one reason. That is, you, Xianzang, are the younger brother of the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If this prince kills you, then how can we force your sister to show up next? Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth in an icy arc. At this moment, no one knows. In Zhou Garden behind the sacred tree forest, on the endless snowfield. A spear stained with blazing phoenix flames cut through the endless sky, spanning thousands of miles, piercing towards the Shenmu forest with unparalleled power in bursts of phoenix calls. The target of this spear is undoubtedly Ji Xiu. Chapter 64. All demon cultivators pay homage to His Majesty the Saint, but it is said that in the sacred tree forest, Xianzang looked at Ji Xiu in shock, sweat dripping from his forehead to the ground. How do you know she is my sister? This matter should only be known by the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Who are you? Ji Xiu smiled, put his hands behind his back and looked down at Xianzang coldly and said, Xianzang, I lost my mother at the age of 3. I entered the Great Leiyin Temple at the age of 7. Became the chief of the Buddhist sect at the age of 18. At the age of 23, I entered the world. And it is worth mentioning that the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also lost her mother at the age of 3. I entered the Divine Phoenix Imperial family when I was 7 years old. And, from that time on, she would bring a bunch of jasmine flowers to the Great Leiyin Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha every July 15th. As for you, Xuanzang, every July 15th, you will also kneel for a day at the back hill of the Great Leiyin Temple with a bunch of jasmine. If I remember correctly, your mother passed away on July 15th, 20 years ago, right? Most importantly, someone told me, the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire always calls out a woman's name in his sleep, Jasmine.
How is it? Do you want to tell me more?
The relationship between Xuanzang and Feng Huang is a very secretive matter, and not many people in the entire Jiotian continent know about it. Even the intelligence that MI6 collected about Xianzang and Feng Huang was extremely fragmented. However, now Jishou not only controls MI6, but also Luowan. Jishou pieced together countless fragments provided by the two major intelligence forces. Finally, a conclusion was drawn: Xuanzang and Feng Huang are siblings. When Xianzang listened to Jishou's words, he felt a chill down his spine. Before, he only thought that Jishou not only had unfathomable cultivation but also combat power, but now it seems that the power behind Jishou is probably too great to be imagined. Call. Xianzang took a deep breath and said, Prince Jishou.
You don't have to say any more. I have already admitted it.
Phoenix, she is indeed my sister. After saying this, his throat rolled and his eyes were full of sadness, as if he was thinking of the painful past.
This prince is very curious. Will your sister take the fragments of the two broken swords in exchange for your life?
The corners of Jishou's mouth curled up slightly.
Won't.
Xianzang shook his head, then looked into Jishou's eyes very seriously and said, My sister is very strong.
She never makes deals. She will just kill you.
The words fell from the distant sky. There was a terrifying whistling sound, and at the end of the sky, a red meteor streaked across the sky and pierced towards the Shinmu Forest. At this moment, Jishou frowned suddenly, and a cold and dangerous feeling instantly spread throughout his limbs. His Royal Highness, careful. Oldway's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at the spear with blazing phoenix flames piercing towards Jishou from the end of the sky. He surged up towards Jishou with his true energy, wanting to block the shot for Jishou, because he could sense that the shot coming from the sky was extremely powerful. Below the saint level, it seems that one can kill anyone. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late, and the divine spear stained with phoenix flames had already arrived behind Jishou.
God's forbidden area, start up.
Jishou muttered to himself as if in a dream. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze. He only felt that he was in a mysterious and wonderful realm, and his whole body became light and agile. At the same time, an extremely wonderful feeling unconsciously came to my mind. Time flies by, and at the end of time, only one invincible person is left. At this time and space thawed. A dazzling and blazing chaotic holy light bloomed in Jishou's eyes. Clang! Jishou suddenly turned around, raised his hand and grabbed the Feng Yen divine spear that was behind him directly in the void. Boom! With Jishou as the center, the entire Shinmu forest was swept by an extremely terrifying true energy storm. The terrifying phoenix flames splashed everywhere, and the surface of the Shinmu forest cracked into cracks like spider webs. The hundreds of powerful demon sect masters present were all blown dozens of feet high by the splashing true energy fluctuations. Not only them, but even several great geniuses in the Shinmu forest fell to the ground one after another due to this terrifying fluctuation of true energy. When the terrifying true energy storm slowly subsided, half of the Shinmu forest turned into a sea of fire. Now, there are only two people who can stand safely in the sacred forest. Jishou and Wei Lao. His Royal Highness.
Are you okay?
Elder Wei came up to Jishou and asked in a trembling voice, Fine. Jishou thrust the phoenix spear in his hand fiercely into the ground, then looked coldly towards the west of Zhou Yuan and slowly spoke, The eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang.
What a great divine power. You want to take my life from thousands of miles away? I'm afraid this is a bit too fantastical.
As soon as the words fell, everyone stood up, and for a moment they were shocked. No one had expected that the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire would have such a powerful cultivation base. This phoenix flame divine spear that could kill almost everyone was actually thrown from thousands of miles away. Her strength is far greater than ours. Xin Jianxin spoke in a very serious tone. Her cultivation and combat power are probably on the same level as Jishou. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He originally thought that this group of proud talents on the continent should have started from the same starting line, but first there was Jishou, who went on a killing spree and played with all of them like toys. Then, the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix, Feng Huang, threw a shot from thousands of miles away, and its power was enough to destroy all of them. For a moment, both he and Xin Jianxin felt a strong sense of frustration in their hearts. As expected, the Nine Heavens continent cultivators call her the reincarnation of the heavenly phoenix.
In the future, I want to become the Empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Mu Xianyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed softly. Are you okay? Ji Xiu tilted his head slightly and looked at Mu Xianyin and asked, Fine. It's just that my blood is boiling. Mu Xianyin shook her head and responded softly. His Royal Highness. What now? Old Wei glanced at Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji and asked Ji Xiu. Hearing this, Ji Xiu turned around and looked at Shen Jianxin and Zhao Wuji and then said too. Take out the things. The words fell. Shen Jianxin hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and took out a piece of the broken sword from the ring and threw it to Ji Xiu. Take it. Seeing that Shen Jianxin had given in, Zhao Wuji lowered his head and said nothing. With a gloomy face, he took out his share and threw it to Ji Xiu. Prince Ji Xiu. I've got something for you. Can we go now? Shen Jianxin asked in a low voice. Can. Of course you can go. Please help yourself, both of you. Ji Xiu smiled slightly after hearing Ji Xiu's words. The tense string in Shen Jianxin's heart relaxed. Let's go. It's not easy to save my life from this guy today. Shen Jianxin said to Zhao Wuji. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded, and a hint of hidden viciousness flashed across his eyes. Finally, he looked at Ji Xiu meaningfully, then turned and left without saying a word, and just at this moment, puff, the sound of blood splattering was heard. Shen Jianxin exclaimed and looked towards Zhao Wuji. At this moment, the phoenix flame spear pierced through Zhao Wuji's chest, with half of the sharp tip of the spear protruding from his forehead. Blood was oozing from the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth. He looked back in disbelief and saw Ji Jingxing looking at him with a faint smile. Zhao Wuji raised his hand and pointed at Ji Xiu, but his voice stopped abruptly and he collapsed to the ground like a mountain. Ji Xiu. What are you doing? We have handed over 2 broken sword fragments. Why do you go back on your word? Shen Jianxin questioned Ji Xiu in a trembling voice. Ji Xiu heard this, he smiled brightly as always, and then responded, It's not like he went back on his word. It's just that this prince suddenly remembered what young Valley Master Zhao Wuji said before. Didn't he say that he wanted to sacrifice this prince and the demon cultivators of the Supreme Heaven together? This is not something you can say casually. After he finished speaking, Xianzang shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Ji Xiu's bloodlust was far beyond his imagination. He killed someone just because of a threat. This was too cruel. Even Mu Lanxin was standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but shudder as she looked at the man in front of her who had a warm smile on his face. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: this guy is really cruel to the extreme. However, when Mu Xianyin saw this scene, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. 10 years. This guy has finally grown up. After saying this, she winked at Wushangtian's disciples. This time, the demon cultivators of Wushangtian took off their cloaks one after another, and then they all knelt down in front of Ji Xiu and shouted loudly, Disciple of the Supreme Heaven. Greetings, Lord Saint. Chapter 65, The Holy Lord is actually me, the Holy Maiden is a slave, and Yi Xian appears. Disciple of the Supreme Heaven. Greetings, Lord Saint. The huge sound echoed throughout the Shenmu forest. Except for Mu Xianyin and Wushangtian's demon disciples, everyone present was stunned. Turn out to be Ji Xiu. He is the legendary Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven. Xianzang stared at the shocking scene in front of him with wide eyes, and he couldn't help swallowing. This guy, it's actually the Supreme Heavenly Saint, etc. Legend has it that the Saint Lord is the husband of the Supreme Heavenly Saint Queen Nan Lingyue. How is this possible? Isn't Ji Xiu the fiancé of little sister-in-law? Mu Lanxin's beautiful eyes flickered, and for a moment she felt that her brain was not enough. I see. What a great Ji Xiu. What a supreme heavenly saint. Shen Jianxin took 2 steps back, and her captivating eyes under the bronze ghost mask finally dimmed. She said, How dare Ji Xiu kill so many people in Shenmu Forest? He didn't even consider the threat from the forces behind them. It turned out that Ji Xiu had already thought it through. Today, none of the saints and holy maidens from the top cultivation families would be able to escape. Ji Xiu wants to snatch away the fragments of the 2 broken swords. Ji Xiu will not let their lives go. At this time, she didn't know. Ji Xiu was equally confused. Supreme Heavenly Saint?
Ji Xiu looked at the group of demon cultivators kneeling in front of him in confusion. He just felt like his brain seemed to short-circuit.
No. You are worthy of being my prince.
They actually started planning this 10 years ago. Old Wei also stared at Ji Xiu with wide eyes and couldn't help but sigh. He swore he didn't even know about it. He believed that Gu Yao, who was far away in Kyoto, would not know about it. Supreme Heaven, Holy Lord. This guy Ji Xiu. It's so hard for me and my young lady to keep it a secret. The snow girl bit her red lips and whispered to herself. She said that her young lady was the daughter of the lord of Shueyue City, so how dare Ji Xiu be so presumptuous. It turned out that behind Ji Xiu was Wushangtian, the #1 demon sect in the 9 heavens, and standing behind him was the Saint Queen who was famous throughout the continent, Nan Lingyue, etc.
If he is the supreme heavenly saint, doesn't this mean that, have my lady and I also boarded Ji Xiu's pirate ship?
When I think of this, Miss Snow just felt her scalp tingling. The Supreme Heaven, the #1 demon sect in the 9 heavens, is the public enemy of all the righteous forces in the 9 heavens continent. If her young lady were to be with Ji Xiu, wouldn't that mean that in the future they would also go against all the righteous cultivators in the 9 heavens?
Mu Shenin.
Explain yourself.
When did this prince become the supreme heavenly saint?
Ji Xiu quickly came to Mu Shenin, grabbed Mu Xuanin's wrist and asked in a low voice.
Ji Xiu.
You are so stupid. My master founded the Supreme Heaven 10 years ago. Then naturally, you have become my Supreme Heavenly Saint since 10 years ago. Mu Shenin raised her chin slightly and looked at Ji Xiu with a playful look in her beautiful eyes. You. Ji Xiu was speechless for a while. He never expected that the Supreme Heavenly Saint sovereign he had always been curious about was actually himself, but come to think of it, how could that woman Nan Lingyue let me go so easily? She dedicated her life to becoming the Holy Lord of the Supreme Heaven, which was equivalent to tying herself to her. How?
Don't you want to be our Supreme Heaven's Holy Lord? Prince Ji Xiu.
Mu Shenin pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes flickering with a cunning light that Ji Xiu could not understand. Before Ji Xiu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mu Shenin.
It's no use if you don't want to. It's done. The ship has sunk.
The Saint Lord was conferred by Master himself. For disciples of the Supreme Heaven, seeing the Holy Lord is like seeing the Master himself. This order was also given by Master himself. However, if you really don't want to, then go find the Master yourself, see if she agrees. Hearing this call, Ji Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath and let go of Mu Xuanin's wrist. He thought to himself, I am not stupid. If I were to go and see Nan Lingyue foolishly, who knows what would happen? 10 years ago, that woman was a powerful saint. Who knows now? That woman must have become even more perverted. If I go there, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? And now I have the most important thing to do. The most important thing is to obtain the Lianguan sword technique, find Yan Fei, and rescue Gu Jin. Of course, if Yi Xian could also harvest a group of male protagonists in novels, that would be the best thing for him. That's all. The Holy Lord is the Holy Lord. Since that woman Nan Lingyue is willing to give this prince the Supreme Heaven that she created with all her efforts, then I will follow. Ji Xiu waved his hand. No matter what bad ideas Nan Lingyue had, the best thing to do was to get what he wanted first. After saying that, he winked at Mr. Wei. Elder Wei nodded, turned around and dragged Mo Lingfeng, who was half disabled by Ji Xiu, out from the ruins in the distance. Bang! Mo Lingfeng was thrown to the ground casually by old Wei.At this moment, Mo Lingfeng was covered in blood, and the bones of the hand holding the sword were twisted. Obviously, he was seriously injured by Ji Xiu just now. To put it bluntly, Mo Lingfeng may never have suffered such a serious injury in his life. Well,
Mu Lanqin looked at Mo Lingfeng's miserable condition.
She couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a long sigh. She and Mo Lingfeng used to be childhood sweethearts, but later they severed all contact after she entered the Ice God Palace. But despite this, she still felt sorry for Mo Lingfeng after suffering such a serious injury. Even if he recovers in the future, his future cultivation path may stop at the king level. Old Wei glanced at Mu Lanqin coldly. Then he took a piece of the broken sword from Mo Lingfeng's storage ring and handed it to
Ji Xiu. Mu Shenin. Where is the fragment of the two broken sword in your hand?
Ji Xiu extended his hand to Mu Shenin without any hesitation. Here. For you. Mu Shenin curled her lips and threw the piece in her hand directly to Ji Xiu.
That's great.
Ji Xiu looked at the 7 pieces of the broken sword in front of him and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. His Royal Highness. Now you have obtained 7 of the 2 broken sword fragments. What about the remaining 2 pieces? Elder Wei asked in a low voice. No hurry. Now that we know Feng Huang has entered Zhou Garden, then I think that the second prince of the Qin Empire, Ying Ling, who has never been seen before, is most likely also in Zhou Garden. Since everyone is determined to obtain Zhou Dufu's great emperor's method of the 2 broken sword, then no one will leave Zhou Garden. So, next, let's go directly to the tomb of Emperor Zhou Dufu deep in Zhou Garden to look for them. Ji Xiu's thinking is very clear. In fact, he believed that not only Feng Huang and Ying Ling, but also the mysterious Yin Fei and the male protagonist Ji Xian would eventually go to the depths of Zhou Garden. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of anything in this strange demon mountain that could attract them to visit. What about her and him? Killed? Old Wei pointed at Mo Lingfeng, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and Shen Jianxin, who was standing there, and asked. Ji Xiu thought for a moment and then said coldly, Mo Lingfeng, keep it. Kill Shen Jianxin. In the novel, it is true that Mo Lingfeng is the holy son of the holy sect, but he also has a sister named Mo Qingxian, on Peach Blossom Mountain. Don't be immortal, I don't envy the world, I only envy the immortals. The number 1 goddess in the 9 heavens continent. She is the future super boss of Jiutian continent. When he was born, he was equipped with the first killing formation in the ancient times of the 9 heavens, the immortal execution sword formation. In that case, then Mo Lingfeng is still useful. Ji Xiu's expression was a little stern, and his eyes were filled with thoughts. To be honest, he was very envious of the Zhuxian sword formation diagram engraved on Mo Qingxian's body. This is also the only reason why he spared Mo Lingfeng's life, etc. Ji Xiu, you can't kill me. Shen Jianxin suddenly spoke. Why? Ji Xiu looked at Shen Jianxin with some amusement. Strange fire. You spare my life today. I will give you the Red Lotus Karma Fire of the Red Dress sect someday. Shen Jianxin clenched her jade hands. At this moment, in order to save her life, she chose to use the holy fire of her red church to save herself. Not enough. Ji Xiu shook his head. Strange fire is a good thing, but it still couldn't save Shen Jianxin's life. After all, if she left Tianmo Mountain safely and told everyone what happened today, then the 7 top righteous forces today will come to settle accounts with him. This deal is not worth it. What if I am willing to be a slave? If you don't believe me, this saint is willing to let you plant the slave mark. Shen Jianxin gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. As a slave? Plant the slave mark. Ji Xiu frowned frivolously. He knew that slavery was the most cruel method in the Jiutian continent. Once a monk is planted with the slave mark, he will obey the orders of the person who cast the mark. There will not be any disobedience to any of his orders. Even if she is asked to die, she will kill herself immediately. Of course, unless a person is willing to be a slave, it is difficult to plant a slave mark on a person. Generally speaking, those who are willing to be slaves, or even willing to be marked as slaves, are people who have nowhere else to go. For example, some powerful forces have trained their own death squad since childhood. For example, the Red Saint of the Church at this moment, Shen Jianxin. Are you really willing to, as a slave? Ji Xiu asked again with a serious face. Willing. Shen Jianxin responded with a trembling voice. She saw how ruthless Ji Xiu was. She also knew that there was no other way out except this one. She doesn't want to die, she wants to live. As long as she is alive, she still has hope for the future, asshole. Mulan Xin, who was standing by, gritted her teeth when she saw this scene and cursed Ji Xiu in her heart. Well, Shen Zhang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This woman. Interesting. Mu Xianyin looked at Shen Jianxin, whose body was trembling slightly, and nodded. She admired Shen Jianxin's determination to survive, because if she were to become a slave, she would be willing to die. Very good. In that case, this prince is also willing to take a saint as a maid. Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and now, for him, planting a slave mark on Shen Jianxin is the decision that maximizes benefits. The red dress saint is a good chess piece, and for Shen Jianxin, it is also the best choice. After all, she can survive. Since it is a win-win situation, there is no need to hesitate. Call. Upon hearing this, Shen Jianxin took a deep breath, then raised her jade hand and slowly took off the bronze ghost mask she had been wearing on her face under the gaze of everyone. Deep in Zhou Garden, on top of a snow-capped mountain towering into the clouds. A beautiful figure stood on the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance.
She was exceptionally tall and slender, with long, dazzling golden hair, half of which was draped over her shoulders and the other half fell to her perky hips. She was wearing a golden armor, and the devilishly enchanting curves outlined by the armor had a stunning beauty. Her buttocks are high and her chest is long. Just a back view seems to have already captivated the whole world, and behind her stood a tall young man. He was dressed in a gorgeous black brocade robe. With a handsome face and noble temperament. As he looked at the stunning figure in front of him, his eyes were filled with passion. "Your Highness the Princess! It seems that this Prince Jishio is much stronger than you and I thought. Now, your brother has fallen into his hands. What do you want to do next?" Hearing this, Feng Huang was silent for a moment, then she opened her red lips and said, "This lord. Wait for him. Come to Zhou Garden. Doesn't he want the two broken sword technique? I am waiting for him." After saying that, she turned around and walked deeper into the snowfield. "Very good. In that case, this prince will also escort Her Royal Highness the Princess. However, I have to say that these saints and saintesses from the top sects are too weak. It just breaks at the slightest touch. Only Prince Jishio seems to be okay." The handsome man chuckled, shook his head, stood up and followed Feng Huang's footsteps. Zhou Garden East, under the cold moonlight. A tall figure was walking deep into the snowfield. This man had a handsome and resolute appearance, with a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes, and he is Yi Xian, master. "How long will it take to reach Zhou Dufu's tomb?" Yi Xian asked in a low voice while looking at the vast white snowfield in front of him. With your speed. About 3 more days." An extremely gentle and elegant voice sounded. At the same time, a wisp of ghost slowly floated out from the necklace around his neck. She was wearing a plain long dress, but her temperament was extremely elegant and her long silver hair was fluttering in the wind. Under the moonlight, her face is so beautiful that it is difficult to describe in words. Just standing in this snowy night, there is already a beauty that is breathtaking, and she is Yi Xian's mysterious master. Ning Xian, master. No, I need to speed up. The two broken sword technique must not fall into the hands of others. Yi Xian waved his fist and spoke seriously. "You. Obviously you just want to see your fiancé as soon as possible." Ning Xian raised her red lips slightly, mercilessly exposing Yi Xian's thoughts. "Hey! That's not entirely true." Yi Xian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. After saying that, he took a deep breath, looked at the endless snowfield in front of him, and then stomped his foot hard on the ground. Clang! He transformed into a ray of divine light and rushed towards the depths of Zhou Garden, with snow and wind splashing all over the sky behind him. "See the scene?" Ning Xian shook her head and said, "He's still a child after all. It's exactly the same as it was 10 years ago." After saying that, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the sacred forest. At this moment, her beautiful eyes gradually became solemn. After a moment, she sighed deeply, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and murmured to herself, "Xianer, can you really beat that little fellow named Jishio?" Chapter 66, The Soul-Robbing Saint and the Corpse-Controlling Saint entered Zhou Garden. However, in the sacred forest, Shen Jianxin raised her hand and slowly took off the bronze ghost mask she had been wearing on her face. The moonlight poured down, landing on the fair and charming face, sparkling. What's worth mentioning is that her pupils are actually light gold. The Spirit Tribe. The red sect Saint Shen Jianxin is actually a member of the Spirit Clan. The moment Jishio saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. It is well known in the Jiotian continent that as long as the spiritual cultivators can successfully complete the blood awakening, their pupils will evolve into light gold, and the more thoroughly and extremely they develop their potential, the more intense the golden color in their eyes will become. Golden pupils are the most distinctive feature of the most powerful elf monks who have awakened their bloodline power. How? Your Highness is surprised? Shen Jianxin looked at Jishio expressionlessly and asked. As someone with the blood of the Eldar, she was able to become the saint of the top cultivation family in the continent step by step, despite being hunted by so many forces on the continent. Shen Jianxin, I have to say you are indeed a powerful woman. Jishio nodded at Shen Jianxin and praised him generously. Not only him, but also Mu Xianyin, Wei Lao, Mulanxin, Xian Zhang. They all sincerely admired the woman in front of them from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, everyone also understood why Shen Jianxin always wore the bronze ghost mask and never showed his true face to others. It turns out that this was to hide her identity as a member of the spirit race. After all, the people of the Eldar have always been the coveted prey of the
big powers on the continent, so there is nothing wrong with her doing that. Just good luck. Shin Jianqin shook her head, then she took a deep breath and said to Ji Xiu, let's get started. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and quietly waited for her next fate. Okay. Ji Xiu spoke calmly, and after saying that, he slowly walked in front of Shin Jianqin and formed seals with his hands. Clang. A strange blood-red seal appeared in Ji Xiu's palm. When the blood light appeared and shone on Shin Jianqin's beautiful face, she was seen gritting her teeth tightly and her lips were trembling slightly. Ji Xiu looked at her like this, his expression remained calm, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes. After all, a deal is a deal. Spare Shin Jianqin's life, and Shin Jianqin spent the rest of her life repaying herself.
This is fair and does not require any extra and unnecessary pity, even though
she and her own Yaoer are both members of the spirit race.
Next, you have to hold it in. The process of receiving a slave mark may not be pleasant.
Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gave a reminder, let's do it. Shin Jianqin responded in a cold voice, and she had just finished speaking. Ji Xiu simply placed his palm on her forehead. Clang. At this moment, blood burst out, strands of blood-red light dyed her forehead and pierced into her soul. Forehead. Shin Jianqin bit her lips and groaned, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her full chest rose and fell violently. At this moment, she could feel something engraved deep in her soul. At the same time, a feeling of being devoured by thousands of ants surged from the depths of the soul. Then, she felt a giant hand, as if it was holding her heart and soul. As long as the giant hand exerted a little force, she would be scared to death in an instant, but soon, the feeling of having her body and soul controlled by someone else disappeared, and her tense body slowly relaxed.
The slave seal is done.
Ji Xiu exhaled and slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, he could feel a special soul bond between him and Shin Jianqin. This bond was as if he had Shin Jianqin completely under his control, and he would be able to do whatever he wanted to this saint of the Red Dress Church in the future. After she finished speaking, Shin Jianqin slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at everyone present, her eyes still cold. However, the moment she and Ji Xiu looked at each other, a feeling of deep humility and fear surged from the depths of her soul.
Your servant Shin Jianqin. Meet the master.
Shin Jianqin suddenly knelt at Ji Xiu's feet, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, looking extremely pious. It was as if the man in front of her was her god. To see this scene, both Elder Wei and Mu Xianning nodded with satisfaction. However, Mulanxin and Xianzang both sighed. Once upon a time, this group of descendants of top-notch cultivation families were all honored as the pride of heaven by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent, but now, some were dead, some were injured. Shin Jianqin was planted with a slave mark and became Ji Xiu's slave, and they also became Ji Xiu's captives. For a moment, they felt mixed emotions and an extremely sad feeling surged in their hearts.
Devil!
Mulanxin gritted her teeth and scolded coldly.
Prince Ji Xiu! That's really too cruel.
Xianzang also shook his head and whispered to himself, looking at Ji Xiu with a deep fear in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but turn around slowly and look up and down at Mulanxin and Xianzang. Just this one glance scared Mulanxin and Xianzang back 3 steps.
What do you want?
Mulanxin bit her red lips and looked at Ji Xiu with a wary look.
Before we set off again, this prince still has one more thing to do.
Ji Xiu said calmly. Hear this. Mulanxin and Xianzang both had a bad premonition in their hearts. This time, Ji Xiu took out a flute with a faint black aura from the ring.
This is Ghost Flute Chun Chang.
Snowgirl stared at the flute in Ji Xiu's hand with wide eyes. This moment, she couldn't help but think of that night when the sound of the Chun Chang flute resounded throughout Kyoto. So, the young lady lost her virginity.
What does this guy want to do again?
The snowgirl's throat rolled. This moment, Ji Xiu glanced at the corpses on the ground, then put Chun Chang to his lips and slowly closed his eyes. Clang. When the first note sounded, the faces of everyone present suddenly turned pale. Wisps of strange black air gushed out from Chun Chang and surrounded the corpses on the ground. Your Highness, you are trying to control the corpse. Old Wei took a breath of cold air.
The legendary soul-stealing trilogy. Requiem. Snowgirl swallowed. Ghost Flute. Chen Chang.
Mu Xianning, Xianzang, Mulanxin, Shin Jianqin, and others all recognized the origin of the black flute in Ji Xiu's hand, and at this moment, when this strange melody was hovering between heaven and earth, a low and strange roar was heard in the sacred forest. The sound was so frightening that it seemed to come from the netherworld. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a scene that shattered their worldview. Li Wangsheng,
The Prince of Tiance, who was killed instantly by Ji Xiu's sword, stood up first and slowly walked to Ji Xiu and knelt down afterwards. Zhao Wuji, the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, who was shot through the heart by Ji Xiu, also stood up. He raised his hand expressionlessly and pulled out the Feng Yan divine spear that had pierced his body. Then, he knelt down in front of Ji Xiu with the divine spear on his back. What is worth mentioning is that no matter whether it is Li Wangsheng or Zhao Wuji, both of them have pale faces like paper, their pupils are empty and dull, and there are wisps of strange black air floating out of their bodies, resurrected. How is that possible? What did the Holy Lord do? These two people are obviously dead. Why are they still standing? This song is horrible. When the demon cultivators in the Supreme Heaven saw this scene, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. This guy Ji Xiu. He can even bring out the soul-stealing trilogy, Requiem. Next, what kind of surprise will he give this saint? I'm sure if Master saw him like this, he would be very happy. Mu Xinying stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes and muttered to herself, Amit Ba. Buddha bless you. Xianzang looked at the extremely strange scene in front of him with trembling eyes. He kept turning the rosary in his hand to calm his shaken heart. Devil. This guy is the devil. Mulan's throat kept rolling, and at this moment she only felt her scalp numbing, and just at this moment Ji Xiu opened his eyes and locked his gaze on her, and the enchanting flute sound suddenly changed its tune. At this moment, the world was dark. A melodious, sad, and heartbreaking tune rang in Mulanxin's ears. She frowned slightly, but didn't realize that the strange black energy had already wrapped around her and seeped into her body. When the song slowly ends, the moonlight descended upon the gods' wood once again. Mulan couldn't bear it any longer and looked at Ji Xiu and said sarcastically, Ji Xiu, you are so skilled in even this kind of evil method. He really is worthy of being the demon sex saint lord chosen by Nan Lingyue. When my junior nun sees you in the future, she will definitely not let you have a good time. After saying that, she looked away, and she didn't notice at all that there was a strange black aura surging in the depths of her own eyes. Seeing Mulanxin like this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but utter three words, stupid woman. Some people have already had their souls hijacked, but they are completely unaware of it. You are still sympathizing with other people's experiences and condemning your own methods. How can such a person be described as stupid? As for Mu Bing, haha. He was waiting for Mu Bing, you. Mulanxin felt upset after being scolded. She couldn't help but glare at Ji Xiu fiercely, but she didn't dare to mock him again. After all, she knew that if she angered Ji Xiu, she might be the next one to be given the slave mark. Ji Xiu no longer cared about Mulanxin's thoughts and turned to Wei Lao and the others and said, let's go. Entered Zhou Garden. After all, there are people waiting for this prince. It's too late, that's rude. After saying that, he waved his hand and led a large number of Shen Milan's men into Zhou Garden. Chapter 67. The leaks are here. Let Prince Ji Xiu start harvesting. In Tianmo Mountain, the battle between good and evil has not yet ended. A piece of gossip spread throughout the entire Jiotian continent. Have you heard? Li Wangsheng, the crown prince of Tian's military mansion, has passed away. Of course I heard about it. Not only Li Wangsheng, even the young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley has fallen. Really? Which powerful person in the Supreme Heaven did this to be so cruel? The details are still unknown. But, the Saintess Mulanxin of the Ice God Palace, the Buddhist disciple Xuanzang, the Saintess Shenjianqin of the Red Dress Sect, and the Saintess Mo Lingfeng of the Holy Sect, now, they are all missing, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Hiss. If this is true, then wouldn't these top cultivation clan leaders be going crazy with anxiety? After all, these geniuses are the treasures they cultivated with all their efforts. Ha ha. Of course, now the 7 major cultivation families are in chaos. I heard that Prince Ji Xiu of Beixia also went to Tianma Mountain. I don't know if it's true or not. Alas. Anyway, now, the situation in Tianma Mountain is getting more and more chaotic. Tian's military headquarters, Council Hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The faces of the military leaders present all looked grim, because they learned a piece of bad news. Their young master Li Wangsheng was dead, died in the sacred forest of Tianmo Mountain. Supreme Heaven! What a powerful demonic power! You even dare to kill the young master of the Tian's army. Nan Lingyue, does she think she is invincible? A big shot in the military government shouted angrily. there is a great cause and effect in the sacred forest. A Sade-level warrior will be cursed once he enters. So, it shouldn't be Nan Lingyue's hand. The rational boss in the meeting room shook his head, snort. Even if it wasn't Nan Lingyue who did it herself. The death of Wang Shang is definitely related to her. The devil cultivators of Wushangtian have become more and more outrageous in recent years. The military leader slammed the table angrily, his eyes filled with rage. All right. Shut up. My son is dead. As a father, I should avenge him, check. I want to see who killed my son. If it's the supreme heaven, then declare war. If there are other people, then we will fight to the death. Li Yuan, the head of the military government, gave his orders with a gloomy face. Yes. The military leaders responded one after another. The same thing happened in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, when Zai, the leader of the 10,000 Poison Valley, saw Zhao Wuji's life jade shattered. He overturned the table and gave the death order himself. Whoever kills Zhao Wuji will have to bear the endless wrath of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Whoever kills Zhao Wuji, Wandu Valley will kill his entire family and wipe out his entire clan. Not only that, he also threatened Nan Lingyue to give an explanation. After all, Zhao Wuji died in the divine forest of Tianmo Mountain, and Tianmo Mountain is the territory of Wushangtian. Otherwise, he will flatten the supreme heaven in one fell swoop. Red sect. A beautiful woman in a red robe looked at the intact life jade in front of her and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xin Jianxin was the red saint that she had cultivated with all her efforts. If Xin Jianxin had died in Tianmo Mountain in unclear circumstances like Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, then she was really afraid of going crazy. Fortunately, Xin Jianxin's life jade was intact. Now she finally felt relieved. I'm glad Xianer is okay. I just hope she can return safely. The beautiful woman in red spoke softly to herself. Holy sect, on Peach Blossom Mountain, a woman in a moon-shaped skirt, as ethereal as a fairy, is standing on the top of the mountain, dancing with a sword. Her sword moves were sharp and her body movements were graceful. After she finished a set of mysterious sword moves, the shattered peach blossoms fell down at her feet, which was very beautiful. But no matter how beautiful the peach blossoms are, they are not even 1/10 as beautiful as women's. In the setting sun, her face is not made up, but it seems as if it was carved with all the efforts of God. However, this face at this moment revealed endless coldness, and even a kind of holiness that made people dare not look directly at it, just like a fairy from heaven who was not affected by the worldly affairs at all. Saint. Your Highness the Holy Sun, the light of life on his life jade is extremely dim at this moment, and it is obvious that he has been seriously injured. But fortunately, he should still be alive in this world. A woman over 70 years old came to the top of Peach Blossom Mountain and spoke softly to the woman. Back off. I see. The woman spoke in an icy voice without even turning her head. Hearing this, the old woman sighed, then turned and left Taohua Mountain. Her saint girl has amazing bloodline, extraordinary talent, and incredible combat power, but his temperament was a little cold. Even her own brother seemed to be indifferent. After the old woman left, the woman stood on the top of the mountain for a long time, looking at the beautiful sunset in the sky, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she parted her red lips and murmured to herself like a dream. No matter how mediocre your talent is, you are my brother after all. If you're hurt, I'll heal you. You're disabled, I'll protect you. If you die, I will help you collect your body and avenge you. Whether it's Wushangtian or Nan Lingyue, I don't care. However, it is said that the Nine Heavens continent was in turmoil. Behind the sacred forest, deep in Zhou Garden, at the end of the snowfield, stands a giant mountain. When the camera zoomed in, we realized that this was not a mountain, but a mausoleum. The mausoleum is made up of countless huge square stones, magnificent and majestic. A 1,000-foot-long sacred road leading to the mausoleum is particularly spectacular. On both sides of the sacred road stand more than a dozen stone pillars carved with ancient runes, like a miracle. At this moment, two figures stood in front of the huge mausoleum shrine, staring at the huge mausoleum at the end of the shrine. Stunned and speechless, Feng Huang, wearing golden armor, with long golden hair fluttering in the breeze, she looked calmly at the visually stunning mausoleum in front of her and whispered to herself, "So this is the legendary tomb of Zhou Dufu, Zhou Ling." Hearing this, Ying Ling on the side couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said excitedly, "Arrive. Your Highness the Princess. We are finally here." Oh, Feng Huang sneered, her red lips slightly parted, and she responded very coldly, "So what if we get there? You and I only have 2 pieces of the broken sword. The rest are all in Ji Xiu's hands. Hearing this, Yingling spread his hands and said casually rational. In that case, let's wait for Ji Xiu to come in person. Kill him, then go in and take a look. When Feng Huang heard this, she forgot to glance at Yingling, who was almost lost in the huge mausoleum in front of her, and shook her head. Obviously, Yingling was too confident in himself. Kill Ji Xiu? It's easy to say, but it is not easy to do. After all, even she was not sure she could kill Ji Xiu. Just then, at the end of the sky, a ray of aurora swept across the snowfield, splashing snow all over the sky. Soon, a tall figure stepped onto the sacred road outside Zhouling. When she saw the person coming, Feng Huang raised her eyebrows frivolously, and she immediately said, Yi Xian. 10 years no see. Long time no see. Yi Xian smiled warmly, bowed to Feng Huang and said, Yes. It's been a long time. Your Highness the Princess. Then, Yi Xian saw Feng Huang, and next to Feng Huang stood Yingling. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Deep in Zhou Garden. Ji Xiu looked calmly at the huge mausoleum in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Everything that is supposed to come has come. Next, let's start harvesting. Chapter 68, White Moonlight Phoenix. He is here, and the world is dark, the leeks are ripe. It's time to start harvesting. When this thought just came up, a clear system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. According to the scenario, congratulations to the host for triggering the bounty mission. Reward Mission 1, defeat Yi Xian. Reward 30,000 Destiny Essence and All-Seeing Eye. Reward Mission 2, kill Yi Xian. Reward 50,000 Destiny Essence and the Heaven-Defying 7 Demonic Swords. Ji Xiu raised his eyebrows as he listened to the system prompt. Has the bounty mission been triggered? This is a pleasant surprise. For Ji Xiu. It's easy to defeat Yi Xian. As for killing Yi Xian, it is a little difficult. Of course, the difficulty does not lie with Yi Xian himself, but with the woman in Yi Xian's necklace. If I remember correctly, the woman in Yi Xian's necklace is the princess of the Changsheng family, who has been passed down for tens of thousands of years above the 9 heavens, Ning Xian. Although this woman is only in the spirit state now, her cultivation has reached the saint realm. Think of this. Ji Xiu lowered his eyes, thought for a moment and said to himself, anyway, let's give it a try first. After all, the 50,000 life points reward and the heaven-defying 7 demonic swords are really great. Furthermore, if you can gather 100,000 destiny essences, you can buy a forbidden imperial technique in the Wanjie Mall. In fact, there is a forbidden imperial technique in the Wanjie Mall that he has been coveting for a long time. The thought stops here. Ji Xiu began to issue orders. Xin Jianxin, take Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji with you to test the waters first. Mu Xianin, you take the Supreme Heaven's demon cultivators to guard Zhouling. From now on, no one is allowed to leave. Yes, Xin Jianxin nodded, and then she took the corpse slaves, Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, transformed into 3 auroras and rushed towards Zhouling first. Good, Mu Xianin smiled slightly, and then she led hundreds of Supreme Heaven's demon cultivators towards Zhouling. The black mass was particularly spectacular. Mr. Wei, your mission is to keep an eye on Mu Lanxin and Xianzang. And this Saint Mo Lingfeng. They are good bargaining chips in this prince's hands. Ji Xiu spoke to Old Wei in a low voice, glancing at Mu Lanxin and Xianzang, and pointing at Mo Lingfeng on Xianzang's back. Yes, Mr. Wei nodded. Snort, Mu Lanxin snorted and glared at Ji Xiu fiercely. She had no intention of running away at all. After all, where could she go in the hands of the devil Ji Xiu? Well, Xianzang also sighed. He didn't want to run away either. From the Shinmu forest to the depths of Zhou Garden, he carried the seriously injured and unconscious Mo Lingfeng all the way, and his mind became clearer and clearer. If he ran, then his Mo Lingfeng would be a lesson for him. Even worse, it is not impossible that Ji Xiu would plant a slave mark on her. Therefore, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Mysterious burial monk. Let's go. Let's go meet your sister, the reincarnation of the phoenix, Feng Huang. I am very curious about her now. After saying that, he raised his foot and walked towards Zhouling. In the novel, Feng Huang is Yi Xian's white moonlight, and Ji Xiu likes the most to crush the supreme moonlight in other people's hearts. However, on the Zhouling sacred road, the atmosphere among Feng Huang, Yi Xian, and Yingling was very awkward. However, Feng Huang spoke soon, breaking the almost frozen atmosphere. 10 years no see. You have actually reached the monarch level. The combat capability seems pretty good. Feng Huang nodded at Yi Xian, acknowledging the results of his 10 years of hard work. Your Highness, Princess, thank you for your compliment. Thank you, Princess, for 10 years ago. It is because of the eldest princess that Yi Xian has the opportunity to stand here. Yi Xian took a deep breath and thanked Feng Huang. 10 years ago, he was 14 years old, had average talent, and his family was in decline, but he was engaged to a beautiful girl from the Phoenix Empire. At that time, he had experienced all the bitterness and suffering in the world and had been looked down upon by countless people. Almost all the cultivators and common people in the Divine Phoenix Empire were mocking this 14-year-old boy for overestimating his own abilities. In the end, even the bigwigs of the Divine Phoenix Empire came to see the Divine Phoenix Emperor and asked him to cancel the marriage. In fact, Emperor Xinuang did the same. He ordered Feng Huang to go to the Yi family immediately to cancel the marriage, but Feng Huang did not do so. After coming to the Yi family, she was kind-hearted and did not cancel the engagement. Instead, she made a promise to the Yi family: 10 years, if Yi Xian can reach the king level within 10 years, the engagement will remain the same. Not only that, she also promised to use all her resources to help the fallen Yi family regain the position of the first royal family in the Xinuang Empire, and just because of Feng Huang's promise, Yi Xian practiced hard, and soon after he met his master, Ning Xian. With the help of Ning Xian, he practiced like an ascetic monk for 10 years and finally reached the king level at the age of 24. Only then was he able to stand in front of Feng Huang with dignity. Thanks? Thank me for what? Feng Huang asked in a calm tone. In her opinion, Yi Xian's current level of cultivation is the result of his own hard work. Thank you for your kindness 10 years ago. At that time, you preserved the only trace of dignity of a 14-year-old boy. Yi Xian responded to Feng Huang very solemnly. I see. Feng Huang nodded and understood what Yi Xian meant. Here the conversation between the two. Ying Ling walked to Feng Huang with a faint smile on his face, and then said to Yi Xian indifferently: first, congratulations, Master Yi, you have reached the monarch level. But, the monarch level is just a starting point. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with us right now. You are not even qualified to discuss marriage with Her Royal Highness the Princess. What do you think? Oh, Yi Xian heard this. He looked at Ying Ling calmly and asked, Your Highness the Second Prince. If I'm not qualified, then I suppose you obviously don't have enough. After all, you are not the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, and your cultivation is only at the monarch level. But what about Her Royal Highness the Princess? She is the future empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. May I ask, how can you be worthy of it? Hear this. Ying Ling's face turned completely cold, and he said in a grim tone, Good boy. You're quite tough. I wonder if this prince would cut off your tongue. Will you still be able to speak eloquently in the future? Oh, Yi Xian heard this and sneered. Why don't you give it a try? Shut up, Feng Huang scolded Yi Xian and Ying Ling, who were arguing with each other. Then she turned around and stared at the distant sky in astonishment. There were 3 auroras cutting through the sky. That's not all, there were also large numbers of figures flying over from all directions of Zhou. Stop making noise. Ji Xiao. He's coming. Feng Huang took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. The words fell. A dark night suddenly fell over Zhou. At this moment, the world is dark. Chapter 69. Yi Xian? Just a toy, Ji Xiao. You deserve to die. The world is darkest, and night has fallen. Boom. 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 3 figures arrived at the Zhouling Sacred Road first. Shen Jianxin, Li Wangshan, Zhao Wuji. Feng Huang frowned and looked at the 3 people in front of her. She didn't understand why these 3 saints and saintesses from the top cultivation families in the Jotian continent would stand in the same camp as Gxiu. At this moment, her expression suddenly froze. She noticed the sword wound on Li Wangxing's heart and the bloody hole on Zhao Wuji's chest. They have already fallen. Now, it is actually the body of the undead. What on earth did these 2 people go through before? Feng Huang frowned suddenly, and muttered to herself with her red lips slightly opened. He. Shen Jianxin looked at Feng Huang in front of him and said with a charming smile, Your Highness the Princess. That shot in the sacred forest was really powerful. She is truly worthy of being the future empress of the Divine Emperor Empire. Snort, Feng Huang snorted coldly. A saint of the Red Church actually obeys the orders of the prince of a warlord family. Shen Jianxin. You have brought shame upon the Red Cult.
Her Royal Highness the Princess, you don't understand. Shen Jianxin shook her head. Whenever she thought of that person, her beautiful eyes were filled with endless piety and respect.
I don't understand. I don't want to understand.
Where's Ji Xiu? Tell Ji Xiu to get out. Feng Huang opened her red lips slightly and spoke coldly. Swish. Swish. Swish, countless sounds of breaking air swept through the void. Hundreds of supreme demon cultivators appeared in Zhouling. They were all wearing black cloaks, which fluttered in the cold wind. The demon sect Saint Mu Xianyin slowly walked to Shen Jianxin's side and looked at Feng Huang with a playful expression. The supreme heaven is here too. It seems Prince Ji Xiu and the demon cultivators from the supreme heaven have joined hands. Yingling reminded Feng Huang in a low voice, his handsome face showing a very ugly expression. Oh. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just joining hands. Ji Xiu, I think he is also a person of the supreme heaven. Moreover, looking at the battle formation, he is a great figure of the supreme heaven. Yi Xian sneered. Yes. If I'm not mistaken. That legendary supreme heavenly saint. It's Ji Xiu. Feng Huang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The words fell. Yi Xian and Yingling's expressions froze. If it is true as Feng Huang said, Ji Xiu is the supreme heavenly saint, well, today, things may not be that simple. Your Highness the Princess. Your Highness the Second Prince. Sword Heart, under the order of his master, came to Zhou Ling to seize the two broken sword technique. Please do me a favor and hand over the two broken sword fragments. If you hand it over voluntarily, you may be able to keep your life. Shen Jianxin smiled at Feng Huang and Yingling. What if this prince doesn't hand it over? Yingling's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. Not? Then die. Shen Jianxin's voice suddenly turned cold. At this moment, Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji behind him stomped hard on the steps of the Divine Way. Boom. The surface is cracking. The two of them flew out like cannonballs and killed Feng Huang and others. Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, one holds a dragon spear and the other holds a black halberd. One of them shot out his spear like a dragon, the other one split the sky with his halberd, and black air lingered around them. Their power was overbearing and weird, court deaf. Yi Xian snorted coldly, and he pulled out a black heavenly sword oracle from his storage ring. Then he stepped into the void and fought Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji alone. Kill. Yi Xian roared angrily, with murderous intent, and chopped down with the oracle sky sword in his hand. Clang! 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 Above the void, Yi Xian was fighting one against two, his heavenly sword piercing across the sky. His swordsmanship was extremely domineering, and every time his sword fell, there was a burst of thunderous sound exploding in the void. Clang! Yi Xian swept his sword and knocked Zhao Wuji away. Then he turned his wrist and the heavenly sword chopped straight on Li Wangsheng's shoulder, and black blood splattered. However, Li Wangsheng's face still had no expression, his eyes were empty as if nothingness. He raised his hand and the dragon spear pierced through. Clang! The dragon spear pierced through Yi Xian's body, but something strange happened. Yi Xian's body slowly became illusory and then disappeared. The most powerful swordsmanship. Ethereal body movements. This Yi Xian is not simple. Shen Jianxin frowned. The inheritance he obtained is of a very high level, possibly from above the 9 heavens. Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji are no match for him. Mu Xianyin shook her head and spoke calmly. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling and domineering swordlight flashed across the void like thunder, as if it could cut off everything. Puff! Zhao Wuji's head was thrown high in an instant, and the black blood from his neck splashed several feet high like a fountain. Kill! Yi Xian roared again, stepped in front of Li Wangsheng, gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands, burst out with the power of the king, and chopped down with one blow. Boom! A deafening thunder sounded. Snap! Li Wangsheng's dragon spear broke into 2 pieces in an instant. However, Yi Xian's heavenly sword did not stop at all, and cut Li Wangsheng's body into 2. Ji Xiu's dog. Is that all? Yi Xian held the heavenly sword oracle in his hand, standing in the void, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind, his eyes cold and stern, truly like an undefeated sword saint. What a crazy guy! Shen Jianxin narrowed her beautiful eyes and slowly clenched her fists. Just when she was about to take the stage herself. At the end of the darkness in the distance, a spear stained with green flames, like a comet, cut through the sky with a shocking whistle and pierced towards the Zhouling Divine Road. Careful! Feng Huang frowned, sensing the danger at the first moment, and suddenly shouted at Yi Xian.
What?
Yi Xian suddenly turned around, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the hairs on his back stood up. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late because the speed of the spear was too fast, far beyond his reaction limit. All he could do was to try to move sideways to avoid the fatal blow of the spear on his body. Puff. The spear finally pierced Yi Xian's left shoulder, and the sad blood splattered in the air. He was directly blown hundreds of feet away under the huge impact force. In the end, he was nailed to a stone pillar by this spear.
Yi Xian!
Feng Huang shouted, and appeared in front of Yi Xian in a flash. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was nailed to the stone pillar, had almost lost consciousness. His face was as pale as paper, and blood was dripping down the stone pillar like a stream to the ground. Feng Huang looked at the spear nailed to Yi Xian's left shoulder, and her pupils suddenly shrank. This spear was her Feng Yan divine spear. At the beginning, she threw this shot at Ji Xiu, who was thousands of miles away in the Shenmu forest from a snowy mountain in Zhou Garden, as a warning. Now, Ji Xiu returned this magic gun to her intactly. Ji Xiu. Feng Huang gritted his teeth and muttered the name of the culprit in hatred, then raised his hand and pulled out the Feng Yan divine spear that was nailed to Yi Xian's left shoulder. Puff. Blood was splattering. Yi Xian groaned in pain with a pale face, then slid down under the stone pillar. At this moment, he had almost completely lost his fighting power. At this time, a voice that Feng Huang was extremely familiar with sounded, "Elder sister." Hearing this, Feng Huang turned around suddenly. She only saw her younger brother Xuanzang coming to the sacred road. Xuanzang, the chief disciple of Buddhism, stood there, not daring to move, and could only look at her from a distance.
Xuanzang!
Feng Huang cried out softly with a trembling voice. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. I saw a tall figure pushing through the dark crowd and slowly walking to Xuanzang. He was dressed in white, with an extremely handsome appearance and a pair of clear and clean eyes. He looked like a handsome young man from a noble family, with a bright smile. It was stunning at first glance, but he looked extremely out of place standing in the front of hundreds of demon cultivators in black robes. But it is just such a stunning young man in white. Now he is indeed the big devil from the #1 demon sect in the 9 heavens that makes the cultivators of the 9 heavens continent tremble with fear.
Your Highness the Princess! Your magic gun! I'll give it back to you. How do you like it?
Ji Xiu looked at Feng Huang with a smile and said softly, Ji Xiu, you really deserve to die. Feng Huang bit her red lips, and her phoenix eyes stared at Ji Xiu, with raging rage blooming in them. Feng Huang, swore that she would never coexist with Ji Xiu. Today, we must fight this devil to the death. Chapter 70, Phoenix dances in the sky, meteors fall, and the divine ban against heaven is lifted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Bounty Mission 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bounty reward of 30,000 Destiny Essence.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bounty reward skill, the All-Seeing Eye. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. The corners of Ji Xiu's mouth curled up in a pleased arc.
Defeat Yi Xian? It's so easy. Not difficult at all.
After saying that, he could not wait to open his all-seeing eye and glanced at the phoenix in front of him. Name, Feng Huang, age, 23, cultivation, sovereign level 4, constitution, phoenix body, awakened, bloodline talent, phoenix dances for the 9th heaven. When phoenix dances for the 9th heaven is activated, the power of bloodline is sublimated, and the combat power can undergo a qualitative change instantly. Combat power assessment, 9th level of the monarch rank. Destiny Essence potential, 200,000. Tip, the host can currently mine 40,000 Destiny Essence. Look at the information in front of you. Ji Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and murmured in his heart, so this is the all-seeing eye. Not only can you view the basic information of the person you scan, but you can also assess their combat capabilities. The most important point is that this all-seeing eye can actually detect the potential of Destiny Essence contained in other people's bodies.
Not bad.
That's reasonable. The thought stops here. Ji Xiu closed his all-seeing eye and looked at Feng Huang with a subtle look because, in her eyes, the phoenix is a gold mountain waiting to be mined, extremely precious.
Your Highness the Princess.
Your look is so scary. I guess you wouldn't feel relieved even if you cut me into pieces. Ji Xiu spoke casually. At this moment, he could see the raging rage burning in Feng Huang's eyes, but, so what?
Ji Xiu. Don't you want the fragments of the 2 broken sword? Then come over and fight. Just kill me. You will have everything.
Feng Huang spoke to Ji Xiu coldly, and in her beautiful eyes there was an extremely blazing phoenix flame rising, rational.
You want to fight? Then let's fight.
Ji Xiu shook his head and took a step forward. Elder sister,
be careful.
Shen Zhang watched Ji Xiu take a step forward and his heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew that his sister Feng Huang was very strong, but in his opinion, Ji Xiu could no longer be described as strong.
Little sister once said so.
The younger generation of the Zhoutian continent.
The first one must be Mo Qingxian. The second one is Feng Huang. I hope Her Royal Highness the Princess can really defeat this bad guy.
Mulanxin bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her eyes full of hope. She hopes Feng Huang can defeat Ji Xiu. After all, she always believed that good can never prevail over evil. Kill! Feng Huang shouted coldly, and the phoenix flame instantly floated out of her eye sockets. An extremely powerful aura swept across the world, and an unparalleled murderous intent rolled back into the sky. She held the phoenix flame spear in her hand and took a step forward. Her body transformed into a terrifying killing star like a divine phoenix descending from the sky, tearing through the void and rushing towards Ji Xiu.
Phoenix! You can't!
Ji Xiu looked at the raging phoenix flames in front of him and shook his head. Immediately, a blazing chaotic holy light burst out from the depths of his clear eyes. The second level of bloodline, the divine ban, is opened. At this moment, Ji Xiu was standing alone under the night sky, his clothes fluttering, his mind clear and peaceful. Only he himself knows that he is now in a mysterious and wonderful realm, which is indescribable and ineffable. When wisps of immortal light bloomed on his body, his temperament instantly became otherworldly and ethereal. At this moment,
Feng Huang came. Clank! Clank! Clank!
Clank! Feng Huang held the Feng Yan divine spear in his hand, and in an instant, the spear stabbed at Ji Xiu hundreds of times with a force that could almost crush the void. Moreover, each bullet pierced into Ji Xiu's body. However, a strange thing happened. Every time Feng Huang shot, it seemed that he hit the target, but in fact, all of them missed the target completely. That phoenix flame divine spear pierced through the illusion, but what was shocking was that Ji Xiu was standing exactly where he was, not even moving an inch. How is this possible? Ying Ling, who was watching the fight from the side, almost popped his eyes out when he saw this scene. He knew Feng Huang's strength very well. Below the Sate level, almost invincible, even a Sate level warrior cannot dodge the powerful attack of Feng Huang like Ji Xiu did. What level of physical skill is this?
Shen Zhang swallowed and his face turned extremely pale. This doesn't seem to be a physical skill.
Mulanxin looked at Ji Xiu with shock in her beautiful eyes. You are worthy of being my master. A proud smile appeared on Shen Jianxin's face, and her beautiful eyes were full of wonder and admiration. This guy is ridiculously strong.
Mu Xianyin also took a breath of cold air. My prince, when did he become so strong?
When Mr. Wei saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He is the person with the highest cultivation, the broadest knowledge, and the most vicious eyes present. Therefore, he could see at a glance that when Ji Xiu faced Feng Huang's every perfect and powerful attack, his body was able to dodge it with a very small and perfect arc, and the speed of dodging was extremely fast, and the timing was amazing. It is precisely because of this that from a visual effect point of view, in the eyes of everyone, Ji Xiu seemed to be standing still and not moving. But each shot of Feng Huang's attack seemed to hit Ji Xiu himself, but actually pierced into the illusion, creating a shocking scene in which each move missed. In fact, it was Ji Xiu who moved, but the arc of his body's dodge was extremely small, so small that it could almost be ignored. The speed was so fast that no one present could see it clearly. As far as he knew, there was no physical skill in this world that could do this. The most terrifying thing is that at this moment even he didn't know how Ji Xiu did this. Ji Xiu's evasive action just now was far beyond the scope of his cognition. How could this be? Feng Huang frowned. She mobilized her true energy and stabbed Ji Xiu hundreds of times, but all her attacks missed. She didn't even see how Ji Xiu dodged her attacks. Damn it, Feng Huang shouted coldly, and suddenly retreated 100 feet, putting some distance between himself and Ji Xiu. Then she took a deep breath and inserted the phoenix flame spear into the ground. She decided not to test it any further and to suppress it forcefully. Then, she raised her hands and formed seals frantically. Clang! Behind it, a pair of gorgeous wings dyed with phoenix flames suddenly bloomed, and Feng Huang's beautiful eyes suddenly became indifferent and superior, as if everything in the world was just an ant.
Phoenix dances in the sky. Have you finally unlocked the power of your bloodline? Ji Xiu hummed quietly. Phoenix Flame. Meteor. The phoenix opened her red lips slightly, her expression was solemn and sacred, the phoenix flames around her body glowed brilliantly, she raised her jade finger slightly and gently pointed to the sky, clang. An extremely powerful pulling force swept across the sky. At this moment, a shocking scene happened above the sky, a meteorite stained with blazing phoenix flames streaked through the void, and as Feng Huang's finger pointed at the direction of its fall, it fell towards the sacred road. At this moment, the temperature of the surface air suddenly rose. Everyone present looked up at the huge meteorite falling from the sky and their faces changed drastically. Oh my goodness! Feng Huang is serious. Yingling suddenly retreated 100 feet, elder sister. Angry. Shenzang also took a breath and murmured softly, stand back. Everyone retreat. Mu Xuannin's face turned pale as he shouted at the supreme heavenly demon cultivator, stand back. Holy sons and holy daughters. Old Wei gave a reminder to Shenzang, Mulanxin and Xinjianxin. After that, everyone present retreated madly, sweating profusely. This level of battle is not something they can participate in, it's good enough that they can survive this battle, boom. A meteorite stained with blazing phoenix flames fell on the sacred road. At this moment, the deafening sound of the meteorite exploding rang in everyone's ears. At the same time, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, reaching the clouds. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed into a brilliant sea of fire. Terrifying waves of fire appeared in the void, sweeping in all directions of Zhou Garden. Wherever the ripples passed, snow-capped mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the whole garden looked like a scene of devastation. The place where Ji Xiu was standing was directly turned into a ruin, filled with smoke and dust, and phoenix flames splashing everywhere. Even the ground surface sank 3 meters, after a while, as the explosion caused by the meteorite slowly subsided, the pillar of fire that shot up into the sky slowly dissipated. Everyone stood up and looked towards the center of the meteorite with trembling and nervous eyes, wanting to know what happened to Ji Xiu. When they looked at the ground that had sunk several meters, they couldn't help but gasp, and sweat soaked their backs. Feng Huang was also breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. Her face was pale, and her eyes were fixed on the smoke-filled area. Obviously, the move of summoning the falling meteorites just now was a forbidden method after she opened the power of her bloodline. Although it was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. She would not be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. However, she is confident in her move, because this move is a taboo. No one below the Saint level can do it, even Saint level strongmen can be hurt. If that's the case, then how can Ji Xiu stop it? And just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. I saw a tall figure slowly walking out from the smoke and dust. How is that possible? When Feng Huang saw this figure, her fairy-like face was instantly shocked, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What was even more terrifying was the sound of footsteps slowly approaching her, neither fast nor slow, but it seemed to touch her heart, perfectly matching the frequency of her heartbeat. Nothing is impossible. Ji Xiu slowly walked out of the ruins, then patted the dust that splashed on his body, then locked his eyes with Feng Huang and spoke calmly, Your Highness the Princess. Next, are you ready? What? Hearing this, Feng Huang frowned slightly. For some reason, when she heard Ji Xiu's words, she suddenly had a very bad premonition in her heart. Chapter 71, Crushing that ray of white moonlight. Things get interesting, but, the moment Ji Xiu finished speaking, clang! A ray of starlight shattered. Ji Xiu came in front of Feng Huang in one step, with broken star shadows behind him. Kill! Feng Huang's expression suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he pulled up the Feng Yan divine spear on the ground and stabbed it directly into Ji Xiu's heart. Ji Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out a finger, and touched the blade of the phoenix flame divine spear. Clang! A burst of gun wailing sounds was heard, and a huge force exploded, causing the Feng Yan divine spear in Feng Huang's hand to fly out of his hand. Feng Huang's face changed drastically, and she opened her red lips and uttered a word. Ji Xiu punched Feng Huang in the stomach without any mercy. Puff! Feng Huang suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, bent her body and took 3 steps back in a daze. At this moment, she only felt that her body could not stop weakening, and her internal organs seemed to be shattered. I will fight you. Feng Huang endured the severe pain in her abdomen, gritted her teeth, raised her jade fist and smashed towards Ji Xiu. The powerful force even made the void tremble slightly, but the next second, a hand penetrated the void and directly pinched her slender, white neck. Woo! Feng Huang groaned in pain,
and the feeling of suffocation made her pretty face flush. Clang, then Ji Xiu grabbed it and brought it in front of him. At this moment, the distance between the two was very close, so close that they could feel each other's breath. At this moment, looking at this beautiful and stunning face in front of him, Ji Xiu's tone was still frighteningly calm. Phoenix, this prince really wants to kill you here. But, you know what? It would be a shame to kill you. Hearing this, Feng Huang stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes, her red lips raised in a shallow arc, and then she whispered mockingly, Ji Xiu, you feel it's a pity. Still don't dare, Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, then his eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and slapped Feng Huang's pretty face without mercy. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping echoed throughout the world. Feng Huang was stunned by Ji Xiu's slap. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and a clear slap mark appeared on her beautiful face. The scene stunned everyone present. Feng Huang's younger brother Xianzang was so angry that he was shaking all over. Ying Ling wanted to attack, but at this moment when he looked at Ji Xiu's back, he only felt that his feet were deeply welded to the spot, and the fear made him dare not make the slightest move beyond that. Yi Xian, who was lying under the stone pillar, had a purple face, and his hands were clenched into fists. Perhaps because he was using too much force, his nails pierced into his palms and blood dripped onto the ground. His white moonlight, the lofty, noble and gorgeous Princess Xinhuang, was held in Ji Xiu's palm and abused at will, like a toy. As for Feng Huang herself, she thought that Ji Xiu might kill her directly, but she never thought that Ji Xiu would actually slap her hard in the face. Ji Xiu. What is this? Humiliation? Feng Huang looked at Ji Xiu sadly. The phoenix flame around her had dissipated a lot at this moment, but her beautiful eyes were still stubborn. Humiliation? Ji Xiu shook his head and said calmly, not really. At best, it's just a small lesson to make you aware of your current position. But, in my opinion, you should be clear and ready now. What are you preparing for? Feng Huang hadn't had time to figure out the meaning of Ji Xiu's words. Ji Xiu stretched out his hand and grasped the phoenix wings behind Feng Huang, which were glowing with brilliant flames. The wings felt warm and soft in my hands, and I could clearly feel the extremely powerful force flowing through my palms. Ji Xiu, you. Feng Huang's expression changed drastically, as if he realized something, but he didn't finish his words. Ji Xiu just smiled cruelly, then pulled hard, and there was a snapping sound. Feng Huang groaned loudly in extreme pain, her delicate body trembling violently like a flower in a rainstorm. A sharp pain spread from her back to her limbs. The pain that seemed to come from the depths of her soul almost made her faint. At her pretty face, which was so beautiful, was now extremely pale, and her originally stubborn eyes were slightly white and dull. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: it hurts. It hurts so much that I am almost dying. Demon swallowing technique, start up. Ji Xiu used the immortal devouring magic technique. At this moment, half of the phoenix's wings turned into divine rays of light and sank into his body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the heaven-devouring magic art, swallowing the phoenix wings, and successfully advancing to the 5th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the phoenix divine wings and obtaining 20,000 destiny essence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the phoenix wings. The progress of devouring the purifying devil flame has reached 20%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the 5th level of the monarch level. Listening to the series of system prompts beside my ears. At this moment, Ji Xiu had only one feeling in his heart, and that was comfort. Release the phoenix. Feng Huang fell to the ground helplessly, his lips slightly open, breathing in the air in big gulps. At this moment, she was extremely weak, and her proud and beautiful eyes were filled with a broken feeling that made people feel pity. Demon. Xianzang looked at Feng Huang lying on the ground covered in blood. A surge of rage surged in his heart, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Xiu. At this moment, he wanted to fight with Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu seemed to feel Xianzang's gaze. He turned slightly and glanced at Xianzang. Interesting. It's a good seedling. In the novel, Xianzang is the chief of the Buddhist sect, but in the end he becomes a terrifying bloodthirsty monk under Nan Lingyue. As for the reason, it was that his master's sect, the Great Leiyin Temple, was massacred by an immortal family above the 9 heavens, but those righteous forces who always talked about justice were all silent, so he abandoned Buddhism and turned to the devil for revenge. Ji Xiu. The original plan was to kill Xianzang after finding Feng Huang, but now it seems that there is another way to go. The immortal devouring demonic art has advanced to the 5th level. Then, this prince has the power to demonize others. Xianzang is the best candidate. Ji Xiu looked at Xianzang and became more and more satisfied the more he looked. The first few levels of the immortal devouring demon art are all about tempering the body, cultivating the meridians, and nurturing the demon soul. The 5th level saw a qualitative change, and now he possessed true demonic power. Ji Xiu, I will fight you till death. Xianzang gritted his teeth and angrily scolded Ji Xiu that he was ready to die enjoying with his sister. Little monk! Don't speak too soon. Ji Xiu gave Xianzang a mysterious smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was placed on Xianzang's shoulder. Xianzang's face changed, and when he turned around, he saw endless coldness in Old Wei's eyes. At this moment, the true energy in his body had been frozen inch by inch. What a familiar scene! Miss Snow couldn't help but shudder when she saw Xianzang, who was frozen in place and unable to move, thinking back to when she was left freezing all night by Old Wei outside the Weiyang Palace. Ji Xiu glanced at Xianzang with a smile, then lowered his head to look at the weak Feng Huang at his feet. Ji Xiu, you'd better kill me today. Otherwise, in the future, I will never forgive you. Feng Huang used all her strength to raise one of her jade hands to grab Ji Xiu's ankle, and spoke intermittently with her red lips slightly opened. Phoenix, this prince said so. Killing you, what a shame. But, don't you think that there is an amazing tacit understanding between you and this prince? From now on, you won't let me go, and I won't let you go either. So, in the future, please take good care of me, Your Highness the Princess. Ji Xiu smiled warmly at Feng Huang. At this moment, he was completely different from his cold appearance just now. The body of the phoenix contains the potential of 200,000 essences of destiny. Killing her now would be a waste of God's gift, therefore, Feng Huang must not die before he has squeezed out every last bit of her value. Asshole! Devil! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Yi Xian gritted his teeth, staring with bloodshot eyes at Ji Xiu, who was standing in front of Feng Huang, growling like a wild beast. But having said that, reason told him that with as strength as Yi Xian, he could not do anything to Ji Xiu. That being the case, he now has only one way to go. Master, help me! Please, help me! Yi Xian stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the necklace around his neck, putting aside his dignity and begging constantly. You have to know that in 10 years of hard training, he has never asked Ning Xian once for help from her powered. It is conceivable that Yi Xian is now in extreme pain and despair. After a moment, a gentle voice rang beside his ears. Well, whatever. Today, I will lend you my power as a teacher. But this won't happen again. The moment the words fell, Yi Xian only felt an extremely powerful force surging in his body. This power surpasses the monarch level. Boom! An aura that could overlook the world of heaven and earth instantly swept across the entire Zhou Garden. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in shock as he slowly stood up from under the stone pillar. Holy Land. This is the power of the Holy Realm. Feeling the suffocating pressure between heaven and earth, Ji Xiu turned around, but looked calmly at Yi Xian, whose eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily, and exuding the pressure of the Saint Realm. He seemed to have anticipated this scene. At this moment, I saw a slight arc on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured playfully, Yi Xian, you finally used your master's power. It seems, things are starting to get interesting. Chapter 72, with a snap of fingers, the devil flame emerges and tyrannizes Yi Xian. Holy Land. How could this guy suddenly reach the Saint Realm? The second prince of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ling, looked in horror at Yi Xian, who had surpassed the ultimate realm of the monarch, and could not help but take 3 steps back when he thought of what he had said when he mocked Yi Xian just now. He couldn't help but want to slap himself in the face twice. How could he mock a powerful person in the Saint Realm, Holy Land? This guy is actually a saint-level expert. Such a young saint-level expert? Miss Xue felt the terrifying pressure from Yi Xian, and her pretty face turned pale. She has been with her young lady Chuli for many years and believes that she has seen powerful saints, but a saint-level person like Yi Xian? She had never heard of it. There's something wrong with this guy. Old Wei, go and take the master away. Now that Yi Xian has reached the Saint Realm, the master is in danger. Xin Jian spoke anxiously to Old Wei beside him. Shut up. Your Highness has his own plans. Old Wei scolded coldly and took a deep breath. Based on his understanding of Ji Xiu, he believed that no matter what Ji Xiu did,
he would always have a plan and a retreat in mind in advance. Now he didn't know why Yi Xian suddenly possessed the power of a saint, but he knew that Ji Xiu must have been prepared for this, even looked like he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Facing the Holy Land. Why is this guy so calm? What on earth does he want to do? Mu Xianyin stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. She discovered the same thing as Old Wei. Looking at Ji Xiu again, he was standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes staring at Yi Xian intently. Name: Yi Xian, age 24, cultivation, Saint level 1, combat power assessment, peak of Saint level 1, source of combat power, 9 heavens upper realm, the Ning family of the immortal family, Ning Xian, destiny essence potential, 250,000 destiny points, system prompt, the host can temporarily mine 100,000 destiny points. Well, as expected of the hero of a novel, it actually possesses the potential of 250,000 destiny essences. What a pity now! But 100,000 is 100,000. The thought stops here. Ji Xiu closed his all-seeing eye, looked at Yi Xian helplessly, and shook his head, his eyes full of regret. If Yi Xian is killed now, one can immediately get 100,000 destiny essences, which is not bad for him. At this time, Yi Xian didn't even look at Ji Xiu. He lowered his head and looked at the weak Feng Huang lying on the ground and said very gently, "Your Highness the Princess. Don't be afraid, wait for me. Wait till I take you out of here." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Ji Xiu. His expression was extremely indifferent, and his voice was as low as that of a wounded beast. "Ji Xiu, come here and die." Ji Xiu heard this, smiled and shook his head and said to himself, "I heard that in this world, there is a saying that is a truth recognized by all the cultivators in the 9 heavens continent. Below the saint level, everyone is an ant? But I think this is pure bullshit." The words fell. Everyone's expression froze. Does Ji Xiu mean to use a king-level body to fight a saint-level body? Master thinks it's too simple. The holy stage is not that easy to challenge. The saint-level strongmen and the lord-level monks are people from 2 completely different worlds. Xin Jianxin gritted his teeth and looked at Ji Xiu with great concern. At snort. This demon still wants to challenge the saint rank? Who does he think he is? Mu Lanxin snorted softly. Master Yi Xian, it would be great if we could defeat this demon. This way we can all be saved. Xianzang clenched his fists tightly, fiddling with the rosary in his hand, silently praying for Yi Xian in his heart. Xianzang, do you want to hear what you have to say next? Yi Xian now possesses the power of a saint. Ji Xiu, he's dead. Mu Lanxin glared at Xianzang. She didn't understand why Xianzang was so unconfident. After all, the idea that had been deeply rooted in her mind told her that Ji Xiu was just a ridiculous ant in front of Yi Xian. Hearing this, Xianzang glanced at Mu Lanxin and didn't say much. If it is true as Mu Lanxin said, then it would naturally be great. However, he always felt that things were not that simple. At this moment, he looked at Ji Xiu's back, and his throat couldn't help but roll. For some reason, he always felt that looking at Ji Xiu was like staring into the abyss. Camera shift. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ji Xiu indifferently. He didn't say anything more, but raised his foot and took a step forward. Boom. The terrifying power of the saint level swept out, the space trembled violently, lightning and thunder flashed above the sky, and the ultimate pressure penetrated the entire Zhou garden. Kill. Yi Xian lightly uttered the word kill. Holy light burst out from his eyes, tearing through the night, penetrating the darkness, and suddenly locking onto Ji Xiu, and at this moment, he punched out, and the powerful aura of the saint level exploded like an ocean bursting its dam, and like a galaxy exploding. The holy rank is the holy rank. This power has indeed undergone a qualitative change. After Ji Xiu finished speaking, the chaotic immortal light in his eyes became extremely bright. He suddenly took a step forward and punched out to kill. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying storm of true energy rolled back into the sky. The place where Ji Xiu and Yi Xian were standing was cracked with spider web-like cracks. The terrifying force made everyone present terrified, and they suddenly retreated hundreds of feet. Under the aftermath of this force, even a king-level strongman would be seriously injured. When they steadied themselves, a jaw-dropping and eye-shattering scene occurred. Pound. 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 A staggering figure retreated 17 steps from the true energy storm. This person is not Ji Xiu, but Yi Xian. How is it possible? Mu Lanxin was stunned. In her stereotype,
A Saint-level strongman can kill a king-level monk with just a wave of his hand, and a king-level monk simply cannot have the slightest power to resist, but this scene now completely shattered her cognition.
This guy, his combat power is comparable to that of a saint? Xianzang's mouth is so big that it seems like it can hold an egg.
Ji Xiu, this guy is beyond belief. Yingling was breathing heavily and his eyes were about to pop out. As expected of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Elder Wei breathed a sigh of relief, for he knew that Ji Xiu must have been confident enough to fight against a saint. After saying that, Mu Xianyin and Shen Jianqin beside him also breathed a sigh of relief.
How is it possible?
Yi Xian frowned tightly. At this moment, he only felt that his right fist, which had just fought with Ji Xiu, was trembling a little.
He was even at a disadvantage just now. After opening the divine ban, my fighting power is indeed comparable to that of a saint. In that case, you don't have to be polite from now on.
Ji Xiu muttered to himself, then his body shook, and he took the initiative to rush in front of Yi Xian, punching him mercilessly to kill.
Yi Xian roared angrily, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a demon star and suddenly collided with Ji Xiu on the sacred road. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom! Ji Xiu and Yi Xian fought fist to fist, elbow to elbow, in an extreme close combat duel. Both of them have amazing body movements. The star god's shadow is shattered, broken stars are all over the sky, and the star shadows are heavy, the family of immortality, 9 steps of swift wind, ethereal and invisible. For a moment, the sky above the sacred road was filled with shadows, dazzling the onlookers.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! During the clash of powers at the saint level, a terrifying sonic boom exploded in the void. Ji Xiu and Yi Xian were like two stars, constantly colliding with each other.
This unprecedented battle completely shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone understood, Ji Xiu can not only really fight against the saint level, he was actually able to unilaterally suppress Yi Xian, and Yi Xian, who possessed the power of the saint level, was beaten back step by step.
Holy rank?
Nothing more.
Ji Xiu sneered to Master, how could this be? Yi Xian staggered back a few steps again. After stabilizing his body, he felt his blood and energy surging violently.
Xianer! Hold on!
Ning Xian's gentle voice sounded. Afterwards, Yi Xian felt that the holy power surging in his body increased again. The second level of the Holy Order, the third level of the Holy Order, the fourth level of the Holy Order, the fifth level of the Holy Order. Within just a few breaths, Yi Xian's aura actually directly reached the fifth level of the holy stage from the first level. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian will never let you down. After saying that, Yi Xian raised his hand and drew out his oracle sky sword. He crushed the void with one foot, and with his holy power that had been raised by several levels, he rushed towards Ji Xiu again with absolute confidence. You really don't care about your shame.
In that case, then let's end it.
Ji Xiu sneered, and a red flame tinged with a weird black aura suddenly rose from the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the temperature in the void rose quietly, and a force of extreme destruction silently emanated from Ji Xiu's body.
Ji Xiu! Accept your fate.
Yi Xian stood in the void, his eyes locked on Ji Xiu, and chopped down with the power of the heavenly sword.
Burn!
Ji Xiu uttered a word with an expressionless face, then stretched out his left hand, crossed his middle finger and thumb, and snapped his fingers. Boom! A red devil flame tinged with black energy and extremely weird burst out directly from Ji Xiu's body.
Xianer, be careful.
Ning Xian's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears, but it was too late. The terrifying demonic flame, with its destructive power, directly blew Yi Xian away hundreds of feet. Every part of his body was blooming with blood flowers, and his body was twitching constantly under the ravages of the demonic flame. But this is not the end. Ji Xiu stepped on the broken shadow of the star god and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Without saying a word, he raised his right hand, which was stained with demonic flames, and slapped it directly on the back of the oracle sky sword. Clang! A sharp sound of a knife was heard immediately afterwards. A shocking scene took place. The black sky sword that seemed to be able to cut through everything exploded into pieces. The oracle heavenly sword was actually shattered by Ji Xiu's slap. Then, Ji Xiu raised his foot and stomped hard on Yi Xian's chest. Puff! Yi Xian vomited a large mouthful of blood, his chest suddenly caved in, and his body slammed heavily onto the ground like a falling star, splashing up dust all over the sky.
Chapter 73 Broken Arm. Ji Xiu is Ning Xian's destined man? This flame is the devil's flame of purification.
Feng Huang was lying on the ground, his face was pale and his voice was trembling. She had never expected that Ji Xiu actually possessed the purifying demonic flame, which was ranked third on the strange fire list. How so? This guy's fighting power is not only comparable to that of a saint.
He actually possesses the world-purifying devil flame.
Mulanqin's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes shook violently, and she felt dizzy. Isn't the purifying demon flame in the hands of the supreme heavenly saint Queen Nan Lingyue? Xianzang was also terrified, and sweat had soaked through the back of his shirt. He. Mu Xianyin sneered and shook his head. If everyone in the world thinks that the purifying demonic flame is in her master's hands, then everyone is wrong. After all, 10 years ago, even her master was tricked by Ji Xiu. The real master of the purifying devil flame is not her master Nan Lingyue, but Ji Xiu.
The devil's flame of purification. You actually possess the world-purifying devil flame.
Yi Xian swayed his body and slowly stood up, his voice trembling with disbelief. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his chest was charred black. He could feel the power of the purifying demonic flame rampaging through his body, and his strength was gradually disappearing. But even so, he still clenched his fists and actually wanted to fight with Ji Xiu.
Walk! Xianer! Go!
Ning Xian's anxious voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Just now she had to take back some of her strength to suppress the evil poison in Yi Xian's body, but, in truth, she couldn't suppress it for much longer. Her master, disciple is unwilling. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and spoke sadly with a trembling voice. His hand holding the broken oracle sky sword was also shaking slightly just now. His heart of Tao was almost shattered along with the oracle heavenly sword by Ji Xiu slap. If he just left like this, it would probably leave an indelible shadow in his heart.
Xianer! Listen to master. Go! As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Only if you are alive, there is hope.
If you insist on fighting him again, there is only one way to die. Hearing this, Yi Xian's mind suddenly became clear. He gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Then, he glanced at Feng Huang lying on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance and guilt, but he also knew that he could not hesitate any longer, so he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to escape from Zhou Ling. At this moment, a tall figure blocked his way.
Want to leave? Where are you going?
Ji Xiu sneered, stepped in front of Yi Xian and punched him. Drink.
Yi Xian roared angrily and once again mobilized his saint-level power to fight Ji Xiu with all his might. Snap!
The sound of bones breaking was heard. Yi Xian's hand bones were shattered by Ji Xiu's punch. The whole person flew backwards again, rolling awkwardly for more than 10 times on the sacred road before finally stopping. Just now, even though he had borrowed all of Ning Xian's strength, he was no match for Ji Xiu. Then how could he, with his seriously injured body, be a match for Ji Xiu? Let's just end it like this. Ji Xiu shook his head, and just as he was about to step forward and stomp Yi Xian's head to pieces, clang! The necklace on Yi Xian's neck burst into brilliant light. In the dazzling light, a slender jade hand stretched out and slammed towards Ji Xiu. Oh, did she finally take action herself? Ji Xiu sneered and slapped her with his backhand. Boom! 100-foot-wide true energy storm suddenly erupted. Demonic flames splashed everywhere. The void twisted inch by inch. Invisible ripples swept out in all directions. This is a true clash of saint-level powers. This power is more than 10 times stronger than what Yi Xian just displayed, but it's true. Although Yi Xian used Ning Xian's holy power, he was ultimately unable to bring it into full play. Ji Xiu took a half step back, looking at the mysterious woman in front of him with some surprise, and couldn't help shaking his numb arms. She was wearing a simple white dress, with a face that was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe in words, and her long, dazzling silver hair danced in the wind.
9 Heavens Upper Realm. The Immortal Family. Ning Xian.
Ji Xiu narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. He knew that Ning Xian would take action personally at the last moment.
Prince Ji Xiu. Forgive others when you can.
Ning Xian looked at Ji Xiu with cold eyes and spoke.
Does this prince have to kill Yi Xian? What can you do? Ji Xiu looked at Ning Xian with amusement and asked. You can't kill him. Ning Xian spoke expressionlessly. Okay. Then I will see your power.
Ji Xiu spoke calmly, and after saying that, he suddenly raised his eyebrows when he thought about the setting of Ning Xian in the novel. Maybe he could give Ning Xian a big surprise next time.
Xianer! Wake up! Master will take you away immediately.
Ning Xian spoke to Yi Xian, who was covered in blood and extremely weak. Master,
be careful. My disciple can still hold on.
Yi Xian opened his mouth and his voice was extremely weak, rest assured.
Ning Xian nodded, then she pulled out a sharp sword engraved with fairy patterns from the void and held it across her chest.
This is the magic sword made by the Ning family, a family of immortality, using red blood phoenix gold, Fei Wang. And when Ji Xiu saw the sword, the smile in his eyes became more intense. It has to be said that this flying phoenix seems to be tailor-made for the Daliwa sword.
Since you are my senior, I want to fight. Then let's fight.
Ji Xiu shook his head helplessly, then a light flashed in his hand, and an extremely ancient sword embryo appeared in his hand. This sword embryo is dim and dull, not gorgeous, but there is an extremely magical flying fairy scene on the sword embryo. When Ning Xian saw the sword in Ji Xiu's hand, her expression suddenly froze and her heartbeat almost stopped. The sword across her chest also unconsciously dropped slowly. It seems that, the sword in the family prophecy.
Ning Xian opened her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the Daliwa sword embryo in Ji Xiu's hand, her pupils trembling violently. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart. 10,000 years ago, the Ning family declined, their bloodline withered, and they were almost about to withdraw from their position as the top immortal family in the Nine Heavens upper realm. The founder of the Ning family paid the price of his life to peek into the future. He saw a man and also saw a sword. That sword contains the supreme power that can defy chaos for eternity, and that man, holding this sword, will save the Ning family from danger and help the Ning family regain the throne of the number one immortal family in the upper realm. Therefore, after the death of the Ning family's ancestor, the man predicted by the ancestor was called the Holy Lord by the people of the Ning family. And that sword naturally became the Holy Sword predicted by the Ning family. It is precisely because of this that the younger generations of the Ning family have been going one after another to pursue the man and the sword predicted by their ancestor. But tens of thousands of years have passed, and they still haven't found any clues about that man and that sword. Once upon a time, Ning Shi also regarded that man and that sword as the important mission she shouldered as the eldest princess of the Ning family, but she had been searching for many years and in many places, but to no avail. She once wanted to give up and even doubted the truthfulness of the Ning family ancestors' prediction, until now, she actually saw in Ji Xiu's hand the sword embryo that had been deeply imprinted in her mind since childhood. So, how could she not be distracted and shocked at this moment? Ji Xiu, who the hell are you? Meet you here. Is this my fate? So, you are the one who can save the Ning family from danger, right? But, why is it you?
Ning Xian bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth and murmured softly. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were full of complexity as she looked at Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu sneered. As expected, he saw Ning Xian's complicated expression. In the novel, the founder of the Ning family did indeed pay the price of his life to spy on a man and a sword. That man stepped onto the bounding sea alone, walked into the depths of darkness, fought against the heavens, and shone extremely brightly. However, even the founder of the Ning family himself was not sure whether he saw the future or the past, or some unspeakable corner of time and space. The prophecy he left for the Ning family was just a lie he made up after seeing that shocking scene, or it was just a hope he left for the Ning family. He hopes that in the future such a powerful person will appear and save the Ning family from danger. He also hopes that the younger generations of the Ning family will cheer up because of his prediction. Of course, although this is a huge lie, it is definitely beneficial to Ji Xiu after all. Moreover, Ji Xiu was also prepared to make good use of this lie. Ning Xian took a deep breath, then raised her jade hand and tapped the air. She made a decision. Clang! An extremely strange teleportation array appeared under Yi Xian's feet, and wisps of vast emperor's aura emanated from it. Master, come on. Let's leave together. Yi Xian shouted with all his might. Xianer, Master will accompany you here. You will walk your own path in the future. I want to stay. Ning Xian spoke softly to Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian shouted in despair. He thought Ning Xian was going to sacrifice herself for him. His nose felt sore and tears welled up in his eyes. Emperor level formation. Taichu teleportation array. Ji Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder Ning Xian said with such certainty that she couldn't kill Yi Xian. It turns out that the Taichu teleportation array had been prepared long ago, but even so, I have to give it a T or why Yi Xian wants to leave here completely, doesn't exist. After saying that, Ji Xiu held the Daliwa sword embryo in his hand, locked his eyes on Yi Xian, turned his wrist, and the sword embryo burst out with a dazzling flying fairy sword light, clang. The sword light was extremely bright, illuminating the endless night above Zhou Garden like daylight, and its power was extremely strong. No! Ning Xian shouted and tried to stop it, but the sword light was too fast, so fast that she didn't have time to move at all. A puff. One arm was thrown high up, the sad and beautiful blood splattered in the air, bang. When Yi Xian's right arm fell to the ground from the air, blood spilled all over the ground. At this moment, Ning Xian's expression suddenly froze. Her apprentice Yi Xian's right hand was broken, cut off by Ji Xiu's sword. Ding! Congratulations on cutting off the right hand of the protagonist Yi Xian, and obtaining 50,000 Essence of Destiny. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. What a pity! Ji Xiu shook his head. Although he felt it was a pity that he failed to save Yi Xianming today, he was not depressed, because he had another plan for Yi Xianming. A plan that will make his life worse than death. Think of this. Ji Xiu looked at Ning Xian, and a chillingly cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 74, Disasters in Jiangdong. Ji Xiu's evil plan, Senior. Aren't you going to leave Zhou Ling with your apprentice? Ji Xiu silently put away the Daluo sword embryo and smiled warmly at Ning Xian. His smile was bright and beautiful. At this moment, he was completely different from the man who had just ruthlessly cut off Yi Xian's right arm. Prince Ji Xiu! You are too cruel. Ning Xian gritted her teeth and glared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. She did manage to save Yi Xian's life, but Yi Xian lost his right arm, was seriously injured, and the evil poison entered his body. She simply couldn't imagine how Yi Xian would survive. Ji Xiu glanced at Ning Xian and said in a playful tone, "So what? Senior, are you planning to help your apprentice get revenge? Why don't you try to see if you can cut off my arm, you?" Ning Xian was speechless for a while, her full chest heaving violently. She was really angry that if Ji Xiu was really the man in her family's prophecy, she would be helpless even if he killed Yi Xian, let alone cutting off his hand. If she dared to touch Ji Xiu, her family and her parents would be the first ones who would not forgive her. It seems that Senior doesn't intend to cut off my hand. Then may I ask, why don't you leave? Could it be that Senior is also interested in the two broken sword technique? Want to compete with me? Ji Xiu looked at Ning Xian with interest and asked casually. You think too much. I have no interest in the two broken sword technique. Ning Xian responded expressionlessly. She is the eldest daughter of the Ning family, a family of immortality in the Nine Heavens upper realm. Even though the Ning family is in decline now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and an emperor-level martial arts technique would not make her like this. In that case. So what else are you interested in, Senior? Is it the heavy snow in the garden this week? Or is it this unique and secluded beauty in front of you? Or maybe, me? Ji Xiu asked knowingly, staring straight into Ning Xian's eyes. You. Ning Xian's beautiful eyes were startled. She avoided Ji Xiu's questioning eyes in a panic and answered in a daze of phoenix. I stayed here only for Feng Huang. She is the eldest princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire and Yi Xian's fiancée. I will never allow you to harm her. I see. Ji Xiu shook his head and chuckled, then he stepped forward, bent over and picked up Feng Huang. The scent of jasmine instantly filled his nose, making him feel happy. Let me go. Feng Huang opened her mouth weakly and wanted to struggle, but the weakness all over her body made it difficult for her to even move a finger, so she could only let Ji Xiu do whatever he wanted. Shut up! Ji Xiu shouted coldly at Feng Huang, then walked to Mu Xianyin holding Feng Huang and put it into her hands. Your Highness the Saint. Now, Her Royal Highness the Princess is my prince's person. You must take good care of her. Yeah, of course. If she had the strength to run, don't hesitate. Just break her legs. Ji Xiu smiled at Mu Xianyin. You bastard. Mu Xianyin looked at Ji Xiu with some amusement. She found that Ji Xiu, as he grew older, became more and more to her liking. Demon. Feng Huang bit her flowery lips with her pearly teeth and glared at Ji Xiu fiercely with her beautiful eyes. Oh, upon hearing this, Ji Xiu chuckled and did not get angry. Instead, he reached out and took off the ring that Feng Huang was wearing on his finger, and took out a marriage certificate from it. This marriage certificate was the one that Feng Huang and Yi Xian got engaged to each other. Clang. The devil flame ignited from the fingertips. The marriage certificate of Feng Huang and Yi Xian instantly turned into ashes floating in the sky. Ji Xiu, you. Feng Huang looked at the floating ashes in the sky, her lips slightly opened, her beautiful eyes wide open, but she didn't know what to say for a moment.
How? What does the princess want to say? Isn't this marriage certificate something that the princess was going to return to Yi Xian?
Ji Xiu looked at Feng Huang calmly and spoke in a low voice.
No.
Hearing this, Feng Huang bit her lip, shook her head and fell silent just as Ji Xiu said. She had originally planned to return the marriage certificate after Yi Xian grew up. The reason why she didn't cancel the engagement was simply because she didn't want to add insult to injury to a down and out young man and now let Ji Xiu burn the marriage certificate. But at this moment, an idea came to her mind. Frowny face, this guy burned her marriage certificate.
Could it be that he really wanted to take her for himself? How? Now Feng Huang is no longer your apprentice's fiancé. Do you have any other reasons, senior?
Ji Xiu turned around and spoke casually to Ning Xian.
That's it. Then I will still ensure her safety.
Ning Xian still spoke expressionlessly. Whatever.
If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. This prince has no objection.
Ji Xiu waved his hand, then a slight arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone suddenly changed. But, next.
What this prince is going to do to your apprentice? You might have an opinion.
What's the meaning? When Ning Xian heard this, she suddenly had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. Ji Xiu turned to Shen Jianqin and smiled mysteriously.
Jianqin, this prince has something for you to do next.
The master can give you whatever orders. Shen Jianqin bowed slightly, his beautiful face full of piety. Ji Xiu sorted out his thoughts and said, next, this prince wants you to leave Zhou Garden and return to the Red Dress sect, and tell the world what you saw and heard in Shenmu Forest and Zhou Garden.
Shen Jianqin frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Ji Xiu meant. It would be a disaster if what happened in Shenmilan and Zhou Garden were made known to the world, and just as her thoughts were turning, the smile on Ji Xiu's face became more intense. I want you to tell the world. 3 days ago, the young master of the Tian's army, Li Wangshang. The young master of the 10,000 Poison Valley, Zhao Wuji. They all died at the hands of Yi Xian of the Yi family in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Holy Sect's holy son, Mo Lingfang, was also severely injured by him. And you, Shen Jianqin, barely managed to escape death by using all your strength. The words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed. Ji Xiu is trying to bring disaster to Jiangdong. Now that Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji have passed away, their sects must have known about it and are in an uproar. With this move of Ji Xiu, he directly transferred all the hatred of the two top sects to Yi Xian, and he himself will not be involved in the slightest bit of cause and effect. Owner. What about the two broken sword technique? Did Yi Xian also take it? Shen Jianqin narrowed his eyes and asked softly. She thought that if she could also pin the two broken sword technique on Ji Xiu, then things would probably become even more exciting. No need. After all, we have to leave some suspense for the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent. Besides, they have brains. I'll guess it myself. If you say too much, it will sound too fake. Ji Xiu shook his head. Ji Xiu. You are simply a devil. Mulanqing glared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes. This guy not only cut off Yi Xian's right hand, but also framed Yi Xian for all the blood debt on his hands. He even left the whereabouts of the two broken sword technique a mystery, causing cultivators from all over the continent to not let him go. This method is simply too evil, bad. It's so damn bad. Shen Zhang clenched his fists tightly and was extremely angry, so much so that even he, the chief Buddhist, could not help but swear. Ji Xiu. You dare. Ning Xian shouted coldly, her delicate body trembling with anger. Why wouldn't I dare? You can help Yi Xian. Can't this prince help himself? Ji Xiu looked back at Ning Xian and gave her an extremely cold look. Since Yi Xian dared to borrow Ning Xian's power to challenge himself, then why don't I dare to do all this, Hugh? Ning Xian was speechless when she saw Ji Xiu's cold look. For some reason, she didn't dare to look Ji Xiu in the eye. Yes. Her apprentice Yi Xian and Ji Xiu were originally enemies. If that was the case, what methods could not be used? His Royal Highness. Your plan is a good one though. But there's a problem. Mr. Wei suddenly spoke up to remind him, you say? Ji Xiu withdrew his gaze. Shen Jianqin will cooperate with you. But I'm afraid the remaining few won't. Old Wei glanced at Mulanqing, Xian Zong, the second prince of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ling, and the unconscious Mo Lingfeng. Unless you kill them all. Mu Xianyin smiled and interrupted. He, hearing this, Ji Xiu couldn't help but shook his head and sneered. No. If too many people die, then this story of mine is not credible. He had thought about this very clearly. It was easy to solve and there was no need to kill anyone, moreover, he had been prepared for this. The thought stops here. Ji Xiu glanced at the several geniuses present. Little monk. You'll help me, right? Ji Xiu looked at Xianzang with a smile in his eyes. Prince Ji Xiu. Monks do not tell lies. Feel sorry. I won't help you. Xianzang shook his head. Yeah? Ji Xiu had a frivolous frown on his face. He considerately reached out his hand to help Feng Huang tuck the golden hair scattered on her forehead behind her ears. Then he asked again in a very casual tone. So, you don't want to see your sister come home, right? His tone was neither light nor heavy, but it sounded like thunder in Xianzang's ears. Xianzang looked at Ji Xiu with a pale face, his body shaking uncontrollably. Help me. I'll help you. Fair enough, isn't it? As Ji Xiu spoke, he reached out and patted Xianzang's smooth head. Hearing this, Xianzang felt dizzy, and Ji Xiu's voice kept echoing in his ears like the whisper of a devil. Xianzang knew Ji Xiu's methods, and he also knew that Ji Xiu didn't care about other people's background or status at all. Ji Xiu would ruthlessly kill anyone who stood in his way, just like Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji. He also knew that if he didn't do what Ji Xiu wanted, his sister Feng Huan would definitely die. At this time, Xianzang glanced at Feng Huan, who was leaning against Mu Xuannin's arms. Finally, he nodded to Ji Xiu and whispered, Prince Ji Xiu. Don't hurt my sister. I promise you. I will never hinder the implementation of your plan. That's enough, Ji Xiu nodded. It is too difficult to get a monk to lie for you. However, as long as Xianzang does not deny, clarify, or respond to the rumors, it will be enough. Ji Xiu. I won't help you. Absolutely not. Mulanqing gritted her teeth and said in a firm tone. Oh, Ji Xiu glanced at Mulanqing that he had no intention of paying any attention to this stupid woman. After all, why waste your breath on a woman who had been planted with the soul-robbing mark by you? You may say you can't do it now, but when the critical moment comes, you will naturally be able to do it. Think of this. Ji Xiu also glanced at Mo Lingfeng at the same time. The same is true for the holy son of the holy sect back then in the Shenmu forest. It was the darkest moment in the world. While he was planting the soul-robbing seal on Mulanqing, he also quietly planted one on Mo Lingfeng. It's just, no one present knew about it. And you? The second prince of the Qin dynasty, Yingling. Ji Xiu asked while looking at Yingling with a smile, forehead. When Yingling heard this, his throat couldn't help but roll. The man in front of me, 100 times more terrifying than anyone he had ever met. Ji Xiu, Prince. What did you say? That's it. Yingling bowed slightly, smiled stiffly, and didn't dare to look up and meet Ji Xiu's eyes. At this moment, he, the second prince of the great Qin Empire, could be said to be extremely humble in front of Ji Xiu. Chapter 75, The Terrifying Ji Xiu. The plan begins. Mu Bing comes out of seclusion. Ji Xiu looked at Yingling, who was extremely humble in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually became more intense. Name, Yingling, age, 25, cultivation, sovereign level 2, identity, the second prince of the Qin Empire, destiny essence potential, 5000. After using his all-seeing eye to glance at Yingling, Ji Xiu withdrew his gaze with boredom. This is the second prince of the Qin dynasty. A bit poor. But, it's really a good dog. Ji Xiu murmured to himself in his heart. According to intelligence from MI6, Yingling is a man who would do anything to become the crown prince of Qin. Before, he had tried his best to curry favor with Feng Huang in order to use the power of the Divine Phoenix Empire to ascend to the position of crown prince. Therefore, as long as I give him a little bit of favor and paint a big pie in the sky, I can use him to open up the treasure empire of Daqin and seize the countless resources in it. His Royal Highness. Don't worry, as long as you spare my life. When I return to Daqin, I will personally lead people to hunt down Yixian. Your plan will be carried out by this prince himself. Yingling finally mustered up the courage to look at Ji Xiu and spoke confidently. If you can really do it. Perhaps, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to help you take the throne of the crown prince of Qin. Ji Xiu spoke very casually. Really?
When Ying Ling heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened. He was very clear about Ji Xiu's strength. The king level crushed the saint level. This was an incredible combat power that was beyond his comprehension, not to mention, there is Wu Shangtian standing behind Ji Xiu, as well as forces hidden in the darkness that he is not aware of yet. If Ji Xiu was really willing to help him, then he would have every confidence in taking the crown prince position away from his brother. Of course it's true. Ji Xiu smiled slightly when he saw Ying Ling's excited eyes. He knew that this guy had taken the bait. However, even so, we have to make a guarantee in advance. In that case, then Ying Ling will follow the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the future. Ying Ling bowed deeply to Ji Xiu. Ji Xiu sneered, then said, Your Highness the Second Prince. Just based on your few words. You don't think that's the end of it, do you? Ying Ling was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Ji Xiu meant. Nothing. I just want to give the second prince a small gift. Then, you can leave Shou Garden. Ji Xiu shook his head and said casually. Hearing this, Ying Ling had a bad feeling in his heart. Demon swallowing technique, start up. A devilish light flashed in Ji Xiu's eyes, and he raised his hands to form seals. A clank. Clank. Clank, a blazing magic light bloomed in the palm of his hand. Prince Ji Xiu. You, what do you mean? Ying Ling stared at Ji Xiu in a daze, his face turned pale instantly, and sweat slid down his forehead and cheeks. Take it easy. Relax. Ji Xiu spoke calmly, then placed his palm directly on Ying Ling's forehead. Clang. The demonic light shone brightly, and then turned into wisps of black gas and sank into Ying Ling's body. Forehead. It's so hot. Ying Ling cried out in pain. At this moment, he felt as if the meridians and bones in his body were about to melt. A moment later, Ji Xiu withdrew his hand and looked at Ying Ling, whose legs went limp and he sat on the ground gasping for breath, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You, what did you do to me? Ying Ling looked at Ji Xiu with extreme fear, his voice hoarse, as if it had been smoked. It's just a small gift. Ji Xiu responded softly. Just now, he activated the immortal devouring magic art to change several meridians in Ying Ling's body, and quietly planted a demon seed. Gift? Ying Ling's face was full of disbelief, but when he tried to circulate his true energy, he suddenly discovered that his meridians seemed to have widened a lot. Even, his cultivation level has been raised to a higher level. Thank you, Prince Ji Xiu, for the gift. Ying Ling knelt in front of Ji Xiu and his tone was extremely pious. You're welcome. Ji Xiu spoke casually. Well, he did give Ying Ling a little benefit. However, as long as he activates the magic seed, Ying Ling's true energy will instantly flow backwards along the meridians he changed. Afterwards, Ying Ling will become extremely violent and his combat power will soar. Of course, after the true energy flows backwards, what awaits Ying Ling is death after his meridians are severed. If Ying Ling doesn't want to die, he can only kneel in front of me and beg me to give him a chance to live. In other words, in the entire Jotian continent, no one can save Ying Ling except himself. In addition, as long as Ji Xiu is willing, he can detonate the demon seed at any time. At that time, all the meridians and bones in Ying Ling's body will be shattered in an instant. To put it simply, Ying Ling's life is now firmly in Ji Xiu's hands. Let's go. Your Highness the Second Prince. You can leave Shou Garden now. Hearing this, Ying Ling slowly stood up, looked into the distance and let out a long sigh, feeling that he was dreaming. He never thought that Ji Xiu would really let him live. Ji Xiu. What about us? Mu Lanqin stepped forward and asked with a frown. Let's go. Remember to say hello to your little sister-in-law when you see her. Ji Xiu waved his hand and said calmly. Hearing this, Mu Lanqin looked at Ji Xiu in disbelief. This devil actually let her go like this? Isn't he afraid that he will ruin her plan? Oh, Ji Xiu seemed to see through Mu Bing's thoughts and said, Get out of here. Before I change my mind. Devil. Mu Lanqin cursed softly, then she turned around and left. Ji Xiu. I will tell Little Nun and the Ice God Palace everything you did in Shou Garden word for word, random. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu didn't care about Mu Lanqin's words at all. Prince Ji Xiu. Please keep your promise. Don't hurt my sister. After Shen Zhang said this to Ji Xiu, he turned around and left with Mo Lingfeng on his back. Looking at Shen Zhang's back, Ji Xiu's mouth curled up into a happy arc. The demonic potential in Shen Zhang's body is hundreds of times stronger than Ying Ling's, therefore, he didn't need to rush to demonize Xianzang at this moment. Just wait until the time is right. The demonic potential in Xianzang's body will be unearthed by him bit by bit. By then, when I activate the immortal devouring magic art, I will be able to control a rising star of magic at will. Moreover, Feng Huang was still in his hands, so he was not worried that Xianzang's leaving Zhou Garden would ruin his plan. Wait until Mulanxin, Xianzang, Mo Lingfeng, and Ying Ling's figures disappeared at the end of the sky. Mu Xianyin suddenly walked up to Ji Xiu and said, Ji Xiu, Mulanxin and Mo Lingfeng have already been hijacked by you, so you are so fearless. Hearing this, Ji Xiu looked at Mu Xianyin in surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Xianyin could actually see through it. Don't think that I am a stupid girl like Mulanxin. When you were playing the Requiem in the Godswood, you suddenly changed the tune. I guess that must be the soul-stealing song, the second of your soul-stealing trilogy. Mu Xianyin said with a smile, good. You're smart. Ji Xiu nodded. He didn't have to hide anything from Mu Xianyin. After all, they are in the same boat, but this saint is really a little surprised. You actually let Ying Ling go? Mu Xianyin frowned and asked in a low voice. In her opinion, only by killing Ying Ling would Ji Xiu's plan be foolproof. Hearing this, Ji Xiu looked into the distance calmly and said, that was the plan. Ying Ling. You have to stay alive. Hear this. Mu Xuanin's eyes lit up. She seemed to realize something and said, your original plan was to kill Yi Xian and let Ying Ling take the blame? That's right, Ji Xiu nodded. Just as Mu Xianyin said, his original plan was to kill Yi Xian and then let Ying Ling take the blame for everything that happened in Shenmilan and Zhou Garden, but Yi Xian was lucky to have a good master, and Ning Xian forcibly saved his life. So, he changed his plan slightly, planted the demon Ying Ling, and directed all the disaster to Yi Xian. He himself does not take any responsibility for the consequences, but still reaps all the benefits. At this moment, he even felt that the current plan was better and more perfect, and the future benefits were more attractive. After all, Yi Xian, this big leak, is more valuable alive than dead. Wait until the final harvest in the future, and you will undoubtedly get huge profits. You are such a bad guy. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xiu with a playful expression inside. At this moment, even she couldn't help but marvel at Ji Xiu's meticulousness. The series of events nowadays do not seem to be accidental, as if they were all planned and even carefully calculated by Ji Xiu, from killing Li Wangshang, Zhao Wuji, snatching the soul of Mulanxin, Mo Lingfeng, bribing Ying Ling, and framing Yi Xian. When she thinks back on this plan, her scalp tingles now. Thanks for the compliment. Ji Xiu responded to Mu Xianyin with a chuckle. This is how it is in this world. Being kind to your enemies means being cruel to yourself and those around you. Only when you are ruthless enough will the world show you the kindness and respect it deserves. As for right and wrong, good and evil, it's really not important. Let's go. Entered Zhou Ling. Ji Xiu raised his head, looked at the huge mausoleum at the end of the sacred road and spoke slowly. He will eventually get the two broken sword technique of Emperor Wu of Zhou. In addition, he has collected 100,000 Essence of Destiny, so it seems that he can also obtain the forbidden Imperial technique in the System Mall. When he thought of this, Ji Xiu felt a burning sensation in his heart. However, it is said that after several geniuses left Zhou Garden, they returned to Shenmu Forest. They all sat down on the ground. Xianzang, do you really want to bring disaster upon Yi Xian for that devil Ji Xiu? Mulanxin asked in a low voice, gritting her teeth. Your Highness the Saint. My sister is in his hands. It's not up to me to decide. Xianzang shook his head, his face full of bitterness. In his opinion, family is more important than anything else. Mulanxin felt a tightness in her chest when she heard this. She was silent for a moment, then she spoke to herself. Good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. Anyway, I won't let Ji Xiu's plan succeed. Snort, Ying Ling snorted coldly. Mulanxin, you are too childish. You have all seen the strength of Prince Ji Xiu. Standing with him will make you the real winner. Besides, isn't your little sister-in-law his fiancée? In this case, this prince advises you to follow the plan of the obedient Prince Ji Xiu. Otherwise, the first one who won't let you go might be your master, the Ice God Palace. Hearing this, Mulanxin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, she was also wondering whether her master would stand on her side if she told the truth, and just at this moment, the sound transmission stone hanging on her waist rang, and when she heard the familiar voice, she stood up suddenly. At this moment, she only felt her nose sore, and as if she had found support, she bit her silver teeth and said to herself in a crying voice, Little master-in-law. She finally came out. Chapter 76. Yi Xian became the public enemy of the Nine Heavens, and Mu Bing was stunned. However, when Mu Lanqin heard Mu Bing's voice in the sound transmission jade, she stood up without even a moment's hesitation and left the Shenwu forest directly, flying towards her master's ice god palace, Xianzang's side, and left the Shenwu forest with Mo Lingfeng on his back with a heavy heart. He would follow Ji Xiu's instructions and bring Mo Lingfeng back to the holy sect first, and then he would return to the Great Lane Temple. Ling glanced at Xianzang's back, shook his head and snorted coldly, then left the Shenwu forest. Time flies. After several great geniuses returned to the sect, the Jiotian continent, which was as calm as a dark lake, was in great turmoil as if several huge rocks had been thrown into it. Countless cultivators are waiting for the words from the top. Cultivation families. They are eager to know what exactly happened in Tianmo Mountain, Red Sect, when the red dress sect leader Shen Ruliu saw his beloved disciple staggering back in dismay. Without saying a word, she rushed up and hugged Shen Jianqin, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly fell to the ground. "You stinky girl! Finally, I'm back. Let me see, are you injured?" Shen Ruliu looked Shen Jianqin up and down, fearing that Shen Jianqin had suffered some incurable injury, and at this moment, she suddenly found that Shen Jianqin had his eyes slightly lowered, his body was trembling slightly, and his whole mood was very wrong. "Ken Shin, what's wrong with you?" Shen Ruliu had a bad feeling, so he asked in a soft voice, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Master, disciple thought I would never see you again." Shen Jianqin raised her head and looked at Shen Ruliu. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were red and tears were flashing in them. Her voice was filled with deep fear and dread. "Kenshin, what happened in the Godwood Forest?" Shen Ruliu held Shen Jianqin tightly in his arms and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Shen Jianqin was silent for a moment, as if she was thinking, and then she said in a slightly crying voice, "Yi Xian. It's that man, named Yi Xian. He is simply a monster." Hearing this, Shen Ruliu frowned suddenly. She had also heard of the name Yi Xian. Tianmo Mountain, an extremely eye-catching dark horse in the battle between good and evil, and he is the fiancé of Princess Feng Huang of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Did he kill Li Wansheng and Zhao Wuji? Shen Ruliu's beautiful eyes widened and she asked in a shocked tone. "It's him! It's him! If it weren't for my disciple's strength and good luck in meeting Master Ji Xiu, I'm afraid even my disciple will die at his hands." Shen Jianqin raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing with a complex mixture of hatred and fear. After saying that, she buried her head deeply in Shen Ruliu's arms, her body trembling slightly. At this moment, she really looked like a lovable weak woman who had escaped death. All right. Kenshin is not afraid. Master is here. Don't worry, Yi Xian actually dared to attack you. Master will never let him go. Shen Ruliu gritted his teeth and spoke in hatred. Shen Jianqin is the saint of her red dress sect, but who the hell is Yi Xian, to dare to attack her beloved disciple? If it weren't for the good luck of his beloved disciple, he would probably have been buried in the sacred forest together with the saints of the other two major sections. When she thought of this, she felt a pang of fear in her heart. At the same time, she held Shen Jianqin tightly in her arms, and a terrifying murderous light flashed in her eyes, but she didn't notice that Shen Jianqin in her arms raised the corner of his mouth slightly in a happy arc of success. Jiotian Continent, Holy Sect. Xianzang looked at the stone jade gate in front of him that was towering into the clouds and extremely majestic. He silently placed Mo Lingfeng in front of the door, then turned and left. Not long after he left, he heard the shocked and angry voices of the Holy Sect's disciples. "It's the Holy Sun! The Holy Sun is back! Why is Lord Saint so badly injured? Asshole! Who on earth dared to attack the Holy Sun of my holy sect? Shut up! Go and inform the elders and the saint." Xianzang listened to the voice behind him, shook his head, then left the holy sect's territory and headed towards his master's sect, the Great Lane Temple. What he didn't know was this time, on the Peach Blossom Mountain of the holy sect, a dozen elders of the holy sect were standing outside a wooden house in the bamboo forest with grim expressions a rustle. The sound of footsteps was heard. I saw a woman wearing a moon-shaped skirt, as ethereal as a fairy, walking towards me. "Your Highness the Saint! The Holy Sun is back!" An elder of the holy sect spoke softly. "Then what?" Mo Qingxian asked calmly. "Sir Holy Sun, he was seriously injured. Half of the meridians are broken, and the hand bones, sternum, and ribs are almost shattered."
Although my life was saved, my future path of cultivation is probably ruined. The elders of the holy sect shook their heads, their tones filled with pity and grief anew. You guys go down. When Emo Qingxian heard this, she waved her hand. Upon hearing this, the elders of the holy sect left the peach blossom forest one after another, and Emo Qingxian pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she entered the wooden house, she saw Emo Lingfeng lying on the bed, extremely weak. Walking closer slowly, Emo Qingxian looked at his brother who was only half alive with an indifferent expression. After a while, she sat on the bamboo stool beside the table, gently rubbed her eyebrows with her jade hand, and said with her red lips, I told you this when we were little, it doesn't matter if you don't have talent, just work hard. Don't be so proud. Anyone who is eager to prove himself will always be a weakling. A cold voice fell. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of Emo Lingfeng's eyes. He slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the roof of the cabin. He had woken up a long time ago. He woke up when Xian Zhang placed him in the holy sect. Sister, what can I do in the future? My cultivation is wasted. The meridians are destroyed. I feel like a useless person now. Hearing this, Emo Qingxian was silent for a moment, then she opened her red lips and said coldly to Emo Lingfeng, I'm here. You will always be the holy son of the holy sect. So what if my cultivation is wasted? I can just start practicing again. So what if your meridians are destroyed? I can help you rebuild them. Finally, put away your cowardly tears and tell me now, who hurt you? Hearing this, Emo Lingfeng took a deep breath, suppressed the sadness in his heart and began to recall, and just at this moment, a strange soul-stealing light flashed deep in his eyes. He responded in a weak and mechanical voice. It's Yi Xian. The Divine Phoenix Empire. Yi family. Yi Xian. After saying this, a deep feeling of tiredness surged up from the depths of his soul. His eyelids felt as heavy as Mount Tai, and soon his consciousness fell into darkness again. Looking at Emo Lingfeng, who fell into a deep sleep. Emo Qingxian was silent for a long time, then she turned her head to look at the bright moon in the sky, and whispered to herself with her red lips, very good. Yi Xian. Hurt my brother and ruin his life. I, Emo Qingxian, will repay you tenfold. Ice Temple, the moonlight is bright, and the beautiful moonlight shines on a snowy mountain in the Ice God Palace, which is extremely beautiful. At this moment, an incomparable beautiful figure stood on the top of the mountain with her hands behind her back, and the cold wind blew her holy snow skirt. In the moonlight, her silver hair cascaded down to her perky buttocks. She has beautiful eyebrows and is full of heroism and dignity. A pair of beautiful eyes were as piercingly cold as the chill wind on the top of a snowy mountain. Her nose is extremely beautiful, noble, and elegant, and matched with her red lips that are as moist as petals after rain. The whole face has a stunning and breathtaking beauty, and she was the woman who walked out of the Ice Jedi Mu Bing. Little Master-in-Law. Little Master-in-Law. A soft and excited voice came from behind Mu Bing. Hearing this, Mu Bing pursed her red lips, slowly turned around, and saw Mu Lanqin jogging towards her. Little sister-in-law is still the most fragrant and beautiful. Mu Lanqin felt the soothing body temperature and familiar smell, and the smile on her face became 3 times brighter. You. Why are you still as clingy as you were when you were little? Mu Bing gently rubbed Mu Lanqin's soft hair and spoke softly in a very doting tone. Where is that? It's just that I haven't seen you, little sister, for many years. I couldn't help myself. Mulan's heart changed as she spoke and gave Mu Bing a playful smile. They are all saints now. Remember to be more serious next time. If other people see me like this, won't they laugh at me? Mu Bing helplessly reached out and pinched Mu Lanqin's face. I know. Mu Lanqin puffed up her cheeks and her eyes were still full of playfulness, although there is a generation gap between her and Mu Bing, but after all, they are of similar age, so she has liked to stick to Mu Bing since she was a child. The two seem to be aunt and niece, but they are actually sisters. Tell me about it. What happened in the Godwood? How did Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji die? Who hurt Mo Lingfeng again? Mu Bing asked softly. When she came out of seclusion, she heard about the chaos in the 9 heavens. The saints and holy maidens of the righteous path in the Jiotian continent were either killed or injured. It was a tragic event to the extreme, and the person who created all this, she suspected, was the man she had been thinking about for 10 years in the Iceland. Mulan thought about it, and a handsome face with a constant smile appeared in her mind. For a moment, she couldn't help but Shudder, that person had a bright smile, but he killed people without blinking an eye and was extremely cruel. Little master-in-law. That's what I was going to tell you. In the Shenmu forest, that man injured Mo Lingfang and killed Li Wangsheng and Zhao Wuji, and he almost killed us all. Who is it? Mu Bing stared at Mulanxin with burning eyes. Yes, Mulan was just about to blurt out the name that was on the tip of her tongue, but I just felt my mind suddenly go blank. She frowned and said with a trembling voice, Little master, that person, it seems his name is Yi Shen. Yi Shen. When Mu Bing heard this, her brows were furrowed into a shape of a river, and she was a little confused for a moment. After a long while, she whispered to herself of that person. It's not Ji Xiu, how so? Chapter 77 Starry Sea. Emperor's Coffin. Ji Xiu, you are pressing down on my hair. However, it is said that the Nine Heavens continent was in turmoil. In Zhou Garden, Ji Xiu, along with Wei Lao, Mu Xianyin, and the people from Woshangtian had already walked across the sacred road and arrived in front of the huge Zhou mausoleum. This is the tomb of the man in the legend of the Nine Heavens continent. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath, and her heart beat faster as she looked at the huge bronze door in front of her. Don't be happy too soon. It is said that he is a man of great means and does not like to be disturbed. Who knows, there might be something waiting for us in his tomb. Wei Lao gave a warning. That's right. You really have to be careful. Ji Xiu nodded, then took out the 9 pieces of the broken sword that he had collected. His eyes scanned the bronze door in front of him, and then locked onto the 9 grooves at the central hub of the bronze door. This Lord Wudi, did they build a mausoleum for himself, knowing that he would die? Moreover, he seemed to have known in advance that after his death, the 2 broken swords would break into 9 pieces, so he specially designed this bronze door. Ji Xiu frowned and murmured in a low voice, then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He raised his hand and directly inserted the 9-piece, 2 broken sword fragments into the groove in the center of the bronze door. Boom! When the 9 pieces of the broken sword were inserted into the groove, the ground began to shake, and the bronze door also began to tremble, with a faint momentum of opening. Stand back! Ji Xiu frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei, Mu Xianyin and the powerful men from the Supreme Heaven retreated dozens of feet. As for Ning Xian, she stood beside Ji Xiu with an expressionless face and did not say a word. Obviously, she had made up her mind to follow GXIU.AT this time. The bronze door moved. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. Boom! Then a huge roar was heard at the bronze door of Zhou Mausoleum opened. An ancient breath blew in from behind the door. At this moment, the thousands of stars in the sky of Zhou Garden suddenly dimmed strangely. His Royal Highness. Something is wrong. Elder Wei whispered beside Ji Xiu. So what if it's not right? We're all here. Are you going to give up? Ji Xiu shook his head, then turned to Mu Xianyin and said, I'll carry Feng Huang on my back. If something weird comes out later, just protect yourself. When Mu Xianyin heard this, she nodded softly, and her beautiful eyes were shining with stars as she looked at Ji Xiu. Obviously, she was very touched by Ji Xiu's thoughtful and considerate behavior, but Feng Huang doesn't think so. After all, there are differences between men and women. If Ji Xiu carried her on his back, wouldn't that be too intimate? How? Is Her Royal Highness the Princess unwilling? Ji Xiu asked calmly as he looked at Feng Huang, who was gritting his teeth and looking at him warily. Ji Xiu, I don't need you to carry me on your back. I can walk on my own. Feng Huang said stubbornly. Shut up. As long as you can stand firm, I will consider you awesome. Ji Xiu sneered, then pulled Feng Huang onto his back in a domineering manner. You. Feng Huang screamed. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of shame, anger, and grievance, but in order to avoid falling off Ji Xiu, he had no choice but to hold Ji Xiu's neck tightly with his arms. At this moment, her body was pressed tightly against Ji Xiu's back. To Feng Huang, this kind of contact could only be described as intimate, so fat. Ji Xiu carried Feng Huang on his back and felt the softness behind him and couldn't help but hum. Ji Xiu, you bastard! Feng Huang scolded coldly. She is very confident about her body. So she knew that Ji Xiu was not talking about her weight at all. About that. Didn't Her Royal Highness the Princess know about this a long time ago? Ji Xiu said this with some amusement, and then he walked into the bronze door first with Feng Huang on his back. Ning Xian looked at Ji Xiu and Feng Huang and shook her head, then followed them. As soon as I stepped into the bronze door, What came into view was endless darkness, but soon, before Jisho had taken 2 steps, a holy light appeared at the end of the darkness in front of him. Immediately afterwards, more and more holy lights lit up, converging towards them, and finally spread to Jisho's feet. Clang! The darkness faded. The holy light lasts forever. Are you ready? Jisho suddenly spoke to the phoenix on his back. Feng Huang frowned, still not reacting. Jisho carried Feng Huang on his back and ran in the corridor, and his speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, because of the bumps, Feng Huang's jade hand that was holding Jisho's neck was getting closer and closer. At this moment, whether it was because of the surging blood or simply because of shame and anger, her extremely beautiful face became redder and redder. When Jisho ran to the end of the corridor, he slowly stopped. Feng Huang's full chest rose and fell violently as she cursed in her heart. This bastard definitely did it on purpose, and just at this moment, the stars lit up the scene before them, stunned Jisho and Feng Huang. At the end of the corridor, there is a divine bridge, and under the bridge is an eternal sea of stars that stretches as far as the eye can see. Tens of thousands, even millions of starlight sparkled like diamonds under the sacred road, extremely dazzling. Good, what a nice view. Feng Huang opened her red lips and murmured something. She looked at the endless sea of stars under the bridge with a dazed expression. The sleeping palace is built on the endless sea of stars. What a big deal. Ning Xian, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Arrive! We're finally here." Jisho's gaze was fixed on the magnificent and dazzling palace behind the divine bridge, which was filled with endless starlight. This time, Mu Xianyin, Wei Lao, Shui Girl, and others, along with Washangtian's large group of people, also arrived behind Jisho. Endless sea of stars. How spectacular! It is worthy of being the tomb of Zhou Dufu. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath and murmured softly. What a nice view! There was starlight in the beautiful eyes of the snow girl, and they were full of confusion. His Royal Highness. We're here. That man seems to be buried here. Above the starry sea, deep in the imperial palace. Mr. Wei's voice was trembling slightly at this time. Walk. Jisho spoke briefly and to the point. He carried Feng Huang on his back and walked across the sacred road. When he arrived in front of the imperial palace, he raised his hand and pushed open the palace door. Boom! The palace gate slowly opened with a slight friction sound. Behind the palace gate is a world that no one has visited for thousands of years. Enter the imperial palace. What caught Jisho and Feng Huang's eyes was a stone coffin as big as a small mountain deep in the imperial palace. The surface of the sarcophagus was glowing with a faint glow, which was very mysterious and extremely oppressive. Zhou Dufu, the first casual martial arts emperor 1,000 years ago. It looks like he is sleeping here. Jisho said this calmly, and then, carrying Feng Huang on his back, he came to the huge sarcophagus that looked like a small mountain, and just at this moment, Jisho, Feng Huang, and Ning Xian all noticed that the sarcophagus was engraved with profound and difficult to understand ancient runes. The runes were arranged in an orderly manner, forming an ancient imperial formation. This imperial formation is obviously used to protect the sarcophagus. If anyone dares to open the coffin forcibly, then the imperial formation will automatically activate and kill the intruder in one fell swoop. Prince Jisho, you don't want to try the power of this imperial formation, do you? Ning Xian looked at Jisho with interest and asked, not interested. Jisho shook his head. The purpose of his trip was to obtain Zhou Dufu's two-broken sword technique, not Zhou Dufu's emperor's body. After saying that, he turned his gaze to several stone chambers in the hall. I think most of Zhou Dufu's inheritance should be included in it. Just at this moment, Mu Xianyin, Elder Wei, Miss Shui, and the others all came to the hall. As for the powerful men from the Supreme Heaven, they all stayed outside the hall. Mr. Wei, Mu Xianyin, Shui, go open the stone chamber. Take everything out of there. Jisho gave the order. Now that we have come to the palace where the great emperor sleeps, we naturally have to give it a thorough cleanup. Hearing this, everyone took action. The first stone chamber was filled with scrolls, skills, formations, sword techniques, knife techniques, everything you could think of. The second stone chamber was filled with weapons that had been lost on the continent of Jiotian, including hundreds of magic swords, famous knives, and war halberds. The third stone chamber is quite amazing. There are dazzling pieces of high-grade jade, and there are even small amounts of dragon-patterned black gold, red blood phoenix gold, fairy tear green gold, and eternal blue gold, which are top-level materials.
With these, then the military strength of our MI6 can be increased by at least 10 times, no.
Even 100 times. Ji Xiao smiled knowingly.
Not to mention the scroll skills, even the hundreds of lost high-level weapons can greatly increase the strength of MI6.AS for the top-grade materials like Dragon Pattern Black Gold and Fairy Tier Green Gold, let alone. Of course, he planned to keep this extremely precious top-grade material for his own use, otherwise it would be such a waste. Half an hour later. Mr. Wei, Mu Xianyin, and Miss Shui returned with a full load.
Your Highness, I have seen them all.
I didn't find the two broken sword technique in that stone chamber. Elder Wei reported to Ji Xiao with regret.
I don't have any there either. Mu Xianyin shook her head.
Don't look at me, I'm full of weapons. Snow Girl also shook her head. Hearing this, Ji Xiao frowned slightly and said to himself, if there is none,
then where is the two broken sword technique?
After saying that, Ji Xiao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his head to look at the stone coffin that looked like a small hill. So, the two broken sword technique can only be hidden in this great emperor's coffin. Ji Xiao spoke slowly then, just as he was about to take out the Daluo sword embryo and split the imperial formation. Clang! A ray of starlight bloomed from the imperial formation above the sarcophagus. The starlight engraved a teleportation array along the ground beneath the feet of Ji Xiao and Ning Xian.
Prince, be careful.
Seeing this, Mr. Wei was the first to shout, but before the words were spoken, clang, Ji Xiao, Feng Huang and Ning Xian disappeared from the spot.
What's going on? Mu Xianyin's eyes widened and she spoke in a lost voice. Disappeared?
Snow Girl muttered to herself in a daze. If I'm not mistaken, Your Highness, the Crown Prince and the others should have been teleported to the Emperor's coffin. Old Wei took a deep breath and his face looked extremely ugly. The Emperor's coffin was filled with endless darkness, so dark that one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. Where is this place?
Although Feng Huang's voice was slightly trembling, it was still calm.
It should be inside the Emperor's coffin of Zhou Dufu.
Ning Xian responded to Feng Huang in the darkness.
Rational. Ji Xiao nodded and raised his hand to feel around to see what was going on. Feng Huang screamed and folded her arms across her chest. In the darkness, her beautiful face was flushed. She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, Ji Xiao, you bastard. Feel sorry, mistake. Ji Xiao's hand froze and he withdrew his hand awkwardly, but the softness that remained on his hand remained. At this moment, he turned around and bumped into someone's soft arms again. The two bodies collided with each other, and they both lost their balance and fell straight to the ground.
Ji Xiao, get up. You are pressing down on my hair.
Ning Xian took a deep breath and tried her best to keep her tone calm.
Sorry, my legs are weak.
Ji Xiao said so. Chapter 78 The Place of Inheritance. On the Dragon Bone Corpse, the two broken sword technique, the Emperor's coffin, the lost land, in the dark.
Ji Xiao, do you want to hear what you have to say?
Ning Xian felt a surge of anger in her heart as she listened to Ji Xiao's words. She thought, how could Ji Xiao, who possessed the cultivation of a monarch and combat power comparable to that of a saint, be weak? This is obviously being disrespectful to her again. What does Ji Xiao think of her? Is she the kind of woman who can be bullied and flirted with by him at will? The thought stops here. Ning Xian circulated the true energy in her body and was about to teach Ji Xiao a lesson, but something strange happened the next second. The true energy she had just gathered disappeared in an instant. This feeling is very strange, just like lighting a candle, but a gust of wind blows and the candle goes out, and it was like this no matter how many times she tried. This time, she panicked. Ji Xiao, can you circulate your true energy? Ning Xian asked in a low voice, gritting her silver teeth. Cannot. And my legs are weak. Ji Xiao shook his head. He felt that there was some strange force here that restricted the circulation of their true energy, and the moment he came in, he inexplicably felt his whole body numb, and he vaguely smelled a faint scent of tea. After saying that, he stood up despite all the weakness and weariness in his body. I feel a little weak too. And it seems too quiet here? Feng Huang frowned and clenched her fists tightly. She felt very bad. Hearing this, Ning Xian, who had just stood up, also felt her body feeling a little numb. Ji Xiao, can you use your strange fire? No. Ji Xiao shook his head again. The first thing he did when he came here was to awaken the strange fire in his body, but the strange thing is that both the purifying demon flame and the blue lotus earthcore fire seemed to be dormant and could not be summoned at all. Hearing this, Feng Huang and Ning Xian fell silent for a moment. Apparently,
There is something very strange about this nameless place. What now? Feng Huang asked. What else can I do? Keep going.
Jisho spoke calmly, then reached out in the darkness, pulled Feng Huang to his side, and then carried her directly on his back. Feng Huang exclaimed softly and subconsciously put her arms around Jisho's neck. Perhaps before Zhou Ling, she and Jisho were enemies, but here, Jisho became her only support. For a moment, Feng Huang felt a little ironic and complicated.
Keep going? Absolutely not.
Ning Xian said in a low voice. In her opinion, the three of them were now blind, their true energy could not circulate, and even Jisho could not summon the strange fire. If there really are some strange creatures sleeping here, then disturbing them would be very dangerous.
No problem.
Jisho shook his head and walked slowly in the darkness with Feng Huang on his back. Although his true energy could not be circulated and he could not summon the strange fire, he had the Daluo sword embryo by his side. He wasn't really afraid of anything weird or anything like that, and sitting back and waiting for death is not his style.
I can't do anything about you.
Ning Xian shook her head, and finally could only follow Jisho's footsteps carefully. They walked in silence for about an hour and then stepped into a new area.
There's grass under your feet.
Jisho stepped on a piece of slightly moist soil, then bent down, plucked a piece of green grass and sniffed it, and a fresh scent of soil permeated his nose.
It seems, we are not inside the Emperor's coffin.
Feng Huang said softly, uncertain. This place is very likely the small world inside the Emperor's coffin.
Ning Xian shook her head. Whatever it is, find a way out. Escaping is more important.
Jisho responded calmly, and just at this moment, an unknown giant creature in front of them blocked the three of them. Jisho raised his hand and felt it. The cold touch made him frown suddenly.
This looks like a bone.
Jisho was stunned and spoke out. As the words fell, time and space seemed to stop for a moment. Clang! The whole world seemed to be activated. The breeze caressed the three's cheeks. The scent of rich vanilla and light tea is refreshing. A few rays of light red sprinkled on the three people from the end of the sky. Soon, the setting sun appeared at the end of the sky, and this new world also appeared before the eyes of Jisho, Feng Huang, and Ning Xian. Here is an unknown little world. In other words, this is the real Zhou Garden.
The grassland is endless, the breeze is gentle, the sunset is beautiful.
And it is isolated from the world. However, Jisho and the other two were in no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Zhou Garden, because, in front of them, there was a huge object, or rather, a head that had been weathered for who knows how many years. The head is huge and ferocious, obviously not a human's. It looks very much like the skull of an ancient ferocious beast.
This is the head of a dragon.
Jisho's expression suddenly froze and he exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Feng Huang and Ning Xian looked at the huge creature in front of them. This dragon corpse, which was hundreds of meters long, lay on the grassland under the setting sun for who knows how many years. Its flesh and blood had long since weathered into bones, but even so, it was still filled with shocking power. It is worth mentioning that there is a deep groove on the dragon's skull. A closer look reveals that it is an extremely sharp and fatal knife mark that seems to be naturally formed. Even though the knife marks have been there for who knows how many years, they still exude a sharp knife intent that makes people dare not look directly at it.
It is rumored that Zhou Dufu once slayed a dragon in the South China Sea. Could it be that this is the dragon he killed?
Jisho murmured in a low voice, and just as his thoughts were turning, his pupils suddenly shrank as he noticed that the dragon's bones were engraved with mysterious runes and ancient patterns. Runes and patterns are intertwined, and even after thousands of years, a trace of imperial power still permeates through.
This is Two Broken Sword Technique.
Jisho cried out in surprise, his heart skipping a beat.
Yes.
Such a terrifying and immortal sword intent, except for Zhou Dufu's forbidden imperial technique, the Two Severance sword technique, there is nothing else.
Feng Huang also took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. How? You want to learn in this state?
Jisho tilted his head slightly and asked the phoenix on his back with some amusement. Snort, Feng Huang snorted softly.
No matter how bad my condition is, I can still comprehend the true meaning of the Two Broken Sword Technique.
Whatever, Jisho spread his hands and threw Feng Huang to the ground. Feng Huang felt pain and she couldn't help but glare at Jisho, but she didn't say anything in the end. She sat cross-legged in front of the huge dragon corpse, staring at the runes and patterns on the dragon bones with her beautiful eyes like a curious baby, as if her whole mind was immersed in them. Seeing Feng Huang so fascinated, Jisho shook his head with amusement. There was no doubt that the princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire was absolutely obsessed with this imperial technique. Ning Xian slowly walked to Ji Xiu and asked with interest, "Aren't you afraid that she will learn the two broken sword technique and kill you with one blow in the future?" Ji Xiu shook his head. If he didn't even have this little confidence, how could he go further in the future? Two-cut sword technique. Don't you want to learn? Ji Xiu glanced at Ning Xian and asked. I'm stupid. You may not be able to learn it. But you can try. It seems like a good idea to use it to verify my identity. Ning Xian spoke casually. After hearing this, Ji Xiu didn't say anything. He sat next to Feng Huang and began to practice the Liangduan sword technique. Chapter 79, Enlightenment of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Heavenly Phoenix falls to the devil. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 10% of the progress in comprehending the two broken sword technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 20% of the progress in comprehending the two broken sword technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 30% of the progress in comprehending the two broken sword technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100% in comprehending the two broken sword technique. Listen to the system prompts in your ears. Ji Xiu slowly opened his eyes and felt something strange. In just 3 days, he had already mastered the two broken sword technique. Even if he possessed a divine mind and bones, and had a very high level of comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend an emperor-level forbidden technique, the two broken sword technique, in just 3 days, just as his thoughts were turning. Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes. Her pretty face was much paler and her brows were full of fatigue, but her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Ji Xiu, I have already practiced most of the two broken sword technique. And you? Feng Huang stared at Ji Xiu with her beautiful eyes and asked. Not as good as you. Ji Xiu glanced at Feng Huang casually. He had been thinking about whether there was anything in Zhou Garden that could help him to attain enlightenment and practice, so he was too lazy to pay attention to Feng Huang. I knew it. A faint smile appeared on Feng Huang's lips. She thought that she was still better than Ji Xiu in one aspect, which was her comprehension, and when she thought of this, she couldn't help feeling inexplicably happy. Hearing this, Ning Xian also opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at Feng Huang with interest, with a faint smile on her face, and shook her head and whispered softly, perhaps, even this girl herself didn't notice that her hostility towards Ji Xiu has decreased a lot, and she has also become much gentler. I'm really curious, what will her and Ji Xiu's future be like? After saying that, Ning Xian closed her eyes again and began to comprehend the truth. Ji Xiu, on the other hand, walked alone into the depths of the grassland. He smelled the fragrance of tea and became suspicious. If there really is a divine object of enlightenment of that level in Zhou Garden, that's really a big profit. However, Feng Huang and Ning Xian stayed in front of the dragon corpse to gain enlightenment. Ji Xiu followed the faint scent of tea and headed deeper into the grassland. Finally, one day later, in the southernmost part of the endless grassland, Ji Xiu saw an ancient tree with a very large shade. The ancient tree stands alone on the endless grassland, and one can see a condensed intangible clear air rippling around the ancient tree. At the same time, the extremely rich tea aroma made Ji Xiu's whole body numb for a moment. I actually found it. Ji Xiu murmured in a daze, then he endured the numbness in his body and walked under the enlightenment tea tree. I took a deep breath, and the fresh air entered my body and the fragrance of tea filled my nose. For a moment, he felt his whole body become light, and the floating feeling made him feel as if he were ascending to heaven. 9 Heaven's Treasure. Enlightenment Tea Tree. Ji Xiu murmured in surprise. The tea tree of enlightenment is a magical tool for spiritual practice. According to legend, practicing under the Wudao tea tree for 1 hour is equivalent to practicing hard in the outside world for a month, and if you drink a cup of enlightenment tea, you can enter the state of enlightenment where man and nature are one. No matter what technique you practice, you can gain at least 10 times the benefit. What a coincidence! This prince actually has a forbidden method that I want to practice. Ji Xiu smiled slightly, and immediately opened the system mole. His eyes were fixed on a forbidden technique of the emperor that he had long admired, Emperor Fist. 100,000 Essence of Destiny. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Xiu immediately put the Heavenly Emperor Fist into his pocket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 life essence to successfully purchase the heaven-shaking forbidden technique, Heavenly Emperor Fist. Listen to the system prompts. Ji Xiu looked up at the 108 pieces of Wudao tea leaves on the Wudao tea tree. Without thinking, he picked them all and put them into his system warehouse. Then, he took out a piece of enlightenment tea from it, with a slight smile on his face. Compared to the two broken sword technique, the Heavenly Emperor Fist can be said to be the real forbidden imperial technique. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Fist is a forbidden imperial technique created by Emperor Yi Tian, who overlooks the universe. Begin practicing. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and swallowed the piece of Wudao tea leaves, then sat cross-legged under the Wudao tea tree and began to practice. At this moment, Ji Xiu only felt that he was in the boundless universe, and a vague figure was standing at the end of time. Hanging above his head is the cauldron of the mother energy of all things. Thousands of immortal lights fell on him. There are many enemies around him, and they are very powerful, but the moment he threw his imperial fist, heaven and earth were silent, and all enemies were destroyed. At this time, Ji Xiu, who was in a deep state of enlightenment and practice, did not notice at this moment. Wisps of supreme divine power were emanating from him, but he said. 7 days later, Feng Huang, who was sitting in front of the dragon bone, slowly opened her eyes, and she let out a long breath and said to herself, two broken sword technique. Finally, the practice was successful. Hearing this, Ning Xian smiled and said, "Congratulations, Her Royal Highness the Princess." Feng Huang chuckled, then looked around subconsciously with her beautiful eyes, and asked, "What about him?" Ning Xian shook her head and looked at Feng Huang with amusement and said teasingly, "How? You miss him?" "Of course not." Feng Huang looked at Ning Xian in surprise. She didn't know why Ning Xian missed her so much. She didn't even have time to hate Ji Xiu. Ning Xian smiled and shook her head, and said nothing more. "Sister Xian, how is your practice of the two broken sword technique going?" Feng Huang asked softly. "I haven't practiced. I am just using this sword technique to verify myself." Ning Xian shook her head. "In that case, have you discovered the magic of these two broken sword techniques? This sword technique can not only be practiced normally. It seems that practicing backwards is also feasible. In fact, I have a feeling that practicing the two broken sword technique backwards will be even more powerful than practicing it normally. Because this will be a completely new sword technique." Feng Huang's eyes sparkled, and she told Ning Xian her discovery without hesitation. "I see that, too. But, if you practice backwards, then you must reverse the profound skill. This is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will go crazy." Ning Xian reminded Feng Huang very seriously. "It doesn't matter. I have confidence in myself." Feng Huang smiled at Ning Xian, and then she sat cross-legged in front of the dragon bone again. In her opinion, the path of spiritual practice is a process of constantly breaking out of one's own cage. Only by continuous creation and exploration can we achieve breakthroughs. Feng Huang took a deep breath and began to practice the Liangduan sword technique in reverse order. "This girl. It does have some resemblance to my past self." Ning Xian looked at Feng Huang and murmured as if reminiscing about something, and at this moment, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. "Hot. It's a bit hot." Feng Huang frowned slightly. She felt the change in body temperature, but she didn't take it seriously and still didn't stop. What she didn't know was that in the process of reversing the mysterious art and practicing the Liangduan sword technique, she inadvertently broke into a new realm, the Devil's Way, and there seems to be only one ending waiting for her ahead: falling into the devil. Chapter 80. Who am I in your eyes? The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Zhou Garden, under the enlightenment tree. A tall figure sat quietly, like a rock, with a solemn expression and no movement. In front of him, there was an illusory scripture floating. The ancient scroll was modeled, and the pages were turned one by one. Wisps of the mother energy of the great Tao fell around him like a fairy waterfall, as if they were shielding the secrets of heaven and isolating cause and effect. At this moment, Ji Xiu was in harmony with nature, and his mind was completely immersed in the deepest level of enlightenment. Clang! A flash of golden blood burst out. The golden blood energy condensed into a figure, standing behind Ji Xiu. This figure had sharp eyes and an extremely domineering aura, and he exuded the aura of an unparalleled emperor. At this moment, the figure moved, and he began to evolve an unparalleled and peerless boxing technique, with great opening and closing movements, and an aura that swallowed the world. Clang! 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 Each of his punches seemed to trigger the Tao of the great Tao, unparalleled in the world. Gradually, he evolved the Emperor Fist in his hand to the extreme. Thousands of great ways and myriad divine rules kept wailing under his fist. When Ji Xiu turned to the last page of the illusory scripture, the shadow behind him also suddenly threw a final punch. Clang! This punch seemed to condense eternity, freeze time and space, and suppress all the laws of the heavens. Clang, the figure disappeared. The illusory ancient scriptures also disappeared. The unrivaled aura of the great emperor slowly entered Jisho's body. At the same time, a clear system prompt sounded in Jisho's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 30% in understanding the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Hearing this, Jisho slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was like the Emperor of Heaven who had revived after sleeping for eternity. His eyes were sharp, like a fairy sword unsheathed, sharp and extremely dazzling. Enlightenment is over. I have finally gotten started with the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Jisho slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Getting started with the 7-day Heavenly Emperor Fist is already very good. After all, it is the forbidden imperial technique of the Heavenly Emperor. It is not possible to comprehend it all in one step. As for the future, one will need to gradually verify this imperial method in battle. Of course, even if he has only achieved the initial enlightenment of the Heavenly Emperor Fist, it is enough to be used as a powerful trump card. I don't know. How are Feng Huang and Ning Xian? Jisho muttered to himself, then returned along the same route, Zhou Garden, in front of the 100-foot dragon body of Feng Huang, who was practicing the reversal mysterious art and the two broken sword technique. Didn't notice at all that at this moment, magic light was flashing all around her. 9 illusory magic swords were hovering around her. Strands of the most powerful sword intent condensed into terrifying magic sword light that shot straight into the sky and even dimmed the thousands of stars in the sky. Phoenix. Stop it now. Stop it. Ning Xian frowned and shouted loudly. At the beginning, she felt that there was a risk of going astray when practicing the two broken sword technique with the Phoenix reversal technique, but she didn't stop at this is because she believes that Feng Huang possesses the blood of the heavenly phoenix, and that Feng Huang's talent for cultivation is also extremely powerful. Even if the mysterious skill is reversed, if you feel something is wrong, you can stop it in time and there will not be serious consequences. But now, she realized that things were completely beyond her expectations. Feng Huang, after reversing the mysterious skill, couldn't stop at all. Obviously, this two-cut sword technique has an extremely strong and strange magical nature. Once you reverse your practice, you will fall into the devil. The words fell of Feng Huang didn't react at all. The demonic light on her body became brighter and brighter, and the demonic aura became stronger and stronger. If it were in the outside world, she might be able to use her saint-level cultivation to forcibly stop it, but here, she couldn't circulate her true energy at all and could only watch Feng Huang go towards the abyss step by step. Damn it. What should we do now? Ningxi bit her red lips, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. As soon as the words fell, clang. Behind Feng Huang, extremely gorgeous phoenix wings spread out, with flames flowing, extremely beautiful. Only, the phoenix wings behind her, half of the phoenix is blazing and shining, with divine brilliance, the other half of the magic light shines, and the demonic energy is overwhelming. Completion. A trace of paleness flashed across Ning Xian's pretty face. Feng Huang had obviously reached the last step. Even if she could use her saint-level true energy, it would not be able to help Feng Huang. Just at this moment, Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were no longer as cold and arrogant as before, but were filled with extreme charm and murderous intent, and a hint of confusion. Phoenix, you, Ning Xian spoke softly, but she didn't finish her sentence. Feng Huang slowly turned around and looked at her. At this moment, the phoenix's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the wings behind it were half divine and half demonic. That absolutely perfect face turned extremely pale. The whole person looked like a fallen demon goddess who had returned from the underworld. The phoenix flame in her eyes was a mixture of god and devil, and was extremely weird. Moreover, the 9 magic swords around him had almost solidified into substance and were still floating up and down. Sister Xian, hot, it's so hot. It's so uncomfortable. Feng Huang covered her chest with her hands and spoke to Ning Xian in a daze. At this moment, she only felt that the blood in her body was activated, surging violently, and heat waves hit her internal organs one after another, and a burning pain that she could not bear surged from the depths of her soul and spread to her limbs. She had never felt such pain before. Even when her phoenix wings were torn to pieces by Jisho in front of Zhou Ling, it was not as painful as this, and what frightened her most was, she could feel her sanity slowly sinking into darkness. Completion. It's really over. Ning Xian looked at Feng Huang's condition, her chest heaving violently and her voice trembling. She saw the problem right away. The phoenix is the bloodline of the celestial phoenix, and its bloodline is rich in divine power. However, she reversed her mysterious skills, practiced the 2 broken sword technique, and unfortunately fell into the evil path. Therefore, after her bloodline awakens, It will reject the demonic power in her body under the extreme tug of war between two opposing forces.
The consequences are disastrous. If you keep going like this, Feng Huang's body won't be able to bear it.
The phoenix blood is surging, the phoenix flames are burning my body, the power of the devil is colliding, and I will die in the end. The thought stops here. Ning Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. She gritted her teeth, thinking that she would try her best to save Feng Huang's life no matter what, but just at this moment, Jisho was back.
What's wrong with this woman?
Jisho frowned and asked as he looked at Feng Huang, who was almost falling into the path of evil with 9 magic swords floating around him and his body swaying.
Two-cut sword technique.
Ning Xian shook her head. Hearing this, Jisho instantly understood what was going on. In fact, when he was practicing the two broken sword technique, he also discovered that if he practiced the two broken sword technique with the reversal mystical art, it would form a new evil sword technique. However, he was practicing the immortal devouring demon art, and had already reached the 5th level. Therefore, he did not need to practice the two broken sword technique in reverse again. He only needed to reverse the mysterious skill and then he could directly use the mysterious magic sword technique, but Feng Huang is different. She has the blood of the heavenly phoenix, and has never practiced any magic skills, nor has she ever come into contact with any demonic power, and now, she has stepped into the path of magic for the first time. Divinity and devil coexist in one, and her body cannot bear it at all. Under the pull and collision of these two forces, the only outcome waiting for Feng Huang is death.
Do you have any idea? Ning Xian asked in a low voice.
Yes. Jisho nodded. After saying that, Jisho slowly walked in front of Feng Huang, raised his hand and slapped the 9 magic swords that were floating around Feng Huang to pieces. Puff. Feng Huang's delicate body trembled violently, and a trace of sad and beautiful blood flowed from the corner of her mouth.
Jisho?
When Feng Huang saw the person in front of him, he seemed to regain some of his sanity.
Phoenix, mark my words. Next, don't do anything. Leave everything to me.
After Jisho finished speaking, he activated the immortal devouring magic art and pressed his palm directly on Feng Huang's heart. Now, there is only one way to keep Feng Huang alive, that is to use the power of the immortal devouring magic art to reshape Feng Huang's several cultivation meridians, and force the divinity and devil in his body to coexist. But the problem is that even he doesn't know what kind of changes will happen to Feng Huang's body after he does this. Forehead. Feng Huang bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and groaned in pain. At this moment, she could clearly feel that many meridians in her body were crushed by Jisho and then reborn. And a mysterious force forcibly calmed the phoenix blood and demonic power that were constantly surging in her body. This made her feel 100 times better than the excruciating pain she had felt before. She even had an indescribable sense of comfort. Half an hour later, Jisho withdrew his hand and Feng Huang fell weakly into Jisho's arms. She could feel that the two forces in her body stopped pulling and colliding, and finally fell into calm, but she felt as if there was something extra in her body.
Thank you very much. Feng Huang spoke weakly. How do you feel?
Jisho shook his head and asked in a low voice. Feng Huang remained silent with his eyes slightly lowered, and did not respond.
Go ahead. How do you feel?
Jisho frowned and asked. The words fell. There was a magical light flashing in the depths of Feng Huang's beautiful eyes, and her red lips were slightly pursed, raising a charming arc.
Feel, it's like being reborn.
This, Jisho and Ning Xian's faces changed when they heard the laughter. This voice is indeed the voice of Feng Huang, but the voice no longer had the cool and elegant feeling it had before. Now it was filled with an endless and enchanting charm that could captivate the soul. Just when Jisho and Ning Xian were stunned, Feng Huang took the initiative to stretch out her slender jade hand and hook it around Jisho's neck. The pair of beautiful eyes that were enough to captivate the whole world stared at Jisho without blinking, with a light flickering in them that Jisho could not understand. Jisho had just uttered one word when his voice suddenly stopped because his mouth was tightly blocked by Feng Huang. When Ning Xian saw Feng Huang taking the initiative to hug and kiss Jisho, she couldn't help but exclaim, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. At this moment, she had no idea what was going on. After a passionate kiss, Jisho stood there in a daze as if petrified. Even Feng Huang was stunned. She didn't know why she did that just now. It felt like there was another person living in her body, taking control of her body for a short period of time. The thought just came to my mind. A magical light flashed across her beautiful eyes again. She smiled as usual, and her voice was gentle and even more charming.
Jisho, tell me. Who am I in your eyes right now? You owe me. Let's pay it back today.
She was referring to the incident in which Zhou Lingqian Jishou treated her cruelly and tore her phoenix wings into pieces.
What's the meaning?
Jishou stared at Feng Huang in a daze, not quite understanding what Feng Huang meant.
How did she want him to return it to her? Have you ever heard of magic restoration?
As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Huang pounced on Jishou in front of Ning Xian's shocked gaze, madly and passionately. At this moment, Jishou seemed to understand something. Feng Huang is no longer the noble and stunning princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Or, more than that, again, from today on, there will be one more person in Feng Huang's body. That person has extremely charming and demonic power. She can be said to be another phoenix, the demonic phoenix, but if you think about it carefully, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The thought stops here. Jishou lay powerlessly on the ground, looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, his eyes gradually becoming blurred and lost. He murmured as if in a dream, "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight." Chapter 81. The wedding date is approaching. The Holy Queen and concubine Yan and Kyoto is undergoing drastic changes, but it is said that when the moonlight in Zhou Garden blooms in spring, that ray of moonlight also shone on the Ice Palace, the Imperial Palace. Mu Bing stood in front of a woman. She lowered her eyes slightly to hide the sadness in her eyes.
Binger, don't be sad. Master hasn't died yet. Also, Master would like to thank you for the 10,000 years mysterious ice you brought back.
The woman smiled gently and reached out to gently ruffle Mu Bing's hair, and she is the former palace master of the Ice God Palace, Jishou's aunt Muqiu. Now, Muqiu's injuries have deteriorated to the extreme. If she doesn't choose to be frozen in sleep and freeze her life, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for even 3 days.
Master, wait until you wake up. Binger will definitely be able to heal your injury.
Mu Bing raised her head and looked at Muqiu in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of determination. This time she returned from the Ice Jedi and brought back the 10,000-year-old Black Ice CEI. In her previous life, she failed to save Muqiu, and therefore regretted it for the rest of her life. In this life, she must cure her master Muqiu no matter what. She knew that although she couldn't do it now, she would be able to do it as long as she entered the realm of the great emperor. Good.
Master believes Binger can definitely do it. Master is waiting for you.
Muqiu smiled with relief. After that, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Binger, your engagement with Xior is almost here."
Mu Bing nodded. The Ji family's tiger talisman is not lost, right? Muqiu then asked. No. Mu Bing responded softly. That's good. In that case, you should take the tiger talisman with you to Beixia Kyoto tomorrow.
Master hopes that you and Xior can get married soon. As Muqiu spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Mu Bing's beautiful face with affection. When she found Mu Bing in the iceberg, she was still a little girl, but now she is getting married. For a moment, she couldn't help but sigh. That time was passing quickly. He knew.
Master, Binger will go.
Mu Bing bit her teeth lightly and clenched her jade hands a little. Good, very nice.
Wait until you and Xior get married. Master is completely relieved.
Both your future life and the Ice Palace are in his hands.
Muqiu let out a long sigh, then turned around, walked into the ice coffin and slowly lay down. Master, take care.
Mu Bing looked at Muqiu lying in the ice coffin and felt a little sad for a moment. Hearing this, Muqiu smiled and nodded. She felt sleepy and slowly closed her eyes. At the moment her consciousness slowly froze, she whispered in a dreamlike voice, "By now,
my Binger."
Hearing this, Mu Bing finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes turned red and tears overflowed from her eyes. Memories came flooding back to in the snow-capped mountains shrouded in ice and fog all year round. A woman in a snowsuit saw for the first time the tiny girl sitting in a pile of ice. The girl was as pure as snow. She took a piece of black ice and put it in her mouth and bit it gently, as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. "Little guy, where is your mother?"
"No mother? Will you leave here with me?"
"Where are you going? Go home." "Good.
What's your name?" "No. I don't know."
"Okay.
From now on, I'll call you Binger. In the future, I will be your master, and your mother."
"Call." Mu Bing took a deep breath, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, took one last look at Muqiu in the ice coffin, then turned and left the Imperial Palace. Next, she would go to Beixia, to Kyoto, to find someone. She and he will eventually come to an end, The moon is bright Demon Mountain, the supreme heaven, the top of the Demon Mountain. Under the bright moon. Two tall and graceful figures stood facing each other. One of them was wearing a long black dress that dragged on the ground, outlining her voluptuous and breathtakingly beautiful body curves. Her face was extremely cold and her beautiful eyes seemed to have the ability to freeze people.